Chapter 1. The Child Prodigy. On a late spring afternoon, with the sun still shy of its full intensity, Arnold sat in the shadowed corner of the stands at the Wimbledon tennis court, gazing blankly at the staff bustling about in preparation for the impending match. Did Li Na ever lift the trophy at Wimbledon? Was it Zheng Jie and Yan Zi who claimed the women's doubles title in 2005 or 2006? At that time, I must have been around 26 or 27, lost in my own world, oblivious to whether I had the time or the opportunity to witness such historical moments. My teachers at school have remarked on my commendable talent for tennis. Now that I find myself free from financial concerns, should I not consider training in a more professional direction? Watching others sweat it out on the court and grasp trophies evokes a sense of accomplishment far inferior to standing on the podium myself. Yet, who knows if that sports teacher at school says such things to everyone? Even if I do happen to play slightly better than my classmates, it merely means I excel among elementary school students. It remains uncertain where the limits of this talent truly lie. As Arnold pondered these thoughts, consumed by uncertainty, a voice suddenly broke through. Arnold, your academic performance is exceptional. A little revision should make passing the entrance exam for Eton a mere formality, right? And considering you are a published, best-selling child author, the tuition fees for Eton should pose no obstacle for you, would they? Arnold snapped back to reality from his daydream of defeating Federer and hoisting the Challengers Cup, turning to the boy seated beside him. Though still bearing a hint of baby fat, his well-defined features marked him as a striking blond lad. He was slightly taller than Arnold, transforming the once rounded youth into a surprisingly robust figure. To think that a companion from another realm is not a portly, awkward, what a twist of fate. Arnold narrowed his eyes slightly fortunately. At least his looks could not rival mine, nor could his charm. Most importantly, aside from being handsome and charismatic, I am the legendary child prodigy author. Famed and affluent, truly a youthful millionaire. Gazing at the tennis racket in his hands, a limited edition Agassi sign model. Of course, I am merely a detached child prodigy of sorts that is a matter not worth discussing with outsiders. But Eton College? Having already become a mere scribe, do I still need to exert myself for an entrance? Becoming a social elite and fulfilling grand ambitions has never been part of my life, neither in this existence nor the previous one. In the past, I lacked the capability, and now, I simply desire financial freedom and the enjoyment of life. Life is fleeting. A single blink can usher in the day, and if one were to close their eyes indefinitely, an entire lifetime could slip away unnoticed. Who knows if there will be another chance to traverse realms after this life ends? Who can predict the trials of the next reincarnation? In any case, happiness is all that truly matters. Eton College? Chambers, do you truly wish to attend there? I have heard their regulations are far stricter than no backpacks allowed. Only books and folders clutched in hand aside from casual days. One must don the so-called gentleman's uniform, alongside various etiquettes, schedules, and additional courses. You see, our school was founded by a certain king, yet our rules are far less cumbersome. Arnold casually remarked, drawing from the marketing rhetoric of study abroad agencies he had encountered online in a past life, along with snippets of gossip gleaned from classmates. It has been over a decade since my college entrance exams, and I have long returned that knowledge to my teachers. I can only feign superiority in elementary school. Once in secondary school, such knowledge becomes increasingly insufficient. The top-tier private schools in England are never easy. Those indulging in a carefree education, relying on calculators for basic arithmetic, are destined to remain in public schools, forever enjoying their bliss. Arnold had no desire to endure the rigors of Eton. Though the school he was set to attend also qualified as a prestigious private institution, it was undoubtedly less demanding than Eton. Moreover, Eton's reputation is undeniably grand, with excellent teaching quality and an elevated social status, allowing one to mingle with a plethora of socialites and royalty as alumni. But Eton is the finest secondary school in all of London, nay, the entirety of Britain. With your considerable chances of gaining admission, don't you find it a shame to relinquish that opportunity? Or do you prefer Harrow? That school is commendable as well. Chambers, Arnold's companion, held the belief that strict management was not inherently a negative aspect otherwise. It would not be a breeding ground for numerous luminaries. A smile crept across Arnold's lips. Not quite, Chambers. The only school I wish to attend is King's College School. Indeed, I refer to the secondary division of our own institution. Although our school's renown may not rival that of Eton or Harrow, it is still one of the finest private schools in England. Most importantly, over the past few years, I have discovered a deep affinity for our school's management style and the camaraderie among classmates and alumni. This place suits me exceptionally well. King's College School was founded over a century ago by King George IV and originally served as a subsidiary of King's College London, later relocating to Wimbledon in southwest London to become an independent institution. King's College School primarily enrolls boys aged 7 to 18, corresponding to the domestic progression from primary to secondary education. Arnold was a sixth-grade student at King's College School, having recently concluded his Key Stage 2 studies with commendable SATs results. With Arnold's academic performance, advancing directly to the school's secondary division posed no challenge, however. Gaining admission to Eton or other prestigious schools would require passing their entrance exams. Although schools like Eton now cater predominantly to the affluent, entry is not merely a matter of passing exams. Yet, for someone like Arnold, renowned as a child prodigy author, it was unlikely that any esteemed institution would turn him away if he passed the entrance examination. Nonetheless, Arnold had little desire to attend. While Eton and Harrow had their merits, as he had conveyed to Chambers, he preferred the management style and camaraderie at King's College School. To be precise, the future classmates and alumni. Despite Eton's accolades, it remained a strictly boys' school. In contrast, King's College School's a level program, encompassing the final 2 years of secondary education, except to girls. Amidst the hormonal upheavals of adolescence, one could daily admire the vibrant young ladies of British academia within the picturesque campus, perhaps even indulge in some delightful mischief under the guise of a prodigious author. Could such a lifestyle be offered at Eton or Harrow? More girls, fewer restrictions, and proximity to home. Unless I were utterly foolish or deluded, I would never consider enrolling at Eton. The two companions had broached this topic numerous times, yet Chambers remained steadfast in his opinion, shrugging with resignation as he said, "Well, I respect your viewpoint. However, I believe you should reconsider, Arnold. I greatly anticipate the opportunity to continue as your classmate in the future. I am confident that our partnership, whether at Eton or even Cambridge, would dominate in all doubles events." Certainly. Aside from myself, I doubt you could find another partner who excels at both tennis and badminton, and can also elevate your game at the ping-pong table. If only there were inter-school competitions for table tennis otherwise, those Eton brats. Arnold spoke with a light-hearted tone, not perceiving his words as boastful. The thrill of dominating elementary school students over the years had instilled in him a profound awareness of the innate talent etched into his very being, unchanging despite the transition of bodies. Chambers could hardly tolerate Arnold's demeanor while their duo reveling in victories was exhilarating. Practice sessions often proved grueling. On the tennis court, Chambers could occasionally hold his ground, but wielding a ping-pong paddle, he was merely a hapless victim at Arnold's hands. At tea present, Chambers promptly extricated himself from the emotions associated with parting from his companions, feigning disdain as he remarked, "Come now, Arnold, should there happen to be any international students from Huagua among the recent cohorts at Eton, your meager table tennis skills would scarcely suffice." Arnold found himself momentarily at a loss for words despite his bluster. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The prospect of contending with a well-rounded student from Huagua, adept in both academics and athletics, was indeed daunting. However, during the late 1980s and early 1990s, were there really any children from Huagua attending secondary school in the UK? Having grown up in a small county town in the West during his previous life, Arnold struggled to fathom the lifestyles of the affluent. But never mind, after all, there are no inter-school competitions in table tennis, so why should I concern myself with such matters? Come on, let's go. Those adults down there have left. Let's play one more game before heading home. I'm all in. I'm not afraid of you in tennis. I was so close to winning the last match today. Come what may, I must secure a victory before I leave. At this rate, We might not make it home until dark. Chapter 2. An early start to my plagiarism career. In Arnold's eyes, the notion of silence during meals was utterly irrelevant. Upon returning home, he swallowed a small piece of pork chop, perfectly seared on the outside and tender within, and launched into a new round of persuasion with his mother. I believe it would be prudent for you to reconsider, Nicole. Our bank account boasts a substantial amount of pounds, sufficient to support your studies at Cass Business School, without compromising our quality of life. Therefore, I strongly urge you to abandon the idea of working during the summer or any other spare time. Instead, take the opportunity to rest or immerse yourself in the library. Just as Chambers was unable to persuade him to apply to Eton, Arnold also found himself incapable of swaying his mother. This year, the situation at the Sainsbury's where Nicole was employed had worsened significantly, and she had finally found herself on the latest round of layoffs. Initially, she had planned to apply to Tesco, but as a former employee of a rival company, she felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Fortunately, the results from the several business schools she had applied to were promising, validating her efforts to enhance her skills over the past 2 years. Thus, no longer burdened by the need to cover Arnold's living expenses, Nicole intended to pursue further studies at Cass Business School, with aspirations of emerging as a formidable individual in a few years. Oh, dear, of course I trust your assurances, but that is your bank account. As a mother, I feel happiness and pride in your maturity and accomplishments, yet I cannot in good conscience spend the hard-earned money you've earned. Setting down her fork, Nicole gazed gently across the table at the boy, shaking her head slightly, yet her face radiated warmth and joy. Noticing her precocious child's lips moving, seemingly ready to offer more persuasion, Nicole continued, "Moreover, my field of study is management, and I have previously led small teams. If I can utilize my spare time to work at various companies and observe their operations and management styles, it will greatly benefit my studies." Arnold merely moved his lips a couple of times, genuinely unsure of what to say. Considering the situation from her perspective, it was difficult for Nicole, and even for Arnold's adult soul, to accept spending a child's money, even though the remuneration for this little tyke's work was hardly arduous. He recalled the moment, at 2 or 3 years of age, when he finally emerged from the bewilderment and disorientation brought on by his transmigration. Observing the plush toy clutched in his chubby, soft hands, he initially believed he had been reborn. In truth, Arnold's response at that time was somewhat sluggish. He had not considered that. In his childhood, there would hardly be a toy store in his hometown small western county that sold a Paddington bear. The texture was simply delightful. It wasn't until he caught sight of his distinctly non-Huahua features in the mirror that the realization struck him had not been reborn into his childhood, but had instead traversed into the body of another individual. His features instantly evoked the cherubic charm of a fist baby, with eyes as green as emeralds and a head of thick black hair. He was practically overflowing with the potential to be a heartthrob. As the most charming child on the street, even at 3 or 4 years old, Arnold had been approached by advertising companies, though his parents declined the offers. It was likely that by the time he reached 15 or 16, he could easily embark on a career in entertainment, singing or acting, relying solely on his looks. However, Arnold was not inclined towards such a path, for he had better options. Currently, Arnold lived in a single-parent household, having followed his mother after his parents' divorce. The initial 2 years were relatively stable. His father, being the one at fault, had been ordered by the court to transfer the house he purchased on loan to his mother during the divorce. Subsequently, perhaps in an attempt to sever ties with his ex-wife, his father opted to pay off the remaining mortgage in one lump sum, under the guise of prepaying child support. In truth, Arnold's mother held a respectable job at that time. Nicole was somewhat of a minor manager at a medium-sized branch of St. Bali supermarket, earning a decent income. Without the burden of mortgage or car loans, providing for Arnold's living and educational needs was hardly a challenge, at least until the age of 6. Arnold led a rather pleasant life, whether residing in an apartment near London's financial district or moving to a quaint villa in the countryside of Wimbledon. Regardless of his parents' divorce, his childhood was undeniably superior and far more intriguing than in his previous life. The only regret Arnold harbored was that his less-than-stellar father failed to secure a home in Kensington, which thwarted his fanciful aspirations of jogging in Hyde Park or indulging in afternoon tea at the Mandarin Oriental, dreams he had once entertained. Nevertheless, Arnold later concluded that, rather than relying on an unsatisfactory father to be neighbors with the prime minister, princes, and the wealthiest tycoon in China, it would be far more prudent to forge his own path. Transported to the 1980s, the notion of continuing to live as a beleaguered engineering student, akin to his past life, was one he instinctively rejected. Why not remain at home, penning works and selling books, and perhaps later dabble in film adaptations? Amassing wealth with relative ease? Moreover, generating wealth would be a simple endeavor, investing in several companies in Silicon Valley or Zhongguancun in China, purchasing a few stocks, and securing properties in the cosmic nexus of Wadayaku would render him financially secure for generations. As for which works to replicate, the choice was glaringly obvious. Even disregarding his current identity as a British individual or the fact that he had been reborn in China, the prospect of pursuing wealth would undeniably lead Arnold to the Harry Potter series, a monumental intellectual property. However, even at the tender age of 3, once Arnold grasped the situation, he felt no urgency. Despite the fairy tale-like essence of the first 2 installments of Harry Potter, they were tales meant for older children. Around 11 or 12 years of age, Arnold believed that it would be prudent to indulge in carefree play for a few years, and when he reached 7th grade, he could commence his writing endeavors. Publishing a volume each year seemed a fitting plan. By that time, it would merely be 1990. Still quite distant from the moment when Aunt Rowling penned the original version of her novel. Although the seed of inspiration for Harry Potter had been sown in Aunt Rowling's mind during a train journey in 1989, the conceptualization of the first book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, began in 1990, with the manuscript completed by 1994, after some revisions and submissions. It was 1995 when it finally made its way to publication. The craft of imitation could be approached leisurely. The knowledge acquired in elementary school would not require much of Arnold's energy, thus leaving ample time for unrestrained play. Who said that the quality education and joyful learning championed by foreigners was solely suited to the affluent? Such principles were equally applicable to Arnold. Destined for wealth in the future, it was just that. Without funds to change residences, he could not venture to run in Hyde Park for the time being. Nonetheless, residing in Wimbledon was rather delightful. He could attend tennis matches, frolic with the deer in nearby Richmond Park, and occasionally stroll around the Russell House, elevating his very spirit. However, plans often succumb to the swift currents of change. Approximately 2 Julys ago, shortly after Arnold had celebrated his 9th birthday, his mother, Nicole, absent-mindedly lamenting over a credit card bill, inadvertently alerted him to the financial strain their somewhat extravagant lifestyle imposed upon her. The rapid expansion of Tesco had left Sainsbury's struggling to keep pace, resulting in a significant decline in revenue and an incessant need to cut costs, namely through store closures and layoffs. Although Nicole was not on the layoff list at that time, the prospect of a pay cut still stirred anxiety within her. If she wished to maintain Arnold's participation in various activities and the acquisition of requisite gear, she would have to curtail her own expenditures on clothing and cosmetics. The former option was beyond her contemplation, while the latter posed a formidable challenge for a woman who once radiated beauty, now approaching her 40s. Having always possessed a precocious maturity, Arnold could not remain indifferent upon learning of their situation for Nicole. Their bond, cultivated over years of mutual reliance, was genuine and profound. In Arnold's eyes, both his and Nicole's standard of living should only ascend steadily. There was no room for decline. There was no necessity for such a regression. He was not devoid of the means to resolve their predicament, merely necessitating an adjustment in the timeline of his literary pursuits. Chapter 3. Light. Wait for the light. Arnold began to prepare for his writing endeavor. However, just before he set pen to paper, he was abruptly reminded of Aunt Rowling's disheartening experience of having her manuscript rejected by 12 publishing houses, enduring 2 long years before finally achieving publication. In a moment of despair, he crumpled the nearly 10,000 words he had already penned and discarded them into the trash. It appeared that I had initially taken too much for granted. The brilliance of Harry Potter was a secret known only to me. And even if I were to write it now, it would be challenging to improve my family's circumstances in a short span of time. If only I could publish another work before submitting Harry Potter, I might have the opportunity to accumulate some credentials and recognition, thereby easing the process. Even though widespread rejections could still loom, the royalties from a previous work would provide me with the means to endure and persevere. Thus, the pressing question emerged: what kind of work should I write or copy? Arnold now resides in England, where his endeavors as a writer are naturally accompanied by certain limitations. A background rooted in Britain or the Western world is essential, and given that he is still a primary school student, a time characterized by dreams and imagination, it is preferable that the narrative possess elements of fantasy. Regrettably, The Lord of the Rings has long been established, and he possesses a cherished edition in his study. Moreover, that tale does not quite align with his youthful sensibilities. In contrast, The Chronicles of Narnia appears to be more suited for adolescent readers. Yet it too has been published for quite some time. The Legend of Merlin is indeed a viable option. This British series is evidently crafted for a younger audience. Should he choose to adapt the television series into a novel, leveraging the camaraderie between King Arthur and Merlin, it is likely that it would garner considerable success in the realm of storytelling. Speaking of traversing from the land of the celestial to the realm of the mundane, one must ponder whether this constitutes a form of foreign travel. Furthermore, if he were to draw inspiration from the Legend of Merlin, he could subtly infuse personal touches, emphasizing the exquisite beauty of the character with skin as white as snow, nay, whiter than snow. Thus, should it ever be adapted into a television series, he would not be disheartened by the constraints of political correctness or other trivialities that might detract from the intended portrayal. However, having watched the series sporadically over several seasons in his previous life, often hastily skipping through portions, his recollection has become quite muddled. Therefore, what he seeks is a work that aligns with his age, is not overly lengthy, and possesses a degree of creativity and imagination that appeals to a youthful audience. And so, he has settled upon Frozen. After finalizing the choice of work, Arnold devoted more than half a year to meticulous creation and adaptation. At the tender age of not yet 10, he took his first step toward becoming a great author. Do not inquire why it took so long to adapt a short fairy tale. Simply put, he was busy, overwhelmed with activities: football, cricket, tennis, table tennis, swimming, rowing, sailing, and golf. Growing up in a small county town, Arnold has now come to realize just how vibrant and colorful rural life can be. Arnold has now become a renowned master of table tennis and badminton at school, and he plays cricket and tennis with considerable finesse, ranking among the elite in skill among his peers of similar age. In contrast, although Arnold's football skills do not stand out prominently, should he choose to pursue this path with dedication, it is conceivable that the national team may one day seek to naturalize him. Arnold recalled that before his journey, he had seen news reports stating that, in pursuit of success, the national football team was willing to naturalize players regardless of their heritage or skin color, as long as they possessed a shining heart for their homeland. The subsequent events unfolded quite simply. Arnold presented a text version of Frozen, and the fluid narrative coupled with its warm emotions astonished and delighted Nicole, prompting her to repeatedly inquire how he conceived such a tale. How did he come up with it? Naturally, he had drawn inspiration from the memories of his past life. But wait. One mustn't say copy when it comes to the pursuits of an intellectual. After all, Hans Christian Andersen was indeed one of us Europeans. It might be acceptable for Disney to quietly adapt his work without much fanfare, given that adaptations of works in the public domain are permissible. However, it is rather excessive to omit any mention of adaptations from the Snow Queen in your opening credits. Arnold's situation was markedly different, as the cover of the version of Frozen that ultimately graced the shelves of bookstores across London featured not only the charming images of the sisters Elsa and Anna but also an elegant flourish of script, inspired by the classic work The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. This heartwarming tale is brought to you by a 9-year-old genius writer. Behold, though this may be a brand new version that you have yet to encounter, it is indeed rooted in the illustrious works of Andersen. Arnold, a novice elementary school author, aspires to publish and sell Frozen as smoothly as possible, naturally seeking to leverage the illustrious name of Andersen. Were it not for the original work by Andersen in Arnold's youthful age, Nicole's proud and confident submission of the manuscript might have garnered little attention from the publisher. This is also the rationale behind Arnold's choice of Frozen. The quality of the work alone does not guarantee a publishing contract. There must be a marketing angle, a selling point. Much like the cautionary tale of Aunt Rolling from a previous era, the process of signing, proofreading, printing, and publishing has seen Frozen on the market for just over a year, yet its cumulative sales have surpassed 110,000 copies, with monthly sales exceeding 10,000 in the past 3 months and continuing to rise. In an age where information flows relatively slowly, Frozen has made a remarkable impact on the book market. And it is merely a matter of time before the media begins to hype up the novel and Arnold's achievements. A literary sensation, indeed. With his reputation established and approaching his 11th birthday, Arnold is now preparing to unveil his second work, which will mark the beginning of a captivating series of stories. As his mother hesitates to spend her own money, Arnold decides to adopt a strategic approach. All right then, may I invite you to be my agent, Nicole? I assure you it will be a lucrative yet low-effort endeavor, and the work location can be either near home or close to your school. After all, I am now a renowned author, typically sought after for collaboration. Upon hearing Arnold's proposal, a twinkle of amusement danced in Nicole's eyes, her laughter crinkling the corners of her gaze. This child is truly clever. With a gentle sigh, she shook her head, responding, "All right, Arnold. I cannot take on the role of a literary agent. I can only act as your guardian to review and sign the contract." She then shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, have you completed your new book?" Arnold nodded, explaining that the book had long been completed and that he had been engaged in the laborious process of transcribing it recently, with only a few finishing touches remaining. "As you are aware, while I meticulously transcribe on the computer, I simultaneously conduct the final proofread and revisions. However, I shall soon finish entirely." Nicole, are you truly unwilling to be my agent? Indeed, despite the presence of the latest model of a 486 computer in Arnold's study, he remains steadfast in using handwritten manuscripts as the definitive version of his novel. How shall I put it? Life demands a sense of ritual. The painstakingly developed English script not only pleases the eye, but also leaves a subtle scent of ink upon the manuscript. It is only when he cradles his own draft that Arnold can somewhat convince himself, "I am not a soulless photocopying machine." Moreover, in a past life, whether it be words, photographs, or videos, everything existed on a computer or mobile device. Now, Arnold yearns to preserve some tangible items, to revisit them decades later. Relishing that sensation, what a thought. So, let us finish our meal and get to writing. Cast aside the notion of having your mother work for you this very instant. In tandem with her words, Nicole's exasperated eye roll followed. You little brat, you can't just say whatever comes to mind. Do I not have any pride? Arnold comprehended the meaning behind Nicole's gaze and could only retreat a step further. Very well, you have the final say. However, once you embark on your studies at Cass Business School, I shall take full responsibility for managing all our household expenses, food, water, electricity, gas, telephone bills, and subscriptions to magazines, among others. After all, I am the sole occupant of this household. All right, I shall not contest this any longer. In any case, you have long been an independent and self-reliant gentleman, he remarked. Nicole nodded in agreement. Arnold turned to Nicole with a disdainful smirk, expressing his displeasure at her dismissive, childlike tone. Suddenly, a peculiar sound invaded his ears. Ding. Please wait. What was that? Where did it come from? Chapter 4. This is quite awkward. After glancing around, Arnold still couldn't discern the source and could only widen his eyes at his mother. Nicole, did you hear some strange noise? What noise? It's just the two of us talking, Nicole replied, bewildered by his actions and questions. System charging complete. Initiating. What was that? A system? Oh, I see. I understand now. As a traveler, upon hearing the term system, Arnold's confusion dissipated regarding the sudden sound that only he could hear. Having read countless web novels in his past life, he was no stranger to such tropes. A personal system, after all, had become a standard feature for travelers. There were wise ones, aloof ones, and those capable of projecting ethereal beings or beautiful maidens, charming the host and engaging in playful banter. Some could even materialize to assist the host with various needs. Civilization, harmony, integrity, kindness. He silently recited the core values, centering his thoughts, and distilled his myriad feelings into one statement. Regardless of what kind of system you are, as a quintessential tool for travelers, you are exceedingly late. However, that initiation sound seemed oddly familiar. Could it be that this system was a variant of Intel Inside? No wonder it took so long to arrive. The performance of the toothpaste factory has stagnated for ages. Yet, hearing that sound brought a certain nostalgia. There was even such an advertisement back in the 486 days. On the other side, witnessing her son's startled and dazed demeanor, Nicole couldn't help but express her concern. Arnold, you're not experiencing tinnitus or hallucinations, are you? I've told you countless times that writing for profit is fine. But your health is paramount. You mustn't spend prolonged hours staring at the computer screen, especially since you're still growing. Sleep is crucial. Wait, Arnold, confess honestly. Did you sneak in some gaming last night? As she reached the end of her statement, Nicole's expression quickly shifted from worry to anger, her voice inadvertently rising several decibels. Coming back to reality, Arnold felt somewhat bewildered. What had Nicole just said? Rest and ensure proper sleep? He had been out having fun all day, and he had been rehashing the same content from Frozen for over half a year. Was there anyone who understood the balance of work and rest better than him? As for the occasional late-night gaming, that was hardly a concern. It was merely a minor clash between a young body and a homebody spirit. Body, I'm still young. Still growing, I need rest. Spirit, no, you don't need it. Listen, let us have another round. I refuse to believe that a single life cannot conquer this level of Bowser. The next morning, body. Evening, body. I can't do this anymore, tonight. I must sleep early. If this continues, I want to grow it all. Spirit, it's not about what you think, it's about what I think. A young person occasionally staying up late can stimulate growth. Come, let us figure out how to be a competent mayor. Body, of course not. Nicole, don't you dare wrongfully accuse me. Arnold retorted loudly, mirroring his usual reaction to such accusations. Nicole's expression radiated clear disbelief. But this time Arnold was genuinely telling the truth. His new novel was nearing completion, and he intended to finish it in one go. Planning to battle through the night until dawn, postponing any signing of publishing contracts until then. Recently, Arnold's routine had become quite regular. His gaming console had gathered dust for at least a week. No, 5 days, or rather 4.5. Why was that wretched system still not fully operational? I've waited long enough. Perhaps I misheard. I'll head upstairs to transcribe my manuscript after finishing my meal. Don't worry, Mom. I'll wash up and be in bed by 10 at the latest. After quickly finishing the remaining pork chops and fruit salad, along with a couple of sips of tomato soup, Arnold wiped his mouth, tossed off a quick remark, and hurried upstairs to his study. I cook. Nicole washes the dishes. No problem there. Besides, there's a dishwasher. Washing dishes merely involves placing pots and pans inside and pressing a button. Now, I only wish to know what kind of tardy system this is. System initializing, please wait. What on earth? I've already finished my meal, climbed upstairs, and sat at my desk for ages, and it's still initializing. System initializing, please wait. Truly astonishing. Here I am, with a 486 already booted up and playing games. Should I play a couple of rounds of Minesweeper in the meantime? Forget it. I promised myself I wouldn't play games recently, not even Minesweeper. I'll focus on serious matters, Arnold thought, opening Word to begin transcribing his novel. Tap, tap, tap. just as Arnold was diligently transcribing the final chapter. Internally lamenting the system's sluggish initiation, a sudden tapping sound came from the direction of the study window. Was that an owl? The countryside truly has its charm. Owls are unafraid of humans here. This owl appeared far more spirited than Ron S., who was aged and frail, shared among the entire family. Wait a moment. Ron? An owl? Arnold was startled, his gaze fixed intently on the window. It appeared that the owl was clutching something in its beak, a thin, white rectangle that seemed to bear an intricate pattern, obscured and difficult to discern, yet he could barely make out a prominent H. Could it be an envelope? This raised an intriguing question. In 1990s Britain, who would employ an owl as a messenger? Pulling his attention away from the persistent pecking of the owl against the glass. Arnold mechanically turned his head to glance at the document displayed on the monochrome monitor, then lowered his gaze to the manuscript on his desk. Aside from the few pages he was about to transcribe, a completed manuscript lay in a pile nearby, the top sheet boldly titled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. This was undeniably awkward. Fortunately, a sudden voice in Arnold's mind shattered the tension. System initialization complete. Please check promptly. Promptly check? He could check now. But where? Arnold's attention was instantaneously captivated by the system, leaving the owl outside momentarily forgotten. What was that? Could it be Eden? System? Was it a wizardry? Arnold quietly made an attempt, yet there was no response in either English or Chinese. However, as he spoke, Arnold's attention inadvertently focused on this so-called system, and a rather rudimentary interface resembling a low-quality online game materialized in his mind. This interface bore no indication of the system's name, only a series of functions. The character attributes and skills appeared dim and sparse, with only a few lines of text and vague numerical values. Let us not dwell on that. A feeble endeavor indeed. Yet, on the task list, the first and only quest was radiating a faint glow. Quest title, a new choice quest objective. Obtain the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Quest description, as you are about to turn 11, you have met the admission criteria for Hogwarts, embarking on a distinctly different wizarding path, starting with an acceptance letter. Quest reward, 100 energy points. Thus, my vision remained unblemished by writing or gaming. That owl had indeed been clutching a letter. It must surely be a correspondence from Hogwarts. The quest just issued by the system was unequivocally a straightforward task. I have traversed not only time and space, but also an entirely different realm. Is it possible that the world of Harry Potter bears such a striking resemblance to my former existence? Attempting to emulate the Lord of the Rings or the Chronicles of Narnia would be futile. Moreover, what purpose does the energy awarded by the system serve? Could it be intended to augment or enhance the magical potency within a wizard? Additionally, it appears the system quest only outlines rewards for success, neglecting to mention any penalties for failure. Applause and accolades. I forgive your tardiness. Chapter 5. Dreams realized since the system has been activated. There will be ample time to explore its intricacies later. For now, Arnold decided it would be wise to let the owl in. Although the early summer evening bore no biting winds, the creature must be quite weary after its long journey. Wouldn't you agree? Hogwarts, if memory serves, is situated in Scotland, which is rather distant. He certainly wants tea lacking in snacks and nuts. While there may be no repercussions for failing the quest, Arnold resolutely chose to accept Hogwarts' invitation and step into the realm of magic. I can still vividly recall the principal characters and overarching narrative of the entire Harry Potter series, which speaks volumes of my fondness for this universe. In my previous life, I perused the novels and watched the films more than once or twice. If one were to inquire how Arnold found himself in this predicament, he would admit he is rather unclear about the specifics. But this is undoubtedly the fault of that little site. Arnold could only recall the solitary moments spent at home, reviewing for the New Year's Eve gala on Billy, when the opening act evoked a wave of nostalgia for the Alliance and the Horde, blurring his vision with emotion. Upon regaining his composure, he was mesmerized by the sight of a dragon soaring from the snowy mountain temple, causing his eyes to mist over once more. After finally gathering his thoughts, he was once again brought to tears while witnessing the legendary pianist, Richard Clayderman, perform Hedwig's theme live, his vision clouding until he awoke in London. Although Arnold still cherished certain people and things from his original timeline, his current desire was to raise a toast with Billy. He expressed his gratitude to the platform's New Year's Eve gala for granting him the opportunity to enter this world, and even more so, to potentially become one among the wizards. He paid little heed to the tactile sensations, his gaze fixed upon a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent encircling the grand Hogwarts crest emblazoned with a capital H, his breath quickening with anticipation. His hand trembled as he clutched the envelope, while he awkwardly extended his other hand to offer the owl some nuts and cookies, scattering snacks across the floor in the process. Whether through inner strength, magical prowess, or extraordinary abilities, this was a temptation that no boy could possibly resist. Arnold, of course, embodies the sentiment. Not only is his physique that of a child, but his spirit is equally youthful. A man remains a boy until his final breath. As for the initial enchantment of Harry Potter, one might ponder whether the enchanting yet modestly powerful spells within the narrative can truly be deemed magnificent. Arnold believed that it should indeed be counted. The combat prowess of ordinary wizards pales in comparison to modern weaponry, especially considering the scarcity of wizards against the multitude of muggles. It is worth noting that even in medieval times, many wizards were captured and burned by muggles. The original intent behind the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was to prevent the persecution of wizards by muggles. This was a reality 2 or 3 centuries ago, when muggles, lacking even the most rudimentary firearms, could still bind and burn lesser wizards. Indeed, the magical community opted for concealment primarily to safeguard the majority of wizards, particularly the inexperienced and those yet to mature. However, should a confrontation between wizards and muggles arise, Arnold would undoubtedly stand resolutely with the wizards, despite the fact that even the most formidable wizards today do not possess firepower that rivals muggle armies. As wizards do not wield devastatingly powerful spells like fireball incantations or resemble the archetype of a white-clad swordmaster in direct combat, the wizards of the Harry Potter universe are somewhat lacking. Yet, truly elite wizards remain immensely powerful if they choose to operate from the shadows. They could enact plans that would be nearly impossible to thwart. The likes of Grindelwald, who could single-handedly annihilate a city, exemplify this strength. But even a moderately skilled wizard could achieve significant impact by mastering dark magic. A seasoned auror, when augmented with dark arts, could easily execute a series of spells, such as the Polyjuice Potion, Disillusionment Charm, and the Soul-Snatching Curse, to infiltrate critical locations and extract key individuals, thereby gradually seizing portions of a nation's power. Are there not numerous regions ripe for such wizardly influence? The disintegrating Soviet Union, the restive Korean Peninsula, the tumultuous Middle East, and the ever-volatile African continent present ample opportunities. Any of these areas, once infiltrated by wizards, could instigate global conflict with relative ease. The potential for wizards to engage in cataclysmic warfare, akin to leveling the earth, is not merely fiction. As for the complexity of Muggle society, which wizards may not fully comprehend, it is worth noting that wizards can effortlessly disguise themselves in Muggle attire, employing the soul-snatching curse to manipulate individuals and gather intelligence, gradually undermining the governing elite. Even a direct approach, such as administering a bottle of Felix Felicis and brazenly seizing individuals, could yield surprisingly favorable outcomes. In essence, until Muggles possess sufficient understanding and countermeasures against the capabilities of wizards, the greater the arsenal of destructive weapons, the more profound the threat posed by elite wizards. While escalation of war would provide no tangible benefit to wizards, the hypothetical conflict is inevitable. Should ordinary wizards face slaughter, it is only natural for their kin to seek vengeance against society. Thus, the magical community's decision to remain hidden was undoubtedly wise, as it protected the weaker wizards and mitigated the risk of escalating conflict, thereby preserving the normal order within the Muggle world. While future considerations may differ, the necessity for continued concealment remains pertinent, especially when contemplating those who wield power, wealth, and technology, relentlessly pursuing and studying magical forces. A clash between the two factions is merely a matter of time. However, such matters do not significantly concern Arnold, a novice who has yet to cross the threshold of Hogwarts, still far from becoming a formidable wizard. Moreover, he harbors no desire to incite a war between wizards and muggles. Why ponder such issues? Is it not preferable for everyone to coexist peacefully? Instead, he eagerly anticipates the nature of his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. At number 16, Bletchley Street, on the second floor study, Mr. Arnold Adams awaits. So, what is the speed of an owl? Or does this letter contain prophecies? It is noteworthy that less than 10 minutes ago, he was still downstairs. Despite the overwhelming excitement and curiosity bubbling within him, Arnold cautiously slid a small knife into the envelope's seam, careful not to damage this precious keepsake. As he delicately pried open the red wax seal beneath the Hogwarts crest and retrieved the rolled parchment within, unfurling it gently, he was met with words he had encountered countless times in novels, films, and even during his previous academic life, and which even featured in the new book he had just penned. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Adams, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st to confirm your acceptance. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. In my previous life on online forums, countless individuals attempted to emulate this format, yet here I stand, the sole recipient of the genuine article. Chapter 6, Mind Reading? Dare to challenge me. By the way, it is the year 1990. If I am to attend Hogwarts, it seems I would be a year earlier than the trio destined to save the world. Should I seize this rare tranquility to diligently study and improve? With exceptional grades and profound knowledge, I could ascend to the prestigious ranks of a Hogwarts professor, perhaps even the headmaster. Alternatively, I might choose to liberate myself from constraints, quietly becoming a powerful dark wizard, orchestrating events from the shadows. What does Dumbledore matter? What is Voldemort but a contender to be replaced? It appears both paths are equally intriguing. Do not ask how I would achieve this. Simply know that I am aware of the narrative and possess my own advantages. In Arnold's mind, Two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle, while his hands were busily flipping over a piece of parchment that detailed the uniforms, textbooks, and various items necessary for attending Hogwarts. Although Hogwarts provided meals and accommodation, there remained a plethora of items the new young wizards needed to procure. At the very bottom of the list, a particular note caught his attention, a special reminder to parents. First-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Oh, how I wish to receive the same treatment as the savior himself in my first year. Like a young hero, soaring high. Watching the well-fed owl flap its wings before taking flight from the windowsill, Arnold couldn't help but click his tongue in disappointment. Clutching the envelope and acceptance letter, he dashed downstairs, exclaiming, "Mom, come quick. Look what I've received. An incredibly cool acceptance letter." Whenever Arnold needed his mother's approval or concession, he never directly called her by her name, skillfully employing his charm as a strikingly handsome young boy. Having just finished tidying up the kitchen and dining area, Nicole took the parchment Arnold handed her, initially regarding him with a puzzled expression before lowering her gaze to read it closely. "Where's this acceptance letter from? Arnold, didn't you already decide to attend your school as secondary school? Have you changed your mind? I'm curious to see which school holds such allure." "Hogwarts? I've never heard of it. Do you know if it's far from London?" "Wait a moment. A school of magic? Magic? Where did you come across this? This must be some kind of prank." As she spoke, Nicole raised her eyes to Arnold, her gaze filled with skepticism as if to say, "Son, you can't possibly believe this nonsense is real." "I truly believe it. Just like the novels and films I've watched, the letter was delivered by an owl, and its format and content are impeccable. Moreover, the system in my mind just issued a task as evidence." "Oh." The task of receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter had been inadvertently completed, and I had gained 100 points of energy, the purpose of which was still a mystery. Yet, Arnold felt a throbbing headache. He knew this wasn't a prank, but he couldn't explain it to Nicole. "Oh, I see. This must be a limited edition gift designed for your new book, right? I remember you telling me that your new book has magic or superpowers. Much like Frozen. Is Hogwarts an important scene in the story?" Nicole mused, impressed. "Not bad. It's quite realistic. Your fans should love it. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. While it is true that this is an important prop for my new book, I swear to Merlin, this isn't something I conjured up myself." At that moment of receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter, Arnold had resolutely shifted his faith to Merlin. The current situation was that he was now a mere scribe in the world of Harry Potter, having just finished writing Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and now possessing a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts that appeared in the book. I understood that this letter originated from the Harry Potter universe, yet my mother, Nicole, mistakenly believed it to be a prop I had created for my book. I felt dizzy. I would have to wait for someone from Hogwarts to come and explain. Being born into a Muggle family, this was my rightful treatment. I wondered if it would be Dumbledore who came. Impossible. I'm not some significant figure. How could I trouble old Dumbledore to run errands for me? Harry Potter was picked up by Hagrid. It was likely that a random professor would simply dispatch my mother and me. If it were Professor Trelawney, how wonderful. I was super curious about what kind of prophecy she would make for me. Could she discern my origins? As a traveler not belonging to this world, would she be able to predict my fate? If her prophecy foretold my demise, so be it. All mortals meet their end, wizards included. It's merely a matter of time. Moreover, Trelawney's predictions about death were often not entirely unfounded, but the timing was notoriously unreliable. It could also be Snape who arrived. I could tolerate his stoic demeanor, but I was uncertain if he would casually use legilimency on me. Regardless of Snape's character, as a traveler harboring a significant secret, I must remain vigilant. Furthermore, whether it be due to Voldemort's persuasion or as a spy sent by Dumbledore, Snape had once been a Death Eater, and his actions might not always be scrupulous. In any case, while Snape's integrity was assured, minor details remained questionable. Moreover, Arnold did not wish to place his safety in the whims of others. So how should he defend against legilimency? A mental shielding charm? I didn't even know which way Hogwarts entrance faced. Not everyone at Hogwarts could cast such a spell. Where would I learn it? Contemplating complex problems in my mind, how could I lead any potential eavesdropper into a pitfall? It seemed rather challenging. Although I consistently scored above passing in calculus, I knew nothing of concepts like Goldbach's conjecture or the Riemann hypothesis. What if I continuously recited couplets in my mind? A timeless couplet, perhaps? No, they would be utterly incomprehensible, and it was unlikely to capture anyone's attention immediately. The two methods I had encountered in fanfiction seemed unsuitable. Truly, I should have studied math and science more diligently. Fortunately, despite his lack of formal skills, Arnold had gained considerable knowledge in other areas. In a world just as captivating as Harry Potter, a certain super interesting superhero had provided an excellent example. Indeed, Arnold decided to emulate Deadpool by repeatedly telling himself, "Snape or Lily, you are mere characters within a story. You are but figments of imagination. Whoever wishes to observe may do so." This tactic could even overwhelm the formidable Professor X, leading to immediate mental collapse. Oh, wait, that is not right. Deadpool is even more ruthless. Professor X doesn't want to see him, yet he creates chaos to force others to look. My greatest secret would be exposed. Why would I care if this world crumbles? As for whether Snape could accept that he is merely a fictional character within a novel, I doubted it. If worst came to worst, I'd add some embellishments, altering the emotional arcs of the story, vividly depicting the intricate relationship between Severus Snape and Harry Potter, spanning lifetimes. Or perhaps I could envision a dramatic exchange between the Half-Blood Prince and the headmaster of Hogwarts, complete with dynamic action sequences, perhaps even involving Grindelwald. Stop. That imagery is too beautiful. In summary, if I couldn't play out the story of Harry Potter, I could always stage my own version of Harry Potter's XXXX or Hogwarts XXXX. During Arnold's youthful years, he had endured the fiery pain of watching certain Harry Potter fanfictions, and now he finally had a chance to put those experiences to good use. Thanks to the forums, Jiang and the Fujoshi community. Note, one cannot simply flip through the pages of the human heart. Thoughts are not inscribed upon the mind. One cannot allow others to delve into them. The human heart is a complex and multi-layered entity. Porter's mind, at least in most cases, can delve into the thoughts of others and provide accurate interpretations under certain circumstances. Severus Snape's explanations, however, are not comprehended by the author, who remains oblivious to whether one can resist the masters of legilimency with whimsical thoughts. Yet, this premise is established, otherwise, the narrative would falter. In Chapter 7, Hello, Professor McGonagall, Arnold, half expecting and half cautious, speculates which professor from Hogwarts would come to brief him and Nicole. He attempts to reassure Nicole, this isn't my doing. Yet the content is rather intriguing, as if it were true. You can take a closer look, Mom. Perhaps it's a prank by a nearby child, but who knows? Maybe such a school truly exists, along with real magic. Nicole flips the parchment over, glances at it, and tosses it onto the table. Impossible. I think you're just losing it writing fiction. Oh right. Fiction. You're absolutely right, Nicole. I'll delete this novel right away. As Arnold hastens upstairs, he proposes, anything is possible. Didn't the acceptance letter mention waiting for my reply? Perhaps you could write a letter to inquire about it, to gather more information. Nicole's voice comes from behind. And you still claim it's not a prank? Where am I supposed to find an owl to deliver a letter? And this so-called magic school doesn't even have an address. It clearly doesn't exist. Arnold's suggestion was merely an attempt to help Nicole accept the existence of magic and the reality of Hogwarts. Unless one procures an owl from Diagon Alley. It is uncertain whether owls are available elsewhere, and even if they are, they wouldn't know the way to Hogwarts. However, it seems increasingly difficult to persuade Nicole. Never mind. Let the professor who is about to arrive deal with it. I must first clear away Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, otherwise, if any professor happens to see it, I fear their head might explode. Such kindness. Indeed. Arnold casually agrees with Nicole while operating on the computer. Delete. Empty the recycle bin. All settled. One might assume that wizards in the magical realm wouldn't bother to study how to recover data from mobile computers, right? Well, these pre-written manuscripts must be burned as well. Peering down from upstairs, Arnold sees Nicole tending to the vase in the living room. He quickly descends, dashes into the kitchen, and ignites a thick stack of manuscripts. What is that smell? Arnold, what are you doing in the kitchen? Nothing much, Mom. Look outside quickly. The owl messenger has arrived again. This time, I couldn't possibly be deceiving you. Another owl swoops in, its feathers distinct from the previous one. It flies through the first floor window, dropping a parchment onto the table, covering the acceptance letter Nicole had placed down. As the last scrap of manuscript burns to ashes, Arnold tidies up the remnants and rushes to Nicole's side. Glancing at the table, the parchment is slightly curled at both ends, with a simple message in the middle. I shall visit Professor McGonagall at 7:37. Oh, it is indeed Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress who possesses the elegance of a cat. As a traverser of realms, particularly one equipped with a system, Arnold feels quite satisfied with his luck. Pulling his head back, Arnold proudly gazes at Nicole, who has also peeked at the letter, conveying with his eyes, now do you believe? It is now 7:36:05, leaving less than a minute. Nicole, expressionless, raises her wrist to check the time, then opens the front door and steps outside. There are no pedestrians nearby, and the distant street is devoid of vehicles. Scanning the surroundings, Nicole turns back to her clueless son. You've been deceived, Arnold. No, perhaps Professor McGonagall is nearby. We just haven't noticed her yet. After all, she can perform magic. Following Nicole outside, Arnold suppresses his curiosity and feigns calmness, shifting his gaze from a street lamp where he thinks he has spotted a cat, and earnestly states the truth. Haha. Magic. Now that it's 7:37, where is this so-called Professor McGonagall? She is right there. Upon hearing Arnold, Nicole swiftly turns her head, following his gaze to see a tall woman in a black robe, somewhat aged, approaching. Standing on her tiptoes to peek behind the woman, Nicole sees only a row of recently lit street lamps and the mottled shadows beneath them. I just checked here, there was no one. How did she appear? Without any mode of transport. Could it be that she truly possesses magic? Or perhaps some invisible superpower? Suppressing her inner doubts, Nicole tentatively inquires, Professor McGonagall? The newcomer nods gently. It is I, madam. May I ask where you come from? I mean, did you really arrive using magic? Seeing Nicole both anxious and curious, nearly at a loss for words, Arnold quickly pats her arm. Mom, let us invite our guest inside. I believe this is not something that can be clarified in just a few sentences. Oh, right, indeed. How rude of me. Professor McGonagall, please, come in. Nicole snaps back to reality, apologetically inviting McGonagall inside, immediately bustling to make her tea. There's no need for fuss. I must explain the situation to you before heading to my next destination. Despite not being the mainstream in the magical world, there are indeed some small wizards like Mr. Adams born into Muggle families every year in the UK. Just as McGonagall is about to elaborate, she notices Nicole straying too far and quickly calls out to stop her. Muggle? Efficiently preparing the tea, Nicole brings it over and sets it before McGonagall, then stands beside Arnold, repeating the unfamiliar word with a discontented tone. She doesn't understand its meaning, but instinctively feels it is not a favorable term. Muggle? Arnold echoes, striving to play the role of a curious child fascinated by magic. McGonagall succinctly explains, ordinary people without magical talent. We commonly refer to them as muggles, whether in a rush or simply dismissive of the term's implications. McGonagall does not seem inclined to provide a detailed explanation to Nicole. However, her response evidently does not satisfy Nicole. Fortunately, Arnold gently tugging at Nicole's sleeve temporarily diverts her from pursuing the matter further, leaving her brow furrowed in contemplation. Muggle. Arnold acknowledges that this term might carry a slight condescension from wizards towards ordinary people. Yet it is generally more neutral compared to the derogatory term mud-blood used for wizards from Muggle families. Additionally, the phonetic translation in Chinese often evokes associations with foolishness or silliness, but that is beyond remedy, given the vastness of the language. For someone like Arnold from Sichuan, it could even allude to watermelon child. Yet, one wonders where an ordinary British woman like Nicole derives such intuition. McGonagall paid little heed to Nicole's expression, but instead noted Arnold's actions, naturally directing her gaze toward the boy. Hello, Mr. Adams. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Arnold's voice quivered slightly, unable to suppress his excitement. There was no need for restraint or concealment. Chapter 8. This is magic. Just moments ago, outside the house, the dim light had obscured details. But now Arnold had the opportunity to scrutinize the serious, upright, and responsible witch before him. Although he could hardly recall every plot point and detail of the film, the images of the significant characters remained vivid in his mind. To Arnold, Professor McGonagall, while not an exact replica of her cinematic portrayal, bore a striking resemblance. Perhaps even embodying a greater elegance and charisma. It felt as though the film version had been enhanced with beauty filters. If Professor McGonagall was not an anomaly, it seemed this world held many wonders. One could even anticipate a more polished version of Miss Hermione Granger, portrayed by Emma Watson in the movie. I confess, I am base. I indulge in this desire. In truth, even the original depiction of the gap-toothed girl was not unappealing, perhaps in a few years. With a bit of grooming, she could be quite acceptable. However, the dark-skinned girl? I refuse to accept. Then there were the sisters Fleur and Gabrielle, with their Vila lineage. One a mature beauty, the other a youthful charm. If they were a pair of sisters, civilization, harmony, integrity, and kindness. Let us not dwell on peaches, but rather aspire to find an autumn Zhang who aligns with the aesthetic of the Chinese populace, for while the film version is not unattractive, it does not capture the exquisite beauty portrayed in the original text. In truth, I am not particularly picky. As long as one resembles a celestial sister, that would suffice. I could even begrudgingly accept someone akin to Lupia Piel. No. If this world boasts a populace adorned with beauty, how is it that I suddenly feel Dobby may very well emerge as the greatest victor? With a striking resemblance to the handsome Emperor Pugging, combined with a refined demeanor, how splendid. Startled by the image of Dobby riding a bear, Arnold, with utmost seriousness, addressed Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, my mother, Ms. Melissa, and I hope you can demonstrate to us that magic truly exists. Please begin your performance. The only one truly needing proof was Nicole, while Arnold merely wished to savor the spectacle. What would she do? Professor McGonagall excelled in transfiguration. Would she transform the button on my clothing into a mouse? But it was summer, and I had only one button above the zipper of my pants. If it were to become a mouse, would it not scurry away? Arnold found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts when the resonant voice of Professor McGonagall pierced through his reverie. Indeed, that is precisely the purpose of my journey. Her mission to demonstrate the existence of magic to Muggle families and to introduce them to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was one she undertook with utmost professionalism, making her the most adept among the esteemed professors of Hogwarts. In stark contrast, there was the dim-witted Hagrid, often embroiled in mishaps, and the perpetually stoic Snape, who seemed unperturbed by the prospect of frightening young children. Suddenly, McGonagall withdrew her wand, gesturing gracefully in the air. To Arnold's astonishment, the liquid within the teacup diminished before his very eyes, coalescing in front of McGonagall's wand. Wow, he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise despite having mentally prepared himself. Even with his eyes having witnessed countless Hollywood spectacles in a previous life, the extraordinary sight before him left him in awe. With a sharp pop, the water vanished, revealing a magnificent butterfly poised delicately atop McGonagall's wand. Its azure wings were adorned with intricate black patterns and speckled with silvery dots. Is this real? Nicole inched closer, instinctively reaching out to touch it. As the butterfly fluttered gently to rest on the back of her hand, she gasped, "Goodness, it's a real butterfly. How beautiful it is." Arnold's lips curled slightly, pondering whether beauty was truly the focal point. The butterfly species in my hometown nearly rivals the entirety of Europe, rendering it quite unremarkable. What a splendid display. Nicole and Arnold, mother and son, each marveled at the spectacle before them, one captivated by the outcome, the other by the process. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under McGonagall's guidance, the butterfly took flight from her wand, pausing momentarily in Nicole's palm before swirling around Arnold and finally hovering above the teacup. Anticipating McGonagall's intentions, Arnold gazed intently at the butterfly, unwavering as he awaited the transformation into a water sphere. In the watchful eyes of everyone in the room, the butterfly remained unchanged in midair, ultimately plunging directly into the teacup with a resounding splash, although the water splattered onto the table. The elegance of that entry into the water earned a perfect score of 101. It was as beautiful as a flower butterfly. Arnold and Nicole unconsciously leaned closer to the teacup, peering inside. What they found was not a butterfly, but merely a cup of ordinary black tea. As Arnold gazed at the rippling liquid, Nicole remained uncertain of his thoughts. She felt somewhat dazed. Had that exquisitely tangible butterfly truly existed? This, indeed, was magic. Magna's voice, calm yet tinged with a hint of pride, echoed throughout the room. Upon hearing Magna's words, Nicole came to her senses, exhaling deeply as she steadied her racing heart. She opened her mouth, poised to speak, but then glanced at the visibly excited Arnold. Reason and composure, she repeatedly reminded herself. Her current choice could very well determine her son's fate for a lifetime. After a considerable pause, Nicole sincerely remarked, "The butterfly is beautiful. I mean, it is quite extraordinary." Magna nodded gently, her expression serene. Nicole's reaction mirrored that of many Muggle parents encountering magic for the first time, a phenomenon to which she had long since become accustomed. However, Nicole's subsequent words were less amicable. Yet, this seems to serve little purpose. Transforming objects into animals and back again, neither edible nor wearable, creates no tangible value. If Arnold were to attend that so-called magical school to learn such tricks, would he inevitably graduate to become a magician? Professor McGonagall was still attentively listening to Nicole, recognizing that these inquiries were rather common in her previous home visits. However, Arnold, eager to step into the realm of magic, furrowed his brow. As McGonagall's performance seemed rather lackluster, he truly had not anticipated that, after witnessing the wonders of magic, Nicole would still harbor doubts about his enrollment at Hogwarts. Yet, it appeared that Nicole's concerns held some weight. Magic indeed could not serve as a means of sustenance. According to the so-called Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, magic could not conjure food out of thin air, though it could multiply it. Arnold could hardly recall the specifics. As for clothing, wizards possessed repair spells, making a few outfits sufficient for a lifetime. This was hardly glamorous. Their fashion lagged at least a century behind that of ordinary people. When it came to creating wealth through magic, or in simpler terms, earning money, the prospects appeared even bleaker. Based on Arnold's understanding of Harry Potter, most half-blood and Muggle-born wizards lived rather ordinary lives. Even the prestigious-sounding 28 pure-blood families were often merely remnants of ancestral affluence. Purity of blood was simply a means for wizarding families to preserve their lineage, bearing no relation to nobility, let alone any notion of sanctity. Families like the Malfoys, who had amassed considerable wealth and land by forging early connections with the British royal family and nobility prior to the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, were exceedingly rare. That said, pure-blood families did possess some legacy in the magical community, with numerous connections to Muggles, yet few were as impoverished as the Weasley family. Thanks to the conveniences of spells for repair and cleaning, their living expenses were minimal, and with a small garden for growing vegetables and raising chickens, they could sustain themselves despite their modest means. Thus, in their desire for a daughter, the couple labored day and night. Look at the consequences of their lack of restraint. Their thoughts consumed by such trivial matters, how could their lives flourish? It was no wonder they relied on second-hand goods. Overall, wizards in the magical realm, when compared to the wealthiest Muggles, not to mention a humble writer like Arnold, led considerably less affluent lives. They could have remained in the world of ordinary people, amassing wealth and enjoying the comforts that technology affords. Yet, I, Arnold Adams, unhesitatingly choose to embrace the allure of magic. What a profoundly moving ideal in pursuit of life. Task name: Persuade Nicole. Task objective: to gain your mother Nicole's consent regarding the invitation from the magical realm. Task description: you yearn to study wondrous magic at Hogwarts. Yet as an underage child, all your actions require the approval and support of your guardian. Task reward: 100 energy points. System: begone. Am I seeking that meager reward? I aspire to enter Hogwarts, and once immersed in the magical world, I will encounter an abundance of tasks and rewards. Magic is not mere trickery. McGonagall first solemnly emphasized this point before explaining. Hogwarts boasts nearly a millennium of history and is one of the 3 finest magical schools in Europe. Every student who successfully graduates from Hogwarts can secure a respectable position within the magical community, earning sufficient wages to sustain a normal life while also having the means to procure various materials, allowing wizards to continue exploring the mysteries of magic after leaving school. Moreover, Mr. Adams, while I am uncertain why the magic within you has not yet exhibited uncontrolled surges, it was only a few minutes ago that a slight fluctuation was detected by the acceptance quill, recording your name in the register of admittance. Oh, the acceptance quill and the register of admittance. These names seem familiar. Detection, recording, names. It dawned on me. Harry, Neville. I recall having seen such descriptions somewhere in a past life. The acceptance quill and the register of admittance were crafted by Hogwarts founders, predating even the construction of Hogwarts Castle. After the castle's completion, they were placed within a locked tower. It is said that the acceptance quill is made from the feather of a phoenix, typically resting in a silver inkwell. The phoenix feather repels water, rendering the inkwell seemingly empty, yet it can still inscribe words. The register of admittance, on the other hand, consists of parchment pages bound in black dragon hide, and since being confined to Hogwarts Tower, this proud artifact has not been touched by human hands. When a child born in Britain or Ireland first demonstrates magical aptitude, the acceptance quill will fly out of the inkwell, attempting to inscribe that child's name in the register. However, as the overseer of the acceptance quill, the register will reject the quill's writing unless it deems the evidence of the child's magical ability sufficiently compelling. Harry Potter, the protagonist of this world, had his name inscribed in the register the moment he was born. Whether he was destined for greatness, Arnold could not say. But he was undeniably formidable. The register of admittance had deemed him worthy. In stark contrast, Neville Longbottom's fate was quite the opposite. Upon his birth, the acceptance quill sought to record his name, only to be deemed unfit by the register, which automatically erased it. What a callous fate. Life is indeed profoundly unjust. Both Neville and Harry possess the innate talent and aptitude to be the protagonists of their tale. However, it was severe as Snape's failure to overhear the entirety of the prophecy that led Voldemort to fixate solely on Harry, thus designating him as the central character of the narrative. It was not until Neville's 8th year, when he miraculously survived a perilous fall from great heights, that the stringent acceptance criteria finally acknowledged him as a wizard. It is widely recognized that the physical attributes of wizards, such as strength and agility, are not significantly different from those of ordinary individuals. However, their resilience is markedly superior. To assert that wizards possess robust physiques may be somewhat misleading. Rather, they are exceptionally durable, able to withstand injuries that would be fatal to a mere mortal. With such a foundation, should they engage in diligent training, achieving premier or even exceptional physical prowess may not be a daunting task for wizards. This explains why I can indulge in late-night gaming without hindrance to my growth, excel in various sports as long as I exert myself, and rarely fall ill or sustain injuries. Being a wizard is indeed a delight. Yet, most other wizards do not share this sentiment, having already acquired convenient and powerful magic. They perceive physical endurance as sufficient and question the necessity of rigorous training. As Arnold contemplated the knowledge he had acquired, Professor McGonagall continued her earnest discourse. However, if you do not pursue formal education at a magical institution to learn how to control the magical energy within you, it is highly likely that, as your magical power intensifies in the future, it could inflict irreparable harm upon you or those around you. Pardon? What had Professor McGonagall said earlier? That was not the segment I recalled. Previously, she mentioned that the magical energy within me had only just begun to fluctuate, detected by the Quill of Acceptance at Hogwarts. I remember reading in the original text or elsewhere that children with wizardly potential typically exhibit magical surges by the age of 5 or 6, or at the latest, by 7 or 8. Why, then, at nearly 11 years old, has my magical energy only just begun to stir? What Arnold remained unaware of was that when he fully awakened at the age of 3, the Quill of Acceptance had intended to inscribe his name in the Book of Admission. However, like Neville, he was mercilessly rejected by the book at that time. Even just moments ago, during Professor McGonagall's final inspection of the book this year, the Quill of Acceptance struggled with the book for 10 minutes, attempting 3 times before finally recording Arnold's name upon its pages. Arnold was oblivious to the altercation occurring in a small tower at Hogwarts. He merely wished to comprehend what had transpired a mere 10 minutes prior. Had the lights flickered unexpectedly? Had objects floated uncontrollably? None of these phenomena had occurred. The sole anomaly was the activation of my golden finger system. Arnold promptly activated the system interface in his mind, delving into the log records. Light. Wait, not this one. System fully charged, initiating. Ah, this is it. The energy fueling the system must be the magic coursing through my veins. It is only because the system has absorbed enough that I can retain my magic, which then allowed the acceptance quill to perceive me and the entry book to accept me. Truly, what a master. Without so much as a warning, it drained me dry. Otherwise, I might have deduced that I was in the world of Harry Potter, and I wouldn't have had to toil to write a novel only to incinerate it in the end. With no British novels left to copy, I could always turn to American works. Writing a series akin to Goosebumps at the age of 11 or 12 wouldn't be excessive, would it? Even if the tales become too numerous to recall, I could still concoct a few volumes with some creative mixing. In a few more years, as I mature, I could alternate between releasing works akin to The Hunger Games or Twilight, delving into the realm of young adult literature. I shall undoubtedly be a great author. Mark my words. On another note, the fact that the system siphoned away my magic is not entirely detrimental, aside from fully activating this golden key. Uncontrolled magic is inherently perilous. Who knows when it might erupt unexpectedly? Even if my power is minimal due to my youth, while I may remain unscathed, the family computer, Mac, or FC could succumb to disaster, which would be tragic. I must disconnect the power to these devices and only reconnect them when needed. Although my magic has been absorbed by the system, I can learn to control it later. It is better to be safe than sorry, for these are precious treasures. Moreover, if the magic had remained pinned up within me, it might have ultimately become volatile. A mere flicker could lead to chaos. And even if fortune favored me and I didn't explode, I would likely not live past 10. Thank you, dear system, for saving my life. Author's note. In the official materials provided by Rolling on Pottermore, the entry book rejects the chaotic scribblings of the acceptance quill with a resounding clap, shutting itself to prevent writing. The author finds this difficult to comprehend. Without any writing, how could anyone aside from the two magical artifacts know what the quill intended to inscribe? Thus, from where did Rowling ascertain Neville's story? Is Pottermore not merely a fabrication? Oh, the author has amended the setting in the book. The acceptance quill may write, but the entry book will automatically erase it. Chapter 10. A question from a mother. Arnold was still somewhat distracted, while Nicole, both anxious and skeptical, kept exclaiming, "Oh, really? I had no idea that possessing wizardly talent could be so perilous. Madam, it's not that I doubt your words. But don't you think you might be exaggerating a tad? Arnold has been perfectly fine all these years, rarely even falling ill or getting hurt. Moreover, you mentioned some magical fluctuations just a few minutes ago, but I was dining with Arnold at that time and saw nothing out of the ordinary." McGonagall earnestly addressed Nicole's concerns. Indeed, it is true. There have been numerous instances of young wizards from Muggle families causing damage or injuring themselves or others due to surges of magic. However, upon entering Hogwarts to study magic, such issues are easily resolved. Meanwhile, Arnold rolled his eyes secretly, thinking to himself, "You say you don't doubt her, but come on, Mother. You're almost implying that Professor McGonagall is engaging in alarmism, exaggerating the situation just to lure your dim-witted son into Hogwarts. The wizarding world, despite its sparse population, surely wouldn't he be so concerned about one or two individuals, particularly someone as average as me, who is just shy of 11 and only just barely qualifies for the acceptance list? And besides, does my brilliant son really seem so easily deceived?" Suddenly, Arnold interjected. "May I ask a question?" Once both adults turned their gaze towards him, he continued, "Professor McGonagall, does attending Hogwarts imply that I would enter the magical realm you speak of? And if I do enter this magical realm, must I completely sever ties with the life of ordinary people?" Arnold had already contemplated his future life as a wizard. He merely wished to reassure Nicole through the words of the evidently meticulous Professor McGonagall. As anticipated, McGonagall's response was not unexpected. "Yes. The moment you step through the gates of Hogwarts, you will have entered the concealed magical world from Muggles. However, this does not mean you must entirely disconnect from the Muggle society. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy merely requires that wizards do not reveal the existence of magic in front of Muggles. Of course, Muggle relatives of wizards, including parents and spouses, are exempt from this rule." Glancing at Nicole, who stood beside Arnold, McGonagall added, "To be candid, Arnold, having traversed from a parallel world decades into the future, is more accustomed to the modern life of Muggles. It is not just the more primitive magical realm that feels alien to him. Even the bustling metropolis of London feels quite foreign. Otherwise, he would not engage in so many extracurricular activities, driven by an abundance of energy seeking an outlet. Without powerful computers, consoles, and smartphones, without gigabit fiber optics, 4G networks, and full Wi-Fi signals, what joy is there in such a life? With all that currency in his bank account, there is nowhere to spend it. I would to even want a mansion like the Malfoys unless O2 first gave it a makeover." Conversely, the magical realm, while less advanced than early 1990s London, captivated him due to the inherent charm of magic itself. At present, Arnold's fascination with magic far surpassed his interest in Super Mario and SimCity. After McGonagall concluded her explanation, Arnold turned to Nicole. "Then it's settled, Mother. During every holiday in the academic year, and after graduating from the magical school, I can return here to live with you. What do you think? I believe that between my ever-increasing earnings and your future salary as a graduate of Cass Business School, we can lead a truly comfortable life. Studying magic will not diminish my quality of life. I trust this should leave you with no reason to refuse my attending Hogwarts." Yet, he underestimated the complexity of a mother's worries. Having never experienced marriage or parenthood in his previous life, Arnold was oblivious to the extent of a mother's concerns for her child. Nicole merely nodded lightly, acknowledging his words, but then turned back to Professor McGonagall, persistently inquiring, "I apologize, Professor, but I have one more question." Though slightly impatient, McGonagall maintained her politeness, replying, "Please proceed. Where exactly is this Hogwarts school? Is it within the confines of England? How far is it from London? Is the journey safe? And what about the school itself? If Arnold were to attend school there, how many years would he need to study? Are the holidays similar to those in other ordinary schools in the UK? By the way, communication is possible there. right? Furthermore, is the variety of food in the school sufficiently diverse? What are the living conditions like? Also, how is the tuition fee structured at your school? Can I pay extra for Arnold to reside in a more comfortable room? Nicole's barrage of questions flowed forth like a machine gun, her insatiable curiosity evident. Not only was Professor McGonagall left bewildered, unsure of where to begin in her responses, but Arnold himself was also momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed that earning more money than his mother would alter their relationship of care, yet at that moment, he truly comprehended that. Regardless of his ability to earn through his studies or excel in other areas, he remained, in Nicole's eyes, a child in need of nurturing and protection. The extent of a mother's care and concern for her child became vividly apparent to Arnold. With a heart full of emotion, he gently reassured Nicole, "Mother, please do not worry excessively. As a long-established institution, if Hogwarts could not ensure the safety and peace of mind of its students, it would likely have ceased to exist long ago." Hogwarts? Safe? I could hardly believe that myself. The position of defense against the dark arts was cursed, and the school itself had seen calamities each year since the arrival of a certain savior, culminating in even Dumbledore's demise. Alas, my conscience ached. To convince Nicole, I was practically fabricating tales with open eyes. However, knowing full well that Hogwarts was not as secure as Professor McGonagall claimed, I realized I must prepare myself. Reflecting on Harry's time before enrollment, it seemed there were few incidents, aside from the inherent dangers posed by the defense against the dark arts professors. Harry's first year involved the Philosopher's Stone, the second year the Chamber of Secrets, and the third year a monstrous dog. Overall, it appeared that Hogwarts was relatively safe until the Triwizard Tournament. As long as I kept my distance from the Goblet of Fire and managed to survive until the term's end, being a year older than Harry and his friends. With over 4 years of diligent study, I should have acquired most of the knowledge required. After all, I was a man of systems. Once I reached my 5th year, when the dangers at Hogwarts escalated, I could simply refrain from attending altogether, consider it truancy, or even better, withdrawal from the school. After all, Uncle Gates and young Zuckerberg had already set the precedent. Truly remarkable lives often begin with dropping out. Chapter 11. The Best Mother in the World. Arnold contemplated how to ensure his safety in the turbulent waters of Hogwarts, while Professor McGonagall, standing on the opposite side, repeatedly opened and closed her lips, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The multitude of questions loomed large, each one more intricate than the last, leaving her quite exasperated. Were it not for her apprehension that Arnold might forego the opportunity to study magic at Hogwarts, leading to increasingly frequent and potent magical outbursts as he matured, McGonagall would have felt an overwhelming urge to turn and walk away. Pureblood or half-blood families typically educate their young wizards to familiarize themselves with and control their magic, ensuring they are sent to Hogwarts at the appropriate age. Consequently, the school's staff enjoys a relatively relaxed routine, free from external duties and the need to waste breath on those ignorant of magic. However, for young wizards born into Muggle families, the professors at Hogwarts dare not be negligent, as their recruitment efforts carry an element of compulsion. If these young wizards were left unattended in the outside world, as they aged, the intensity of their innate magic would also escalate, posing a grave risk of bodily harm or property damage should a magical eruption occur. Consider, for instance, a gifted young wizard crossing a busy intersection, suddenly losing control of his magic, resulting in the traffic lights going haywire. A catastrophic scenario indeed. While the aftermath may involve healing the injured and erasing memories, the unfortunate reality is that lives lost cannot be restored. The burden of such calamities would naturally fall upon the Ministry of Magic, and subsequently on Hogwarts, with McGonagall herself bearing the brunt of the accountability. Even more concerning is the potential for a child, feeling like an outcast, to suppress their innate magic, leading to a quiet implosion that could one day erupt with devastating consequences. Fearing that Arnold's presence in the Muggle world could foster a volatile element, Professor McGonagall found herself unable to rush off to visit another Muggle family, despite her eagerness to persuade Nicole to agree to Arnold attending Hogwarts. She meticulously organized her thoughts and began addressing the myriad, daunting inquiries posed by Nicole. The safety of Hogwarts is beyond question. Our esteemed headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, is one of the most powerful wizards in the entire magical realm, and no place is more secure than Hogwarts. There exists a dedicated train for students commuting between the school and London. However, the location of Hogwarts must remain confidential, meaning that the platform is not accessible to Muggles. Only wizards may enter and board the train. Furthermore, due to the investments from the school board and subsidies from the British Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts will cover all expenses related to students' education, accommodation, and meals, with no additional fees required or accepted. Families need only procure the necessary items listed in the acceptance letter from Diagon Alley, the address for which is also included therein. The headmaster is quite formidable. Traveling by train from London, tuition, travel, and board are all complimentary, with no exceptions allowed. As Nicole absorbed Professor McGonagall's revelations, she lovingly glanced at Arnold and continued, "That's wonderful. By the way, can he bring his gaming console to school? He adores it, and if that's not feasible, I might need to agree to his purchasing a laptop. What a curious notion. Arnold evokes both laughter and profound emotion, as he is acutely aware that his knowledge of the past is futile. In his previous life, Arnold was an orphan, devoid of maternal affection. However, in this incarnation, Nicole has shown him remarkable kindness. When their son leaves home for school, he eagerly requests to take along a gaming console or a laptop, all to ensure his happiness in the confines of a boarding school. With a mother so devoted, what more could one desire? A gaming console? A computer? McGonagall laboriously repeated the unfamiliar terms from Nicole's speech, then shook her head. I apologize, madam, but I do not quite comprehend what you were referring to. It sounds like a contraption used by muggles for gaming. Wouldn't such a machine be rather large and inconvenient to transport? It is perplexing how muggles think. Enjoying games is entirely natural. Minerva McGonagall, recalls her youth as a graceful figure on the Quidditch pitch, and Wizard's chess was scarcely rivaled within the British magical community. Though both Quidditch and Wizard's chess were specifically crafted by wizards as forms of entertainment, the notion of constructing a large machine solely for gaming is bewildering. Not too large. Actually, Nicole countered, gesturing with her hands to illustrate its size. However, it needs to be connected to a television to play. Are there televisions in the Hogwarts student dormitories? Before McGonagall could respond, she turned to Arnold and added, if not, we would have to acquire a television to bring along. I wonder if it would fit. Otherwise, Arnold, you should consider taking the laptop to school. Aside from gaming, it can serve other practical purposes as well. Arnold, with his hand pressed against his forehead, sighed in frustration, unable to believe that Nicole genuinely thought he had abandoned a perfectly functioning Macintosh. With a look of disdain, she uttered her absurd remark. This Macintosh was outdated. With limited software, acquiring a new computer was essential for enhanced learning and writing. Who was it that insisted on preserving handwritten manuscripts for decades? Wouldn't it be more meaningful to save from the very first draft? What need is there for a computer? Not noticing Arnold's gestures and expressions, McGonagall furrowed her brow and stated, at Hogwarts, all electronic devices are prohibited. There are no televisions, and if those gaming consoles require electricity, I regret to inform you that they cannot be used here. Nicole, puzzled, inquired why? While I agree that excessive gaming is detrimental, I believe that moderate play can indeed have cognitive benefits. This blanket policy you enforce seems excessive, Nicole. I hereby declare that from this moment on, you are the best mother in the world. McGonagall sternly interrupted. This has nothing to do with Hogwarts regulations. The fluctuations of magic affect the stability of electrical currents. And there are countless young wizards practicing magic at Hogwarts at all times. Thus, to safeguard both the young wizards and the electronic devices, we have enacted a comprehensive enchantment that renders all electronic devices inoperable within the Hogwarts grounds. Note 1. Arnold had long been aware from novels and films of the impossibility of using electrical appliances at Hogwarts. Even Hermione's beloved Hogwarts history mentioned it. However, he was unclear about the specific reasons. He recalled that many wizards were loyal listeners of the radio and had even established their own wizarding radio station. Note 2. Now, with Professor McGonagall's explanation, Arnold understood that electrical devices could theoretically function in a magical environment, but they were at risk of short-circuiting due to magical fluctuations. The more frequent and intense the magical waves, the more unstable the devices became. Self-destruction was a minor concern compared to the potential harm to individuals. As a school dedicated to training young wizards, Hogwarts had adopted the most prudent solution, prohibition. Indeed, in the face of possible risks, all schools worldwide tend to adopt a similar approach. Note 1. The most contentious issue here may be Colin Creevy's camera. The original text did not specify whether it operated on batteries or magic, only mentioning that to animate the photographs, a special developing potion was required. However, a foreign Harry Potter reference website collected information from Pottermore and J.K. Rowling's responses to reader inquiries, where she stated that Colin's camera was magically initiated. A Chinese fan site once collaborated with this foreign site to translate the information, but that Chinese site has since closed and is no longer accessible. Some content was replicated on Baidu Jidao to answer similar questions. P.S. That foreign site once attempted to publish and sell this information, but was subsequently sued by Rowling. Note 2. This information is sourced from Pottermore, which discusses technology, theology. Rowling stated that some wizards were captivated by Muggle television sets. In the early 1980s, a group of wizards attempted to establish the British Wizarding Broadcasting Corporation to create their own television channel. However, this initiative was quashed in its infancy, as the Ministry of Magic refused to allow wizarding broadcasts on Muggle devices, fearing it would severely violate international secrecy laws. Some individuals argued that this decision was unfair and contradictory, as radios had already been utilized by wizards, leading to the establishment of stations for broadcasting wizarding programs. The ministry acknowledged that Muggles occasionally heard snippets, such as how to trim toxic tentacles or extract goblins from cabbage patches, but maintained that the audience for radio was seemingly more gullible and less discerning than television viewers. P.S. In Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, members of D.A. hid in the Room of Requirement and were still able to listen to Potterwatch. It remains unclear whether the room itself is exempt from Hogwarts restrictions or if the radio created within it operates independently of electricity. Chapter 12. I am curious. After hearing Professor McGonagall's explanation, Nicole apologized. So that's how it is. I'm sorry for misunderstanding. She then consoled Arnold. Since it's for safety, we must accept it. However, Arnold, you can now focus all your energy on your studies. As for those video games, you can play them when you return during the holidays. My goodness, why must all energy be devoted to studying? Arnold thought to himself, astonished at how quickly Nicole's stance had shifted. Upon hearing this, McGonagall's already furrowed brow tightened further. Holidays were never a time for relaxation. Though she wished to avoid wasting time in futile disputes, the arrogance stemming from being a witch compelled McGonagall to remark, I believe Mr. Adams, having experienced the wonders of magic, will no longer yearn for those muggle games. Arnold merely smiled lightly, offering no rebuttal. The powerful and dazzling magic within the muggle games is beyond the imagination of the wizards in Harry Potter. You might find it hard to believe, but I play games to unlock more magic. I too find it hard to believe. Who possesses such energy? Playing games should be purely for enjoyment. Pondering over such matters seems rather tedious. Arnold is indeed immensely curious and yearning for magic, yet this desire is merely to enrich his life. There is no possibility of him relinquishing everything that constitutes a normal existence. With superpowers in one hand and financial prowess in the other, can there be anything more exhilarating? He aims to grasp both opportunities firmly, having alleviated Nicole's concerns from all angles, and although Arnold remains enamored with his games, he appears equally intrigued by the prospect of attending Hogwarts. Thus, Professor McGonagall, pressed for time, refrains from elaborating further. After briefly outlining other pertinent details, she promptly takes her leave. Well then, Mr. Adams, we shall reconvene at Hogwarts on September 1st. Arnold understood very well that even though Professor McGonagall was responsible for communicating with Muggle families regarding enrollment matters, it was rare to encounter someone as challenging as Nicole. Goodbye, McGonagall said, and before Arnold could finish his sentence, she waved her wand and vanished abruptly. Nicole stared at the spot where Professor McGonagall had just stood, momentarily dazed, before hastily moving to the adjacent area where she had previously been, carefully extending her hand to attempt to touch the air. After a considerable pause, Nicole exclaimed in wonder, She has gone? How marvelous. It must be some form of teleportation magic. Arnold nodded, although he did not comprehend the incantation. He could surmise the type of magic Professor McGonagall had employed. In comparison to the more predictable disillusionment charm, the apparition spell was exceedingly sudden, lacking even the slightest sound to announce its execution. How convenient, Nicole remarked enviously. Subsequently, the mother and son exchanged a silent glance. Arnold found himself at a loss for words, while Nicole was utterly shaken by the recent revelations. After a prolonged silence, during which she quietly tidied up the teacup that Professor McGonagall had used to demonstrate magic, she finally urged Arnold to sit down on the sofa. Despite having heard numerous introductions from McGonagall, the concepts of magic and Hogwarts remained shrouded in mystery for Nicole, akin to observing a flower through a fog. Mystery implies the unknown, and the unknown is something people instinctively resist. She never imagined that magic was real, or that there existed a school dedicated to teaching it. She had thought it was all a figment of Arnold's imagination. With a sigh, Nicole turned to Arnold and made one last plea. Arnold, have you truly considered this? According to Professor McGonagall, the life of a wizard may not be as idyllic as we envision. There are no video games or computers, not even telephones or televisions. Your mother would never allow you to endure hardship like that. Indeed, the impoverished wizards lead rather dismal lives, and Hogwarts students are particularly unfortunate. The thought of temporarily bidding farewell to his passion that transcended two worlds brought Arnold to a melancholic state. Woe is me. Nicole, however, did not overlook the dangers mentioned by Professor McGonagall. Regarding the issues with your magical powers, we could inquire about hiring a tutor from the magical school or elsewhere. If what that professor said is genuinely perilous, I am certain they would not neglect it. A tutor? I never imagined that not only do you possess beauty, but your thoughts are equally grand. Arnold mused. Would even the most accommodating of wizards be willing to take on such a role? Should I pen a letter to Fleur Delacour to see if she would be interested in working her way through school in England? Picture her in Bose Baden's blue uniform, wielding a rosewood wand adorned with Vila hair, her aloof demeanor softened by a pair of plain glasses. A tutor, indeed. After Nicole expressed her tentative agreement to let him attend Hogwarts, Arnold felt a sense of elation. Civilization, harmony, integrity, kindness. He continued, in truth, I do know of one potential tutor, Remus Lupin, that impoverished werewolf. But how stubborn would I have to be to enlist a werewolf as my tutor? Even if Lupin harbors no malice, I cannot concoct wolfsbane potions unless the system grants me a monumental advantage immediately. Attending Hogwarts is undoubtedly the proper path. Mother. This afternoon Chambers announced his decision to sit for the entrance exam at Eton. Eton is also a boarding school with no access to video games. I cannot be outdone by him. Besides, I can always return home during the summer holidays to indulge in video games or computers. By the way, aren't you also planning to attend Cass Business School? That means you will have summer holidays next year as well, and we can travel together. For a fleeting moment, as certain unmentionable thoughts flitted through his mind, Arnold resolutely began to persuade her. Perhaps it was his mention of their potential travels together that struck a chord with Nicole. Her emerald eyes sparkled, and she ceased her insistence, instead voicing, "But what if your mother misses you? She wants to know your address. And there are no telephones at school." The directness of Westerners, even when it comes to one's own mother, was something Arnold still found somewhat jarring. Lowering his gaze, he pointed to a piece of parchment on the table and said, "We can write letters, using an owl. Don't you remember? This acceptance letter states that we must respond to the school via owl before July 31st. Nicole slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh right, we need an owl. We must go to that place, Diagon Alley, to purchase one. Let me see. The entrance is at the Leaky Cauldron, located at 21 Charing Cross Road. Is there a pub there, Arnold? I remember you once did a signing at a rather large bookstore on Charing Cross. Did you not notice this magical place?" Just as Arnold was about to explain, he decided to remain silent, pleased to see that Nicole was beginning to grasp the existence of magic. "So, when shall we visit Diagon Alley? I also need to stop by a nearby bookstore to procure some management books for my studies at Cass Business School. I must prepare in advance." Though Nicole's mention of buying books for herself seemed superfluous, Arnold keenly detected the curiosity brimming in her eyes. Curiosity about Diagon Alley and magic. When she did not receive an immediate response from Arnold, her facade of calm began to falter. He found amusement in her expression, sensing that 4 words were on the verge of escaping her lips. "Please, even if you have reclaimed your maiden name after the divorce, it is still Melissa, not Katanda." Arnold chuckled and remarked, "Well, we shall embark on our journey tomorrow." After absorbing a wealth of information, the two individuals retreated to their respective chambers, each lost in thought. It was at this moment that Arnold suddenly recalled, I possess a golden finger. System. Manifest yourself." Note, the reference is derived from the anime Hayaka, where the female protagonist is named Katanda Eru, known for her catchphrase, "I am quite curious." Chapter 13. The terrifying realization at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. This rudimentary system possesses but a singular style, simplicity. Arnold possesses merely 2 attributes, physical fitness rated at 1, 2 and magical potency at 1, 0. Without any comparative analysis or further elucidation, it is utterly impossible for Arnold to discern whether he is formidable or feeble. As for his magical strength, let us not dwell on that. If we juxtapose his physical fitness with Nicole's, it is evident that a healthy adult should possess a rating exceeding 1, 2. Moreover, there exists another attribute, bloodline development. According to the description, both physical fitness and magical potency are influenced by this bloodline development. Presently, his bloodline remains unknown, and its development is at 10, which sets the upper limits for physical fitness and magical potency at 1, 5 and 2, respectively. This implies that, in accordance with the description of bloodline development, both physical fitness and magical potency can be further enhanced through diligent training. My current physical fitness rating of 1, 2 is undeniably a testament to the prowess I have cultivated over years of exuberant activity on the elementary school playground. Bloodline. As I suspected, numerous formidable spells in the Harry Potter series are intricately linked to emotions, and now the system seems to fervently suggest that a wizard's magical prowess is derived from their bloodline. It raises the question, are you not sorcerers? The greater the charm, the mightier the wizard. Harry Potter's ability to vanquish Voldemort stems from his striking appearance. Hermione Granger's ascent from a mudblood is similarly attributed to her beauty. Ron Weasley? Meow? Oh Ron, do not jest. Marrying Hermione should suffice for your prestige. With my handsome visage and untamed charisma, my charm must surely be at its zenith. I am destined to become a legendary sorcerer of unparalleled prowess. Arnold S. Beard. As he momentarily drifted into thought, Arnold glanced back at the skills list. It was utterly devoid of content. Where were my command of Chinese? My proficiency in English? My mastery of plagiarism and adaptation? What about my prowess in tennis, cricket, and table tennis, which allowed me to outshine all my classmates? And what of the mechanical engineering I studied in my previous life? None of it counted? It seems only skills related to magic are recorded and acknowledged by the system. Well, whether it's my transmigration or the whims of the system, it does not pertain to the realm of science. It solely recognizes magic, which is entirely reasonable. However, while I understand the recording aspect, what is this influence all about? Could it be possible to level up and enhance my skills? This is something I am familiar with. Oh, so that is how it works. I possess energy. Having just completed the second task of persuading Nicole, Arnold had accumulated 200 points of energy. Yet, he had no place to spend it. He had not recorded any skills in the system, and now, with wealth in hand, he had no one to invest it in. Magic Diagon Alley, perhaps? I am quite looking forward to it. The next day, Arnold and Nicole exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter at each other's dark circles. After all, it was magic. A mystery known to few in this world. How could one possibly sleep soundly? The Leaky Cauldron? Arnold, you truly did not deceive me. Where is the pub? There is a bookstore on this side, a record store on that side. How could there possibly be space for a pub in between? On Charing Cross Road. Nicole clutched Arnold's notice and paced back and forth between the two shops, occasionally tapping and pushing against the narrow wall, gesturing as she went. Perhaps having just witnessed Professor McGonagall's demonstration, Nicole was still able to grasp the effects of magic, but after a night had passed, her thoughts had grown rather muggle-like. Indeed. It's true. By slightly channeling my magical energy as per the instructions on the notice, I can see the sign for the pub. Along with the large door concealed behind you, Arnold replied earnestly, pointing to the top of Nicole's head and then to the space behind her. Following Arnold's gestures, she looked up and turned around, yet still saw nothing. Thus, Nicole decided not to linger any longer and exclaimed, "What a marvelous magic. Just like when that female professor left yesterday." She then called out, "Arnold, come over and help me open the door. Let us hurry inside." Upon hearing this, Arnold immediately approached, standing beside Nicole. He cast a glance at her, equally filled with anticipation, and exerted a firm push against the narrow wall between the two shops. In stark contrast to the rare fine weather in London that day, as Arnold's palm made contact with the wooden door and pushed it open, the light before him abruptly dimmed. With a tight grip on his left hand, Nicole eagerly clutched him, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the barren wall, which suddenly transformed into two weathered wooden doors. Arnold held the door with his right hand to prevent it from closing automatically, while his left hand tugged at Nicole, who had momentarily turned away to face the wall. "I'm just curious," she murmured in dissatisfaction, but her attention was swiftly captured by the scene within the leaky cauldron. The initial task of entering the magical realm had been completed, rewarding them with 100 energy points. Additionally, discovering the new location of the leaky cauldron granted an exploration bonus of 50 energy points. Glancing at the system notification, Arnold did not dwell on it. There were numerous similar tasks on the system's list, and he surmised that this modest amount of energy would have a negligible impact on his skills. In any case, he would soon ascertain the answer. Darkness. This was Nicole's first impression upon entering the leaky cauldron alongside Arnold. The lighting was far from adequate. Despite London basking in rare sunshine today, this establishment remained shrouded in gloom. Filth permeated the atmosphere. Not only did the floors and furniture appear worn and dirty, but even the few patrons lurking in the corners seemed to sport unkempt attire. This sight disheartened Nicole greatly, however. Out of a sense of decorum and concern for her son, she stifled her discomfort, subtly shifting past Arnold to observe the elderly man approaching them. At this moment, Arnold was curiously scrutinizing the other person, specifically their hair. This must be the pub owner, right? What was his name again? He couldn't seem to recall. However, during this time, the proprietor appeared to possess a rather full head of hair around the Mediterranean, with a considerable amount still remaining at the center of his forehead, albeit with a rather high hairline. What had the owner experienced afterwards? In the subsequent films, he was hunched over and completely bald, if it weren't for his prominent nose. One might mistake him for Voldemort. Oh, right. He remembered now. The owner seemed to be named Tom. After Voldemort's demise, Tom also vanished, and the leaky cauldron was taken over by Hannah Abbott. A chilling thought indeed. "Hello, you two." The bald elder stood before them. "I am Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron." Indeed, it was Tom. Before Nicole could greet him, Tom noticed Arnold's fleeting change in expression and slightly lowered his gaze towards the boy. "A new student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, sir." Arnold forcibly shut down his wandering thoughts and nodded. "I am Arnold Adams, a new student at Hogwarts, and this is my mother, Melissa." After a brief glance at Nicole, Tom returned his attention to Arnold, saying, "I believe you need to head to Diagon Alley, correct?" Upon Arnold's nod, Tom revealed a faint smile and then turned to Nicole, stating impassively, "Please, follow me." "Thank you, sir." Although Nicole sensed the owner's disdain for ordinary people, she remained courteous, taking Arnold's hand and following Tom. The beauty of physics? What nonsense is this? Wizards study such books? It hardly seems magical. As they passed a table, Arnold's sharp eyes spotted a book turned upside down. Initially assuming it to be a magic tome, he examined it closely and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Perhaps he had overthought it. Observing the other books on the table concerning spells, magical texts, and fantastic beasts, Arnold speculated that the absent wizard might simply have a wide array of hobbies. Text break for annotations. Annotation 1. The lineage aspect is an alternate setting proposed by the author. Wizards in Harry Potter can be likened to sorcerers in D&D to some extent, but they are not entirely the same. The author does not consider them true sorcerers. However, one thing is certain. Wizards in Harry Potter are neither spell slot using mages from D&D nor the mana-dependent mages from online games. Wizards in Harry Potter can continue to cast as long as they are standing provided their physical condition is intact, their stamina is sufficient, and their voice and movements are not distorted by excitement or fear. Annotation 2. In the original work, Harry's first visit was accompanied by Hagrid. The official materials only mention that Muggles cannot see the leaky cauldron, but do not specify how first-time visiting wizards discover and enter the place. Thus, this is the author's alternate setting. Chapter 14. Please, don't recite it. When Arnold regained his focus, they had already passed the bar counter and entered the pub's backyard. On top of a trash can, Tom pulled out his wand, pointed it at a corner of the wall, gently lifted the tip of the wand, and counted 2 bricks horizontally. The wand stopped on a brick in the surrounding wall, and Tom turned back to Arnold, saying, "Knock 3 times." After completing the sequence of actions, accompanied by the dull sound of shifting bricks, Tom elegantly turned back with a slight smile. Remember my earlier movements, Mr. Adams. In the future, with a wand, you will open doors yourself. Lastly, I wish you all the best in Diagon Alley. Thank you, Arnold politely replied, pulling Nicole along as they approached the wall, watching the enlarging portal and the street gradually appearing on the other side. At that same spot, knock 3 times with your wand to return. I believe you should first acquire a wand. Pointing to the now open portal in the wall, Tom addressed Arnold. Then, just as he was about to leave, Tom seemed to recall something and paused. Oh, wait. You also need to visit Gringotts Bank first to exchange some galleons from those greedy goblins. Muggle pounds 1 TB of any use in Diagon Alley. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Tom. Despite being familiar with the plot, Arnold had intended to visit Gringotts first, yet he still expressed his gratitude and, alongside Nicole, truly entered Diagon Alley. Task, arrived at Diagon Alley completed. Reward, 100 energy points. New location discovered, Diagon Alley. Reward, 100 energy points. Although Diagon Alley was merely a narrow and short street, it was several times larger than the Leaky Cauldron. Why was the exploration reward only 100 points? How stingy. Oh, and there were subsequent exploration tasks for Diagon Alley? Forget I mentioned it. Oblivious to the wall behind them automatically closing, Arnold and Nicole surveyed their destination, Diagon Alley. The cobblestone path beneath their feet twisted and turned without end, and looking down the street revealed numerous shops, restaurants, and CAFs. Outside one CAF, Arnold noticed patrons dining beneath vibrant umbrellas. Perhaps due to Hogwarts being on summer break, Diagon Alley was bustling with young witches and wizards shopping for books, potion ingredients, and magical instruments. However, the overall atmosphere of Diagon Alley left them questioning. Are we really in London? Nicole surveyed the surroundings, incredulously asking Arnold. Why does this place feel even more backward than the small town beneath Wimbledon? Exactly. Arnold completed her thought. Fortunately, Arnold, you never planned to live in the magical world. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine. Nicole exclaimed, patting her chest. Magic is indeed wondrous. Just stepping out from the wall and witnessing the vibrant scene before her left her utterly astonished. Yet upon closer inspection, the uneven, narrow streets, the haphazardly arranged shops, and the oddly dressed individuals were difficult for Nicole to articulate. She simply felt she could never adapt, and likely her son could not either. If Arnold were to express his thoughts, he would liken this place to those ancient towns in Huagua that had yet to undergo commercial development. Visiting occasionally felt like stepping into history, but truly living in such an environment, sorry, unacceptable. Observing the wizards bustling around, Arnold leaned close to Nicole and whispered, Mom. My purpose in attending Hogwarts is to harness the power within me. After graduation, I plan to return and utilize technology when it's convenient, and magic when it proves easier. As long as I don't use it in front of others, I can choose whichever I prefer. Yes, that's the right mindset. Nicole nodded in agreement, then pointed to the nearest shop, asking, by the way, Arnold, look at that store over there. Doesn't your shopping list include a cauldron? This shop is the closest to the entrance of the diagonal alley behind the Broken Cauldron Tavern, offering a diverse array of cauldrons. Outside the store, there is a stack of gleaming cauldrons glistening in the sunlight, adorned with a sign that reads, Copper, Brass, Tin, Wax, and Silver Cauldrons, available in various models, featuring automatic stirring and foldable designs. Arnold nodded without glancing at the list, affirming, Indeed, we have some, but currently we lack funds, specifically, currency from the magical realm. Then let us first seek out that bank to exchange for some, Nicole suggested, leading the way deeper into the alley. As they walked, her impression of the surroundings improved slightly, primarily due to the moving photographs displayed outside the Daily Prophet office, which she found quite fascinating. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, we have arrived. Upon reaching the strikingly prominent, towering white marble edifice nestled among the shops of Diagon Alley, Nicole excitedly pointed to the sign above the entrance while addressing Arnold. However, her expression suddenly stiffened as she observed the goblin standing beside the bronze door. Previously, when the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom, had spoken of the goblins from Gringotts, Nicole had imagined them as charming and exquisite creatures, akin to those depicted in films and television. Yet, the reality was quite different. Even though the goblin's crimson and gold uniform was rather exquisite and its design quite unique, Nicole quickly averted her gaze, recalling that while being unattractive was not the creature's fault, its menacing demeanor was wholly inappropriate. Noticing that the goblin seemed more focused on Arnold behind her, seemingly oblivious to her presence as an ordinary human, Nicole resolutely continued her approach. Welcome, stranger. However, be wary of the consequences of insatiable greed. To take without effort will undoubtedly lead to the most severe of punishments, so if you wish to withdraw from our underground vault. Arnold followed Nicole's footsteps to the second silver door, gently nudging her as he interrupted. This is merely to frighten those cowardly rogues. True thieves and robbers have real skills. Let us hasten inside to exchange for money. Mother, there are many things we still wish to purchase. Please, do not lecture me, Nicole, he implored. You are unaware that many possess the tendency to defy prohibitions the more they are emphasized. To try is to invite peril. There is a dragon lurking below. Upon entering, 2 fairies approached, offering a slight bow before guiding them into an expansive marble hall. The hall was bustling with fairies. Some were stationed behind a row of counters, weighing coins with copper scales and inspecting gemstones through magnifying glasses while hastily recording transactions in a large ledger. Others stood at the numerous doors throughout the hall, directing visitors to various vaults. Summoning her courage, Nicole softly addressed a nearby fairy. "I wish to exchange some galleons." The fairy nodded, hesitating for a moment before leading them to the left side of the hall. After a brief walk, they arrived at a counter where the guiding fairies gestured for Nicole and Arnold to proceed with their transaction before turning to depart. The elderly fairy, appearing rather drowsy with drooping eyelids, seemed questionable in his ability to perform calculations accurately. Clearing her throat, Nicole said, "Excuse me. How many pounds are required to exchange for 500 galleons?" The old fairy squinted, displaying impatience as he replied, 500 galleons? Are you not aware that each wizard is permitted to exchange only 100 galleons per year? It was only then that the old fairy, slowly opening his eyes, truly noticed Nicole and, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow. "A muggle?" he questioned, glancing at Arnold before offering a slight nod. "You are a first year at Hogwarts? Pray tell. What is your name?" "Arnold Adams," he answered, maintaining composure in the presence of the rather unattractive creature before him. The old fairy produced a piece of parchment and traced it with his finger. "Ah, found it. Mr. Adams, you are eligible to exchange only 150 galleons, no more." "What? I had hoped to empty Gringotts using pounds. No, better yet, rubles. Why is the exchange so limited?" Arnold exclaimed. While Hogwarts provided 3 essential packages, wands, robes, cauldrons, and scales at reasonable prices, the cost of books in Britain was exorbitant. Each textbook required for Hogwarts was no less than 1 galleon, and the total needed to acquire them would suffice to purchase 2 or 3 wands. Advanced knowledge tomes were even pricier, with Gilderoy Lockhart's boastful series priced at an astounding 20 galleons per set, not including individual titles. Truly, it was a lucrative venture. Moreover, Arnold had been unable to sleep the previous night and, after reviewing the system instructions, wished to procure additional items for experimentation. He had accumulated 550 points of energy and only required skills that could be documented, such as analyzing intriguing magical artifacts. 150 galleons is utterly insufficient. Why can we not exchange for more galleons? If you believe the exchange is unfavorable, you could adjust the rates, Arnold argued, even generously suggesting ideas to the fairy. After all, with any adjustment that did not cap the quantity, he could eventually raid Gringotts' vaults with rubles. Rumors suggested that the relationship between wizards and fairies was strained, thus, taking advantage of them might serve as a means of venting frustration on behalf of all. However, Arnold's good intentions fell upon deaf ears, as the old fairy scoffed dismissively. "Adjust the rates? Do you think we have any use for muggle pounds? Galleons are a magical currency, imbued with powerful enchantments that render pure gold indestructible, unique to our kind. Were it not for the ministry's subsidy to facilitate wizards' rare ventures into muggle society, we would not accept even a single muggle note." "Oh. And as a first year from a muggle family, you are additionally granted an allocation of 50 galleons. As he spoke, the old fairy handed Nicole a piece of parchment detailing the magical currency system and its exchange rates with pounds. Arnold did not examine the parchment but persisted in his inquiries. "Do you not accept muggle banknotes? What about gold and silver? Or perhaps gemstones?" "Genuine gemstones, of course. Must be noted, as they are rare in the muggle world. As for gold and silver, do you think we exchange those muggle currencies each year for mere amusement? I suggest you step outside and read the warning on the door once more. Restrain your greed, young man. The true value of galleons and sickles lies in the enchantments they bear, while the use of gold and silver is merely a nod to ancient traditions. Long ago, gold was indeed precious, but since the advent of muggles' mining technologies and the creation of the Philosopher's Stone by Nick LeMay, gold has lost its rarity. Even that old fellow has grown weary of conjuring gold with his stone." The old goblin droned on, his words laced with a palpable sense of superiority inherent to the magical realm, particularly among his kind. "Restrain your greed. Restrain it, indeed. Greed is good. Who's your daddy?" After being lectured sternly by the old goblin, Arnold felt considerably disgruntled. If the magic imbued in galleons is so grand, then issuing currency must be an utter folly for you goblins. What purpose does this serve? Surely, wizards must be getting some benefit from this arrangement? Yet you fail to elucidate, leaving one to ponder the underlying complexities. Is it too much to ask questions? J.K. Rowling merely penned a series of novels. What does she truly understand about the intricacies of Harry Potter's world? No, that is not quite right. Although Aunt Rowling did not portray the entirety of this realm or its many details, she imparted a wealth of pertinent information worthy of gratitude. For instance, goblins appear to possess a unique ability regarding metalwork that wizards lack, akin to the Gryffindor sword, which remains untainted and absorbs materials that enhance its strength. However, I recall that sword was crafted from pure silver. Pure silver does not seem particularly hard, yet the Gryffindor sword can cleave with ease. One might surmise that goblin metal-enhancing magic possesses a certain uniqueness. Moreover, I vaguely remember Hagrid mentioning in one of the original texts that goblins can forge an indestructible helmet. though the material remains a mystery. Let us exchange for 150 galleons then. Nicole, disliking the old goblin's tone and appearance, swiftly perused the parchment before handing it to Arnold. She retrieved a stack of British pounds from her exquisite wallet, counting out 30 notes of 25 pounds each and placing them upon the counter. 1 galleon equals 95 pounds. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. Blast. Arnold took the parchment and glanced at it casually, only to feel an urge to curse. This was not about pounds, but rather the three currencies commonly used in the magical realm: galleons, sickles, and nuts. The imperial system was already quite bizarre. After years of adaptation, he found it laughable compared to the currency conversions in the magical world, which made the imperial system seem trivial. It was akin to a minor wizard encountering a grand sorcerer. Odd numbers, prime numbers, truly an affront to humanity, given Hagrid's limited intellect. It was astonishing that he could calculate so precisely, nonchalantly telling Harry it was quite simple. Was there a math class at Hogwarts? An unenjoyable one, evidently. When Nicole finished exchanging for galleons, Arnold reached out to take one, carefully examining it. It resembled the coins from the movies, hard and cold to the touch, adorned with mysterious engravings. According to the goblins, this was pure gold imbued with a special enhancement charm, reflecting on the old goblin's words. Arnold felt a stirring in his heart as he weighed the galleon in his palm. The size and weight left him at a loss for words. The actual value was worth dozens of times its face value. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiarity, crafting currency in such a manner. Did the wizards not find it cumbersome to carry? But they were wizards, equipped with spatial gear. He longed for such an item. The bag Hagrid gave to Harry was crafted from the skin of a transfiguration lizard, wasn't he it? Once he earned enough galleons, he would buy one. Traveling would be so much easier. He pondered whether it was expensive. He had no idea where to earn galleons. However, he remembered that Hermione had a small bag that was also spatial equipment, which she had conjured herself. Note 3. A true scholar. Motivated. Arnold could hardly contain his excitement to learn magic. While placing the galleon back into his bag, he suggested to Nicole, "Mom, what shall we purchase first? Or should we split up? That would be more efficient. Of course, we must stick together." Nicole replied without hesitation, affectionately ruffling Arnold's hair. "We didn't rush here just to buy your school supplies. I wish to explore every shop as well." "Is that so? Nicole, do you not recall your intention to visit the bookstore next to the Leaky Cauldron for management books? Or have you forgotten that you used this excuse yesterday? Women shopping is a natural affair, even in the untidy Diagon Alley. Very well, I suppose I am a little gentleman." As they continued, Arnold stashed the galleons securely in his bag and followed Nicole back onto the street. Such large metallic currency. What were the wizards thinking? Truly a mother-son pair. Nicole echoed Arnold's sentiments, then looked at him with concern. "How's the weight? Should I help you carry it?" "Not at all. It's manageable. And we will soon spend a portion of it." It weighed about 2 or 3 kilograms, certainly heavier than his usual backpack. Yet for Arnold's physique, it felt quite light. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the galleons were enchanted, the clinking sounds echoing painfully in his ears, making him eager to spend them immediately. As he surveyed his surroundings, Arnold remarked, "It seems we didn't spot any one shops on our way here. We should venture further in." Nicole, aware of Arnold's resilience, nodded in agreement. "Let us go by your wand first. We can purchase other items on our way back." Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. They hurried to the farthest reaches of Diagon Alley, where Arnold finally spotted the wand shop sign. He exchanged a glance with Nicole before stepping inside. The shop's gilded lettering had long since faded, revealing a narrow and dilapidated interior. A wand lay in the display case, resting atop a worn purple cushion. Spatial magic aside, he couldn't recall in which year Hermione had learned it, nor did he know how challenging it might be. Besides, she was a top student. Not a fair comparison. Yet, to not even know basic repair and cleaning charms, was it appropriate to call oneself a wizard? Each time he saw the shops and their wares in Diagon Alley, Arnold couldn't help but mentally critique them. The shop was crammed from ceiling to floor with thousands of narrow boxes, the floor thick with dust. The only furniture was a slender chair. Disorderly, shabby, filthy. It had an air of age, steeped in history, reminiscent of the venerable Chinese brands he had encountered in his previous life. Alas, he could not continue this charade. This renowned wand shop could be summarized in a single word: dirty, chaotic, poor. Those esteemed brands were aware of the importance of maintaining a clean and orderly storefront, even adapting to modern payment methods like WeChat. With just a plaque declaring intangible cultural heritage, what historical tales could not be spun? Such history would not hinder them from using tradition and legacy to profit. If your place truly has a rich history, at least tidy it up a bit. Good afternoon. A gentle voice emerged from behind the display case, followed by the appearance of a slender, elderly figure. The sudden appearance startled both mother and son. But Arnold quickly composed himself, suppressing any disdainful expressions as he inquired, "Good day, are you Mr. Ollivander? I am Arnold Adams, a new student at Hogwarts. Here to purchase a wand." Since their experiences at the Leaky Cauldron in Gringotts, Nicole had entrusted the conversations and exchanges to young Arnold. The attitude of these wizards towards ordinary people was truly irksome. It was not mere discrimination, but a complete disregard. Ollivander's silver-white eyes fixed intently on Arnold, his tone imbued with mystery. Yes, I anticipated your arrival. Arnold interjected without courtesy. Wait a moment. Mr. Ollivander, are you certain you know me? Repeat after me, Arnold. Arnold Adams. How could one err so profoundly? Does it truly bear resemblance to Harry Potter? Is the surname unintelligible at the end? Or is the current strategy for selling wands merely to establish a connection first? Goodness, I could almost recite your lines by heart. What does your mother's wand look like, and what of your father's? My mother possesses no magical prowess, and my father has hardly even heard of it. How rather rude that is. Mr. Ollivander offered an awkward yet courteous smile. Mr. Adams, let me take a look. With that, he produced a long measuring tape adorned with silver markings. Which arm do you prefer? 9 out of 10 use their left. I am accustomed to my right hand. My left belongs solely to my own stick. Raise your arm, please. Arnold obediently followed orders, while Ollivander commenced measuring him, from shoulder to fingertip and from wrist to elbow. Arnold was quite unaccustomed to being poked and prodded by others, yet at that moment, he found it inappropriate to struggle and could only endure with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Nicole observed with great interest. In her eyes, Ollivander's air of professionalism resembled that of the esteemed Italian masters of fashion design, whose legacies had endured for centuries. Mother, do not be deceived by him. His measuring tape operates automatically. Where are the police? The Oris. Quickly, apprehend this pretentious charlatan. He is also suspected of lewd conduct towards the adorable little boy. As Arnold silently berated the situation in his mind, Ollivander finally released him, turning to the shelves to select a box. Why has this old man ceased his pretense? It is the wand that chooses the wizard. Each wand crafted by Ollivander is utterly unique. I remember every wand I have sold. I have even prepared your lines for you. Is it because my initial attempt at familiarity was discerned that you now choose to replace words with actions? Try this one, Mr. Adams. Made of beech wood and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches in length. It possesses remarkable intelligence. Arnold took the wand, waved it a couple of times, but received no response, and with a hint of disdain, returned the short and feeble wand. Mr. Ollivander, do you not have a longer wand? Arnold attempted to take the initiative. Mr. Ollivander paused. How long do you desire? 15 inches or perhaps 16. Such lengths are typically favored by particularly large wizards. He raised his hands to demonstrate, attempting to visualize 16 inches, which is approximately 40 centimeters. Lowering his hands, Arnold shook his head. Not enough. I would prefer it to be somewhat longer, and a bit thicker would be even better. Longer? Thicker? Young man, such thoughts may be perilous. A wand is not necessarily more powerful by virtue of its length or girth. What matters is its affinity with you. Try this one, made of maple, with a phoenix feather core, 14 inches in length. Though he said so, he was already presenting a longer wand for Arnold to test. Grasping one end of the wand, Arnold waved it dramatically. Golden sparks erupted from the other end, scattering throughout the room, startling Nicole, who retreated in alarm. Oh, it's quite excited, perhaps too much so. Just as Arnold was reveling in the display, Mr. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand from his hand. Undeterred, Arnold pressed on. Is there truly no wand that is both thick and long, one that towers over me when planted on the ground? If I could wield a sword of the white-robed sword master, I would gladly sacrifice my left hand. Two-handed wielding? No, a wizard who only holds a wand is incomplete. He lacks soul. Bring forth the sword. No response? The sword of Gryffindor flies to me. Raising his wand in his left hand, he shouted, illuminating the scene with dazzling light, while his right hand executed a series of defensive maneuvers. This is the proper way for a wizard to present himself. Chapter 17. A most unsatisfactory shopping experience. The process of testing wands proved exceedingly tedious and rather uninteresting. Even Arnold's imaginative attempts to conjure cinematic scenes in his mind soon waned. Nicole, however, stood by, keenly observing Arnold as he experimented with numerous wands. Even amidst the majority that yielded no reaction. Of course, there were a few that reacted excessively. Despite having no place to sit, she remained enthusiastic, seemingly neither fatigued nor annoyed. Perhaps for Nicole, the act of selecting items was a joy in itself. Women. Mr. Ollivander. May I inquire as to the nature of the affinity or resonance between a wand and its wizard? Arnold, still unsatisfied with the lack of sufficiently thick and long wands, reverted to his curious self. Mr. Ollivander, collecting the wand Arnold had just tested, gazed thoughtfully at the wall lined with boxes and replied, it is, of course, the wand core. While the material of the wand itself can influence its performance, the core is of paramount importance. The phoenix feather can be somewhat unruly, and unicorn hair offers a subtle effect. Here, try this one. 12.75 inches, thunderbird feather, mountain pearwood, with moderate hardness and good resilience. 12.75? What a peculiar length. Yet, it proved futile. Some sparks emerged, but they were clearly not indicative of a wizard of 11 years. Nearly an hour passed, and Arnold grew restless, glancing around until he noticed Nicole quietly standing aside, offering her a wry smile. It was kind of her to wait so long, merely observing. While Arnold was limited to sparking a few paltry flames with his wand, hardly more impressive than the sparklers he had played with as a child during the New Year festivities. Unexpectedly, Nicole shot him a glare, her lips moving as if to convey something. Seeing his bewilderment and lack of comprehension, Nicole seized the opportunity while Mr. Ollivander was distracted. Leaning close to Arnold's ear and whispering, "You need to settle down. The old gentleman is dedicating his efforts to help you choose the most suitable wand. And you dare to show him patience?" Her voice was soft, yet her tone was serious, and as she stepped back, she cast a mock-threatening expression. "Behave, or I'll give you a proper thrashing when we return." Arnold disdainfully pursed his lips. Ollivander's theatrical antics were nothing more than a ruse to deceive those enamored with haute couture and artisanal leather goods. This old man, perpetually crafting wands, seemed to regard others as simpletons. What purpose does measuring one's physical dimensions serve? For most wizards, the wand they wield from their first day at school will accompany them throughout their lives. Yet, do young wizards not grow taller? They are destined to use the same wand, from youth to old age. Thus, aside from rendering Ollivander appear exceptionally professional, imbued with a hint of artisan spirit, what true utility does this measurement process possess? He certainly does not recommend wand lengths based on height and arm span. The wands he presents fluctuate erratically, a mere caprice. Moreover, each time a wand is exchanged, Ollivander murmurs incantations, conveying a singular message. "I am well versed in wands, experienced and thoughtful. Most importantly, I understand you. And my understanding deepens." It is quite ostentatious. Fortunately, the wizarding world is sparsely populated, with so few new students enrolling at Hogwarts each year. Otherwise, with Ollivander's abysmally low efficiency, the sole wand shop on Diagon Alley would inevitably be overwhelmed. Even disregarding such considerations, the exceedingly lengthy and unstructured selection process renders the shopping experience quite dismal. Has it never occurred to anyone to display a sample wand from each type of core, allowing customers to try them sequentially and ascertain which core material they can best activate? Following that, all wands with the same core but differing shafts could be presented for further testing, enabling the discovery of the most harmonious combination for the customer. Ultimately, customers could select from an array of wands made from the same materials but varying in length, trying out those that feel the most comfortable and delightful in their hands. Such a systematic and purposeful categorization process, narrowing down options step by step, would undoubtedly prove far more reliable and efficient than Ollivander's improvisational approach. As yet another wand was retrieved by Ollivander, the impatient Arnold resolved to abandon this futile endeavor and instead adopt his own method for selecting a wand. "Mr. Ollivander, do not rush. Mr. Adams, I have a clear idea in mind, and I shall soon find a wand that is exceptionally suited for you." After all, having already invested so much time, it seemed prudent to follow his approach. After all, this ostentatious method might be the very means by which he profits. It is best not to obstruct another's source of income. A discerning customer, true, yet I pondered, there exists a combination here that is most ideal, most perfect, and most fitting for you. A 15-inch wand crafted from the wood of the yew tree, infused with dragon heartstring. Powerful, undeniably unique, and, of course, rather lengthy. Arnold grasped the wand, feeling a gentle warmth at his fingertips. As on many occasions before, the wand emitted a dazzling display of sparks reminiscent of fireworks. However, this time the spectacle was even more enchanting, neither too grand nor too modest, but perfectly balanced. Arnold sensed an extraordinary connection, as if he could command those sparks at will. Indeed, in harmony with his thoughts, the embers at the wand's tip fluctuated in intensity, allowing him to create a rhythmic dance of light. "Wow, simply marvelous," Nicole exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. "Oh, splendid. This wand belongs to you, Mr. Adams," Ollivander declared joyfully, his voice resonating with delight. Arnold retracted his magical power and handed the now tranquil wand to Ollivander for packaging. "Of course, I am quite pleased," he remarked. The wand made of birchwood possesses a remarkable ability to adapt to the magical style of its owner. As Ollivander swiftly wrapped the box in brown paper, he elaborated on the wand's characteristics. If the wand style does not align with its owners, the birchwood wand may refuse to comply, as it is imbued with a sense of self-awareness. He himself wielded a wand crafted from birchwood, clearly attesting to his profound understanding of its nature. Upon hearing this, Arnold raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Is this a sign of recognition? I have yet to shed a drop of blood." His temper seemed rather irritable. "My nature is as unpredictable as an eel. Dare to refuse? 7 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." As Nicole approached to retrieve money from Arnold's backpack, Ollivander smiled warmly and spoke up. "The price of wands for new students at Hogwarts is not exorbitant, likely due to subsidies from the Ministry of Magic or the school. However, should one lose or damage their wand in return to purchase a new one, the cost would undoubtedly rise. Consider Ollivander, a family with a lineage spanning over 2 millennia, a master wand maker exuding an aura of expertise, intimately connecting with all your vital parts while harmonizing with your spirit to help a wand of extraordinary origin choose you. And yet, 7 galleons is all it takes?" Arnold cradled the carefully wrapped wand, following Nicole as they exited Ollivander's wand shop. In truth, he harbored reservations about this wand. which possessed a distinct personality that might prove troublesome at crucial moments. His primary concerns were its insufficient length and girth. However, after an extended period of trial, he was beginning to feel quite exasperated. If he were to sample every wand in the shop, he might discover one that suited him better. Yet, given Ollivander's extensive experience, this wand undoubtedly had a high degree of compatibility with him. For now, he decided to accept it, and later, when time permitted, he would dismantle the wand to allow the system to analyze it, subsequently enhancing his wand-making skills by a couple of levels, and eventually crafting a wand of his own. Having studied until the early hours of the morning, Arnold had grasped the fundamental workings of the system. Chapter 18, Blind Beginnings. I have discovered the essence of brilliance. The system's functions, particularly those pertaining to skills, represented what Arnold believed to be his true golden opportunity. As for attributes, he had yet to unearth any significant insights. The system's skill panel consisted of 2 modules, one for recording, which documented everything related to magic that Arnold encountered. This engagement had specific criteria. He needed to possess a certain level of understanding and comprehension regarding a particular spell, potion, or magical item. Merely witnessing others perform magic or wield a wand was evidently insufficient for the system to log such experiences, unless one expended energy for analysis. The second module of the skill panel was influence. This influence encompassed analysis, impartation, and, much to Arnold's delight as a gaming enthusiast, the process of leveling up. Arnold encountered elements related to magic that he did not fully comprehend, yet he could actively expend a certain amount of energy to analyze them. Previously, while touching Gallon and wielding a wand, the system kindly notified him that he could forcibly analyze these elements, requiring merely 50,000 and 20,000 units of energy, respectively, quite an economical investment. After the analysis, the system documented the relevant information, although Arnold himself had yet to grasp its significance. Residing within me, it still harbored its own little secrets, displaying a certain pride. At this juncture, it became necessary to impart knowledge, which, indeed, required another expenditure of energy. In simpler terms, analysis signifies that the system has learned, while impartation indicates that the system instantaneously teaches me what it has learned. As for upgrades, they involve the system synthesizing existing data, conjuring new insights, and subsequently imparting this knowledge. Upon discovering this on the system's explanation page the previous night, Arnold's first instinct was to seek opportunities for financial investment. He contemplated charging several £1,000s at once. However, the system did not favor players using RMB or pounds. He would have to rely on his own efforts. After thorough research, Arnold identified methods to optimize energy consumption. The more he understood a particular magical concept and solidified his foundational knowledge, the less energy the system would expend during analysis, impartation, and upgrades. In essence, it was a matter of diligent effort, whether it was a specific incantation, the brewing method of a potion, or the crafting of a magical artifact. He resolved to first diligently enhance his understanding and proficiency, seeking assistance from the system only when he encountered insurmountable obstacles. For instance, regarding the rare profession of wand making, Arnold planned to acquire a few second-hand wands in the future, allowing the system to analyze them thoroughly. After illuminating the necessary skills, he would diligently work on his proficiency, resorting to the system's energy for impartation and upgrades only when progress plateaued. After several iterations, attaining a level equal to or surpassing Ollivander would merely be a matter of time. He envisioned a small leaf red sandalwood wand. Moreover, he intended to craft a golden silk Nama wand for variety. Money was no object. He was determined to proceed. Oh, and he must remember to create a long and sturdy wand from ironwood. This detail needed to be noted down. Was that a flying broomstick? Could one soar through the skies upon it, akin to the witches in stories? Indeed. As they approached the entrance of the Quidditch specialty store, Nicole halted, peering into the display window to discuss the flying broomsticks with Arnold. Observing the poster featuring a dashing figure riding a broom, Nicole grumbled. Why can't Hogwarts allow you to bring a broom to school? Flying in the sky. Are you really my mother? Don't you worry about your son soaring through the air with a broom? Perhaps it was a precaution against first-year students recklessly flying before mastering their skills. According to the notifications, it was likely that related courses would be offered in the first year, and once learned, there would be no restrictions. To be candid, Arnold's interest in the broomstick itself paled in comparison to the thrilling Quidditch matches. Beyond the matches, the broomstick offered little utility. Wizards had access to the Flu network, portkeys, and apparition, each more convenient than flying. Even in locations where magic could not be directly applied due to various constraints, one could opt for other, more comfortable modes of transportation. Who would fear the discomfort of a long flight on a broom? The night bus was hardly a model of comfort. However, a magically modified car like Ron's father's, which could become invisible and fly, provided a more enjoyable experience, akin to a budget version of a vehicle with 4 wheels and 2 sofas. While a high-end variant could magically expand to include a bed, lying inside was surely more comfortable than riding a flying broom. Moreover, a car, regardless of its nature, offered a relatively private space, facilitating discrete activities. After all, how different would it be to engage in such activities while soaring through the skies? Could an ordinary airplane lavatory compare to one enhanced by spatial magic? Even first-class lavatories were just that, lavatories. Among the staff frequently dispatched on official duties at the Ministry of Magic, such magically modified cars had become nearly standard. Even a miser like Arthur Weasley possessed one. Wait a moment. I believe I have uncovered a significant point. No wonder Harry and Ron faced such a furious reprimand from Molly Weasley after leaving that old Ford in the Forbidden Forest. That vehicle held sentimental value for her and Arthur. Ron, you little rascal. Did you not realize you were flying in the air? It appeared that Hogwarts was no different from other schools in England. Prohibitions were rampant, with any element deemed risky, strictly forbidden. School life was becoming increasingly mundane. Nicole, who never indulged children, remarked as she strode into the store. Arnold Holmes Adams, with his keen perception and astute listening, was mentally deducing through the principles of basic deductive reasoning, all while adeptly keeping pace with Nicole and her playful banter. In this regard, it seems that schools around the globe share a commonality. As a premier Quidditch shop, it clearly showcased more than just flying broomsticks. After perusing the latest models from the Nimbus and Firebolt series, Nicole paused before several wooden mannequins clad in some form of athletic attire, astride their brooms. Beside the mannequins, a placard provided a brief overview of the Chudley cannons, which Nicole glanced at before turning to Arnold to inquire, by the way, what exactly is Quidditch? It appears to be some sort of team sport. It must be, right? Though perhaps its rules differ from those of ordinary football or cricket. Considering it is played in midair, Arnold initially appeared bewildered, then contemplatively speculated, his acting commendable. A child afflicted with hyperactivity from a young age. He had partaken in every conceivable sport available at King's Academy, thus developing a keen interest in Quidditch. Yet, beyond mere curiosity, he harbored a sense of grievance. To Arnold, the Quidditch scoring system was utterly flawed, excessively amplifying the Seeker's role. After laboriously executing strategies and teamwork, and finally managing to subdue the opposing team, the mere act of catching a ball could lead them to plummet from the heights of the Himalayas into the depths of the Mariana Trench. After exhausting hours, days, and months of effort, the score gap rendered the capture of the golden snitch inconsequential. The incessant struggle to seize it seemed endless, leaving Arnold to ponder whether the match would ever conclude. Undoubtedly, as the champion of table tennis, badminton, tennis, and cricket in the primary department of King's Academy, Arnold believed he was well suited to be a chaser. After all, the essence remained the same, striking a ball soaring through the air with some implement. Perhaps he might even experiment with producing various spins, backspin, topspin, left spin, right spin. However, regardless of the spin or technique, Arnold Adams was acutely aware of his negligible impact on the match's outcome in the face of the Seeker's game-altering capabilities. This, of course, led to his sense of grievance. Thus, he resolved to relish the experience of the game itself. Footnote: information sourced from Pottermore regarding technology, theology, as J.K. Rowling stated. The Ministry of Magic purchased numerous automobiles, modifying them with various spells, deriving great enjoyment from it. Many wizards exhibit childlike enthusiasm for cars, while some purebloods adamantly refuse to engage with any Muggle products, only to be discovered owning a flying Rolls-Royce in their garage. Author S. Note: are wizards truly this affluent? Nonetheless, there are the most extreme anti-Muggle individuals who eschew all Muggle mechanized transportation, with Sirius Black's passion for motorcycles inciting ire from his staunch parents. Chapter 19. Let us have one of everything. Glancing at the posters on the wall and reaching out to touch the jersey on the mannequin, Nicole became animated. This is quite intriguing. Arnold, look. There are so many different team uniforms. There must be specific competitions. Her voice diminished. Can I go watch a Quidditch match? I mean, like I have the chance. I will take you when I can, Mom, Arnold promptly promised. This year's Quidditch World Cup was out of reach. He had only just begun to step into the magical realm, but 4 years from now, it would be entirely feasible. Hearing this, Nicole smiled with satisfaction, affectionately patting Arnold's head, saying, "You're such a good boy. It was worth raising you this far." Arnold was about to open her hand when she suddenly shifted her tone, exclaiming, "But I don't want to. We are not fans of the same club. We are bound to support different Quidditch teams. How did I end up with such a little traitor like you?" "Oh, don't be like that, Nicole. Look, when it comes to facing Tottenham, Chelsea and Arsenal are essentially one family. The expanse of Greater London is indeed quite vast, with numerous teams, and the Premier League is constantly filled with London derbies." In his previous life, Arnold was an ardent supporter of Arsenal Football Club, or perhaps more accurately, a devoted admirer of the legendary manager Wenger. Even though the current manager is not Wenger, Arnold has become accustomed to his allegiance. Prior to relocating to Wimbledon, Arnold's family resided in close proximity to Stamford Bridge, where Nicole and her former husband, Arnold's biological father, frequently attended matches. As time passed, Nicole became a passionate Chelsea fan. Consequently, when these two London clubs faced off in a derby, the atmosphere at home became quite peculiar. No worries, in a few years it will be fine. Once the class of '92 emerges, this woman will undoubtedly fall for Beckham. However, that was during the era when Manchester United and Arsenal were fiercely vying for the title, making peaceful coexistence rather challenging. Unlike the time before Arnold's journey, When both teams were struggling to secure a top-4 finish, fans were hesitant to voice their opinions too loudly. Never mind. Every time I discuss football with you, it frustrates me. Let us move on to another topic. Suddenly, Nicole felt disheartened and turned to exit the shop. Arnold shrugged nonchalantly as he followed along. He was not a protagonist like Harry Potter, who could join the Quidditch team in his first year and received a Firebolt 2000 as a gift from Professor McGonagall. Nor did he possess the charismatic eloquence of a savior, capturing the Golden Snitch against Slytherin in his debut match, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. If not for the completion of his exploratory task, Arnold had no intention of stepping into the Quidditch shop at that moment. For safety's sake, he decided to wait until he obtained his broomstick license. Hello, are you here to order school robes? A short, plump witch in a crimson robe smiled at Arnold and Nicole as they entered the shop. This was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. And the amiable witch was indeed the proprietor. It was a rare delight to encounter a wizard with such a pleasant demeanor towards ordinary folk. Before Arnold could respond, Nicole eagerly interjected, "Yes, madam. This little fellow is starting at Hogwarts for the first time this year and needs quite a few things. 3 plain work robes, along with a pointed hat and a cloak, which I believe we can purchase here, correct?" The witch nodded with a warm smile and gestured towards a nearby footstool, indicating Arnold to step up. "Come here, dear, let me take your measurements." Just as she was about to drape a robe over Arnold, she suddenly paused and, feigning seriousness, reminded him, a proper gentleman would not eat in a clothing store. "My apologies, madam," Arnold mumbled, hastily chewing and swallowing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean he had in his mouth. Spicy pepper flavor. What a nostalgic taste. The Sichuan restaurants in the adjacent Chinatown were certainly lacking in authenticity. He wondered if there were flavors like prickly ash or vine pepper. 3 of them together would be delightful. If not, he would find a way to concoct them himself later. He had no interest in flavors like pepper or curry. As Madame Malkin fitted Arnold with a robe, pinning it to his size, Nicole awkwardly smiled beside them, carefully stowing away a half-eaten cauldron cake. This was an unusual oversight for someone of her upbringing, but her curiosity about the wizard's snacks and confections was overwhelming, and she wanted to try everything. After all, they were not expensive. When Arnold and Nicole passed by the sweet shop, they had bought a little of everything, and Nicole had started with the one that appeared most ordinary. Arnold is particularly curious about whether Nicole will be able to stomach the sight of a heap of cockroaches and jelly-like slugs when she returns home this evening. "It's all set, my dear," he reassured. Shortly thereafter, Madame Malkin confirmed the measurements for Arnold's robe and instructed him to leap down from the footstool. As she deftly maneuvered the scissors and the ruler danced through the air, weaving across the fabric, she smiled at Arnold and said, "Just wait a moment." Nicole's eyes widened in awe as she beheld the scene before her. She couldn't help but feel that the masterful designers and tailors of Milan and Paris paled in comparison to Madame Malkin. Regardless of the style, the sheer elegance and efficiency of her presence was simply unparalleled. Now, you have the opportunity to select the magical enhancements for your uniform. Options include self-ironing, beautification, weight gain, weight loss, height enhancement, automatic repair, and temperature regulation. Of course, if none of these magical features appeal to you, a standard school robe is also a common choice. The first robe, under Madame Malkin's meticulous control, floated gracefully before Arnold, her voice resonating from behind the garment. Arnold, taken aback, inquired, "Can we truly add special effects to this?" With no further hesitation, he promptly made his choice, exclaiming, "I want them all." Nicole, standing beside him, was filled with envy, contemplating beauty enhancements, weight loss, and height increases. Despite her natural allure, consistent dedication to fitness, and preference for premium skincare and cosmetics, she couldn't ignore that she was approaching her 40s. "Ah, my dear, I must clarify that adding those enchantments to the robe is not without cost," the seamstress explained. Furthermore, she noted that the more magical enhancements one desired, the more challenging it would become to apply the spells, thus limiting each robe to a maximum of 3 enchantments. Hogwarts freshman discount applied solely to standard uniforms, with a fixed price for the additional magic, the first enchantment costing 1 galleon, the second 2, and the third 4. The sewing tools in the air hesitated briefly as Madame Malkin continued to craft Arnold's second robe while elucidating the pricing structure. "That seems quite reasonable," Arnold acknowledged with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Please bestow upon my robe the enchantments of self-ironing, automatic repair, and temperature regulations. Each robe requires these enhancements." "Each one?" Madame Malkin's gestures faltered again, as if momentarily dazzled by the gleam of galleons. Arnold insisted, "Indeed, every single item." Life on the Hogwarts campus incurs minimal expenses. Even when accounting for the purchase of textbooks and other school supplies, Arnold's bag of galleons remains abundantly filled. This is particularly true as long as he refrains from acquiring excessive magical items for system analysis. The novice, eager to comprehend everything at once, seeks to analyze all that is presented, yet such an approach proves impractical and unnecessary. It is far more prudent to first acquire some knowledge independently, establish a solid foundation, and only then indulge in investments. The time for expenditure will come in due course. Arnold repeatedly admonished himself, "I have exercised considerable restraint. The seldom used hat remains unenchanted, And with the automatic temperature-regulating robe in my possession, the winter cloak has become unnecessary, thus it too requires no enchantment. Behold, how frugal I am. The crux lies in these three features. 1. Comfort. 2. Convenience. And 3. Style. How could I possibly resist? Strength may be a matter for the future, but style is a lifelong affair. Footnote 1. These enchanting effects are predominantly derived from a magazine titled Rumors that J.K. Rowling once concocted on her official website, which translates directly to rumors. The magazine contained various pieces of information, whether true or false, released by Rowling prior to the publication of her next book, as well as some fabricated tidbits intended to enhance the authenticity of the Harry Potter universe and promotional advertisements. The magazine featured an advertisement for Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, mentioning those enchanting effects, and even offered a 50% discount. Chapter 20. Women. At this moment, a voice suddenly inquired, "May I ask if it is possible to custom order other styles of clothing here?" Unsurprisingly, it was Nicole speaking. For how could a woman resist such magical enhancements? Certainly, but I am not well versed in the latest fashion trends among muggles. The styles produced may not align with your preferences, Madame Malkin replied, approaching Nicole with a freshly completed robe, smiling. As a witch with muggle connections, Madame Malkin had often interacted with muggle parents accompanying their children to Diagon Alley, and she had received numerous such orders in the past. Just as Nicole was about to discuss garment design with Madame Malkin, the latter interjected, "Additionally, I apologize, but I may not have the time to devote to this at the moment." Nicole paused, following Madame Malkin's gaze to the shop's entrance, where a yellow-skinned Asian girl entered, accompanied by a pair of Asian parents. Clearly, crafting robes for Hogwarts students took precedence over creating garments for muggles. Despite her disappointment, Nicole responded with understanding, "No worries, madam. Your important matters take precedence. We can delve into the clothing design when you have more time. Madam, if you truly desire a magical garment, there is another tailor in Diagon Alley that can cater to your needs, called the Muggle-worthy Garment Shop. You might want to give it a try," Madame Malkin kindly advised, accepting a galleon and handing over the packaged clothing to Nicole. Although there was some competition between her shop and the Muggle-worthy Garment Shop, it was not particularly fierce, as their primary clientele differed. Observing the enchanting effects chosen, 3 for each robe, it was evident that this family was not financially constrained. "All right, thank you. I shall go check it out," Nicole replied, politely expressing her gratitude before taking her leave. "Goodbye, madam." Arnold trailed behind Nicole, stealing glances at the girl approaching them until he had passed her by, frequently turning his head to gaze back. "Farewell, my celestial sister. Farewell, my willow-like beauty." Indeed, even in a world where beauty is commonplace, such extraordinary allure is a rarity, especially in England. In the magical realm of the United Kingdom, 1990. The Asian girl who had just brushed past him was none other than Xiao Zhang. While she was not unattractive, in fact, she could be deemed lovely and charming. A delicate beauty, her facial features conformed more to Western aesthetics, differing from the archetypes of supreme beauty cherished in Chinese eyes. It was perplexing, considering both her parents were of Chinese descent or held Chinese lineage. Perhaps my expectations were simply too lofty. With a tinge of disillusionment, Arnold sighed inwardly as he leisurely exited the robe emporium. Unbeknownst to Arnold, a family of Chinese individuals behind him was engaged in a discussion pertaining to him. The Chinese matron glanced down at her daughter, inquiring, "Do you know that boy, Hyo? I noticed he has been stealing glances at you." The little girl shook her head. "I don't know him. I've never seen him before." The matron chuckled teasingly. "He must be captivated by your beauty, unable to resist casting a few extra looks. Thankfully, Hyo, you resemble me. That boy, too, is rather charming, a touch dashing." "Dashing? How could he be? He's hardly older than a child. All he does is stare at girls." The children in England these days, the mother and daughter were conversing without concern for Arnold's presence. Yet upon hearing this remark, the male Chinese figure felt a sudden protectiveness towards his little cabbage, sensing potential danger. The matron shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "What do you mean hardly? Did you not notice what that boy's mother was carrying? He's at least a first-year wizard, the same grade as our Hyo. Just think about how few wizards there are in the entire magical community of Britain. If we don't prepare early, what a pity it would be to miss out on an exceptionally talented child. But he is only 11 or 12. Isn't it a bit premature to consider such matters?" Faced with his wife's barrage of assertive questioning, the male Chinese promptly wilted. As the couple's conversation grew increasingly implausible, the little girl stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Mom, what are you talking about? He might just be curious because he rarely sees Asian or Chinese people here." Noticing her daughter's shyness, the matron quickly redirected, Yes, Hyo. Go stand over there so Mrs. Imogen can take your measurements properly." Meanwhile, Nicole, having exited the Imogen robe boutique, led Arnold directly to the Transcendent Apparel shop. She remembered its location well, nestled next to the whimsical magical joke shop. However, when they had previously passed by, the shop had been unoccupied, and the two had felt hesitant to enter after leaving the joke shop. "Is this the style you had in mind? Do you think it can be created?" Nicole inquired. "No problem, madam," came the reply. "And I would like the same magical enhancements as his garment." Self-ironing, automatic repair, and temperature control. Certainly. Please hold on, madam. Oh, wait. Cancel the automatic repair and replace it with beautification instead. Understood, madam. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. Very well, please wait a moment. The proprietor of the Transcendent Apparel shop was absent, leaving only a shop assistant, who, while also a wizard, maintained a relatively agreeable demeanor towards Nicole. After all, wizards like Mrs. M.O. Jane, who are exceptionally warm towards muggles, are rather rare. This assistant was merely cordial towards Galen. Once Nicole had conveyed her requests to the elegantly dressed assistant, Arnold leaned in, incredulous, and whispered, Nicole, are you sure you haven't made an error regarding the magical enhancements you wish to add? Arnold himself had commissioned a stylish, comfortable, and convenient hooded sweatshirt, accompanied by matching sweatpants, with additional magical enhancements akin to those on the long robe he had previously designed. As he entered and exited King's Cross Station, he had no desire to don a wizard's robe. After all, cosplay was not yet in vogue, and parading down the street in such attire would be rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Nicole had opted for a custom-made long trench coat inspired by high fashion. Arnold had initially presumed she would select magical effects aimed at slimming, beautifying, or heightening her stature. But her choice surprised him. With a sidelong glance, Nicole confidently replied, Indeed, mother, I have achieved this fine physique through hard work and dedication. I have no need for magic to disguise it. Arnold timidly reminded her of the beautifying effects. Mother, your pride is palpable. What of this magic? Nicole asserted. By incorporating beautifying effects, I can save time on makeup, reduce the harm cosmetics inflict on my skin, and gain an extra hour of sleep, thereby improving my complexion. Her reasoning was compelling, rendering Arnold speechless. Feeling the weight of his backpack, Arnold boldly inquired, Nicole, is one trench coat sufficient? Would you like to order a couple more? Rest assured, my galleons are ample. Aspiring as I am, I have resolved to prioritize self-sufficiency, with the magical system serving as a supplementary aid. A few magical trinkets for amusement would suffice. Hoarding galleons serves little purpose. However, Nicole shook her head, articulately explaining, No, one is enough. Arnold, your galleons can only cover so much each year. You ought to be frugal. Furthermore, while these magically enhanced garments are splendid, their styles will soon fall out of fashion, making excess production unwise. Next year, I will carefully select a few timeless designs, bringing photos and sketches to consult with Madame Mogian, and perhaps commission one or two more pieces based on our discussions. Unfortunately, I cannot visit this place frequently. Otherwise, even the finest garments would require seasonal updates, provided it does not unduly burden your finances. Is this, then, the reason you refrain from automatic repairs? I had assumed that when your clothes wore out or became damaged, it would be my turn to showcase the mending charm. Arnold chuckled. Ah, women. Note, Autumn Zhang is born into a pureblood or mixed-blood wizarding family. The original text mentions her mother works at the Ministry of Magic, while her father's profession remains unspecified, possibly a wizard or a muggle. Additionally, J.K. Rowling's notes indicate she became a Quidditch enthusiast at the age of 6 and began supporting the Tutchel Tornadoes, suggesting her early exposure to magic and the wizarding world. The author has not definitively decided whether her father is a wizard or a muggle. Furthermore, both the original text and official materials only state that Autumn Zhang is the daughter of the Zhang couple, possessing Asian heritage, but do not specify the exact origin of her family, commonly assumed to be of Chinese descent. Chapter 21. Please, cease your fighting. Carrying her newly tailored garments alongside Arnold's custom pieces and her school robe, Nicole was already perspiring profusely by the time she approached the vicinity of Leaky Cauldron. Yet she remained invigorated. After all, she had treated herself to a bespoke outfit, a unique creation enriched with magical enhancements. Arnold was not having an easy time either. Although he did not feel particularly fatigued, his back bore the weight of a backpack filled with gallons of sweets and snacks, while his hands cradled a wand. Moreover, there was a bag dangling from his arm, containing various trinkets purchased from the joke shop, such as a cumbersome firework and a children's broomstick. As he contemplated the multitude of books he still needed to acquire, along with cauldrons and scales, Arnold felt an intense longing for some spatial equipment at that moment. Just then, Nicole suddenly paused and, rising on her toes, inquired, What is happening over there? In response, Arnold lifted his gaze, but being too short, he could see nothing except for a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Lehan bookstore. After listening intently to the ongoing discussions among the ever-growing assembly, Arnold proposed, It seems like there might be a fight. Should we go take a look? Indeed, the human instinct for curiosity was something that, for Arnold and Nicole, seemed as unchangeable as their lineage. Isn't it too dangerous? What if the fighters are wizards? Nicole hesitated, but soon suggested, How about we observe from a distance instead? Ultimately, it became clear that the inclination to witness commotion was a universal trait shared among all humanity. Arnold hurriedly made his way towards the bookstore, his short legs moving swiftly, while he urged, Come on, come on. Before the return of Voldemort, the safety of Diagon Alley was largely assured, and he felt no trepidation regarding potential dangers. Dad, hit him. Dad, punch him in the nose. Gentlemen, please stop. A splendid counterattack. Go on, do it again. Oh, a failed shoulder throw. Perhaps due to some wizards hovering on their broomsticks above, Arnold, taking advantage of his diminutive stature, swiftly navigated through the gaps in the crowd. Arriving at the periphery of the fray, one might as well call it a battlefield, despite the absence of dazzling spells or the thunder of gunfire. It consisted solely of two middle-aged men grappling with one another, entwined in a struggle, continually jostling against each other. One was clad in attire reminiscent of an ordinary person, appearing somewhat worn, with a fierce expression and a shock of short red hair. The other donned a finely tailored wizard's robe, his light golden hair under the sunlight, merely a dusty mess, his garments wrinkled and disheveled. Arnold was unfamiliar with the two men, yet the distinctive appearance and the scene before him evoked a strong sense of déjà vu. He had nearly deduced their identities, especially upon witnessing the two middle-aged men engaged in a rather indescribable scuffle. Arthur, no, please stop. Arnold was silently contemplating when a loud female voice suddenly pierced the air. Indeed, the fiery-haired individual was unmistakably Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, the only one who could possibly be exchanging blows with Arthur, sporting a head of light blonde hair. Could be none other than his frenemy, Lucius Malfoy. Yet, the timing seemed awry. This altercation in Diagon Alley was clearly a scene from the second book, occurring 2 years hence. Was this chaotic tussle merely a recurring act for them, a traditional performance? Furthermore, if memory served correctly, their quarrel in the original narrative was instigated by Lucius deliberately provoking a conflict to surreptitiously slip Tom Riddle's diary into Ginny's bag amidst the chaos. At this juncture, the Ministry of Magic had yet to commence extensive searches for dark artifacts, and Lucius had no reason to deal with such a hot potato. So, what had instigated their brawl? Perhaps it was simply the nature of their opposing views, one a staunch advocate of pureblood elitism, the other a so-called pureblood traitor with a fondness for muggles. It was only natural for them to clash. Arnold suppressed the urge to burst into song, directing his gaze towards the source of the woman's voice. A short, plump, middle-aged woman was vociferously shouting, undoubtedly the matriarch of the Weasley family, Molly Weasley. Beside her stood two nearly identical red-haired youths, their faces alight with excitement as they waved their fists in encouragement towards the fray. Fred and George, the beloved twin brothers from Arnold's past readings and viewings, brought a smile to his face. Their humor and optimism shone like vibrant fireworks piercing through the darkening narrative of the Harry Potter saga, offering a glimmer of joy and solace amidst the gloom. In the vicinity of the twins, there were two small heads peeking out, unmistakably the most prominent figures present, the founding members of the triumvirate of protagonists and the fiancé of the central character. Indeed, such prolific breeding, Arnold mused. Having surveyed the group, did Molly Weasley not require any recovery time post-childbirth? Ron and Ginny appeared to be no more than 2 years apart in age. Wizards, it seemed, were remarkably resilient. This thought prompted Arnold to steal another glance at the robust Molly. But the youthful allure of little Ginny was captivating. The remnants of baby fat still graced her cheeks, rendering her adorably plump. However, she seemed to pale in comparison to the enchanting Cho Chang he had encountered earlier. It was no wonder Harry initially regarded her merely as a backup option. Ron, what was there to note about him? A fleeting glance sufficed. He lacked the charm of his twin brothers and was destined to be Harry's steadfast companion. Arnold had no desire for Ron to notice him, nor did he wish to attract Ron's attention. The escapades of the trio, the future saviors, were undeniably thrilling, but Arnold's heart was delicate, easily startled. He had no intention of testing the limits of Harry's protagonist aura to see if it could extend to another. A quick look at Ron, engraving his visage in memory, and then he resolved to keep his distance in future encounters. At that moment, amidst the brawl, a voice rang out, "Charlie, keep an eye on your brother and sister." And Molly. Arnold had overlooked another presence. He turned to see a slightly older red-haired boy near the center of the fray. This must be Charlie. The Weasley family seemed to have 2 more children, Bill and Percy. Where might they be? The child opposite Charlie was clearly not from their household. With his meticulously styled light blonde hair, stiff as if laden with gel, and an air of haughty arrogance, this could only be the infamous Draco Malfoy. A figure steeped in rivalry with Harry, though Arnold found the translation of his name to be rather lackluster, as it failed to capture his essence. Yet, Draco Malfoy deserved no more than a passing glance from Arnold, receiving the same treatment as Ron. As a wizard born into a Muggle family, Arnold had no desire to engage with anyone from the Malfoy lineage. Such a demeanor was simply intolerable. Returning his gaze to the chaotic scene, Arnold could only observe the two still grappling with each other, bemused. Where were their wands? Where was their magic? Unlike him, they had not trained in martial arts. Regardless of its utility, at least such skills would make their brawl visually appealing. It occurred to him that wizards, possessing inherently resilient physiques, would likely sustain little harm from such physical altercations without the aid of spells. It resembled a scenario where 2 ordinary individuals engaged in a theatrical display of aggression without ever truly landing a blow. This felt oddly familiar. Where had he encountered such a spectacle? It struck him. A classic scene from the Forbidden City. It is not a sword that has come forth, but rather, please, cease this fighting. A voice involuntarily surfaced in Arnold's mind, accompanied by corresponding animated GIFs and video clips. Note, at the summit of the Forbidden City, A theatrical production centered on dance depicts a so-called fight where two individuals, standing half a meter apart, mimic dance moves, while a third person, the female lead, anxiously implores them to cease their altercation. Interested readers may search for the GIFs or videos to gain further insight. Chapter 22. Frenzied implications step aside. A short, irritable man brandishing a large black camera approached, riding a broomstick and shouting, "This is for the Daily Prophet." Before he even arrived, his camera flashed brilliantly, emitting a plume of purple smoke, as he began to search for the perfect angle, incessantly clicking the shutter, filling the air with thick smoke. The arrival of the diminutive man clearly startled Arthur and Lucius, who promptly halted their grappling, separating from their entangled positions. However, it was evidently too late. Arnold was certain that the front page of the Daily Prophet the following day would feature their bruised visages, and it was likely that their earlier tussle had been captured as well. After all, photographs in the wizarding world are animated, an eyesore indeed. Yet, ceasing their physical confrontation did not mean that Arthur and Lucius would quiet down. Without a clear victor, their banter continued unabated. "Arthur Weasley, you pathetic fool who relies on lowly muggles to scrape by in the Ministry of Magic, I shall end you today," Lucius declared coldly, his tone ominous, his fingers gripping his wand tightly enough to turn pale. Yet, he did not draw his wand nor utter any incantations. "Put away that loathsome expression, Lucius. Wizards from Muggle or mixed-blood families are far more capable than you. Aside from your wealth, what do you possess?" Arthur retorted defiantly, dramatically feigning fear. "Oh, and your dreadful dark magic." While jesting was one thing, Arthur remained vigilant, keenly observing Lucius's movements, as long as Lucius refrained from drawing his wand. He felt no fear of the dark arts. He was prepared to dodge at a moment's notice. "Dark magic? You had better provide evidence, otherwise I shall take you to Wisingamot for defamation," Lucius proclaimed with righteous indignation, his voice resonating with authority. "The evidence lies within your manor." "Do you dare let me into search?" Arthur challenged. "First, acquire a search warrant from the Ministry of Magic, even if you are part of the ministry. You cannot act arbitrarily." Of course, Lucius, one day, even without anyone holding them back, the two men maintained their stoic faade, engaging in a theatrical display of verbal sparring rather than physical confrontation. "Stop pondering distant matters, Arthur. You should be more concerned about whether your galleons suffice to purchase this year's school textbooks for your family. Or perhaps a second-hand store would be more suitable for you." With that, Lucius draped an arm over Draco's shoulders and strolled toward the bookstore. Arthur's cheeks flushed crimson. Lucius's words inflicted a grievous wound. The inability to provide a good life and educational conditions for his family had long been a source of pain for Arthur. Each time he overheard Ron lamenting the hand-me-downs from his brothers, a pang of guilt would surface within him. All Malia's fault. She promised to stop after having a daughter. Who knew she would continue until the seventh child was a girl? If only Ginny had been born earlier, would there have been any room for Ron to complain? "Disperse, disperse. The fight is over." An elderly wizard's languid voice prompted the onlookers to scatter. Some heading off to shop, others to eat. "Two cowardly men. I always thought the Weasley family was inept, but it seems the Malfoys are equally spineless. What are you staring at? Do you wish to challenge me?" A rather fierce which critiqued both parties, unwavering under the icy glares of Arthur and Lucius. "Is this it? These few photographs hardly suffice. Thankfully, I possess special photo editing skills. With a few cuts and splices, the short man with the camera had not yet departed. Perched on his broomstick, he stroked his chin and occasionally emitted a lewd chuckle. Ultimately, amidst the audience's disgruntled murmurings, what could have been a breathtaking and resplendent battle concluded in an anticlimactic manner. "How dull." Arnold echoed the sentiments of his fellow spectators, his gaze fixated on the dueling parties, hoping their verbal exchanges might escalate into spellcasting. It was also apparent that the wizard's banter lacked creativity. Compared to the profound intricacies of square characters, even American street vernacular seemed superior. "Wait, Draco isn't attending school this year. What business do they have at the Leaky Cauldron? Draco hardly seems the type to prepare in advance. Oh no, could he have been possessed by a time traveler? A wealthy wizard combined with a plot-savvy time traveler. How terrifying. Perhaps Lucius has his own reasons? A kind, diligent, and powerful wizard like Lucius, even with an extensive private collection of dark magic, would not indulge in it. Thus, he sought knowledge from beyond. Indeed, that must be it. After a moment of self-reassurance, Arnold dismissed his chaotic thoughts and noticed George and Fred following their parents toward Gringotts. His eyes brightened, and he stepped forward to pursue them. Just then, Nicole, who had arrived at his side, called out loudly, "Arnold, stop. Where do you think you're going? Can't you spare me some worry?" Arnold paused momentarily, gesturing towards the direction of the twin brothers. "Mother, it appears that those over there might be upperclassmen from Hogwarts. I shall venture over to converse with them for just a few minutes. Are those the two children? Then go ahead, but remember not to wander off again." After glancing at the twins' robes, which indeed resembled the one in her possession, Nicole finally nodded gently. "Be cautious, Arthur." As Arnold swiftly made his way towards the Weasley family, he could already hear Mrs. Weasley admonishing her husband in the distance. "That family is not to be trifled with. Do not bite off more than you can chew. Do you think I cannot stand up to Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley retorted indignantly. I simply cannot abide his arrogance in front of muggles. Generations back, were they not the sycophants of the Muggle royal family? Note 1. One's reputation is of utmost importance. Whether one admits it internally is inconsequential, but outwardly, one must never show weakness. I, Arthur the Strong Weasley, shall not back down. George. I have a foreboding feeling that we may go hungry tonight. Indeed, Fred, and this is under the assumption that we truly procure our school supplies from the second-hand shop. I wonder if there is even a canute left in our vault? That is not what I meant, George. Have you not noticed that Arthur is on the verge of provoking Molly? Indeed, poor Arthur. And poor us. Arnold found the conversation amusing as he listened from behind. When the twin brothers gradually slowed their pace due to their incessant chatter, he seized the opportunity and quickly approached them. Gentlemen, would you be interested in earning a bit of pocket money? He called out to George and Fred, who halted and turned to look at him. Arnold lowered his voice. I mean, Galen. As he spoke, he recalled the gestures and tones of the street vendor he had encountered in his previous life, his eyelids fluttering as he hinted frantically. Text omitted for brevity. Note. Armand Malfoy, the first of the Malfoy family to arrive in England, established Malfoy Manor using land granted by King William I. By the time the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was enacted in 1692, the Malfoy family had fully integrated into Muggle high society, despite generations vehemently denying it. There is ample evidence to suggest that Lucius Malfoy was a suitor of Elizabeth I, though he ultimately failed. Some wizarding historians believe that the Queen never married thereafter due to a curse cast by the spurned Malfoy. The Malfoy family continuously annexed the lands of nearby Muggles, expanding their already considerable estate. They also successfully ventured into Muggle currency and assets, becoming one of the wealthiest wizarding families in Britain. Although they initially opposed the statute, they swiftly severed all ties with Muggle families and denied having had any deep connections with them. P.S. The narrative regarding Draco Malfoy is purely a figment of Arnold's imagination, a self-induced fright. The kind-hearted author would never allow a second time traveler through the temporal portal. Chapter 23. Is it unusable? A word for the impulsive shoppers. The twins stared at Arnold in unison. One of them inquired, Who are you? What do you want? The other lamented, Is something wrong with your eyes? We can't assist with that. Of course my eyes are troubled. You two look nearly identical. My eyes are about to give up. Arnold retorted, No, I actually have a lucrative scheme I plan to share with both of you. Without attempting to discern who was George and who was Fred, he got down to business, his tone shrouded in mystery. However, they remained skeptical. One said, We certainly want to get rich, Galen, but I don't believe such good fortune would simply come our way. The other concurred, exactly, if such an opportunity existed. Why would you share it with us? Why don't you pursue it yourself? Well, if I could do it alone, I wouldn't be seeking your help, Arnold exclaimed. I am serious. The plan is entirely feasible, but I need your cooperation. He nodded emphatically, stressing, and all the risks are on me. If I hadn't found your enthusiastic support rather pleasing, I wouldn't have approached you at all. Arnold spoke as if he were utterly sincere. However, in this moment, apart from his twin brothers, it was utterly impossible for him to find anyone else. After all, they were genuinely impoverished. First, share your method, and we shall contemplate it. They urged, Do not deceive us. The fabrications we have spun may far exceed the number of words you have uttered in your lifetime. You cannot fool us. The twins exchanged glances, communicating in a manner that Arnold could not comprehend, before turning to him and speaking, regardless of the circumstances. This pair of twins was finally willing to earnestly consider my plan. Arnold approached the other party and whispered, the solution is quite simple. I shall provide you with pounds, and you will exchange them for galleons at Gringotts. A mere 10% of the total shall be your reward. What do you think? Upon finishing his words, Arnold noticed Nicole, who had come to his side, giving him a thumbs up, prompting him to break into a broad grin. Fortunately, he had already had his teeth fixed. Nicole, too, was inclined to acquire a greater number of galleons. For their shopping excursion in Diagon Alley merely offered a glimpse into the magical realm. She remained oblivious to the true spending habits of wizards. In any case, it would be prudent to prepare a little extra. After all, galleons are the lifeblood of a wizard. No child should suffer hardships. Moreover, their family, especially Arnold himself, was not lacking in a few £1,000s. Furthermore, the attitude of that old hag at Gringotts was exceedingly irksome. Exchanging a few galleons felt as if it were a matter of life and death. With her incessant moralizing and biting sarcasm, she was a woman who harbored grudges. Even if the old crone were hideous, she would not bat an eye. Arnold as well. I may not necessarily spend that many galleons. Yet I am determined to exchange a greater amount. Although I do not resort to outright theft or robbery, this exemplifies my utmost restraint against greed. Initially, the sudden approach of a stranger rendered the twins somewhat cautious. However, upon witnessing the interaction between Nicole and Arnold, they were soon at ease. To the left of Arnold, the twin was tousling his hair, reminiscing, pounds, Muggle currency. I believe I heard Father mention it. George, do you recall? It seems you're Fred. Then the one on the right must be George. I've committed that to memory. George did not respond to his brother, but turned to Arnold. Are you a student at Hogwarts? Why don't you exchange it yourself? I have already exchanged some. Arnold replied. pointing to the bag of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions in Nicole's hand, then shrugged helplessly. However, each person has a limit on exchanges. And I desire more galleons. You cannot use more. George gently shook his head, explaining, you must be a first year, right? There aren't many places at Hogwarts that require spending. If that's your stance, George, I must disagree. When my monthly salary was 2,000, I managed to survive in first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. With a salary of 4,000, I couldn't even speak of a decent life in a second-tier city. Are you telling me I can't spend? If I want to spend, I can spend it all. Don't underestimate my shopping prowess cultivated through online shopping. Online shopping? Spending? George looked at Arnold's hands in confusion before shaking his head and saying, I don't understand, but we can assist you with this matter. Moreover, it's a trivial task for us. No compensation is necessary. Fred added from the side. It's not about compensation. You are sacrificing your time and effort to help me, and I must express my sincere gratitude, Arnold insisted, allowing the twins to appreciate the linguistic artistry from the ancient Eastern land. While he was quite eager to foster a good relationship with the Weasley twins, he did not wish to casually owe anyone a favor. The twins exchanged glances again. Is there any distinction? Fred shot a look at his brother. George returned a glance laden with meaning. It felt as though something was amiss, but this brother spoke so melodiously that he truly adored him. So do I. Fred's eyes brightened. It appeared that this money could indeed be acquired. Having reached a consensus with George, Fred cheerfully addressed Arnold. Very well, I appreciate your sentiment. George had already begun to anticipate Arnold's needs, considering his concerns. Do we have enough exchange limits for you? Do you need to exchange for more galleons? We have 3 more brothers. Fred interrupted with a look of regret. No, Bill is currently in Egypt. And I've heard that currency exchange requires the wizard to be present. Of course, if Bill possesses employee privileges, that's a different story. Then it's only 2. George folded one of his 3 outstretched fingers back and suddenly exclaimed, Oh, Ron, why aren't you starting this year? It's just a year apart. The distorted expression and the pitchy wail were truly heart-wrenching. Fred gently patted his brother's shoulder, soothingly advising, It's all right, George. The work at Father S might not have a limit, but Mother surely hasn't exchanged anything. George merely nodded, heartbroken and unable to breathe, let alone speak. Excellent. With this, there are a total of 5 of us. It seems I truly found the right people in you. Arnold feigned surprise, clapping his hands. Only then remembering he hadn't introduced himself. He quickly added, Thank you for your help. I am a first year at Hogwarts, Arnold Adams. You may call me Arnold. Fred extended his hand to shake Arnold's. Hello, I'm Fred Weasley. George finally regained his composure, shaking Arnold's hand while continuing, I'm George. Now we need to find Charlie, Percy, and Molly. They should be at Gringotts. Arnold, would you like to join us? No. My mother and I still need to purchase a few other items. Let us meet at the entrance of the Elop's Owl Emporium in Gringotts. Arnold had no desire to visit the Weasley family's vault. The very thought was excruciatingly awkward. Fred cheerfully gave Arnold a thumbs up, exclaiming, Of course, no problem. You are quite remarkable, Arnold. George also patted his chest in assurance. Leave it to us, Arnold. You can rest easy. This lad is impressive indeed. Chapter 24. I am quite accustomed to this. Just as Fred and George turned to leave with a stack of pounds, Arnold suddenly called out to them, Wait a moment. As the twins began to feel a twinge of discomfort, suspecting Arnold's lack of trust, he quickly added, Upon reflection, let us meet at the entrance of Gringotts later. If I am not there when you emerge, kindly wait for me for a while. The twins exchanged a glance, their expressions easing, and they replied in unison, No problem. See you soon. Gringotts has its own set of rules, and I fear not. The transaction must occur at your doorstep, right before your eyes. Dare to contest me? Had I not previously declared my intention not to follow, it would seem I mistrust the twins, and Arnold nearly considered standing before that old goblin. One hand would offer pounds, while the other would receive galleons. Once the Weasley twins had distanced themselves, Nicole quietly remarked to Arnold, Aren't you concerned they might abscond? They don't appear particularly reliable. She was cautious, fearful that the 2 young wizards might possess some means to overhear her murmurings. While Fred and George indeed seemed somewhat untrustworthy, it stemmed from their nature, or rather, their personality, rather than their integrity. However, given their temperament, it was evident that even they, still in their second year, lacked understanding of eavesdropping magic. The invention of extendable ears was surely far in the future. Chuckling nonchalantly, Arnold replied, Nicole, if you listen to their words, you will realize that children from wizarding families have little concept of pounds. Had it not been for their father's occupation, they might never have even encountered them. Moreover, it is merely a few thousand pounds. It hardly amounts to anything if it cannot be exchanged for galleons. The crux of the matter lies in the goblins at Gringotts, who are particularly averse to accepting pounds for galleons. The more I exchange, the more delighted I become. It matters not who makes the exchange. As he envisioned that old goblin with a grim expression, incessantly extracting galleons in exchange for banknotes, a smile involuntarily graced Arnold's face. This little rascal, when smiling, truly exudes mischief. But I find it endearing. Nonetheless, he must be cautioned. His heart is far too expansive. When he eventually attends school, He may not recognize when he is being deceived. Nicole suppressed her laughter, dissatisfied. A few £1,000s is not insignificant, you know? Moreover, what if they exchange the galleons and then flee? George and Fred running off with galleons? Arnold was somewhat skeptical. Upon learning that Harry Potter might find it useful, the twins unhesitatingly relinquished their most prized possession, the Marauder's map. Would such individuals truly abscond with a galleon? Furthermore, Arnold was not entirely defenseless, Nicole. Let us not forget that we inhabit a realm brimming with enchanting magic. Uncovering the truth would be a straightforward endeavor should an investigation be warranted. Although his impressions of the Weasley twins, George and Fred, were notably positive based on his previous encounters with the original texts and films, Arnold was not naive enough to test the character of a stranger with his own pounds or galleons. Even if, hypothetically, the twins' mischievous inclinations momentarily prevailed, they must possess enough sense to recognize that such funds were untouchable. While obtaining Veritaserum or Legilimency was beyond his immediate reach, Arnold could certainly leverage the situation. Should the twins dare to deceive him financially, he would not hesitate to seek an alliance with Lucius, aiming his ire directly at Arthur. After all, neglecting to educate one's offspring is a parental failing. Moreover, leaking information to Rita Skeeter could prove to be an astute strategy. Go ahead and fabricate whatever you wish, Arnold declared nonchalantly. Nicole, visibly displeased, found herself powerless as the money had already been handed over. With a slight pout, she looked up and noticed Arnold straying in the wrong direction. Hey, isn't the bookstore right here? Where are you headed, Arnold? Arnold replied without turning his head, stating that he would stroll through the stalls to see if he could find any intriguing trinkets. Diagon Alley also featured small vendors, typically selling various potion ingredients, alchemical materials, as well as handmade and secondhand items. However, without the presence of commerce regulators or city management, Arnold needed to exercise caution to avoid being swindled in his quest for treasures. For instance, there was a vendor offering subpar wands and cauldrons with flimsy bottoms. Had it not been for the exposure by the prophet, many unsuspecting individuals might have fallen victim to his deceit. Note 1. It was clear that Arnold was not the only one who found Ollivander's pretentiousness intolerable. Others who managed to procure wands for sale would certainly find a market. Nicole stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Aren't you going to buy any books? As a student, how can you neglect to purchase the most essential textbooks?" But this student was a wizard, and the most crucial item was undoubtedly the wand. Nevertheless, the textbooks held their own significance as well. Arnold stuffed a jelly bean into his mouth, turned around, and pointed to his temple, mumbling indistinctly, "Use your brain, Nicole. Consider the weight of several hundred galleons. Can we still manage to carry those books? Ugh, the taste of booger. Don't ask me how I know." Nicole pondered for a moment and realized he had a point. The currency used by wizards was indeed substantial in both material and weight. It was exceedingly heavy. "If we can't carry your books, does that mean we won't buy them?" Nicole pressed on. She was infuriated by Arnold's condescending expression, which made her feel foolish. And she was unwilling to concede easily. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the textbooks were indispensable. At worst, the two of them could endure a bit of hardship. Making several trips to transport the galleons, books, wands, and other school supplies back to the car. But how could Arnold bear to let his own mother endure such toil? Arnold, with an air of nonchalance, elucidated, "On our way back, we shall procure an owl. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a list and have the owl deliver it to Gowan." The joy of online shopping is beyond your imagination. A drone delivering directly to the windowsill. Such pleasures were unfathomable to those who indulged in excessive shopping in their past lives. Oh, but wait. This hardly qualifies as online shopping. It is merely akin to a beta's venture, akin to transcribing a product catalog. The process could indeed be refined further. Nevertheless, let it be. I shall make do. After all, I have no inclination to become a magical equivalent of a certain e-commerce mogul. For there are but a handful of users, utterly devoid of motivation. In any case, I am utterly accustomed to shopping without stepping outside, an expertise of mine. Is it truly possible to do so? Nicole exclaimed, taken aback by Arnold's audacious proposal. Of course, did you not observe the owl's purchasing goods in other shops? Arnold nodded, encouraging her to expand her perspective. Just moments earlier, upon entering Diagon Alley, they had witnessed an owl emerging with a parcel from the apothecary, and later, an owl had flown into the joke shop, awaiting the proprietor to fill its order. Such occurrences are indeed commonplace. It is merely the young wizard from a muggle background who struggles to adapt their thinking. For those hailing from wizarding families, such sights are rather routine. However, wands must be personally attuned, as they select their masters. Moreover, robes require bespoke tailoring. Unless the children from wizarding households cease to grow, they must return to Diagon Alley each year to procure new attire, often alongside other necessities. Yet, they possess the convenience of the Flu network, making travel exceedingly effortless. Oh, and I must remember to purchase a book. Upon returning home, I wish to delve into my studies. Arnold suddenly recalled something. Retrieving the list from his notification letter and glancing at it. "Mother, could you please acquire the standard spellbook, level 1? This one will suffice." "Just this one?" Nicole confirmed, and upon seeing Arnold nod, she carefully advised, "Very well, do not stray too far. I shall return shortly to find you." Arnold turned to the side and pointed to a vendor not far away, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, all the stalls are located along that stretch. And I shall be right there. Standard charms, level 2 for 2 galleons. As a diligent scholar, I naturally completed 7 years worth of spells in just one. Alas, this notebook is so chaotic that it would be better if I hadn't taken notes at all. The only reason it occupies a prominent position is that the book is relatively new. Isn't it? A poor review. Just look at this standard charms book. It's beginner level and clearly has passed through the hands of a diligent student. Regrettably, I have already asked Nicole to assist me in acquiring new books. Goodness. With so many second-hand books available at the stall, why on earth would I still want to buy new ones? Second-hand wands are uncomfortable to use. And second-hand robes are ill-fitting, yet second-hand books are perfectly fine. They even contain the notes of good students. How foolish of me. Aside from standard charms, level 1. I have resolved all other textbooks here unless I cannot find them. It merely requires a bit of effort to move them to the cart, but that is no bother. I am still young. I will let Nicole carry them. Note 1. This information is derived from the Daily Prophet's newsletter published on July 31st, 1998, featuring a front-page story about a man named Honest Willie Wagstaff. This publication is released in the real world and provides exclusive content for members of the Harry Potter official club, as conceived by J.K. Rowling and the publisher. Due to the incomplete storyline at that time, some events mentioned in the Daily Prophet may conflict with later developments in the narrative. The author here takes the information from the publication at face value while also advancing the timeline. Chapter 25, Not Even a Beginner's Gear. Lingering at several stalls, Arnold managed to gather a substantial collection of second-hand textbooks with commendable notes, purchasing 2 books for his second year as well, depending on the situation. Clutching a pile of somewhat cumbersome books, he approached another stall and pointed to a tattered broomstick, inquiring, "How much for this broom, good sir?" "This broom?" The proprietor, a middle-aged wizard with chestnut hair and a hawk-like nose, glanced at the broom and then fixed his intense gaze on Arnold, declaring, "The shooting star, a rare antique, can be yours for only 80 galleons. 80 galleons? Do I look like a fool?" Arnold spoke with a distinctly irritable tone. "Do I appear to you as someone who collects antiques? This sweeping broom, a classic masterpiece of the company, is meticulously maintained. Although its performance may not quite match that of the newer brooms currently on the market, it is undeniably the most suitable choice for a novice." The middle-aged wizard chuckled, entirely unfazed by the awkwardness, and promptly switched to a different line of persuasion. "Deceive, continue to deceive, I have fallen for your trickery." Arnold gestured towards various points on the broom while commenting, "If it weren't for the fact that the bristles at the tail are half-worn, the tail band is rusty, and there is a crack in the riding position, I would truly believe you, my good sir. At most, it's worth 30 galleons. Humph." The middle-aged wizard, clearly displeased, huffed and pointed in a direction, retorting, "If that's the case, the Quidditch specialty shop to your right is eager to welcome you." Unfazed by the middle-aged wizard's derision, Arnold cheerfully replied, "Good sir, I am sincerely interested in making a purchase. Do name your price." The middle-aged wizard maintained a stern expression, stating, 50 galleons, and not a single canute less. "This broom may have a mediocre appearance, but its functionality is intact. I assure you, it will fly and is absolutely safe." Arnold stood up silently from the street vendor's stall and turned to walk towards another merchant. 1, 2, 3. "Oh, don't leave just yet. I haven't opened for business today. So let me offer you a deal, 40 gallons for you to take away." Arnold's lips curled slightly as he paused in his steps. After the middle-aged sorcerer beckoned and persuaded him once more, he finally turned and returned to his stall. The most commonplace bargaining methods of the mundane world still hold sway within the realm of magic. Upon detecting a magical item, the following details emerged: name, undesignated; type, unknown; effect, unidentified; principle, unspecified; craftsmanship, undetermined; designation, star sweeper; type, flying broom. Arnold recorded the newly acquired broom in his system with his consciousness, noting only its name and type. The specific effects could only be determined through personal use, such as acceleration from 0 to 100, maximum speed, braking distance, steering performance, and maximum safe altitude. Despite his skepticism, Arnold doubted this antique broom could reach a maximum speed of even 100 kilometers per hour. The principles and craftsmanship behind it were also a concern. Unless Arnold delved into the study of broom-making techniques, the only way to gain insights would be to expend energy. This was precisely why Arnold opted to purchase this worn broom. While the latest models from the Quidditch shop, like the Nimbus, Comet, and Firebolt, were undoubtedly superior, Arnold was certain the energy required for analysis would be substantial, perhaps marginally cheaper than the exorbitant energy cost of a versatile wand. This seemingly second-hand broom was evidently more economical for someone merely seeking to grasp the fundamentals of broom-making. It required only 1,000 points of energy, making it one of the least expensive magical items he had encountered, aside from some second-hand textbooks and toys from the joke shop. Having accumulated 550 points of energy through various simple tasks and exploration rewards, Arnold anticipated that he would soon reach the 1,000 point threshold after his trip to Diagon Alley. Once he deciphered the principles and craftsmanship of this broom, he mused, who could boast of gifting a firebolt or a firebolt-like item? He would craft his own. What was a firebolt, after all? Just wait until he created a rocket to astonish them all. Arnold, you're here? Look, such a cute and beautiful little kitten. So well-behaved and intelligent, unlike ordinary cats. Nicole exclaimed, teasing a Siamese cat. After acquiring the broom, Arnold had wandered around the vendors, purchasing items of interest. But Nicole had yet to join him. He then visited the Weasley Wizard Wheezes for a legendary space pouch, but found nothing at the stalls. Upon inquiry at the magical goods store, he learned that although space pouches were not particularly difficult or valuable to create, they were rather uncommon. Most wizards could perform the undetectable extinction charm themselves, albeit illegally, and rarely faced scrutiny. Consequently, there was little incentive for wizards to seek out or hunt transfiguration lizards to craft space pouches. Thus, Hagrid's thoughtful gift for Harry was truly heartfelt. Especially knowing Harry's average performance in charms class, unlike Hermione, who could effortlessly cast the undetectable extinction charm. After leaving the magical goods store, Arnold visited a second-hand shop, but again found no space pouch. Is this truly a world of extraordinary power? Not even a basic piece of novice equipment for me. Frustrated at his lack of success, Arnold returned to the vendor area, only to discover that Nicole had still not arrived. Concerned, he decided to head towards the bookstore in search of her. To his dismay, he found his unreliable mother crouched on the ground, thoroughly enjoying herself while playing with a Siamese cat. Was she intending to buy that cat? It's almond-shaped. Lake blue eyes sparkled like gemstones, its snow-white fur gradually transitioning to a rich brown at its extremities. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a stunning creature. Most notably, this Siamese cat appeared exceptionally intelligent, intuitively understanding Nicole's every gesture, leading her to become completely absorbed in play. Only wizards, with their marvelous magic, could train a cat in such a manner. The aloof, indifferent feline, occasionally permitting its owner a stroke, was the epitome of a true feline ruler. The sensation of petting such a cat was unparalleled. Was a compliant cat even worthy of the title? How mundane. With such training skills, why not rear a tiger instead? Feed it shrinking potions daily and claim it as a tabby cat. That would suit his identity well, a powerful sorcerer brimming with charm. He quickly jotted down this idea. Ah, my eyes. Nicole, you've forgotten again that you're headed to Cass Business School. Do you have time to care for this cat? Arnold posed, confronting Nicole's eager gaze. It might have undergone special wizard training, possessing enough intelligence to survive with pre-prepared food. As Nicole's brow furrowed, ready to argue, Arnold preemptively addressed its feasibility. Once her expression relaxed, he swiftly countered, but you won't even be able to pet it. As if pierced by a dagger, Nicole's lovely brow knitted once more. And after a moment of contemplation, she lamented, what a pity. I must have one once I graduate. Not necessarily. What if you meet a new love at Cass Business School? You might forget all about it, Arnold shrugged, casually remarking. Nicole turned with a serious tone, Arnold. Arnold gazed intently into her eyes and earnestly said, you know I don't mind, Nicole, and I cannot possibly reside at home indefinitely. In just a few weeks, I will be heading to Hogwarts. I refuse to be labeled as a mama's boy. Moreover, over the years, in order to care for Arnold's well-being and his tender psyche, Nicole had turned down several suitors. Arnold found it difficult to articulate that within him resided the soul of an adult. The presence of multiple stepfathers had no discernible impact on his mental well-being. Consequently, Nicole, in her alluring femininity, remained single throughout these years. Approaching the latter half of her 30s, Arnold felt a mixture of emotions, both touched and remorseful, as he naturally wished for her to have a better and happier life. With himself being a mere burden and absent from her side, especially in the environment of a university where love often blooms and flourishes, he thought it best to let it be. After all, he had grown accustomed to this situation over the years. Nicole, not wanting to discuss the matter in public, casually dismissed it with a few words, then firmly asserted to Arnold that even if she were to enter into a new relationship, he must continue to reside with her until he reached adulthood. Arnold, ever accommodating, replied, all right, let us set this matter aside, or in the words of the Chinese, let it unfold naturally. As long as I express my support for her pursuit of love at the appropriate moment, I have no intention of pressuring Nicole into any particular course of action. Let it unfold naturally? Nicole echoed, then lamented, there you go again with the Chinese sayings. Arnold, every time you visit Chinatown to seek out culinary masters, do you truly learn to cook, or is it some peculiar endeavor you are after? Without waiting for Arnold's response, she added, in these past 2 years, I have yet to see any improvement in your cooking skills. Ouch, mother. Arnold wore an expression of utter disbelief. Speaking of which, you are the mother here, indulging in ready-made meals, and still having the audacity to complain? Moreover, I too aspire to cultivate exquisite culinary skills. British cuisine primarily consists of the most mundane and homely dishes, like roasted or fried potatoes, meat chunks, and fish that are tolerable, while the rest, forget it. Just the thought of it makes my stomach rebel. Although I grew up in Bashu in my previous life, I was merely an orphan, lacking a nurturing Bashu mother to impart the art of cooking, leaving me ill-equipped to prepare even a simple meal. Beware of the day when I struggle to find a wife. my culinary prowess is indeed less than commendable. After I began earning from my writing, I immediately took the initiative to venture to London's Chinatown to seek knowledge, or rather, to observe and learn for a fee. However, it was only upon my arrival that I realized the Chinese restaurants there serve a modified version of Sichuan cuisine, which truly does not suit my palate. Even the spicy dough surpasses their authenticity. Perhaps I am currently in a phase of integrating Eastern and Western culinary arts, yet feeling somewhat stalled in my progress. Arnold fell silent for a moment, reflecting on his culinary skills, then promptly urged Nicole to move along, stating, "Let us not dwell on this. We must hurry to Gringotts." Lest George and Fred grow impatient. Did he truly believe I relished delving into the culinary arts? It was merely my insatiable appetite that compelled me. Once I have the opportunity to acquire a house elf, I shall provide them with a comprehensive cookbook of the 8 major cuisines of Chinese gastronomy, making it a simple matter for me to order my favorite dishes in the future. For now, let us skip the steamed lamb and bear paws and start with spicy rabbit heads. How delectable. I must jot this down in my notebook. Upon Arnold and Nicole's arrival at the entrance of Gringotts, they indeed found George and Fred waiting there, accompanied by a few others. "Hey, Arnold, over here." Upon hearing the call, Arnold looked up to see 2 identical red-haired youths waving at him. Unable to discern which of the twins beckoned him, Arnold strode purposefully forward, with Nicole closely trailing behind him. However, rather than approaching the imposing bronze doors of Gringotts directly, Arnold veered to the side, gesturing for the twins to converge towards his position. After all, one must not obstruct the entrance, must one? A slight shift to the side to allow for passage was in line with Arnold's high standards and strict self-expectations, particularly since he had undergone an education in core values. He certainly could not allow himself to appear inferior to the nearby sprite clad in a vivid scarlet uniform, who was observing them with keen interest. As the twins, accompanied by a few others, approached, one of the boys extended a hand, and together they hoisted a substantial sack before Arnold, setting it down with a heavy thud. The sound was reminiscent of an overwhelming amount of galleons, distinctly different from the familiar chime the uniformed sprite was accustomed to. The last time he had heard a similar sound had been 7 or 8 years ago during a vault audit. No longer able to maintain his composure, the sprite took a few steps closer to the sack, peering inside. Ah, my eyes. It resembled a snakeskin bag akin to those sold by Louis Vuitton for a staggering price, a vintage classic that was a staple among the laborers of Huagua. While the design and material might diverge slightly, the size was comparable, leaving one to wonder where the twins had procured such a treasure. Who claimed that the Weasley family was impoverished? The bag was brimming to the brim, and from the unzipped opening, the topmost galleons glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The brilliance was almost blinding. At least, the sprite, whose eyes were watering, certainly thought so. Yet, Arnold found the radiance delightful and soothing, especially after witnessing the sprite's reaction, which rendered the galleon's gleaming surfaces even more enchanting. The red-haired youth gave the bag a gentle kick. "These are your galleons, Arnold. They are all contained within this sack." Simultaneously, he extended a few banknotes, saying, "These are the remaining pounds." Another twin then added, "We apologize, although we are also students of Hogwarts, being from wizarding families. We are still limited to a quota of only 100 galleons." Arnold nodded, pocketing the pounds nonchalantly. "It's all right. This is already quite a sum." Initially, he had anticipated that the 4 students, twins, Charlie, and Percy, would yield 600 galleons, supplemented by Mrs. Weasley's contribution, totaling 700 galleons. However, it appeared that the actual amount fell short by 200 galleons, yet it sufficed. He had yet to contemplate how to spend it. A single ounce of dragon liver costs merely 1 galleon, and a bag of unicorn tail hair can be acquired for 10 galleons. Such seemingly premium materials are astonishingly affordable. One wonders how much wizards might expend throughout the year on studies of magic, potions, or alchemy. It is no wonder that wizards from the Muggle world once exploited this method to deceive Gringotts. The avenues for expenditure are exceedingly limited, with little entertainment or enjoyment in the magical realm. Perhaps Arnold's system, which necessitates the analysis of various magical artifacts, might consume 200 or even 300 galleons annually. Nevertheless, in Arnold's eyes, regardless of how much he could potentially spend, the mere delight of witnessing the performance of subduing fairies rendered it all immensely worthwhile. However, Arnold was unaware that the Weasley twins had yet another surprise in store for him. We just encountered 2 friends and invited them to join our endeavor, bringing our total to 690 galleons, one of the twins added. Friends are abundant wherever one goes. The twins truly have a remarkable knack for social connections. So, this means we've only fallen short by 10 galleons? Quite splendid indeed. Arnold clapped enthusiastically and flashed a thumbs up, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on the nearby goblin, observing as the creature's complexion shifted from a deep crimson to an ominous shade of blue. "Unless you can persuade Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic to amend the exchange regulations, I shall continue to partake in such exchanges annually. Furthermore, we must intensify our efforts to encourage more Hogwarts students to join in. As for how to spend the galleons, let us not rush to consider that. The primary objective is to irk the goblins. Regarding the potential for inflation due to increased supply, let us not dwell on whether my modest exchange could wield significant influence. Even if we were to forcibly extract and eliminate the so-called indestructible enchantment to directly smelt the materials, it would not be a loss. After all, the goblins are notorious for their sturdy and weighty materials. George and Fred, too, noted the goblins' expression, feeling a surge of secret delight. As renowned paupers in the British magical community, members of their family typically receive little warmth when visiting Gringotts, for despite being entrenched in the magical realm, Gringotts operates as a bank of a capitalist nation. One of the jubilant twins patted the young boy beside him, introducing Arnold. This is Cedric, our neighbor, who, like us, is entering his second year this September, and the 100 galleons were exchanged using his quota. Upon hearing this, Arnold immediately regarded the other person with curiosity. Cedric Diggory, a character who appears infrequently in the original text, yet left a profound impression on him. Handsome in appearance, he was renowned as the most dashing student at Hogwarts. Academically exceptional, he epitomized the pride of Hufflepuff. Possessing a gentle yet resilient demeanor, he served as the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. A veritable Prince Charming in the eyes of many young ladies. However, these attributes were not the crux of the matter. The true tragedy lay in the fact that such a flawless individual met his demise. Not only did he perish, but his image was also immortalized in a photograph affixed to the wall, watching his former girlfriend share a kiss with another. Note 2. Fortunately, he did not become a ghost. Otherwise, his spirit would surely have been consumed by rage. In a previous life, Arnold had encountered conspiracy theorists online who claimed that Cedric's death stemmed from his overshadowing the protagonist and winning the affections of women. Yet, this was a tenuous postulation. And even if it held some truth, this world was no longer under Rowling's dominion. As a traverser of realities, failing to alter the fates of those he admired and cherished would undoubtedly be a disgrace. Cedric and Fred, just as Arnold resolved to take action, a system interface appeared before him, visible only to his eyes, revealing a new mission. Mission title: Alter Fate. Mission objective: ensure the survival of those who perished in their original destinies. Mission description: you have encountered individuals whom you deeply admire, yet you are burdened with the foreknowledge of their impending deaths due to an unknown force. Defying the shackles of fate, you are determined to leverage your influence to effect change. Current rescue targets: 2 targets rescued, 0 target 1. Cedric Diggory. Date of death: June 24th, 1995. Location of death: Little Hangleton Church Cemetery. Cause of death: killing curse from Peter Pettigrew. Target 2. Fred Weasley. Date of death: May 2nd, 1998. Location of death: Hogwarts Castle. Cause of death: explosion during the Battle of Hogwarts. Mission reward: long-term mission. Rewards calculated at each character's predetermined moment of death. Each individual save yields a reward of 50,000 energy and 10 honor points. System: you truly underestimate me. Even without this mission, I would strive to accomplish this. Naturally, having a mission makes it even more appealing, for one should never turn down rewards that are rightfully theirs. By the way, how much would the reward be for saving Albus Dumbledore? Would it also be 50,000? As Arnold's mind began to swirl with uncertainty, he noticed an update in the task section of the system interface, visible only to him. The long-term task was to alter fate, with the content now modified to include a new target, Albus Dumbledore. The date of death was set for June 30th, 1997, at Hogwarts Castle, with the cause being Dumbledore's request for Severus Snape to end his life using the killing curse. The current rescue targets totaled 3, with none yet saved. It appeared that the task rewards were unrelated to his identity, calculated solely by the number of lives. Did Dumbledore, with his formidable power and myriad prestigious titles, possess not a modicum of leverage? How miserly! Moreover, the task rewards alluded to a new concept beyond energy: honor. Yet, the system provided no explanation or elucidation regarding this honor, leaving Arnold in the dark about its purpose. The reward's value appeared to be significantly rarer than energy, suggesting it was a form of currency far more precious, akin to the distinction between coins and diamonds in mobile games. Arnold immediately arrived at a rather reasonable conclusion based on his extensive experience. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory, a student of Hufflepuff. A gentle male voice pulled Arnold's thoughts back to reality. This voice was undeniably warm, with striking good looks, a magnetic tone, exceptional academic performance, and a kind disposition. It was no wonder that prior to Cedric's demise, Harry stood no chance. I am Arnold Adams. Regaining his composure, Arnold feigned ignorance and inquired, but Diggory, what is Hufflepuff? Are you not a student of Hogwarts? Just call me Cedric, he replied with a smile. Hufflepuff is one of the houses at Hogwarts. You will understand when you are sorted into a house upon entering the school. Cedric wore a smile, offering no further explanation. Arnold did not inquire further. He was merely feigning ignorance, though he was not truly oblivious. At that moment, one of the twins suddenly shifted half a step, pointing to a girl behind Arnold, and remarked, "This lovely young lady, like you, is a new student this year, hailing from a Muggle family." Just earlier, Arthur had a conflict with her father regarding the Malfoy family. Now it all made sense. The mystery was finally unraveled. Given Lucius Malfoy's arrogance, it was indeed quite easy for him to clash with an ordinary person he happened to encounter. If Arthur Weasley happened to be nearby, It would not be surprising for the situation to escalate from verbal exchanges to physical altercations. It was merely the Daily Prophet reporter who was rather too sensationalist. Wouldn't it be better to discreetly capture the moment? Perhaps, in a short while, they might even draw their wands in earnest. The girl had chestnut hair braided into two plaits cascading down her shoulders, while her features were not exquisitely refined. A few charming freckles and a hint of dimples rendered her quite pleasing to the eye. As Arnold assessed the girl before him, he introduced himself. "Hello. I am." Her melodious voice interrupted him. "Arnold Adams, I've already heard. My name is Katie Bell. It's a pleasure to meet you, and these are my parents." The girl was vivacious and extroverted, not only introducing herself first but also presenting her parents in turn. Katie Bell, her name sounded somewhat familiar. Yet she did not appear to be a particularly significant character in the original narrative. Otherwise, it would have immediately struck a chord in my memory. Note: Cedric is nearly a year older than the Weasley twins, but he was born after September 1st, thus having to wait an additional year to enroll. Therefore, although they are in the same year, Cedric can meet the age line set by Dumbledore for the Goblet of Fire, while the Weasley twins must resort to more dubious means. P.S. Similarly, Hermione was born in 79, while Harry and Ron were born in 80. Yet all three began their studies in 91. Note: this detail is not present in the original novel, but is rather a nuance from the film. In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry's first kiss is with Cho Chang, and beside them hangs a moving picture of Cedric. The foreign perspective is indeed quite unique. Chapter 28. Is this face thick or thin? "Hello, Miss Bell. Greetings to you, Mr. and Mrs. Bell." Arnold greeted Katie Bell and her parents in turn, suddenly recalling that he had neglected to introduce Nicole, so he turned slightly to present her. "This is my mother, Mrs. Melissa." As the adults exchanged pleasantries, Arnold curiously engaged Katie Bell in conversation. "So, you also come from an ordinary family? How is it that?" Arnold recalled the twins informing him that they had exchanged a total of 690 galleons, of which 500 came from the Weasley family. 100 were Cedric's allocation, leaving 90 unmistakably belonging to the girl before him. Katie Bell chuckled warmly, candidly explaining, "There's nothing to hide. My family's circumstances are not particularly affluent. And after careful calculations with my parents regarding the expenses for acquiring books and other necessities, I only exchanged 60 galleons, leaving quite a bit of allowance. I've now exchanged it all for you." Understanding dawned on Arnold, who nodded appreciatively before turning to the twin brothers, inquiring, "By the way, George and Fred, have you collected your share of galleons?" Upon uttering these words, Arnold noticed the twins' faces redden, their eyes flickering with hesitation, as if they were torn between wanting to take it and feeling bashful. Katie Bell slightly parted her lips, her expression mirroring theirs. Cedric, however, exhibited no reaction, suggesting that only children from wizarding families typically do not lack galleons. "Only one child? What nonsense," Arnold mused. In a few years, once the Weasley brood had all grown up, those other wizarding families would come to understand the true meaning of demographic advantage and overwhelming numbers. When it comes to confrontations, it's always others who challenge their collective force. The source of the stammering was uncertain. Was it Fred or George? Arnold interjected with an unceremonious tone, his words laced with temptation. "Do not be so courteous with me." That obnoxious gentleman with the light golden hair spoke so disdainfully. "Do you not wish to deliver a crushing blow to his face?" The twins exchanged glances, their expression shifting, yet their modesty remained intact. Arnold is quite anxious for them. Without your leadership, Katie Bell would find it difficult to voice her opinions. Cedric, while he is not lacking in funds, is a different matter entirely. Katie Bell has only recently acquainted herself with the two of you, and her connection to Arnold is even more tenuous. Even if one might not require the resources at present, those allowances have nothing to do with Arnold, do they? While there may be a genuine willingness to assist, the commission scheme relayed by the twins undoubtedly serves as a significant incentive. Do not feel embarrassed. I have previously stated that you are aiding me, and I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Otherwise, my conscience would not allow me peace. Arnold smiled, once again invoking the linguistic artistry of the ancient Eastern realms. I willingly accept this commission. Not only does it enrich my finances within the magical realm, but more importantly, it provides me with a sense of vindication. Right before the very eyes of a fairy, Arnold cast another glance at the expression of the uniformed fairy. Impotent rage. Noticing that the two were still somewhat embarrassed, he pondered for a moment and then took the standard spell from Nicole's hands, holding it aloft slightly. "Well, with a few weeks left until school begins, I intend to read, and if I encounter any uncertainties, I shall write to you for clarification, if that is agreeable. Alternatively, you may also write to me." Providing an introduction to the circumstances at Hogwarts, Fred and George exchanged glances, finally nodding with great difficulty. Then, at Arnold's prompting gaze, they accepted the gold galleon that Nicole had offered. They still felt somewhat reluctant to take it themselves. A full 50 galleons, gleaming and heavy, brought radiant smiles to the faces of the two brothers. Arnold found the situation somewhat amusing, pondering whether the twins possessed thin skins or thick ones. Surely, one must have some awareness of their own type of student, right? Were they truly capable of answering questions and subjects that failed to pique their interest, despite having attentively listened in class? Perhaps it stemmed from their family background. Regardless, all that mattered to him was that the questions were answered, whether through their own knowledge or by inquiring from their parents or older siblings. At the same time, Katie Bell, her cheeks flushed, graciously accepted 9 galleons from Nicole, expressing her gratitude. Her parents appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet the young girl merely felt shy, finding nothing amiss. After all, exchanging her unique resources for galleons was nothing to be ashamed of. Cedric Diggory intended to decline, but found it inappropriate to treat himself differently. So he reluctantly accepted the galleons and awkwardly shifted the conversation. Arnold, did you only purchase this one book? He gestured toward the standard spellbook in Arnold's hands, labeled beginner. Neither Arnold nor Nicole had any other books in their possession, and he was well aware that Nicole was a muggle, certainly incapable of performing the undetectable extension charm. It was evident that the bags of mother and child could not accommodate such a multitude of textbooks. Arnold began to express his thoughts. Well, I intend to purchase a book to take home and peruse. As for the other books and study supplies, I can leave that to the owl later. In fact, his backpack contained several second-hand books, but it seemed unnecessary to mention that he had not fully acquired the textbooks required for the first year. One of the twins concurred. What a splendid idea. The other immediately added, but Owl, you must choose wisely. Select a vigorous and youthful one. It won't do to have one like our Errol. Upon hearing the twins' remarks, a vivid image appeared before Arnold's mind, envisioning an elderly and frail owl laboriously hauling a package. It was truly a disservice to the owl. In the distant east, such creatures are classified as national second-level protected species. Arnold squatted down, unfastened his backpack, and while rummaging through its contents, remarked, perfect timing. I just passed by the owl shop and made my selections. The proprietor should have prepared the cage and feed for me by now. Shall we all head over together to see how it turned out? He distributed all the candies from his backpack to those present, each receiving a handful. These treats held little value, and of course, their taste was not guaranteed. You all go ahead. We shall follow shortly. Indeed. We must make an immediate trip to the bookstore. The twins clutched their candies without indulging, eagerly voicing their excitement. Upon hearing this, Arnold immediately reacted, laughingly waving the others away. Ha ha. You should hurry along. If you delay, it will be too late. Lucius had just mocked Arthur, while George and Fred, eager to rush to the bookstore, spent liberally in front of Lucius. Although it was merely 50 galleons, it was sufficient for the two of them to each acquire a complete set of textbooks for the year. As for Charlie and Percy's textbooks, they had long been sold to second-hand merchants during the grade transition. Arnold had a copy of Standard Spells, Level 2 in his backpack. Percy's class notes were exceptionally well done. Had I not already asked Nicole to procure a brand new copy of Standard Spells, Level 1, I would surely have purchased his other textbook from the stall. Although this retort was somewhat feeble and wouldn't truly wound Lucius, it did provide a sense of relief for the Weasley family. After all, one fights for dignity. Chapter 29, Still a Child, What About You? Would you like to join? Arnold inquired, stuffing galleons into his backpack alongside Nicole. Cedric glanced at the twins, who were rushing off in a whirlwind, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I think I'll go take a look. I've already gathered all my supplies for the new term, and my father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. While owls may not qualify as magical creatures, I do have a fair understanding of these animals. Arnold nodded thoughtfully and turned his gaze toward Katie Bell. I shall refrain from acquiring a pet for the time being. I have just been informed by Fred or George that Hogwarts provides communal owls. Katie Bell hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. It is understandable, as the acceptance letter from Hogwarts states that students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad, yet it is not obligatory to bring a pet to school. Moreover, bringing a rat is also permissible. Given Katie Bell's modest family circumstances, such unnecessary expenses could certainly be avoided, even if she currently possesses a few extra galleons. At that moment, Mr. Bell, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. With so many galleons, you might find it burdensome to carry them all, right? Since we are numerous, we can assist you by taking care of other items. Clothes, wands, and such can be entrusted to us. Arnold's backpack had a limited capacity, with only 20 or 30 gallons remaining. Even after clearing out the candy, he could only fit fewer than 200 gallons before it was full. The remaining gallons were stashed in the large bag procured by the twins, and the mother and son were burdened with numerous packages, making it somewhat cumbersome to carry. Indeed, we can assist you with some of your belongings, Mrs. Bell chimed in. Perhaps feeling that their daughter had unnecessarily taken Arnold's gallons, Mr. and Mrs. Bell were eager to lend a hand. However, Cedric seemed unaware of their sentiments and interjected, there is no need for such trouble. Arnold, if you don't mind, I can help you pack the gallons until you leave Diagon Alley. He gestured to the shoulder bag slung across him. This bag is crafted from the skin of a transfigured lizard. It possesses ample space and can also lighten the load. Goodness, this is precisely the enchanted bag I have long desired. Having a father working at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is truly remarkable. Then I shall trouble you, Cedric. Arnold gazed enviously at the exquisite bag, unceremoniously shoving the items from the ground, his backpack, and the garment bag in Nicole's hand into his own. Jealousy cleaved my essence. I must cultivate a favorable relationship with this dashing gentleman. What materials could I possibly desire that he could not procure? Moreover, the toy broom he had previously purchased, along with the trivial items like smoke bombs, which Arnold had initially considered discarding or gifting, were now all crammed into Cedric's petite bag. Jealousy decomposed my being, bidding farewell to Katie Bell and her family. Arnold linked arms with Cedric, stating, "Come, let us inspect the owls." Upon arriving at the Hooting Owl shop, the proprietor had already placed the 2 owls Arnold had chosen into a cage, alongside various accessories such as food bowls, water dishes, and feed. Once Cedric, feigning nonchalance, had surveyed the surroundings and nodded in affirmation, Arnold proceeded to hand over the remaining galleons to the shopkeeper, while Nicole attentively noted the care instructions for the owls provided by the attendant. "Ah, is it just you here? Where is Katie and her family?" Arnold inquired. "Which one is yours?" Once everything was settled and the trio prepared to leave with the cage, George and Fred unexpectedly appeared at the shop's entrance. Judging by their expressions, they had likely caught a glimpse of the Malfoy father and son before they departed the bookstore, reveling in a small triumph. One of them noticed the diminished crowd, while the other scanned the 2 ready cages atop the counter. "Katie and her family have other matters to attend to," Arnold replied succinctly, gesturing vaguely. "Both of these are mine." "Wealthy," one voice exclaimed dramatically. "Spoiled," another chimed in, nodding in agreement, offering their appraisal. Arnold chuckled with a hint of amusement and casually remarked, "Ah, a perfect pairing of male and female, work becomes effortless." Having resolved to enlist the owl for procurement tasks and to sustain this arrangement in the long term, acquiring a dedicated owl for this purpose became imperative. As inseparable companions, Arnold and Nicole needed to maintain open lines of communication. Otherwise, the prolonged absence of news from one another would undoubtedly invoke concern. However, Hogwarts was not equipped with mobile phones. Thus, it was essential to keep an owl at their home in Wimbledon, enabling Nicole to return each weekend to correspond with Arnold. Given the speed of magical owls, a round trip to Hogwarts within 2 days posed no significant issue. This was something Arnold had previously confirmed with his employer. Furthermore, in the event of an urgent matter, Nicole could swiftly return from central London to Wimbledon to send a letter, as their residence lay within the greater London area, making travel by car or subway quite convenient. Indeed, everything seemed to be in good spirits. Arnold's explanation garnered unanimous approval from the twins. Arnold and Nicole each lifted a cage, simultaneously declaring, "Of course. Cedric has thoroughly examined them for me. They meet all my requirements, are in excellent health, and possess amiable temperaments." The twins scrutinized the 2 cages back and forth, when suddenly one inquired, "These 2 owls are of different breeds, aren't they?" Arnold gazed back and forth at the 2 owls, utterly perplexed. Was there truly a need for inquiry regarding such an evident matter? Yet, Cedric, with his kind-hearted nature, pointed to the cage in Arnold's hands and took the initiative to elucidate for the twins. "This is merely a Eurasian eagle owl. The distinctive feature of this breed is its substantial size, and naturally, its strength is considerable as well. It is quite suitable for Arnold's purposes of purchasing goods and sending parcels." "Oh, so that is the case. No wonder it is so large." The twins nodded in understanding, then pointed to the cage in Nicole's hands and inquired, "What about this one?" Cedric felt a surge of satisfaction within. The knowledge he had acquired from the books he perused alongside his father in his youth was finally proving its worth. Observing the expressions of admiration on the faces of George and Fred, it was evident that they were entirely captivated by his wealth of knowledge and the clarity of his explanation. Arnold is rather lacking. It is likely that the store owner has already conveyed the same information to him previously. His feigned eagerness to listen was transparently insincere, lacking any genuine engagement. Ahem. Cedric Diggory, who had found immense satisfaction in the presence of the twin brothers, cleared his throat before continuing. "This one is a snowy owl, capable of flying at a significantly faster speed than that hefty fellow. Although it may possess less strength when it comes to delivering messages or carrying letters, it is undoubtedly one of the finest owls. Truly a professional, he exuded an air of expertise that could easily intimidate the others present." "Cedric, you possess such extensive knowledge," remarked one of his admirers. "When I decide to purchase a new owl, I will certainly enlist your assistance." Another admirer chimed in, "Absolutely. Not only owls, but also cats, toads, and puffskeins. I am well versed in all of these. Should you wish to acquire any of these pets, feel free to seek my guidance." Cedric patted his chest confidently, taking it upon himself, while also remembering the other individual nearby. "Arnold, you too, remember to come to me when you wish to buy a pet." Although he did not succeed in impressing Arnold today, he vowed to reclaim his dignity next time. Arnold discerned from Cedric's gaze his fervent anticipation. Realizing that his lackluster performance had been unmasked, he couldn't bear to disappoint the child. The desire for validation and approval is a phase that every child must traverse. Regardless of what the future holds, they are merely around 12 years old, akin to the transitional period before junior high in Arnold's previous life. Cedric appeared slightly older, yet he was still not quite 13, still very much a child. Of course, Arnold, harboring the soul of a middle-aged faux youth, did not share this perspective. Who could say otherwise? "I may have wandered through half a lifetime, but upon my return, I remain a dashing young lad. What of past lives and reincarnations? All mere illusions. Just a game, a dream. If not for my youth, could I withstand the winds with such vigor? Contemplating this, Arnold promptly offered his young companions the most affirmative response. Of course. Chapter 30. A matter not to be taken lightly as they chatted. The group ambled toward the exit of the shop. We plan to head home. What about you? Arnold inquired, glancing at his newly acquainted friends, George, Fred, and Cedric. We've purchased everything we need. If anything else arises, we can simply send an owl, Arnold added, along with Nicole, who also intended to return home. It was worth noting that the mother and son had yet to have lunch, and the sun was already beginning its descent. Although Diagon Alley boasted several dining establishments, including the CAF where Harry had spent an entire summer, it was currently the peak season for foot traffic in Diagon Alley. Nicole had no desire to share a cramped space with those peculiar wizards while enjoying a meal. Arnold was also reluctant, primarily because he was uncertain about the quality of the dishes served at these restaurants. The modern British cuisine was already enough to plunge him into despair. What could one expect from the more traditional wizarding world? A whole line of fresh little fish would leap onto the dining table, playfully circling a pizza, and then, on cue, 1, 2, 3, they would start to jump. The little fish would take a leap, their tails diving into the pizza, gazing upward. The imagery was so enchanting that I dared not contemplate it. One of the twins responded, "We must return as well, when we came looking for you." Arthur and the others had already departed for the Leaky Cauldron. Cedric nodded in agreement. "Me too, let us go together." Arnold inquired curiously, "Did you all leave from the Leaky Cauldron?" He recalled that when Harry first used Floo powder, he was transported to Knockturn Alley, while the Weasley family arrived at Diagon Alley, though Arnold was uncertain about the specifics. Perhaps it was not mentioned in either the original text or the film. Or maybe he had simply forgotten. Cedric kindly clarified, "Of course, the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron is a node in the Floo network. And this is the only one open to all wizards in Diagon Alley." George, or perhaps Fred, inquired with curiosity, "By the way, Arnold, your family's fireplace must not be connected to the Floo network, right?" Arnold glanced at Nicole and replied, "We don't have a fireplace." In truth, there was one, but it had not seen use in several years. The British possess a peculiar fascination with fireplaces. Even with central heating and air conditioning, they prefer to light a fire. While chatting and playing games around a fireplace does indeed create a charming atmosphere, Arnold had always strongly urged his parents to cease using it. They were aware of the toxicity and safety concerns, yet they remained indifferent, or rather, it seemed most Britons were unconcerned. Perhaps their coal was different, burning without toxicity. Arnold simply could not comprehend it, even if he argued that the pollutants released from the chimney would harm the deer in Richmond Park. His parents continued to burn without hesitation. Ultimately, Nicole acquiesced to Arnold's youthful request during the first winter after her divorce from her ex-husband. In retrospect, it was likely that during that time, as Arnold had just left his biological father, Nicole was particularly attentive to his emotions and made an effort to accommodate him. "So what do you do in winter? Don't you feel cold?" The twins exchanged puzzled glances. Arnold wore an expression of unshakable certainty. There's air conditioning. It cools in summer and warms in winter. Air conditioning? It can cool? And it can heat? Muggles possess such a marvel? Arthur would surely be intrigued if he knew. The twins exclaimed in astonishment. "Then how do you intend to return home, Arnold?" Cedric, indifferent to Muggle inventions, shifted his focus to another pressing concern. Arnold had yet to respond when one of the twins eagerly interjected, "I know. It's a train that travels underground. I assenti it. I overheard Mr. Bell and Arthur discussing it." However, his brother had a different opinion. "Not necessarily. Muggles have buses as well, like the night bus. But I suspect Arnold's family likely owns a car, though I can be certain it doesn't fly. What does it mean that Muggles have buses? I want to speculate further, but this contraption surely borrows from the magical world. The same goes for the car. Flying is impressive. That's just a legal modification. Oh, by the way, the owner of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes just told me that using the undetectable extension charm for personal use is against the law. This means that your car is considered illegally modified in both the magical and Muggle worlds. Nicole and I indeed drove here," Arnold replied, turning to Cedric. Later, "Cedric, you can help me load the things into the car." He had been pondering this matter, aware that once they reached the Muggle underground station, he wouldn't dare pull out a heap of things. Born into a wizarding family, he had been repeatedly warned not to reveal magic in front of Muggles. Cedric originally planned to take out Arnold's belongings once they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, intending to assist in transferring them onto the bus or train. But now that seemed unnecessary, which was certainly for the best. "You can sit in the car or lean halfway into the trunk, and then retrieve items from your magical pocket," Arnold suggested, considering Cedric's concerns. Cedric sighed with relief, nodding. "That's perfect." One of the twins suddenly tapped the cage in Arnold's hand and asked, "By the way, Arnold, have you named them yet? Your train of thought is quite erratic, but it's fine. It avoids an awkward silence." "Of course, seeing how plump it is, I plan to name it Pigwidgeon." Arnold nodded, then pointed towards Nicole. "The male is named George. What do you think?" Indeed, the large owl Arnold held was a female Eurasian eagle owl, while the snowy owl in Nicole's grasp was the male. After all, the snowy owl is smaller than the Eurasian eagle owl, with the males being even tinier and appearing cuter. In any case, Nicole primarily intended to use it for communication with Arnold. Being smaller is no issue, unlike Harry's Hedwig, which often had to transport heavy and lengthy packages. Severe owl abuse. Haha. Upon hearing the name mentioned by Arnold, Cedric stumbled, bursting into laughter. The twins exchanged glances, one incredulously pointing to his own nose, while the other clapped enthusiastically. George? That is a good name. Sorry, I didn't pay attention while thinking of names, Arnold said, somewhat sheepishly. Should I tell you that I just thought of you two when I came up with that? The effect was splendid. He could finally distinguish who was who. If he had directly asked them, the twins would have undoubtedly played tricks on him. George, unfazed, pointed at Pigwidgeon and said, no worries. As long as you rename this one Fred, I shall forgive you. I challenge you to a duel. George. The brothers descended into playful chaos. While Nicole S.L. sat there, bewildered. Who is calling me? A duel? How terrifying. Renaming is certainly preferable to avoid confusion at school later. As someone who struggles with naming, it's utterly impossible to leave it to Arnold. He would only resort to random names from movies or television shows he had seen in a past life. Aha. They shall be named Jack and Rose. I heard Titanic took 5 years to film. Perfect. There is still time. I shall claim these names. Tomorrow, Rose will go shopping in Diagon Alley while Jack delivers messages to Hogwarts. Flawless. Jack? Rose? Excellent. It's settled. Hearing that he wouldn't have to share a name with a female owl, Fred was the first to agree. Alas. Had it not been for the fear that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the American wizarding world had individuals tracking him down, he would have named them Mickey and Minnie. Too risky. Chapter 31. Astonishment. To learn magic, he actually, seeking collections and recommendations, Wingardium Leviosa, Arnold. Blasted. Failed again. Hurry and check if there's anything left to toss. The scrap collectors will be here soon. I'll be right there, Arnold called back, attempting to calm the surging magic within him. The suburban villa had its perks. Even if it wasn't an extravagant mansion, there were certainly enough rooms. However, after his father's departure, a great deal of clutter had accumulated, and now that he intended to practice magic, he needed to clear it out. Before heading downstairs, Arnold, refusing to give up, pointed his wand at the scraps on his desk and recited, Wingardium Leviosa. With his voice, the paper scraps stirred slightly. Yet they still failed to defy gravity. From last night until this morning, Arnold had made numerous attempts. As the first spell taught to young wizards upon entering Hogwarts, the levitation charm should be the simplest and easiest to grasp. This was precisely why Arnold had chosen to learn this particular spell. Yet, despite his efforts, it had only been last night, before Nicole urged him to wash up and sleep, that he managed to make a single scrap move. This morning, after another long series of attempts, he had achieved no more than that. This scrap is far lighter than the feather Harry and his friends used in the film. Why is this happening? Is it that the traveler has no standing? Or is it that feathers have an enhanced effect for this spell, aiding beginners? The standard spellbook doesn't mention that. After a brief wait for Ruth's return, I shall delve once more into the intricacies of magical theory. Should that prove futile, alternative methods must be considered, such as enlisting the system for analysis, especially since I currently possess nearly 800 points of energy. Yesterday, I ventured to Diagon Alley, where Arnold successfully completed an exploration task, largely due to Nicole's insatiable curiosity. She encouraged him to enter various shops he had not intended to visit, and unexpectedly, this led to an 80 completion rate for his task. The standard for this exploration task required only a 50 completion rate, yielding a base reward of 150 energy points, with any additional completion naturally meriting further rewards. From this single task, Arnold accrued a total of 240 energy points. Although interactions with the Weasley twins, Cedric, and Katie Bell did not trigger any immediate tasks, Arnold's energy has now accumulated to 790 points, excluding the long-term tasks. When Ruth returns, he shall also complete a procurement task for school supplies, bringing his system energy tantalizingly close to 1,000 points. After a night and morning of diligent practice, his proficiency in the levitation charm has reached level 1, requiring only 99 energy points for analysis. However, Arnold remains hesitant. This skill cannot be purchased with real money, and it is prudent to conserve resources. Moreover, upon system analysis, the knowledge is retained by the system rather than by Arnold himself, necessitating an additional expenditure of 100 energy points to elevate the levitation charm to level 1. As for spells, with consistent practice, proficiency is bound to increase. After all, he has yet to officially enroll, and without the constraints of trace spells, he is free to experiment. Even if he lacks intelligence or talent, he refuses to believe that a summer's worth of effort cannot yield at least a modest improvement in proficiency. Every little effort counts. He is so committed that he even plans to study broadcasting. Indeed, yesterday, Arnold confided in Nicole his desire to find a teacher who could instruct him in this art, deeming it essential. After all, what if he falters in concentration or becomes overly anxious, mispronouncing a spell? For instance, mispronouncing Zazef could lead to an unfortunate encounter with a falling cow, becoming a cautionary example in one of Hogwarts' classes. His struggles with the levitation charm largely stem from such anxieties, hindering his focus during incantation. Several times, he nearly mispronounced due to excessive worry. Fortunately, he managed to halt himself just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. Thus, he must ensure that he articulates clearly and pronounces accurately. For who knows what mischief might ensue if he mistakenly utters Wingardium Leviosa as Dio? In this regard, no one excels quite like a broadcaster. Speaking of which, Arnold feels compelled to express his grievances regarding the standard spellbook, Beginner. This tome is anything but standard. The instruction is vague. What precisely constitutes a slight emphasis? How long is slightly prolonged? What does a little actually mean? It is no wonder that Hogwarts has such a low success rate. My struggles with the levitation charm are entirely their fault. Once I seek guidance from true professionals, I shall master the art of intonation. After bidding farewell to the recycling service, Arnold and Nicole tidied up their room before finally sitting down for a modest meal. When will your L return? Nicole's concern was not for Ruth but rather for the items she had purchased. It should be soon, considering the number of items acquired. A slight delay is to be expected. Arnold mused, then added with a hint of exasperation, and by the way, Nicole. A magical camera merely operates on a different driving mechanism, requiring no batteries. The key to animated photos lies in a special developing potion. Even a regular camera can produce moving images. Since she had seen the moving photos in the Daily Prophet, Nicole has been captivated by this concept. Today, while Arnold was drafting a shopping list for Ruth, she insisted on including both the magical camera and the developing potion, reasoning that they had more than enough galleons to spare. Nicole, slicing her steak, countered, who knows? It might require the magical camera for it to work. What if all my posing was for naught? Suit yourself. Just know that after I finish my meal, I will be heading to broadcasting class. And I won't have time to take photos for you. Arnold ceased his persuasion and focused on his meal. Nicole continued tirelessly, clarifying. I know that the teacher you'll be learning from is someone I helped you contact. I'll take a nap at home and wait for your return to have my pictures taken. When you come back, I want to practice magic. Arnold protested. Practicing magic doesn't take that long. Just as Arnold's expression began to darken, Nicole wisely shifted her approach. Besides, after your broadcasting class, your voice will likely be too strained to cast spells. Helping me with photos could be considered a break, although the outcome remains the same. Nicole's tactful manner of speaking makes the situation much more agreeable. All right, since you've planned everything, I have no further objections, Arnold reluctantly conceded. Yet, being somewhat petty, he immediately devised a way to retaliate. But, Nicole, you must consume Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and nosebleed nougat today, as you gifted them away under the pretense of lightening your backpack yesterday. Initially, while at Diagon Alley, Nicole had confidently declared her intention to sample every wizarding treat available. However, after conversing with Mrs. Bell, she reconsidered. Upon returning home, Arnold teased her, but Nicole stubbornly retorted that had she not given away all the sweets, she would have eaten them right in front of him. What can Arnold do? Naturally, he must acquiesce to her wishes, for she is his esteemed and beloved mother. How could he possibly refuse her request? Thus, when Ruth set out today, her shopping list had expanded by 2 items. Eat is to eat. Who fears whom? Nicole's expression faltered momentarily before she promptly spoke with gravity. Arnold silently assessed her bravado as mere facade, as if sensing Arnold's inner musings. Nicole shot him a glare. And what do you mean by borrowed? If your senior hadn't mentioned it, who would know that you wizards possess such abilities? Am I mistaken for carrying my backpack? Indeed. Yesterday, she had managed to deceive him, but today, no matter what, she was determined to ensure he consumed it. And she would capture it on film. Note 1. The magical terms in this book will be presented in English within brackets upon their first mention, followed by their respective incantations in small angle brackets. In subsequent references, only the Chinese names and incantations will be used to avoid disrupting the readers. Note 2. In Harry Potter, the casting of spells does indeed require specific vocal incantations and wand movements. However, the exact descriptions from the textbooks are not disclosed by Rowling. Hence this is an interpretation by the author. Chapter 32. Perhaps it is best to focus on the grind for now. Arnold attended 2 classes with the broadcasting instructor, and after a brief intermission, nearly 2 hours had elapsed, leaving his voice exhausted. Over the following week, he participated 3 times, and by the end of the month, according to the instructor's assessment, he would achieve the desired proficiency in familiar phrases and vocabulary. It was recommended that he procure textbooks and tapes as guided by the teacher for self-study at home, ensuring consistent practice over time. However, even this would not suffice for him to truly resemble a professional broadcaster. He might only manage to impress peers in primary and secondary schools. Nicole facilitated Arnold's connection with the broadcasting teacher under the pretext of utilizing the campus radio station. Every profession faces its challenges. That evening, with a sore throat, Arnold sipped throat-soothing tea while perusing the magical theory that Ruth had brought back, striving to deepen his understanding of this wondrous skill. Remarkably, he found some efficacy in this endeavor. Previously, he had been aware that certain powerful spells in Harry Potter heavily relied on emotions, such as the Patronus charm needing joyful feelings, while the Avada Kedavra required an intense desire to kill. However, Arnold had not discerned the emotional connections of many other spells while reading or watching films. Now, through his study of magical theory, he learned that although those spells could be cast without emotional input, integrating emotions could indeed amplify their potency. Truly, they were a group of sorcerers. Yet, this knowledge offered little assistance to Arnold's current predicament. He could not even successfully perform the most fundamental spell, the levitation charm, let alone the simplest one. Should he invest energy points into the system? After diligently studying several chapters of magical theory, his proficiency in the levitation charm had reached level 2, requiring only 98 energy points for further analysis. Learning necessitates a connection between theory and practice. Great figures do not deceive me. Upon Ruth's return with an array of supplies, Arnold marked a task for purchasing study materials as completed, earning a reward of 150 energy points. Consequently, his energy total had risen to 940 points. Just a stone's throw from the 1,000 points needed to analyze that battered second-hand broom, allowing him to analyze several first-year spells. Moreover, upon mastering his first spell, Arnold would complete a task entitled First Attempt, rewarding him with an additional 150 energy points, alongside an achievement known as Novice Wizard, which also granted 100 energy points. Calculating this, if he were to directly invest energy points for analysis and imbue the levitation charm, he would not only break even, but also profit. However, the levitation charm alone barred his entry. What would he do when faced with spells requiring 20 points, such as the unlocking charm, the mending charm, and the wand lighting charm? And what of those spells necessitating 300 energy points, like the knockback jinx and the bogey curse? What about transfiguration? If all his energy were consumed in learning spells, would he forego the analysis of intriguing magical artifacts or the enchanting potions? Perhaps it would be best to persevere for now and only seek the system's assistance when absolutely necessary, lest he become a mere shell of his former self. Devoid of the system's support, though he harbored a desire to be such a wastrel, the system's energy was not easily acquired. The more rewarding tasks and achievements necessitated corresponding prowess. Regardless of calculations, it seemed perpetually insufficient. Since studying theory could enhance spell proficiency, he resolved to read through all first-year texts. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Magical Potions and Elixirs, and Dark Magic, a self-defense guide would all be examined. Setting aside any incomprehensible sections, as there would surely be parts he could grasp. After all, it was merely reading. Who hasn't endured the rigors of their final year in high school? Thus, Arnold willingly entered a phase reminiscent of a life he had once detested. Devoid of summer vacations, each day consisted of studying various theoretical concepts alongside repetitive practice of standard incantations and a few introductory spells. Occasionally, after perusing a few pages of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, he would attempt some transmutation. Transforming a matchstick into a needle was no simple feat. Yet Arnold endeavored to apply theory to practice, whether in transfiguration or spellcasting. Naturally, he refrained from experimenting with potions, fully aware that even minor errors could lead to disastrous outcomes, such as ruined concoctions or even the destruction of cauldrons. Through theoretical reading and extensive practice, Arnold made notable strides in mastering several spells, even elevating the proficiency of the knockback jinx from the Dark Magic, a self-defense guide, to level 8. As for the spells he practiced most diligently, the levitation charm and the mending charm, he had surpassed level 20 proficiency. For instance, with the levitation charm, Arnold could now make a small scrap of paper gently bounce under its influence. Wizards are not sorcerers, they lack mana bars or spell slots. As long as they can articulate incantations and wield their wands, wizards can continue to fight. Of course, while this sounds straightforward, the execution is fraught with difficulty. It requires a resilient physique, as standing is a prerequisite for casting spells. Additionally, one must possess a robust will, alongside a suite of admirable qualities such as focus and composure. However, at this moment, Arnold merely sought to persistently practice magic without facing insurmountable challenges. After all, he was not engaged in combat. Those exceptional qualities were temporarily unnecessary. As long as he had a soothing throat lozenge, Arnold could continuously recite spells and practice, with the most significant consequence being a touch of wrist fatigue. 3 weeks may not seem extensive, yet Arnold's grasp of magic had not yet revealed significant advancement. A proficiency of 20 still stood far from successful casting, but it was not entirely negligible. He had achieved clarity and precision in his incantations. Remarkably, even without consciously addressing this issue, he could articulate those spells clearly while engaging in other tasks, executing the accompanying wand movements without a hint of hesitation. This foundation was solid enough that his mother need no longer worry about him mispronouncing a spell and being trampled by a cow or causing other unforeseen calamities. Evidently, in the realm of broadcasting, Arnold was decidedly more adept than in his magical pursuits. Yet, this might merely stem from his limited and superficial understanding of magic. Arnold steadfastly maintains this belief. For instance, when he writes to Cedric or the Weasley twins, he often finds their inquiries to be rather disorganized, lacking focus. Unsurprisingly, Arnold finds their responses to be equally perplexing. Suddenly, I seem to realize that the process of learning broadcasting could indeed assist me in mastering magic. It's not merely about the skill of broadcasting itself. The results of my studies are already apparent. I can recite spells flawlessly while chopping potatoes, ensuring that every letter is pronounced clearly and forcefully. The crux lies in the learning process of broadcasting, particularly the self-study aspect. After all, I am a modern educated time traveler, and I once adhered to the rigid standards of an engineering student. Am I truly confounded by the non-standard incantation methods in the beginner's level? Certainly not. I shall record data, discern patterns, and summarize experiences. That's the plan. Regarding spells, I possess unique practice techniques. On a bright morning, Nicole set out with Arnold in her recently purchased pickup truck, transporting a hefty steel pipe. They passed by the Wimbledon tennis court, maneuvering around Richmond Park towards the more secluded wilderness. Upon reaching the edge of a forest, the mother and son carefully inspected the surroundings to ensure no one was present before commencing their task. With a thud, the pipe landed, stirring up a cloud of dust as they finally managed to unload it from the vehicle and place it in the designated spot. Nicole, bending over with one hand on her knee and the other wiping away sweat, exclaimed, "It's so heavy. What a struggle. I hope your method proves effective, Arnold." "How would we know without trying?" Arnold replied, feeling equally fatigued as he sat down on the sparse grass. Despite the unique attributes of a wizard, he was still only 11 years old. His recent fervent wand-waving had marginally improved his physical condition, but he felt no discernible difference, while his endurance remained uncertain. It was evident that his strength was still less than that of an average adult. It seemed that the intensity of his daily morning exercises was yielding diminishing returns. He resolved to find a gym to properly train, vowing not to relent until he reached his limits. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies were challenging. "I still find it rather unreliable to use these methods for studying spellcasting. It doesn't feel magical at all," Nicole remarked after taking a few deep breaths, her expression one of skepticism. After a moment of reflection, she added, "Of course, it's not scientific either." "Well, we'll discover how reliable it is by tonight," Arnold replied with a hint of amusement. Arnold chuckled heartily, placing his hands on the ground to rise, filled with eager anticipation. As Nicole reached the other end of the steel pole and signaled him with an OK, Arnold commenced his performance. Levitation charm, first incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Second incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Third incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Squatting at one end of the pole, Arnold repeatedly cast his most proficient levitation spell upon the small scraps of paper scattered on the ground. If one listened closely, they would notice subtle variations in his speed, pauses, intonation, and emphasis with each recitation of the incantation. Beside Arnold stood a ruler, accompanied by a mechanical stopwatch. An open notebook lay on the ground, filled with hasty scribbles documenting the height and duration of each scrap's ascent. Walking along the pole, Arnold popped a piece of throat lozenge into his mouth and softly inquired, "How is it, Nicole?" Nicole did not respond immediately. Instead, she lifted the tape recorder positioned against the pole's aperture and pressed the rewind button. After a brief pause, she hit play. 20th incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. A voice emanated from the recorder, vaguely reminiscent of Arnold's own. Upon listening, Arnold raised an eyebrow and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. There is certainly some distortion, but it should suffice. The emphasis and elongation are discernible, which is adequate. You think it's usable? You must be tired. Why not take a break and have some food and water?" Nicole, uncertain of the outcome, felt content simply knowing she could assist her son. "All right, Nicole, thank you." Rubbing his slightly sore wrists, Arnold accepted the juice she offered and took a hearty sip. Handing him a small piece of cookie, Nicole added, "Drink slowly, don't rush. Will you continue practicing afterward, or would you like to try another spell?" Arnold picked up his notebook, glancing at the notes he had taken, and shook his head, saying, "No, I've already attempted every conceivable combination of speed, tone, emphasis, and urgency for the levitation charm. Let us first take the recorded tape home to transcribe it into digital audio and transfer it to the computer for analysis. Once I ascertain that this method will indeed unveil the most effective incantation technique, we can explore other spells without delay. This is merely our initial attempt." Although Arnold held considerable hope, he refrained from making any guarantees until the final results were evident. Previously, he had been exceedingly dissatisfied with his slow progress in mastering spells. It is worth noting that in the film, Hermione Granger successfully cast the levitation charm on the Hogwarts Express during her first appearance. Even if that scene were absent from the original text, she had claimed to have experimented with a few simple spells over the summer, all of which had proven effective. Later, Hermione demonstrated the levitation charm to Ron during their charms class, mentioning something about accents, perhaps on or off. He couldn't quite recall, otherwise it would have saved him a considerable amount of effort. He did not aspire to surpass the academic prowess of the female scholar, yet he certainly did not wish to fall too far behind. Thus, Arnold pondered relentlessly on how to master the correct techniques for spellcasting. Clearly, relying solely on standard incantations, such as slightly or a bit, would not suffice. I, Arnold Adams, am no novice in the magical realm, nor am I a native of London from the 1990s. In terms of innovative thinking, I harbor no ill will towards anyone. He commissioned Nicole to craft a speaking tube. Arnold's requirements were modest, eschewing the vibrant paint and whimsical shapes typical of amusement parks. He merely sought to ensure the quality of sound and achieve a specific length. Heaven knows how many recording devices I inadvertently destroyed to establish a safe distance. Fortunately, this contraption was sufficiently inexpensive. Otherwise, even with the soaring sales of Frozen, the royalties would scarcely cover my expenses. However, the equipment for transcribing tapes was rather costly. As he gazed at the waveform displayed on a particular audio processing software on his computer screen, Arnold felt a pang of despair. There was no option but to test the effectiveness of his findings. First, he played the recorded audio, cross-referencing it with his notebook to avoid any errors. Extracting the instances where the height of levitation and duration distinctly surpassed other incantation methods. The variety of incantation combinations was overwhelming. Arnold had been parched and exhausted during the initial recitations, and now organizing the material proved to be an immense undertaking, consuming nearly 3 hours of his time. Following these recorded incantation methods, Arnold practiced again within his room, and indeed, the results were promising compared to his previous aimless rehearsals. Subsequently, he replayed the selected recordings while simultaneously comparing the waveforms. This time, the number of recordings he had to listen to was significantly reduced. Yet he still found himself pausing intermittently to analyze the nuances of pronunciation, noting any elements that might impact the effectiveness of the spell. Ultimately, he reassembled the distinct features of the most effective incantation methods and practiced them repeatedly. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Chapter 34. Anyone can be a scholar. Success. A result has been achieved. Arnold spent the entire day casting the levitation charm, fully aware of the efficacy of his own incantations. Now, with several combinations of spellcasting techniques, the small scraps of paper on the table leapt noticeably higher, their time in the air extended significantly. Inadvertently, Arnold also discovered that his proficiency in the levitation charm on the system interface surged dramatically, surpassing level 50. What is the essence of magic? As long as there is a systematic approach, the methods employed by muggles can be equally effective. With the mastery of the correct techniques, anyone can become an academic achiever. Currently, Arnold had devised several spellcasting methods, with various combinations of emphasis, speed, and intonation that could be further optimized. The following day, in a certain forest, Arnold and Nicole set up a steel pipe as a megaphone alongside a recording device, ready to continue. Wingardium Leviosa. With Arnold's incantation. This time the levitating scraps of paper soared even higher, their time suspended in the air prolonged. Arnold felt a surge of joy within, yet he strove to maintain composure, diligently channeling his magical energy as he gently moved the tip of his wand in the intended direction. The scraps of paper responded instantaneously, beginning to float in the air in accordance with Arnold's will. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the paper trembled violently before plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. What just happened? I was not distracted, nor did I feel any lapse in my magical flow. Let us try again. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, within less than 10 seconds. Even without Arnold's guidance, the paper would descend once more. This indicated that he had yet to master the levitation charm. The system echoed this conclusion, confirming that his proficiency in the spell remained at a novice level. However, with a proficiency level as high as 65, he recognized that his meticulous process of comparison, combination, and optimization had undoubtedly rendered his incantation method more precise and effective. Arnold was uncertain whether this method of incantation was uniquely suited to him or universally applicable, pondering if slight variations might arise among wizards with differing physical attributes and magical energies. Regardless, this systematic approach to summarizing, deducing, and learning was undeniably feasible for anyone. After all, it was merely a method of study, not some esoteric secret or exclusive technique. Although I lacked the motivation to promote it widely, I could swiftly pen a letter to a few friends to share my findings, particularly to George and Fred, as well as Cedric. These upperclassmen would surely be astonished by the achievements of this younger student. No, I'm not trying to show off. I'm not the type to cling to my own trivial discoveries. Arnold eagerly anticipated his friends' astonishment, envisioning an influx of praises in their letters. However, the reply brought by the owl doused his excitement with a cold splash of reality. I have a decent grasp of the levitation charm, Arnold. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. By the way, what is a tape recorder? Cedric's response was rather succinct. Truly. As a model student and a valiant champion recognized by the Goblet of Fire, the levitation charm was merely child's play for him. Yet, the crux of the matter was not the charm itself, but rather the study methodology. The essence lay in the problem-solving approach. Alas, if this child is unaware of what a tape recorder is, then perhaps misplacing the focus is of little consequence. Our radio doesn't possess the recording capability you mentioned. We quietly went out to purchase a Muggle tape recorder as you suggested, but Arthur discovered our pilfering of pounds, and upon returning home, he confiscated the recorder, which subsequently malfunctioned overnight. The twins' letter radiated innocence. Poor children, with scant pocket money and a father endlessly intrigued by the Muggle world. I could only extend my utmost sympathy. Thank you, Arnold, but I must help my parents during the holidays and will only have time to study magic once school resumes, wrote Katie Bell, her tone laden with resignation. Sigh. Sympathy 1. I am so exceptional, yet no one comprehends my prowess. To be invincible is indeed a lonely existence. Floating on the air, with a mere level 65 proficiency, I dare to boast of my invincibility. Regaining composure, I resolved to press onward towards a perfect score of 100. According to the standard incantations, the execution of magic hinges not solely on the recitation of spells, but also on the artful movements of the wand. What purpose does the wand serve otherwise? The primary influence on wand movements lies in the hands. Hence, the motions of the arms and wrists are of paramount importance, particularly for novices. After all, truly formidable wizards wield their wands with effortless grace, capable of casting spells even in their absence. With the successful experience of incantation under my belt, practicing hand movements became second nature for Arnold. The process is fundamentally the same: document, analyze, summarize, optimize, and arrive at the most effective solution currently attainable. As for the combination of a film camera and high-power zoom lens, such exorbitant costs are entirely unnecessary. The time required for me to cast a spell is only a few seconds. A standard camera suffices to capture all my movements since the resulting photograph is animated. Is it not? Only a month prior, while photographing Nicole, did Arnold finally comprehend that the film produced by a magical camera is indeed distinct from that of an ordinary one, utilizing the same magical developing potion. The film from a conventional camera reveals only a fleeting glimpse of motion lasting 2 to 3 seconds. In contrast, the magical camera can capture a much longer duration, akin to recording a short video. Moreover, the magical instant camera proves far more convenient. One merely pours in the developing potion and can take a picture immediately, with the photograph emerging instantaneously, eliminating the need for careful film processing. In Arnold's understanding, combining an ordinary camera with magical developing potion yields a silent version of a live photo, constrained by time. Conversely, a magical camera paired with magical developing potion produces GIF-like images, adjustable in length, and rendered in high definition, full color. In essence, this encapsulates the concept. In summary, to document his spellcasting motions, the magical camera stands as the optimal choice, impervious to any interference from magical forces, regardless of proximity. As for the combination of a film camera and high-power zoom lens, that can wait until after I win the lottery. A single-lens reflex camera can impoverish 3 generations. The steadfast incantation method, combined with varied hand movements, will capture dynamic imagery alongside corresponding effects, which I shall analyze, compare, and reconstruct to derive the most effective hand and voice combination. Wingardium Leviosa. The paper scraps began to rise gracefully once more, lingering in the air without descending. Chapter 35, Transformation of the Sponge Body. Requesting favor and recommendation, Arnold, filled with excitement, deftly commanded the scraps of paper to dance in the air with a flick of his wand, swirling left and right, rising high and dipping low. Success. Ha! The levitation charm. I have finally mastered it. This is undeniably no mere illusion. Not only did the paper scraps obey his every command, but the system promptly provided feedback, indicating that his proficiency in the levitation charm had soared beyond 100%, elevating his level from 0 to 1. The initial attempt at the task was complete, earning him a reward of 150 energy points. Additionally, he achieved the title of Novice Wizard, garnering another 100 points. That's a total of 250 energy points gained. And astonishingly, he had accomplished this without relying on the system for analysis or guidance, instead cultivating his skills through sheer determination. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Although he had not depended on the system's advantages, the intuitive percentage progress bar had nonetheless aided him in pinpointing and validating his learning direction, while also providing timely positive reinforcement upon reaching certain milestones. Reflecting on this, the role of the system remained significant. Had such a learning system existed during his high school years, it would have transformed into a tale of triumph against all odds. Once again, Arnold penned a letter to share his method with his friends, and this time, he finally received the desired response. I tried your approach, and it indeed helped me identify a more suitable wrist motion. Thank you. As a freshman yet to officially enter Hogwarts, Arnold felt a swell of pride at Cedric Diggory's praise. Wow, even a model student finds my method effective. It was beneficial for him too. La la la. I am becoming quite the adept spellcaster. However, Arnold's enjoyment of sharing his triumphs was met with the response of only Cedric. Katie Bell could only jot down his method and express her gratitude, while the twins Arnold, you are truly a genius. Yet, the 20 galleons that belonged to them had been taken by Molly for safekeeping, leaving them with a mere 2, which they had already spent, leaving them with no funds to purchase the revealing potion. Curious about where their galleons had gone? They were busy crafting a particularly intriguing magical device, which would be unveiled once school commenced, a truly brilliant invention, one that would undoubtedly rival Arnold's efforts. George and Fred, aside from their insincere flattery, seemed primarily focused on boasting about their yet-to-be-realized invention. Arnold held little faith in the creations mentioned in the twins' letter. A dung bomb? That was hardly their invention. However, if they could indeed manage to create one, it would be commendable, albeit a bit distasteful. Instant skiving snack box. The concept was undeniably clever and entertaining, yet the twins, still in their second year, clearly lacked the capability to produce it. Well then, I shall wait for the term to commence to see what peculiarities you two can conjure. Now that he had discovered the correct method, it was time to master the remaining spells. No, rather, he needed to grind them out. Nicole, I have just learned a new spell. I believe the corner guards on the table can now retire. Casting a glance at his system panel, where the softening charm had recently upgraded to level 1, Arnold surveyed the room, determined to find an application for it. Nicole lifted her gaze from the daily prophet Arnold had subscribed to, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Oh, let me see. Arnold drew forth his wand and pointed it at a corner of the coffee table. Spungify, he intoned. Gradually, the area of the table that had been targeted began to soften, sagging downwards as if it were a piece of plastic that had been subjected to fire, albeit devoid of any unpleasant odor. Nicole observed the transformation for a considerable time, and, once she was assured that no further changes would occur, she expressed her dissatisfaction. It seems rather too soft, don't you think? Look, it's already bending and warped. It's utterly unsightly. Isn't it rather splendid? Arnold countered. See. It still possesses some elasticity. He scratched his head awkwardly, then prodded the affected area with his wand, hastily justifying, this way, if someone accidentally bumps into it, it won't hurt. Skill in the softening charm increased by 1. Current level, 1. Proficiency, 1. A corner of the coffee table was damaged. Earn 2 eye rolls. Arnold, could you possibly put away your wand while you eat? Nicole could no longer restrain herself as she watched Arnold gesticulating with his wand over the steak before him. Arnold shook his head and replied, No, haven't you noticed that there is no steak knife in front of me, Nicole? Nicole responded, Well, if there is no knife, just fetch one from the kitchen. Are you planning to poke the steak with your wand? At this, Nicole glanced at the wand in Arnold's hand and exclaimed, Oh right. You are accustomed to using Chinese utensils, but I suppose you might still need a wand. No, one is sufficient. Arnold ceased his gesturing and pointed his wand at the steak, proclaiming loudly, Defendo. The steak responded to the incantation, its surface cleaving into 9 perfectly arranged pieces, cut by the invisible blades of his spell. The severing charm. The proficiency in the softening charm increased by 1. Current level, 1. Proficiency, 3. Suddenly, a crashing sound ensued. Arnold and Nicole, who sat across the table, turned in unison to find the source of the noise. They beheld the plate beneath the steak, which had also shattered into 9 pieces with the sound they had just heard. Arnold raised his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he looked at Nicole, who was about to launch into an explanation when a loud and piercing voice abruptly rang out. Arnold, if you continue to misuse your bizarre magic at home, do you believe I won't break your wand? With one hand wielding a knife and the other a fork, and a plate of bloody meat before her, Nicole, in her fury, was truly terrifying. Ah, Nicole, I acknowledge my mistake. However, when I recently repaired your tennis racket and rocking chair with magic, you did not voice such complaints, Arnold struggled to articulate. The application of knowledge is paramount. After all, having painstakingly achieved level 1 proficiency in various spells, how could he possibly improve his skills without frequent practice? The system's energy was indeed beneficial, yet it should not be squandered. For instance, during his recent expenditure, Arnold pondered that since delving into magical theory could enhance every spell, the skill derived from studying this book could potentially elevate to level 1. Would it not then allow him to continue refining those spells whose proficiency stagnated after reaching level 1? Through prior reading, analysis, and contemplation, Arnold had already advanced the proficiency of magical theory to 37.5, yet an additional 500 energy points were required to elevate it to level 1. Should the effects align with his expectations, this approach would prove far more economical than upgrading each level 1 spell through the system's energy, as the energy consumption would double upon advancing from level 1 to level 2. Fortunately, after completing several spell mastery tasks, Arnold found his once accumulated 1350 energy points dwindled to 850. In that fleeting moment, he indeed absorbed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, gaining a clearer understanding of magic. In truth, the knowledge remained the same principles Arnold had previously encountered in the standard incantation texts on magical theory, beginner spells, and even the dark arts, a self-defense guide. The system's infusion of this knowledge enabled him to grasp a multitude of previously superficial concepts. This phenomenon could be termed installation or enlightenment. Ultimately, upgrading the theory and subsequently engaging in self-study and practice proved to be a more cost-effective route than upgrading individual magical skills, albeit requiring a foundational level of reading and comprehension. Of course, time and effort were paramount, yet Arnold currently possessed an abundance of both. With the magical theory ascended to level 1, although his understanding of magic remained somewhat rudimentary, he could now continue to enhance the proficiency of all spells he had elevated to level 1 through practice. This was the reason for his relentless pursuit of various magical applications. Recalling the moment when Arnold had effortlessly repaired her beloved tennis racket and rocking chair with a mere flick of his wand, Nicole momentarily paused, reminiscing about her astonishment and excitement. However, she quickly regained her composure and retorted, I merely wished to see if the magic you acquired could be of any practical use. If only all magic were devoid of risk. After all, what's the worst that could happen? Note, the softening charm, referred to as spungify in English, is a term created by the author, The accurate translation of its effects remains uncertain, as various sources provide differing interpretations. Chapter 36. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Oh, I remember now. Didn't you break the television remote? The repairman said it was beyond fixing and that we would need to purchase a new one. Reflecting on another item Arnold had mended with a repair spell, Nicole shot him an indignant glare once more. After scolding him, she suddenly recalled something. Sneering at Arnold. That professor who visited our home clearly stated that magic conflicts with electrical devices, yet you insisted on attempting repairs. Arnold expressed his discontent, asserting that the repair was indeed feasible. It was merely a matter of not mastering the technique. According to the standard incantation and the explanations provided in the beginner section, the repair spell can seamlessly mend most damaged objects, with the exception of those harmed by rare and potent curses. Clearly, the television remote control at home does not fall into the category of irreparable items. The leakage and corrosion of the batteries hardly constitute a formidable curse, do they? After numerous prior experiments, Arnold discovered that the process of repairing a damaged item with the spell resembles the reverse of the damage process, akin to time flowing backward upon the object. It is true that electronic devices are susceptible to fluctuations in magical energy, yet when not powered, they are merely inert blocks of material, not significantly different from other objects. Is there not a close kinship between a CPU and a washboard? Arnold's failure to repair the remote control, which left the repair personnel baffled, primarily stemmed from his overly thorough reversal technique. The chip on the circuit board within the remote was so thoroughly traced back by the repair spell that Arnold inadvertently transformed it into sand. Nicole did not grasp the underlying principles. She only knew that Arnold was rendering the remote progressively worse. Furthermore, his recent magical endeavors had mostly culminated in calamity, with positive outcomes like repairing a tennis racket and a rocking chair being few and far between, easily countable on one hand. You clearly have no mastery over it, Nicole remarked, rolling her eyes as she recalled Arnold's recent escapades. Arnold vehemently disagreed, immediately counting on his fingers to refute her. Who says so? My levitation spell, along with the wand illumination and extinguishing charms, are all executed quite well. With that, he pulled out his wand and waved it. Look, Lumos, he proclaimed, followed by now, Nox. To top it off, Arnold held the wand at his lips, mimicking the gestures of assassins from movies, and blew softly. While the levitation spell may have been one thing, the latter two incantations had granted him a sense of pride once he had mastered them. The wand illumination and extinguishing charms, despite their seemingly simple nature, were indeed standard incantations classified within the second tier. Moreover, their significance within the system was evident. Deriving the optimal incantation and wand movement combination required 200 energy points. Instilling this acquired knowledge directly into him would necessitate an additional 200 points. Notably, the levitation spell required merely 100 points. The fire-making spell, a precursor to the fireball technique, also demanded only 200 points. However, after his magical theory advanced to the first level, Arnold's comprehension of magic did see a slight enhancement. At least he could grasp some of the standard incantations and concepts at the second tier. Additionally, the Dark Magic Self-Defense Guide also included these two charms, albeit from a slightly different perspective than the standard incantations. By comparing both texts, Arnold swiftly mastered the theoretical knowledge of the wand illumination and extinguishing spells, subsequently employing his unique techniques to discover the best method of casting them, practicing repeatedly until he achieved proficiency. The repelling charm followed a similar path, though he initially encountered it in the Dark Magic Self-Defense Guide before discovering its presence in the standard incantations at the second tier. Arnold acquired the knowledge of the spell that requires 300 points of energy to decipher through a similar method. However, the repelling charm is not as convenient to practice as the Lumos and Nox spells, which can be utilized at any given moment. Thus, he is not as proficient in it. Nevertheless, mastering a few of the more challenging incantations from the textbook through his own diligence gave Arnold a sense of satisfaction. Fellow students at Hogwarts, brace yourselves for the formidable prowess of a top scholar, prepared a year in advance. Of course, Arnold must also express gratitude to another exceptional student, Percy Weasley. Hailing from a modest background and striving solely through personal effort, this young man excels in academics, particularly his remarkable class notes. As for the spells, one might argue there are merely two. Nicole interjected, forcibly pressing Arnold's fingers back to just one. Can turning on and off the lights truly be considered two distinct spells? Aren't they merely variations of a single switch? Nicole firmly believes this and unabashedly expresses her disdain. While you manage to wield these two spells adequately, at least without causing any disasters, they lack significant utility. The Lumos and Nox spells aside, Nicole had high hopes for his levitation charm. Even if it cannot lift the speaking tube, it would at least alleviate some weight, making it easier for the mother and son duo during their toilsome tasks. Arnold struggles to master a single spell, often requiring 2 or 3 attempts. And though he is yet to learn many incantations, Nicole feels as if her arms are on the verge of developing muscles. Hardly an appealing prospect. Disappointingly for her, Arnold's levitation charm can only lift objects weighing around 1 kilogram, allowing them to drift slowly at his whim. Even a hefty tome proves challenging for him to manipulate. And applying his magic to a steel pipe seems nearly futile. It is no wonder Nicole deems his magical abilities ineffective. Yet, what can Arnold do? He has never heard of a wizard employing meditation techniques to enhance one's magical prowess. Regardless, both Cedric and the Weasley twins have provided him with the same reassurance. There is no need for concern, as a wizard's magical strength naturally increases with age. Is that the true reason behind Dumbledore's formidable power? The long white beard that reaches his waist. No, I possess a system. With a bloodline development level of 10, my maximum magical capacity is pegged at 2, while I currently hover around 1. 2, just barely matching the physical capabilities I've honed through relentless practice, leaving ample room for improvement. Moreover, the development of my bloodline can be enhanced. Aside from the natural growth that comes with age, I refuse to believe that energy infusion would not be beneficial, although I have yet to reach the current limits of both physical fitness and magical strength. An increase in my bloodline development should consequently elevate the foundational values of these attributes, correct? What? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? I am not. I do not have it. Please refrain from such unfounded accusations. What? A single infusion requires 100,000 energy and an additional 10 points of honor? So that is the purpose of honor. However, such a price is simply too steep, unaffordable. Resigned, Arnold can only weakly explain, I am still young. Once I mature and my magical abilities strengthen, the potency of my spells will naturally increase. Nicole, however, is indifferent to his magical prowess. After all, hasn't he managed to endure the weight of the steel pipe during this time? The crux of the matter is that Arnold must refrain from experimenting with magic around the house until he begins formal magical education at school. He is forbidden from recklessly tampering with household items using magic. Do you understand? Oh, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Author's note: this segment is a synthesis of information gathered by the author. According to the Chinese Harry Potter wiki, the description of the repairing charm indicates that the process of repairing damaged items resembles the reverse of the damage process, akin to the reversal of time. However, there are numerous specific limitations. The repairing charm is effective for most materials, yet it cannot mend damage caused by rare, powerful curses, such as fiend fire. The charm can only be applied to inanimate objects, and using it on living beings is strictly prohibited, as it could result in severe scarring. While the charm can perfectly restore the container itself, it cannot recapture any liquid that is spilled from it. For objects imbued with strong or complex magic, the repairing charm may not yield satisfactory results. For instance, Draco Malfoy spent nearly an entire school year seeking alternative means to repair a vanishing cabinet. Though the charm can restore the physical form of a broken wand, any magical damage remains unrepaired, leading the wand to break again upon subsequent usage. The sole exception is the Elder Wand, a powerful wand capable of repairing other wands for its master. In the subsequent chapter titled, I Am Struggling, Requesting Collections and Recommendations, Nicole forbids him from practicing any spells he has already mastered at home, leaving Arnold to venture into secluded areas daily to practice the incantations he has yet to grasp. Beyond studying and honing his magical skills, he finds himself with ample tasks to occupy his time. For instance, he continues to explore transfiguration, still in the experimental phase. Additionally, he seeks out an old Chinese medicine practitioner in Chinatown to observe and learn methods for handling botanical and animal materials, juicing, grinding, baking, and simmering, among others. Despite the fact that traditional Chinese medicine and potion making are entirely distinct fields, Arnold perceives some common ground in the preparatory processes, believing it prudent to make early preparations. He must avoid drawing attention from Snape, the cantankerous old bat, in potions class. It is no easy feat. The other three houses are inconsequential to him, as he has no intention of joining Slytherin, but he must be vigilant to prevent Snape from seizing any opportunities to penalize him. Losing points would affect the entire house. And while such occurrences may be commonplace for students from houses other than Slytherin, the humiliation of being berated by Snape in class is simply unbearable. I cannot afford to lose face. Not only am I studying traditional Chinese methods, but I have also created a plethora of diagrams based on the content of magical potions and elixirs. Mind maps illustrating which ingredients are utilized in various potions and their respective treatment methods. Conversely, I outline which potions require specific ingredients, the origins of these materials, and the necessary pretreatments for each. Then, there are flowcharts detailing each step of potion making from inception to completion, including potential issues and corresponding solutions, as well as precautions. Aside from not having brewed potions in practice, I have prepared extensively, merging traditional techniques with modern methods. I am truly at my wit's end. If preparing for potions class is merely a precautionary measure for Arnold, then his recent research into another endeavor is purely a pursuit of passion. Upon entering this world, specifically, upon realizing that it is the realm of Harry Potter, Arnold has developed a profound fascination with all things magical, spells, potions, transfiguration, and the myriad of magical artifacts. Take, for instance, the indestructible galleon, the wand that chooses its master, or the broomstick capable of flight. Would he truly purchase a worn second-hand broomstick for no reason? Surely not to prepare for flying lessons. Not to mention, in the world of muggles, soaring through the skies on a broomstick is exceedingly conspicuous. And Arnold himself harbors little interest in riding such a contraption, aside from during Quidditch matches. Furthermore, what if he were to lose control while riding? Akin to Neville in the original story? At that moment, Arnold's wizarding constitution might not lead to a fatal fall. But Nicole beside him would undoubtedly be scared half to death. However, he himself did not particularly enjoy riding. The hesitance to mount was one thing. But to craft a flying contraption frequently mentioned in the tales of ordinary folk was an entirely different sensation. The system indicated that analyzing a flying broom required 1,000 energy points, and over the past few days, he had gradually gathered enough by completing several recent spell learning tasks, thus removing any obstacles in that regard. Although Arnold understood that using the energy to analyze other spells, or saving it to enhance his bloodline development in the future, would significantly bolster his abilities, he yearned to indulge himself for once. With the magic he currently mastered, he had already surpassed the vast majority of Hogwarts' new students. Was there really a pressing need to enhance his strength so desperately? In the short term, for at least the next 4 or 5 years, Hogwarts, and indeed the entire British magical community, would remain relatively safe. Even without relying on the system to augment his power, he would likely face little danger. After that, while the British magical community might not be entirely tranquil, the world was vast. He could take Nicole on leisurely excursions, returning after 2 or 3 years. Moreover, with knowledge of numerous plot lines and wielding a formidable cheat, even if he were to remain passive, when Voldemort truly resurrected and began causing chaos, he would surely possess a modicum of self-defense. After all, Harry Potter was there to draw the ire of enemies. As long as he did not inadvertently draw closer to him, everything would be fine. Given this, what was there to hesitate about? He should pursue his interests. After all, passion is the finest teacher. Having persuaded himself through a logical analysis, Arnold could no longer contain his excitement. He grasped the broom tightly, his mind beginning to communicate with the system. The system detected a magical item. Name, flying broom. Type, children's toy. Effect, under the influence of magic. It can move slowly at a height not exceeding 30 centimeters above the ground. Note, maximum weight limit is 30 kilograms. Principle, unknown. Crafting technique, unknown. Does it consume energy for analysis? What? A children's toy type? Indeed, the broom Arnold was analyzing was merely a flying broom toy purchased from a whimsical magical joke shop, complete with a note stating that its maximum load could not exceed 30 kilograms and that it would not rise more than 30 centimeters off the ground. With his current rudimentary skills, even if he acquired the crafting technique for the flying broom through the system's analysis, he would undoubtedly be unable to master it. Furthermore, depleting his energy during the analysis left no surplus to comprehensively impart the intricacies of the crafting technique. What was the point of analyzing the flying broom then? Ideals may be lofty, but reality is often stark. For a novice just stepping into the realm of magic, one must progress step by step, savoring each bite. The noble aspiration of crafting a flying broom could begin with the children's toy version. After all, it only required 300 energy points, which was not even as costly as the crafting technique for the Birdie Bot's every flavor beans, which astonishingly demanded 600 points. Now that was something he was reluctant to part with. Yes, analyze, confirm. The system interface displayed the energy value, its digits beginning to fluctuate. And a stream of green light emerged, converging in the center of the screen. A model of the flying broom toy began to take shape, gradually becoming clearer until the energy value reached 700 points, at which point the model was fully formed, identical to the toy broom in Arnold's hand. Magical item, flying broom toy. Principle, movement spell, low. Crafting technique, a small wooden stick made from hazel or oak, enchanted with a specific technique to cast the movement spell, thereby affixing the spell's effect to the stick and adorning one end with some twigs as decoration. Does it consume energy to impart the movement spell and the enchanting technique? Beginner? Wait, don't rush the importation. Chapter 38. Enchanting techniques, seeking collections and recommendations. The movement spell? What kind of magic is this? It seems to be not even a flight spell. Is it merely the principle for the children's toy version? Or do the other flying brooms utilize the same spell, albeit with varying strengths? Perhaps when he accumulates 1,000 energy points next time, he should simply analyze that secondhand Nimbus 2000 instead. Wait, I could do that. After the system finished analyzing the toy broom, Arnold had become quite familiar with it. Before long, he discovered the traces of the movement spell's enactment on the broom. In the middle section of the broom, there were numerous markings differing from the natural wood grain, as if they had been engraved, yet they blended seamlessly with the broom, as though they were inherently part of it. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these markings were distinct from the wood's natural patterns, resembling simple designs or hieroglyphs. Arnold was not entirely certain of the precise meanings and combinations of these patterns, but he recognized that they were the result of the movement spell being affixed. Holding the flying broom toy in his left hand and the second-hand Nimbus 2000 in his right, Arnold's gaze darted between the two magical items, comparing them repeatedly. Indeed, the authentic flying broom bore no identical markings. Only one design bore slight resemblance, with a similarity of no more than 30. Now he could ascertain that the genuine flying broom did not employ the movement spell. Furthermore, considering the area and pattern of markings on the Nimbus 2000, it was highly likely that more than one spell was affixed to it. With this conclusion in mind, Arnold finally turned his attention to the system's introduction to the movement spell. The movement spell's incantation is looter, and its effect is to enable the wizard to move a target object. Moreover, this spell also carries a floating effect, allowing the target object to hover a few inches above the ground and be moved to any desired location. It seems to be a more practical spell than the floating charm. The latter is far too slow when directing an object in the air, reminiscent of a gentle drift. Since this movement spell is not the magic utilized in a genuine flying broom, should I learn it or not? Having analyzed the toy broom, the system now contained ample information about the movement spell. According to the notes, if learned from books, this spell would require 100 energy points, which was already encompassed in the energy consumed for analyzing the item, thus eliminating the need for additional expenditure. However, to discern the optimal incantation and accompanying gestures for the movement spell, an additional 200 energy points would be necessary. Should Arnold be imparted with the final results? That would amount to another 300 points. Step by step, was this system crafted by the game designers of Little Pony? My dear Penguin, how impressive. Game designers have transcended borders and embarked on a journey to invade the multiverse. What to do? Should I still pursue this movement spell? Absolutely, I must learn it. However, being frugal and industrious, I shall endeavor to learn it personally rather than relying on the system for impartation. After all, that would cost a whopping 500 points. The system has extracted a wealth of information regarding mobility spells from the toy broomstick. Although Arnold hesitates to expend energy on imbuing spells, he can effortlessly access and peruse this information, akin to perusing a tome dedicated solely to mobility spells. Once he masters the unique techniques he has developed for learning and practicing magic, any spell, regardless of its complexity, provided it does not require specific learning conditions, merely becomes a matter of time and energy expenditure for him. Essentially, it involves the repetitive recitation of incantations and the graceful maneuvering of his wand, meticulously recording each utterance and gesture to discover the most effective methods and combinations. He swiftly grasps simpler spells, and if mobility spells prove to be somewhat intricate, he is in no rush, as he is not particularly pressed for time. However, the technique of enchanting objects, particularly the basic enchanting technique, is something he has not encountered in any other literature. His only recourse is to rely on the system. Fortunately, this is merely a fundamental technique, a basic procedure for crafting magical items, and it does not demand a significant investment, merely 300 energy points. With only 400 points remaining, he feels the system's energy points are rather fleeting. Upon reflection, it is fortunate that he did not opt to analyze and imbue the mobility spell, otherwise, he would have been completely drained. The magical realm is indeed not easy to navigate, especially for something as trivial as a toy, not some inflatable novelty. Despite having prioritized the mobility spell as his foremost learning objective, Arnold has just begun analysis and practice. It is clear he cannot master this spell instantaneously. Nonetheless, this does not detract from his study of the recently imparted enchanting technique. The process of imbibing knowledge is remarkably convenient. It spares him the need to invest time and effort in self-directed study, as if he has established a cerebral interface, learning directly. It is truly enlightening. This fundamental enchanting technique, while quite elementary, encompasses merely a few methods for imbuing magic into wood. The materials discussed are rather common and inexpensive, with a limited capacity to withstand magical intensity. From the information imparted, Arnold understands that different types of wood, or rather, materials, can endure varying levels of magical potency. For instance, the wood used to craft the toy broomstick, regardless of how thick or long it is made, cannot fully accommodate the complete power of the spells employed on competition-grade broomsticks. Thus, when wizards enchant items, they must be mindful of the intensity of their spells, actively adjusting their magical output. Insufficient potency is manageable. It simply results in a diminished effect. However, if the power exceeds the material's capacity, it may very well explode. Besides the core content regarding enchanting methods for various common woods, the technique also introduces several complementary potions. The materials designated for crafting magical items are not exotic in the magical world. They are merely commonplace species found in the Muggle realm. Directly enchanting them is ineffective. The wood must be soaked in a specially prepared potion for a sufficient duration, allowing it to absorb the potion thoroughly before drying, after which enchanting can commence. Excluding the decorative twigs, the main stick of the toy broomstick is crafted from a commonly found wood that has been soaked and enchanted. Now, it is evident that Arnold has also learned this. Upon receiving the system's knowledge infusion and mastering several potion recipes and preparation steps, Arnold is pleasantly surprised to find that his proficiency in potion making has increased slightly. This unexpected delight is truly gratifying. It seems that concocting these enchanting potions poses little risk, so he might as well utilize this opportunity to enhance his potion-making skills. After all, the ingredients required are quite inexpensive, considering they are merely basic. Such cleverness. Who says utilizing the system's energy to analyze toys is a waste? The importation of techniques for crafting toys demonstrates value. merely by analyzing a toy broomstick. He has significantly increased his potion-making proficiency, with the potential for further enhancement through practical application. As for the mobility spell, it is not within the educational scope and offers no aid to his academic performance. He regards it as a mere bonus. Indeed, in the eyes of a diligent student like himself, everything aligns with academic achievement. With these thoughts in mind, Arnold's gaze intensifies upon the second-hand 5-star broomstick. The enchantments on that broomstick must be far more potent. The enchanting techniques employed must be significantly more advanced. I require energy, more energy. Task name. First creation task objective. Create a magical item task description. While the wonders of magic are intriguing, the repetitive incantations and wand movements can become monotonous over time. Fortunately, you have discovered a new source of enjoyment in the world of magic, alchemy. Begin your first attempt. Task reward, 500 energy points. Here it comes. Just as I pondered where to acquire additional energy, the system has graciously offered its support. 500 energy points, quite commendable. This is the highest reward I have received thus far for any task. Moreover, although the system has not explicitly stated it, once I complete this magical item, it surely will grant me an achievement. After all, this is my inaugural attempt. However, creating a magical item, with merely the scant knowledge gleaned from the toy broomstick, what can I possibly craft? The limited enchanting techniques and the requisite pre-treatment potions, oh, and a mobility spell. Should I create another toy broomstick? I harbor no disdain for crafting toys, but I have yet to master the mobility spell. Wait, if I modify the toy broomstick into something else, I need not learn the mobility spell. I am uncertain if that would count, but regardless, I shall give it a try. It won't require much effort. As an engineer with over a decade of experience working with machinery, I am confident in my practical abilities. Additionally, residing in the outskirts of London, I have access to simple tools, which my biological father may not have wielded skillfully, yet I am quite adept. Surely, the simple woodworking tasks at home cannot daunt me. In my previous life, I could easily craft a wooden Gatling gun by following the videos on that little platform, although it couldn't emit blue flames. Firing small sticks was still quite exhilarating. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. It was merely a matter of modifying a toy broomstick into a small gadget, a trivial task indeed. I invited Nicole and we ventured to a nearby second-hand market, where we procured a wooden cabinet. Once home, I dismantled it, selecting a few larger panels and shaping one into a shield-like form. Then, I secured the toy broomstick onto it with some rope, tying it tightly before letting go. Voil. Was it not a flying skateboard? Admittedly, it flew a little lower and slower than ideal, with a rather haphazard design. Nevertheless, it was a flying skateboard. Squatting on the ground, with one hand grasping the flying skateboard, which hovered 30 centimeters above the floor, Arnold scratched his head. The task still loomed high on his system list, unmarked as complete. Why did the system not recognize it? Surely, it was of my own making. Who else could conceive such a brilliant idea other than me? Was it not a magical item? How else could it hover without magic? I was no expert in magnetic levitation, or was it necessary to personally enchant the item for it to count? That would complicate matters. This idea of mine was undeniably impressive, simple to create, and visually stunning. However, I had yet to master the levitation spell. Otherwise, I could have directly enchanted the wooden board instead of resorting to this cumbersome binding with the toy broomstick. Was I to rely solely on the limited magic I had learned? And it had to be of the specific wood types capable of such enchantments. It didn't seem overly difficult. After a brief moment of contemplation, Arnold decided to set that matter aside for now and enjoy the flying skateboard instead. Life is meant for seizing joy in the moment. For safety, he adjusted the skateboard to hover about 10 centimeters off the ground before lifting his right foot to step onto it. The skateboard wobbled slightly before stabilizing, feeling quite steady, and then he placed his left foot upon it as well. Upon mounting the skateboard, Arnold refrained from standing upright immediately. Instead, he leaned forward, kneeling on one knee atop the board. Be careful, Nicole cautioned, supporting him from the side. Don't worry, I feel quite stable, Arnold replied with a smile. After all, it was merely 10 centimeters above the ground. What was there to fear? Gently releasing his grip, Arnold slowly straightened up. Oh, not bad. Standing on the flying skateboard. Arnold glanced at his feet, then peered down at the space between the board and the ground, comparing his height to Nicole's. She gave him a look of affectionate concern. Indeed, 10 centimeters made little difference, especially in the height disparity between a child and an adult. Nonetheless, Arnold was thoroughly enjoying himself, using his magic to communicate with the broomstick beneath the skateboard, maneuvering forward, backward, and turning with delight. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the skateboard fell to the ground. Thanks to his timely jump, Arnold stumbled only a few steps but nearly lost his balance, saved only by Nicole's quick grasp. I told you to be careful, yet you wouldn't listen. Ignoring her words, Arnold hurried over to examine the skateboard. Surely, my craftsmanship isn't that poor? Oh, it turned out the shield-shaped wooden board was intact. It was the toy broomstick beneath that had broken. How did it suddenly malfunction? Thankfully, having grown up playing various ball games, my reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, if younger wizarding children rode it, they could have been seriously injured. Such substandard merchandise must be reported. How does one submit a complaint to the Oracle Daily? Wait. Arnold suddenly recalled that the product description for the flying broomstick toy explicitly stated a maximum weight limit of only 30 kilograms. The weight of the shield-shaped wooden board could be disregarded. His own weight had long since surpassed 35 or 36 kilograms. He had already been expelled from childhood. It was futile to lament. Instead, he resolved to craft a magical item himself to fulfill the system's task. Otherwise, the meager energy rewards from the other spell-learning tasks offered little motivation. Ruth, it is your turn to act. Please procure the ingredients for the potion from Diagon Alley. Just as he was about to affix the note to Ruth's leg, Arnold paused, unfolding the note to add more content. Additionally, please purchase 3 toy flying broomsticks. Such a splendid contraption as a flying skateboard warrants a second creation. 1 + 1 may not always exceed 2, but as long as it can support my weight. That suffices. As Ruth soared away, another owl swooped down, landing beside Jack. Jack, you have changed. Whatever happened to my eternal heart? It seemed he needed to assign Jack some tasks to prevent him from succumbing to temptation in the presence of those alluring distractions, lest he commit unspeakable acts. Oh, is there a new letter? Let me see. Chapter 40. Do you know Mr. Lockhart? Cedric's reply commenced with a flurry of flattering remarks that warmed my heart. Congratulations, Arnold. You have successfully mastered yet another spell. Among all the wizards from Muggle families I have encountered, you are the most impressive. Cedric continued, regarding the cutting charm. I possess insights to share. Occasionally, I assist my father in processing the pelts of magical creatures. Naturally, meat and bones occasionally fall within my purview. To truly master a spell, enhancing its power is but one facet. The finesse of control must not be overlooked. In summary, as long as you pay attention to the aforementioned points while casting, I believe you will wield the cutting charm with greater proficiency. Cedric Diggory. Oh, there were indeed aspects I had overlooked. I shall experiment with them. The insights from Hogwarts' charming heartthrob, the genius Hufflepuff, and the model student Cedric are indeed valuable. Following Cedric's advice and tips, Arnold quickly became adept in the application of the cutting charm. No longer would he inadvertently damage what lay beneath while slicing steak. He was confident that soon he would be able to toss seasonings and garnishes onto a fish with ease. Snap! It would be in pieces. What need have I for a cutting board? What use is a kitchen knife? Of course, Arnold refrained from practicing on steak in front of Nicole, having recently received a warning. However, as a man who presided over the kitchen, opportunities to employ the cutting charm were plentiful. The only difference was that the meat transitioned from medium to rare. Learning magic in isolation is indeed unwise. Thus, aside from Cedric, Arnold did not forego the chance to glean knowledge from the twins regarding their experiences with spells. Although the Weasley brothers' grasp of first-year spells was somewhat inferior to Cedric's, they merely lacked focus. If the magic truly captured their interest, their talent and creativity would shine through. At the very least, George and Fred had shared considerable wisdom concerning transfiguration. Truly, they were the brilliant minds who could transform their younger brother's toys into spiders even before attending school. Moreover, Arnold had not placed all his hopes solely on the twins. Previously, he had earned a few galleons from Arnold and had even stored the galleons earned by the children. Molly Weasley held a rather favorable impression of him, as she genuinely adored children, and Arnold was rather charming. When Arnold was introduced to the Weasley family by George and Fred at the Leaky Cauldron, Arthur had expressed curiosity about Nicole's mini car. Had he not been previously satisfied by Mr. and Mrs. Bell, he might have followed them to the parking lot. Just as Arnold was about to immerse some freshly cut wooden pieces into the prepared potion, Jack, assigned a task earlier, returned with a letter from the Weasley household. Well, I shall take the letter. You two should focus on your own matters. Study the snowy owl and the tawny owl to see what combinations you can create. After grooming Jack's feathers, Arnold mumbled about some irrelevant topic and headed back to his study. He skimmed through the usual pleasantries, quickly honing in on the content that truly interested him. The cleaning charm? Indeed, it is a remarkably useful spell, yet for Arnold, it may be a bit premature to study it at this stage. If my memory serves me right, the cleaning charm is typically part of the fourth-year curriculum at Hogwarts. Even if you exhibit exceptional talent in spellcasting, it is prudent not to be overly ambitious. However, I can offer you a hint. Arnold, ponder this. Dust, dirt, and stains do not vanish into thin air. Where do they go? Trash does not disappear into thin air. Upon reading this, Arnold's expression sharpened as he began to contemplate. If they do not vanish, then surely the refuse remains somewhere in this world? According to the theories of magic, I understand. Much like spells that conjure food and clean water, they are forms of summoning magic, while the cleaning charm operates in reverse. And summoning magic falls within the realm of transfiguration, a subject in which I have yet to delve deeply, making it somewhat advanced. So the cleaning charm is this profound? I had assumed its absence from the introductory and standard spell list was due to the school's textbooks not covering household magic. Nevertheless, with my unique techniques to explore step by step, I should still be able to ascertain an appropriate incantation and gesture, thereby gradually mastering this spell. When I find some free time, I shall visit the second-hand shops and stalls in Diagon Alley, or perhaps procure a comprehensive book on household magic to secure the cleaning charm. Alas, I had no success with my attempts to pronounce clear and clean in ordinary language. Although my ambition to impress Nicole by learning the cleaning charm from Mrs. Weasley fell flat, her response was not without merit for Arnold. I am delighted, Arnold, that you have noticed this issue. It is truly hard to believe you have never encountered magic before. However, rather than attributing the amplification of magical power to emotions, it is more accurately a form of mental strength. Do those powerful wizards we see in battle weep and laugh? Certainly not. Just as Gilderoy Lockhart remains poised, calm, and elegant in the face of danger, true masters of magic exude composure. Do you know Mr. Lockhart? He is an exceptionally formidable wizard, having resolved numerous intricate dilemmas and triumphed over many malevolent and powerful creatures. Should you manage to peruse a few of the tomes authored by Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, I am confident, Arnold, that you will acquire a wealth of invaluable knowledge. Indeed, while the cleaning charm was merely a matter of curiosity, what Arnold truly seeks to understand is how to infuse emotion into his magic, thereby amplifying its potency. Just using Gilderoy Lockhart as an example, Mrs. Weasley, are you certain you are not leading me astray? Although the tales in his autobiographies are, aside from the change of protagonist, largely factual, who can ascertain whether Lockhart has not indulged in a degree of artistic embellishment? Such occurrences are quite commonplace, in a certain sense. I share a kinship with Lockhart in our profession. Returning to the matter at hand, emotions, imagination, willpower, and belief can all serve to fuel one's magic, elevating it to an entirely different plane. My dear, I hope my response assuages your inquiries. P.S. I advise you to refrain from dedicating your efforts to this aspect for the time being. The precision and swiftness of spells and gestures are what should command your attention at this stage. Mrs. Molly Weasley. Focus on spells and gestures. You may find it hard to believe, Mrs. Weasley, but I have optimized this aspect to its utmost limit, at least for the time being. Long before I began to dissect the enchanted broomsticks, Arnold had already mastered several of his most proficient spells. His enunciation of incantations was flawless, with impeccable speed, tone, and emphasis. He had discovered the current optimal methods for each spell, imbued with a unique aesthetic beauty. As for the wand movements, he had devised the most effective hand motions for each spell, knowing precisely when to arc, how to tremble his wrist, and to what extent, resulting in fluid and expressive gestures that were a delight to behold. Through daily, methodical practice of spells and movements, although these enchantments had yet to reach the second tier, the enhancement of proficiency was evident not just in the system interface. Arnold could genuinely sense the deepening of his command over these spells. Casting speed, accuracy, and control, elements that reflect a wizard's mastery of magic, were visibly improving through his diligent practice. Yet, there was one aspect that Arnold noted. The potency of his spells had not advanced for quite some time. Take, for instance, the levitation charm. Buoyancy had plateaued. Once he reached the ability to levitate an object weighing approximately 1 kilogram, there had been no further progress, despite the ongoing increase in proficiency. Nicole's disdain for Arnold's levitation charm, which proved unhelpful for their daily task of moving the steel pipe sound tubes, lingered in his mind. On one hand, he felt slighted by her scorn. On the other, he was burdened by the inconvenience of repeatedly asking Nicole for assistance in hauling them up and down to evade detection. The two of them would drive daily along varied routes to find secluded locations, as leaving the sound tubes in desolate areas was out of the question. Although others might not discern their purpose, it still represented a trace, a clue. Thus, they had no choice but to transport them each day. Arnold himself was indifferent, engaging in manual labor daily, which slightly improved his physical fitness. However, Nicole accompanying him in this endeavor seemed to be cultivating his mother into a formidable woman. What benefit did this hold for me? Would it only result in more pain when I got angry and lashed out? Wouldn't I be the one to suffer injuries? If only I could employ a levitation spell to alleviate the weight of the steel pipes while moving them. From novels and films of my past life, I learned that certain powerful magics in this world heavily depend on emotions. Arnold also discovered from magical theory that emotions could enhance ordinary spells. Unable to grow overnight or summon the energy and honor required for bloodline development, Arnold decided to focus on the levitation spell he was most familiar with, attempting to infuse it with emotion. Yet, he grappled with how to effectively integrate emotion into magic, uncertain of what sentiment to channel while casting the levitation spell. Should I express sheer anger or greet the divine with a blissful smile? This was perplexing. Moreover, it was to even my own ascension. A book. A stone. Who could say what emotion was appropriate to elevate them? After several days of fruitless contemplation, Arnold began to doubt whether his thoughts were too chaotic, lacking the simplicity of a genuine 11-year-old. Yet, he wasn't contemplating anything untoward. There was undoubtedly room for enhancing magical power, and it was connected to the infusion of emotion. What to do? Though uncertain about the path ahead, he could inquire with his friend's parents. Mr. Diggory was often occupied in remote areas due to work, and even if Cedric wrote on his behalf, a response might take ages. However, Mrs. Wesley, who spent her days farming and caring for children, had ample time. And her reply indeed opened up a new realm for Arnold. It turned out that enhancing magical power was not solely reliant on emotion, imagination, will, belief, and other aspects also played a crucial role. These various forces emanating from the depths of the mind, as Arnold understood, could be summarized as the power of thought. The ability to amplify magical strength lies in this very thought, with the mind's power encompassing more than just emotion. If that were the case, it could be advantageous for me. Clutching the letter in his hands, Arnold's thoughts began to wander freely. Pure emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness would be challenging to explore, summon, and master. However, elements such as imagination, will, and belief offered much more room for manipulation, especially imagination. Despite the years of standardized education dulling his creativity, he had lived through an era of information explosion. All those experiences from countless novels, animations, and games could now fuel Arnold's imagination. Once again, focusing on the levitation spell, Arnold closed his eyes and sought to envision a scene. A floating city? A starship? No. Starting too grand would be difficult to control. A commercial airliner? A hydrogen airship? Too large again. Perhaps he should imagine a hydrogen balloon instead. Wingardium Leviosa. That felt somewhat promising. Once more. Wingardium Leviosa. Indeed, it proved effective. He distinctly sensed that levitating the same brick was noticeably easier than before. Wingardium Leviosa. Why did it seem like there was no change again? Was that merely my illusion? No. I had a clear sensation twice before, so it couldn't be a mere figment. What was happening? After much experimentation, Arnold even bought a bundle of hydrogen balloons to hold, watching them sway in the wind while casting the levitation spell on a nearby brick. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. It was more effective to release the balloons and recall that moment when casting the spell. Yes, after numerous trials, he confirmed that focusing on the memory of the hydrogen balloon drifting away indeed enhanced the spell's power compared to the immediate scene. This was perplexing. The recalled image surpassed the current reality in effectiveness, which defied logic. Yet, given that magic itself was inherently unscientific, uncovering a semblance of pattern was a significant achievement. Nonetheless, even when invoking the memory of the soaring hydrogen balloon, the power increase was minimal, merely a commendable start. As Arnold repeatedly closed his eyes to remember, concoct, and cast, the speed at which the brick floated increased, and its height rose. Soon, he would be ready to try a larger brick. Indeed, as the saying goes, great strength makes bricks fly. If this continued, he would soon. Why had the effects of my recent spells plateaued? Had he reached a bottleneck so soon? This was just the beginning. Reflecting on the memory of releasing the hydrogen balloon was vivid in his mind. Yet, the results remained similar to previous attempts. It seemed he had hit a limit in the realm of imagination for the time being. Given this, he decided to incorporate some belief into the mix. Opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the brick, attempting to convince himself that several hydrogen balloons were lifting it from below. It worked. The levitation effect on the brick indeed felt different. However, it was still unstable. For several days, Arnold immersed himself in continuous experimentation, transitioning from imagination to belief, from will to emotion. Compared to the monotonous practice of spells and gestures, this relentless quest for better magical casting methods captivated him even more. Just as he had initially researched the most effective incantations and hand movements using recordings and animations, he now witnessed his magical prowess gradually improve, stagnate, and then surpass previous limits. The sense of achievement and fulfillment was immensely gratifying. Furthermore, Arnold discovered that integrating imagination and belief was not merely a matter of daydreaming. Concepts like floating cities and hydrogen airships yielded no results. Even the hydrogen balloon was not an optimal choice. To his surprise, the greatest enhancement to the levitation spell came from a feather. He was uncertain of the underlying principle. Perhaps it stemmed from humanity's innate envy of birds designed for flight. In summary, as Arnold envisioned feathers dancing through the air, he discovered that his levitation spell could even lift a sizable stone, much to his delight. The stone weighed at least 4 to 5 kilograms, and when Arnold applied such force to the steel sound tube, both he and his mother could distinctly feel a slight reduction in weight while moving it. Even after 3 consecutive days of indulging in roasted goose, Nicole bore no complaints. Although Arnold's culinary skills were merely average, his repertoire included numerous recipes. What? 2 of the dishes were duck-based? Is there a difference? Yet, even with the imagery of feathers swirling as a foundation for his spellcasting, Arnold remained somewhat dissatisfied, regardless of how vividly he recalled the scene of fluttering feathers. The process of recalling and envisioning still required time, often necessitating him to close his eyes for optimal visualization. This method of spellcasting was evidently inadequate. In the heat of battle, he might find himself still in the throes of preparation before succumbing to defeat. What Arnold truly needed was to instinctively associate the act of casting the levitation spell with the image of feathers, along with the scene and significance they represented. However, no matter how he imagined or practiced, he could not transform this method into an instinctive reaction. Was the enhancement of magical power through the strength of thought and spirit merely the privilege of those formidable wizards? According to the subtle hints conveyed by Mrs. Weasley, she too did not frequently employ such methods to amplify her spells. Was it that household magic required little potency? Or perhaps she too struggled to cast spells infused with mental strength at will? Unable to devise a solution to this dilemma, Arnold resolved to shift his focus towards crafting his own magical artifacts. With a week until school commenced, he was determined to perfect the dazzling flying skateboard and complete the commendable system task. As he prepared to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, he understood that having adequate resources would quell his anxiety. While designing his new skateboard, Arnold suddenly recalled other aspects from his previous life. Once again, he thought of a certain video platform, or more precisely, the Harry Potter series films that required a premium membership to view. The version of the Harry Potter films on this platform differed from those on other video sites or Blu-ray discs, particularly with regard to the subtitles. The subtitle team on this platform took great care to create special effects subtitles for all the spells featured in the Harry Potter films, with fonts, materials, and lighting effects that starkly contrasted with the regular subtitles used in dialogue. These enhanced subtitles corresponded directly to the magical effects depicted in the film. When a character uttered a spell that caused the lights to flicker, the corresponding text at the bottom of the screen would shimmer with a white glow. When a character performed the fire-making spell, the subtitle would depict flames in a fiery effect. It was undeniably dramatic. Yet, it was indeed quite impressive. If I were to incorporate similar special effects into the text of each spell, and practice daily with such spell incantations, could it facilitate a quicker integration of imagination and belief, ultimately forming a form of instinct? It was certainly worth exploring. Dramatic? As long as the outcome was favorable. I would embrace the theatrics, especially considering that this body was just on the cusp of adolescence. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, based on the age group of its students and its curriculum, could be seen as a specialized institution for young minds, right? In the whole world, or at least in the entirety of Britain, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was a rare gem. If even a vocational school was so exceptional, what harm would it be for me to indulge in a bit of drama? With the narrative exceeding 2,000 words, I shall note that Arnold, fueled by his newfound inspiration, could not focus on the daily analysis of new spells, nor on the practice of those he had already mastered. He was far too excited. He had to select several spells and design their special effect texts before he could feel at ease. He first ruled out standard spells and those above level 2. Though he was learning them, his progress was minimal. Oh, with the exception of the lumos and extinguishing spells. In fact, just from the standard spells and the book's self-defense guide to dark magic, there were already numerous spells to consider. He only vaguely remembered the special effects subtitles from the films on the platform. Some spells had effects he could not recall, while others may not have even appeared in the films. However, he paid no mind to this. For those he couldn't remember or that hadn't been depicted, he could create new designs based on their actual effects. There were no strict rules for how spell text should appear once he engaged with and learned those spells. Surely he could devise effects that surpassed the subtitles of the platform. He could simply add more flair and creativity. Of course, this was all contingent upon the special effect texts being genuinely useful to him. Otherwise, he would lack the motivation to pursue such fanciful endeavors. He selected a few spells for which he could still recall the subtitle effects: the levitation spell, the lumos spell, and the fire-making spell. Arnold intended to first create the special effect texts for these spells and test their efficacy. Nicole contacted an advertising company located in central London, and Arnold brought along his design draft composed of images and text to present to the designers there, articulating his requirements in detail. He did so under the guise of needing props for a campus magical stage play. Firstly, concerning the fonts. Arnold meticulously selected distinct styles for the 3 spells from the designer's font library and requested that the designer perform secondary designs, incorporating transformations and embellishments to create artistic lettering that would convey the desired aesthetic. Secondly, the designed artistic letters and ornate scripts needed to be filled with various materials reflecting the characteristics of the spells. The levitation spell would feature feather patterns, while the fire-making spell would take on a fiery appearance. Lastly, regarding lighting effects, the fire-making spell required no explanation. While both the levitation spell and the lumos spell would exhibit white light, one dispersing outward in accordance with the feather patterns and the other converging inward, Arnold exuberantly exercised his financial prowess, persistently engaging the designers of an advertising agency in a cycle of design, revision, and adjustment. After an entire day's labor, he finally crafted a version of the 3 spells that met with his satisfaction. With the fragrant scent of fresh ink emanating from the colorful copperplate paper, Arnold and Nicole returned home only when the moon was high and the streetlights flickered to life. Upon arriving home, Nicole exclaimed in wonder as she opened the door. Then, while changing her shoes, she inquired of Arnold, who had just entered, "Will you continue practicing your magic? I must shower and retire for the night. Today has been exceedingly exhausting." Although she had not lifted any heavy weights, the day spent accompanying Arnold had left her quite fatigued, especially from the long hours of driving. Arnold nodded gently, embracing Nicole and expressing, "Thank you for your hard work, Mother. However, I must try out these new creations today." The freshly crafted enchantments sparked his eagerness to experiment without delay. Although the efficacy of practicing magic through observing the enhanced spell incantations would not manifest instantaneously, commencing earlier would yield results sooner. Nicole, crouching slightly, ruffled Arnold's hair and advised, "Remember to rest early, Arnold. You have done remarkably well. Do not push yourself too hard." "I understand," Arnold replied obediently. Nicole had toiled throughout the day, no, the entire summer, forsaking even her planned work and internships. He could not allow her to worry any further. Thus, he resolved to practice each of the 3 spells for half an hour before retiring for the night. From the following day, he would gradually increase the practice duration. He would not rush to enhance the proficiency of the spells he had already learned. Instead, he would venture out early in the morning with his sound tube to record and study those still at the novice level, yet to master their proper incantations. In the afternoon, he would remain at home, practicing the levitation spell, Lumo's charm, and fire-making spell using the enchanted spell parchment. Initially, he felt little progress. But after a few days of persistence, Arnold noticed his imagination had indeed sharpened significantly. His conviction seemed to strengthen as well, to the extent that he almost deceived himself. In summary, Arnold discovered that the potency of those 3 spells began to rise rapidly without him investing excessive time in contemplation and preparation. Hooray for the little platform. Cheers to Billy Billy. The content creator who compiled the special effect spells will surely receive my appreciation next time. And, naturally, he would press on with renewed vigor. Arnold certainly did not intend to continue practicing those 3 spells in such a manner. Rather, he aimed to extract the special effects incantations for all the remaining spells he had already mastered. When the time came for him to attend Hogwarts, he planned to carry them with him, diligently practicing according to the special effects incantations to enhance both the potency and casting speed of those spells. Arnold intended to first design the special visual effects for the standard spells, including the softening spell, cutting spell, repairing spell, unlocking spell, and locking spell, as well as the red sparks and green sparks from the dark magic, self-defense guide, along with the smoke spell. Drawing upon his memories of watching films on a small platform in his previous life and his current understanding of these magical incantations, he formulated a rough design concept. However, he would require the expertise of professionals in the design field to refine the concept into a final proposal and produce the physical product. Consequently, Arnold had yet to decide on the special effects for the repelling charm and the mucus charm from the dark magic guide, as he was not very proficient with them and his recollections of the film scenes were rather vague or non-existent. Additionally, he speculated that he would need to continue practicing various second-level spells from the standard incantations to find the most suitable imagery for enhancing the spell text with effects. After selecting the spells to enhance, Arnold excitedly spent 2 sleepless nights sketching out the special effects for these incantations. As he gazed upon his painstakingly crafted results, he once again mourned for his peers at Hogwarts, feeling both terror and exhilaration in the face of academic excellence. "Are you ready?" he mused. That morning, Nicole tugged at Arnold's unruly hair and inquired, "Arnold, have you forgotten something?" "Surely not. My memory is quite exceptional," Arnold replied, freeing himself from Nicole's grip to focus intently on his bacon and egg sandwich. Perhaps it was the influence of adulthood or the nature of wizardry, but Arnold had always possessed a superior memory compared to his peers. After all, he could not have achieved his literary endeavors otherwise. This noble pursuit was one he did not wish to abandon, even as a wizard. He intended to see it through until he had completed the Legend of Merlin and redeemed himself from the past, before contemplating the cessation of his writing. As he rubbed his fingers together, feeling the grease atop them, Nicole grimaced and remarked, "You still insist? You've forgotten the time. Tomorrow is September 1st. September 1st? What significance does that date hold? Is it truly worth mentioning? I know October 1st, that SA7A holiday." In truth, the holiday itself was inconsequential. The focus lay on the grand celebration of the nation's birthday. He had felt a surge of excitement during the last parade as he observed the impressive displays. As for September 1st, it seemed to mark the start of the school year, but he had already graduated long ago. Wait, with all the late nights? I nearly forgot my current identity, Arnold said, suddenly feeling sheepish. Oh, Nicole, did you mean? Indeed. Tomorrow marks the beginning of school for you and me. Nicole gestured between herself and Arnold. Life was truly wondrous. After years of working and even having children, she found herself returning to the classroom. Meanwhile, this little one had grown up so fast and was now set to embark on a journey to learn in a more mysterious and unknown realm. But I haven't perfected these spells yet. Arnold was not as sentimental as Nicole. How can time pass so swiftly? I still have so much left to do. He resolved to visit the advertising company to clearly communicate with the designers, allowing them ample time to perfect the effects. By next weekend, when Nicole brought the designs home, he would send Ruth to assist with the transport. Oh, and I must not forget my own task, the first magical item. I need to gather materials, design its structure, and determine the additional enchantments. All of that has long been prepared. Once I return from the advertising company, I will immediately create it and see if I can gain the system's approval. Mom, hurry up and eat. We still need to make a trip to London today. Arnold reminded her, shoving a bite of sandwich into his mouth. Eat slowly. We're not in a rush, Nicole replied, pointing disapprovingly at Arnold's messy hair and face. Finish eating, then go wash up, or I want to be able to show you off. Fine, you drive, you're in charge. Are you certain you want to take that flying sword to school? That evening, while Nicole helped Arnold pack, she suddenly pointed at an object. It was a long, flat item made entirely of black wood, nearly as wide as Arnold's shoulders. Thicker in the middle and tapering at both ends, it bore a sharp front. The other end featured a simple grip devoid of embellishments, resembling an ancient Chinese broadsword, suitable only for those of lesser status. Nevertheless, Arnold was quite pleased. With this sword in hand and Ruth by his side, he felt he could easily cosplay as a legendary hero without the need for makeup. Behold, the great hero. Hogwarts ladies, take note. From now on, refer to me as the Divine Hawk, or perhaps the Divine. Who even coined the name Owl? That's a poor choice. Let's discard that. After Ruth returned with 3 child-sized flying brooms, he was able to practice his spell effects while also constructing this new item. There is a notion that triangles represent the most stable shape, so to prevent his flying skateboard from failing again, Arnold arranged the 3 brooms in a triangular formation. With 1 in front and 2 behind, the weight distribution should be quite even, accommodating his 30-plus kilograms without issue. However, this brought forth a new dilemma. The shield-shaped wooden board was now too short. Thus, Arnold enlisted Nicole's assistance in procuring a solid wood wardrobe. It was second-hand and easily disassembled, providing him no sense of loss. Arnold aimed for perfection. Since the bristles of the toy brooms were merely decorative, he would remove them entirely, leaving only a small stick embedded in the board, taking up minimal space. Why bother with bindings? It looks unsightly. Thus, following his design, Arnold carved 3 slots into the board to securely fit the short wooden sticks imbued with flight charms. The only remaining concern was how to enhance the board's appearance. It needed to be longer and wider than the previous design, but making it shield-shaped would be too cumbersome and tacky, diminishing its appeal. But could this challenge deter Arnold? If he could fashion the previous board into a shield, surely he could transform the extended version into a flying sword. Then, I merely needed to shift my posture. Transitioning from the standard stance of a skateboard youth, with slightly bent legs and arms outstretched, poised for a leap, to standing upright with my hands clasped behind my back would suffice. I would award myself a commendable 99 points, deducting 1 for the fact that Hogwarts' uniform is not white, failing to perfectly embody the ethereal essence of this sword immortal. Perhaps sitting cross-legged atop, it would have been a commendable alternative. Alas, in the context of England, portraying a sword immortal is akin to playing a lute before a cow. Nicole simply could not comprehend what pride he derived from standing on a wooden sword, barely 10 centimeters above the ground. I can only assume that the rustic students of Hogwarts would feel similarly. Moreover, although this flying sword hovered just 30 centimeters off the ground, it was still suspended in the air. Transporting it outdoors without carrying it was entirely unfeasible. However, the ever-prepared Arnold promptly lowered the flying sword to about 10 centimeters above the ground and retrieved several dark, mysterious objects from the side. Approaching his grand sword, he made a series of clicks, and the sword transformed in appearance. Oh no, Nicole, it was actually a skateboard, not only resembling one, but also equipped with wheels beneath. It was somewhat wider and thicker than an ordinary skateboard. Yet, it was still a skateboard, was it not? Since it could be embedded with a short wooden rod. Could I not carve out a couple of grooves in the front and back to fit the steel frame for the wheels? As for the aesthetics, was it so difficult to craft 2 wooden caps to alter its design? How could I justify awarding myself 99 points if it could not transform? Stepping onto it, I connected my magical staff, and the skateboard began to move back and forth, turning left and right autonomously. The wheels spun rapidly, perfectly aligned with the ground. Behold, it had evolved into a fully functional skateboard, capable of gliding on its own. Chapter 45. Is that the focus? Oh, it can do that? Nicole gazed in astonishment at the skateboard rolling across the ground. She did not comprehend what a flying sword entailed. But she was well acquainted with skateboards. Those trendy boys and girls adored them. I too was once young. No, I'm not old now. Observing Nicole's unwavering gaze fixed upon his skateboard, Arnold couldn't help but feel smug. So, what do you think? Cool, isn't it? Impressive, right? However, while Nicole was indeed focused on the skateboard, her concerns diverged entirely from Arnold's expectations. Arnold, how much weight can this thing carry? Will all your luggage fit on it? Is the weight capacity the focal point? The essence lies in the coolness, the flair, the style. I haven't tested its maximum load, but I'm certain it can handle 40 kilograms without issue, Arnold replied, somewhat dispirited. What a joke. Having already learned a lesson once, he intended to ensure that standing on it with his own weight was safe before attempting to perform tricks. In truth, Arnold felt quite satisfied with his creation of a flying sword skateboard, even if the splendor of the sword immortal was understood by none but him. Yet, one aspect irked him. The system task consistently failed to recognize his transformation, which lacked magical involvement. Fortunately, just earlier, after returning home from the advertising company, he had tinkered for a considerable time, personally applying enchantment techniques to wood soaked in a special potion, and after some simple craftsmanship, he finally produced a small gadget that garnered system approval. He earned 500 energy points, coupled with several magical learning tasks completed recently. Arnold had amassed a staggering 1,100 energy points. He was wealthy beyond measure. Any challenge Hogwarts presented no longer instilled fear in him. Is this beef jerky? Nicole casually accepted the package Arnold offered, about to place it in her suitcase when she suddenly froze, examining the contents before asking. Are you planning to share this with your classmates? Will those wizarding children be accustomed to it? Arnold, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and said, This is prepared for Ruth. Of course, I am more than willing to share with my classmates if it pleases their palate. Yet, despite his words, Arnold harbored doubts that anyone would find interest in the flavorless jerky, particularly when it was overcooked and unyieldingly tough. It was rather embarrassing to recall that the owl which delivered his acceptance letter had been sent away after receiving only a meager snack from him. It was only later that he learned the owl was a carnivore. The premium feed sold at the Ilya Olery boasted of containing a significant amount of meat. But where could one find substantial, delectable morsels? The environment around Wimbledon was pleasant, with plenty of small creatures like voles in Richmond Park. Yet Arnold was concerned that the sudden appearance of two unwelcome guests might disrupt the ecological balance through their predation. The real issue, however, was that both he and Nicole could hardly bear the sight of Jack and Ruth feasting on bloody, filthy meals outside, sometimes returning with dead mice to indulge in. One particular afternoon, as Arnold and Nicole enjoyed tea and light snacks on the balcony, Jack unexpectedly opened his mouth several times before regurgitating a lengthy, chocolate-hued mass. This incident nauseated Arnold to no end, and it was only after consulting with others that he learned of the owl's habit of casting pellets, congealed masses of indigestible materials that were expelled from the mouth. These pellets typically comprised vertebrate teeth, bones, and fur, along with the exoskeletons of insects and crustaceans, as well as other indigestible foreign objects. Most were pellet-shaped, but occasionally they were far less palatable. Thus, Arnold began preparing an abundance of food at home for Jack and Ruth, ensuring it contained none of those unsightly remnants, primarily inexpensive frozen meat, certain animal innards that Westerners do not consume, and leftover roast goose that he and Nicole could not finish. However, this was not feasible at Hogwarts, as acquiring such provisions would be far more challenging. Jack, remaining at home, would be fine, but Ruth, accompanying Arnold to school, would require additional food preparations. The feed purchased from the Ilya Olery would naturally accompany them as Ruth's staple, but additional treats were essential as well. After all, Arnold had plenty of galleons that he needed Ruth to help him spend. Wouldn't denying her a better diet be akin to the everyday mistreatment of owls by Harry and Ron? Am I that sort of person? Fortunately, it was all merely inexpensive cuts of meat, and entirely frozen. As Arnold and Nicole engaged in conversation while packing their belongings, it was primarily Nicole who took charge of the task, with Arnold merely assisting by passing items along. Suddenly, Arnold, feeling a pair of piercing gazes upon his back, swiftly turned around. Ruth, what kind of look is that? Having frozen meat is already quite fortunate. Imagine if it were my past life. I wouldn't even dare to indulge in such luxury for myself, let alone a pet. All right, as long as you can handle spicy food. We are destined to be good friends. Once I procure the lantern shadow bee from Chinatown, we shall feast together. I must tell you, in my previous life, the gourmet treats meant for pets were quite expensive. Surely, you must be satisfied with this level of care? After a prolonged silent exchange of glances, Arnold finally reached an agreement with Ruth, prompting her to lower her head and peck at Jack. Is this entire bag meant for Ruth? And what about the fried small fish? Nicole shook her head in resignation, stuffing the bag into place. While eyeing with curiosity the items Arnold was handing over, was he really placing a camera in there? 2 of them, no less. Arnold replied, why not have Ruth accompany me to Hogwarts? Upon my arrival at the school, I shall delve into new magical arts. Capturing the intricacies of gesture requires 3 cameras, 1 mid-shot to encompass both my arms and wand, and 2 close-ups from varying angles to document the movements at my wrist. One must not hesitate to take risks, otherwise, how could I effortlessly discern the most suitable casting motions for each spell through documentation and analysis? But where is the other one? Nicole glanced at the items in her hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. Arnold gestured towards the other side, remarking, here, Nicole, did you not ask me to capture some photographs of the school to send to you? I have decided to commence taking pictures right from the station. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. My efforts have not been in vain. Nicole flexed her biceps and shot Arnold a sidelong glance, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Despite her unwavering commitment to exercise, Nicole merely aspired to a healthy physique and a slender figure, complemented by a hint of alluring abdominal definition. The aesthetic of a muscular Barbie did not quite resonate with her personal taste. Arnold cast a glance and quickly reassured, don't worry, it's not that noticeable. Besides, you haven't been lifting steel pipes lately, and those muscle bumps of yours are nearly gone. It has indeed been a tough couple of months for Nicole. The contours of her arms are not particularly appealing, and they have noticeably tanned. I shall look into the magical realm for something beneficial to restore her. Even if it cannot reshape her arm's silhouette, at the very least, it should help her become plump and fair, until Mother finds herself a partner. I feel rather shy about pursuing the young ladies at Hogwarts. Note, please refrain from searching for certain terms online, lest you find it difficult to look at Hedwig again. Chapter 46. Departure. Seeking collections and recommendations. So, does this mean that this entire bundle is meant for Ruth to carry over? What about you? Me? I have quite a bit to bring as well. So many books. Along with a cauldron, scales, and this set of tools. None of these items are light, and Ruth won't be able to manage them. Oh, and I have several sets of clothes too. Arnold gestured towards the disarray of books and potion-making tools scattered throughout the room, indicating to Nicole his latest endeavor. Furthermore, he had commissioned a bespoke set of handcrafted woodworking tools. Tasks such as cutting and shaping were relatively straightforward, easily managed with his growing proficiency in cutting spells, which had already alleviated many burdens. However, tasks like sanding, polishing, joinery, and securing with screws necessitated more adept tools. Merely crafting a flying skateboard from a toy broomstick could not satiate Arnold's ambitions. Another contraption he was working on was indeed aimed at fulfilling a system task. He harbored numerous ideas and inspirations, all awaiting the enhancement of his magical prowess for realization. Initially, in pursuit of completing the system's task of creating his first magical item, Arnold had envisioned crafting a magical flashlight using the Lumos and Nox spells. However, as with many endeavors, a single but could derail plans. The light emitted from the wand's Lumos spell remained tethered to the wand itself, and for a considerable duration, a novice wizard like Arnold could not detach the light sphere. Even the Weasley couple found themselves incapable, a revelation he gleaned from a letter he had sent to a friend's parents, yielding an answer he had never anticipated. Moreover, it became apparent that similar devices to flashlights had long existed in the magical realm. During the Middle Ages, wizards relied on a combination of ineffective spells and magical lamps for illumination. These magical lamps operated independently of electricity or any other fuel, relying solely on magical energy. As more practical spells like the Lumos were developed, magical lamps and other spells gradually fell into disuse. The Lumos spell, while simple, required concentration. One must be wary not to accidentally ignite the wand, as such damage could be irreversible. If one harbored doubts regarding their abilities, it was advisable to procure a magical lamp. This was a sentiment echoed in Mrs. Weasley's letter, quoted from Miranda Goshawk, although absent from the official Hogwarts spellbook series. This information was found in the unabridged spellbook for adult wizards authored by Miranda Goshawk. Should Arnold be intrigued by such an item, he might stumble upon one at a second-hand shop or stall in Diagon Alley, though crafting one himself seemed unnecessary. With a little more focus on mastering the Lumos spell, he would surely grasp it in no time, wouldn't he, dear? Mrs. Weasley's words had initially led Arnold to believe he could illuminate the magical world and aid them in modernizing. To his dismay, it appeared that the novelty had already been exhausted. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, tucking away Mrs. Weasley's response without feeling particularly disheartened. Despite the misunderstanding, he remained convinced that his ideas held merit. Surely, the Lumos spell could not rival the convenience of a flashlight. The obsolescence of magical lamps only indicated a failure to innovate on their part. Would it not be preferable to equip oneself or adorn one's surroundings, liberating both hands and wand for more intricate tasks? Perhaps a more refined and opulent design could be pursued. Upon Mrs. Weasley's reminder, Arnold recalled that in one of the original texts, Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour had utilized a golden, or perhaps another hue, magical lamp for decoration during their wedding. Although not a daily necessity, such items could indeed serve splendidly on special occasions. His imagination conjured countless applications far exceeding those of his fellow wizards. Time and ability being finite, Arnold merely noted this endeavor in his notebook, intending to scour Diagon Alley for a magical lamp to study further when circumstances allowed. With a system capable of analyzing any magical item at his disposal, he felt a sense of freedom, albeit with a twinge of regret regarding the energy costs associated. Ultimately, Arnold shifted his focus and crafted a small device to fulfill the task, yet his notebook now bore an additional entry. By the time he finished packing his belongings and those of Luce, the clock had already struck 10. The parcel he prepared was substantial, warranting extra provisions. Gently nudging the large bag on the ground, Nicole cast a sympathetic glance towards Luce outside the window. Arnold smiled quietly, remaining silent. After indulging in so many delightful treats, how could he avoid contributing? In truth, although Ruth's package appeared substantial, it was not particularly heavy. Arnold's flying skateboard could easily accommodate it. However, his own luggage had already consumed all available space on the skateboard, stacked precariously high, leaving only enough room for Ruth's belongings. Have you packed everything? Hurry up and wash up. It's time for bed, Nicole reminded him, meticulously checking the luggage once more while assisting Arnold in securing the suitcase. We depart early tomorrow morning. After I drop you off at the station, I must head to Cass Business School for my orientation. I certainly do not wish to be tardy on the first day of classes. All right, good night, Mom. Good night. Today, Arnold was remarkably obedient. On September 1st, Arnold awoke early. A customary routine. Yet, what was unusual was his complete lack of inclination to engage in the morning jogs he had enjoyed during the first 2 months of summer. Instead, he sat in silence, lost in thought. Hogwarts, he was finally bound for that magnificent castle he had envisioned countless times. Even though he had grown accustomed to the existence of magic during the past 2 months at home and could adeptly wield several spells, it was still Hogwarts. It was the place where, many years ago, when Arnold was but a child in both body and spirit, his enchanting and wondrous dream had begun. After washing up, he made his way downstairs, where Nicole had also risen, and remarkably, she had prepared breakfast. The meal was simple, yet Nicole was occasionally capable of handling such tasks. Glancing at her dress, and then at Arnold's ensemble of hoodie and sweatpants, she couldn't help but remark, "The weather looks lovely today. Won't you be too warm dressed like that?" Arnold looked down at his outfit and retorted, "Have you forgotten, Nicole? This clothing is self-regulating in temperature." "Oh right. How could I forget?" Nicole exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Then, with a hint of concern, she added, "But, Arnold, are you truly going to wear that to school? It might come across as somewhat too distinctive among a group of children from wizarding families." Arnold nodded earnestly, acknowledging, indeed, in comparison to them, "I may be somewhat too dazzling." Nicole shot him a glance, chuckling lightly. "Well, in any case, once you arrive at school, remember to interact harmoniously with your teachers and classmates. Do not stir up trouble for me if it comes to contacting parents. I am at a loss regarding the location of your school. What were the lyrics again? Mama, please don't scold me anymore. It's fine. The teacher is likely to pay a home visit." Oh, I meant to say, I will behave." Overwhelmed by her admonitions, Arnold nearly let slip a comment. Just as a brief silence enveloped them, Nicole suddenly gazed out the window with a touch of concern, asking, "Are you truly prepared to let Ruth fly to Hogwarts on her own? Will she be able to find her way, especially with such a large bundle of belongings?" Arnold glanced back at Ruth, who appeared to be fast asleep, and replied, "Rest assured, Nicole, as a creature meticulously trained as a delivery animal for wizards. Unless I employ some sort of concealment or dispersal charm to intentionally hinder its ability to locate me, Ruth will undoubtedly deliver the package directly into my hands. Our delivery is, after all, unerringly reliable. It is often said that being an academic overachiever is a fleeting delight, but maintaining that status brings enduring satisfaction." The tools he utilized to aid his studies and practice, with the exception of the tape recorder which is impractical at Hogwarts, have been indispensable since Arnold's enrollment. Once Arnold finished his meal, Nicole, while tidying up the dishes, remarked, "I will wash the dishes. Arnold, please check to see if anything has been overlooked. And then we shall set off." With Arnold heading to Hogwarts and Nicole to Cass Business School, the house would remain unoccupied for at least a week, rendering her unable to leisurely utilize the dishwasher, lest she finish and find no one available to remove the pots and pans. As Arnold directed the skateboard laden with suitcases out the door, Nicole had just finished stowing her belongings. "My suitcase is placed in the back seat, while the trunk has been deliberately reserved for you." Arnold nodded, retrieving his wand and deftly levitating his suitcase into the trunk of the minicar, followed by his skateboard. However, it appeared somewhat oversized, preventing the tailgate from closing properly. Fortunately, he had delegated some of their belongings to Ruth for delivery to the school. Otherwise, the compact size of the minicar would have made it exceedingly difficult to accommodate all of their luggage. As for the recently acquired pickup truck, Nicole was not inclined to drive such a vehicle to Cass Business School, as she did not share the American affinity for pickup trucks, and so they set forth. Once Arnold settled into the passenger seat, Nicole gently pressed the accelerator, steering towards London. Note 1. Information sourced from the English Wikipedia of Harry Potter, with the entry for Magi, which is not translated on the Chinese site. Note 2. Excerpt from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Chapter 47, Platform 9 3/4. Due to their early departure, the mother and son arrived at King's Cross Station just past 8:15, with Nicole providing cover. Arnold placed his suitcase onto the skateboard. "Goodbye, you." Arnold was bidding farewell to Nicole when she suddenly enveloped him in her embrace, playfully ruffling his hair and planting kisses on his cheek. The bustling atmosphere outside the station made him feel quite embarrassed. "I can't see you off at the train station. Will you hold it against me, Arnold?" Nicole said with a melancholy tone, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. This somber mood left Arnold feeling uneasy. After all, he was not a mere child. It was just a trip to the rural countryside of Scotland. What was there to fret about? The scene felt as if they were parting for eternity. He gently returned her embrace. Then, feigning nonchalance, quipped, "Of course not. You can't even enter that platform, Nicole. What a child you are." Nicole exclaimed, lightly pushing Arnold away, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she poked his forehead with her finger. However, her mock anger failed to intimidate Arnold, as it seemed rather contrived. Over the years, Nicole had grown accustomed to Arnold's frequent displays of ungraciousness. It hardly warranted her ire. It wasn't that Arnold couldn't be charming, but coaxing him into a playful mood was nearly impossible unless he had a specific aim in mind. Disliking the atmosphere of parting, Arnold hastily urged, "All right, let's call it a day. Don't you still need to rush to Cass Business School? Hurry along, or you'll be late on the very first day of school." Nicole glanced at her wristwatch, a look of regret crossing her face as she replied, "Oh, fine. I was hoping to see how you managed to squeeze into that peculiar platform 9 3/4. Arnold remarked, "When the holidays arrive, you can come and see how I emerge from this." "Indeed, that would be quite delightful." Nicole nodded in agreement, her face lighting up with anticipation as she inquired, "By the way, you will return home for Christmas, won't you?" "Rest assured, I shall definitely be back," Arnold affirmed with a confident nod. By then, he needed to master the spells from the black magic self-defense guide that he had yet to fully grasp, including the standard incantations and the second-level enchantments, along with other magic he might learn at Hogwarts. All of these require the design of special effect incantations to be printed at an advertising agency. Arnold feared that if he did not personally return, relying solely on letters would create communication barriers between him and Nicole, as well as between Nicole and the designers, ultimately resulting in an unsatisfactory outcome. Having conveyed nearly all that needed to be said, Nicole still felt a twinge of concern for Arnold, who was about to embark on a solitary journey away from home. However, since circumstances had unfolded to this point, there was no choice but to look forward. Nicole embraced Arnold once more, planted a kiss on his cheek, and then, while ruffling his hair, said, "All right, I must be off. Take care of yourself, Arnold. MHM." Arnold replied, adding, "If anything comes up, do write to me. Jack flies swiftly, but he needs his exercise too. Otherwise, he might gain weight." With both of them away from home, they had left Jack ample, even slightly excessive, food, if he didn't venture out for his daily flights. Gaining weight was all but inevitable. "I understand. You go on inside. I'll keep an eye on you from here," Nicole assured him. "All right then, goodbye, Nicole." "See you at Christmas," Arnold said, pausing briefly before waving her farewell. "See you at Christmas," Nicole echoed, waving back. Under Nicole's watchful gaze, Arnold, with his luggage in tow, turned and walked toward the station. The skateboard carrying his suitcase glided effortlessly under his magical command, creating the illusion that he was merely pushing it to avoid drawing undue attention. Arnold pushed his luggage into King's Cross Station, making his way towards platforms 9 and 10. Upon arrival, he discovered, as he had anticipated, that there were indeed multiple pillars between the two platforms, making it quite challenging for a novice from the Muggle world to discern which one would grant him passage. Asking a station guard or a conductor for assistance, much like Harry did on his first visit, would clearly be an unwise choice, and given the early hour, no other wizards were present to demonstrate the way. However, Arnold was undeterred. While such matters could be perplexing for those unfamiliar with the narrative, for someone well-versed in the story, a simple touch on each pillar would suffice to reveal the correct one. Indeed, after only a few attempts, Arnold's hand suddenly passed through one of the brick pillars. As though his forearm had been severed, he probed further into the column, and he knew he had found it. With a burst of excitement, he took small, swift steps, steadying himself as he recalled Mrs. Weasley's advice, whether from the original text or the film, and charged forward. Before he could fully acclimate to the sudden darkness, a brilliant light greeted him, and he followed it to find the sign for platform 9 3/4 affixed to the wall not far ahead. The system's exploration map rewarded him with a timely notification, 100 energy points credited. As the prologue to all stories, this reward felt somewhat trivial. Not even half of what one might earn from exploring Diagon Alley, particularly since he had yet to fully discover its wonders. Despite his inner musings, Arnold recognized that this was merely a train station. The true treasures lay in the bustling exchanges among British wizards congregating in Diagon Alley. Casting a glance back at the seemingly ordinary brick pillar, he marveled at the wonders of magic. Ahead of him, on the tracks beside the platform, a red and black train was currently at a standstill, its dark engine adorned with a red sign that shimmered through the ethereal white steam, proclaiming the Hogwarts Express. Arnold found himself perplexed as to why this train, which could undoubtedly be transformed to run directly on magic, ultimately ended up being adapted merely to boil water using magical energy. Was the wizard who oversaw the modification perhaps a fervent enthusiast of steampunk? As Arnold made his way towards the carriage, he surveyed his surroundings. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart promptly at 11 o'clock. And even though he had lingered slightly outside the station, it was still not yet 9. At this moment, there were no other passengers on the platform. The door to the first carriage was tightly shut, and Arnold recalled that it was likely reserved for the prefects or the president of the student council. Alas, the student council at university indulges in various privileges and bureaucratic practices. It is disheartening to see such behavior extend even to vocational schools. Hogwarts is a farce. The British wizarding world is a farce. Upon reaching the second carriage, Arnold encountered a middle-aged man clad in a conductor's uniform, presumably a member of the train staff. Noticing Arnold, he promptly approached him. "Ah, young lad, you've arrived quite early. How delightful. You may choose any carriage or compartment you wish." The middle-aged man greeted Arnold warmly and then offered to take his luggage. "Just hand your belongings to me." "Very well, thank you," Arnold replied politely, severing the connection between his magical powers and the embedded wooden stick within his skateboard. The middle-aged man was also a wizard. Upon grasping Arnold's luggage, he sensed something unusual. After utilizing his magical perception, he quickly discerned the mechanics of the skateboard and couldn't help but exclaim, "Fascinating. A splendid little gadget. This will save me quite a bit of effort." Arnold smiled sheepishly, scratching his head as he boarded the train. Although his title was conductor, he was also an adult wizard, specially assigned to the Hogwarts Express. Surely, he was well versed in various levitation and movement spells. Such pleasantries were merely for show. Chapter 48. The Hogwarts Express. Upon entering the compartment of the Hogwarts Express, Arnold felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia wash over him. Although steam trains could be considered relics of the past, he had actually ridden one in his previous life. Due to financial constraints, he rarely traveled far during holidays. But in the southwestern region of their homeland, specifically in Qianwei, Sichuan, there was a small steam train. Riding through fields of blooming rapeseed flowers on the quaint little train was an experience he cherished. The photographs taken during that time exuded an artistic charm, radiating freshness. How perfect it would have been if a lovely lady had graced the frame. The compartments on the train all appeared quite similar. After casually glancing at a few, Arnold chose one and settled into a window seat, eager to appreciate the scenic journey ahead. As he unstrapped his backpack, he noticed the camera hanging around his neck. Capturing the essence of Hogwarts was a must, but surely Nicole would also be intrigued by the rare sight of a steam train. Wizards commuting to school by train. A genuine antique, no less, one that had been puffing steam for at least a century. He should change into his wizarding robe and snap a few selfies. The juxtaposition of machinery and magic was a delightful theme. Though the Hogwarts Express did not burn coal, relying instead on magic, who could say what the steam might evoke? With the train nearly empty, Arnold followed the guidance of a middle-aged gentleman to retrieve his suitcase, swiftly changing into his robe in one of the compartments. What a splendid shot this would make. The angle was perfect, and the imposing black front of the Hogwarts Express exuded a grand presence. How could Nicole claim my photography skills were lacking, aside from occasionally capturing faces that appear plump or legs that seem short? My prowess in still life and landscape photography is undeniably commendable. With a flick of his wand, Arnold activated the levitation charm, capturing a few striking angles of the train. Arnold positioned himself, gesturing with his wand. He first cast a smoke charm to envelop himself, enhancing his presence against the steam billowing from the train behind him. Next, he unleashed a spell of green sparks, not to summon companions from the heavens, but directed towards the locomotive of the Hogwarts Express. The effect was minimal. Arnold merely aimed to create a visual spectacle between his figure and the train. Snap! He switched to a red spark charm, repeating the action. Snap! After indulging in this playful endeavor for over 10 minutes, Arnold felt satisfied as he browsed through several photographs before returning to the carriage. He even made sure to capture 2 more shots inside the compartment. With no one around and nothing much to do, Arnold, in a fit of boredom, began practicing spells. He had already mastered the levitation charm, yet it required further refinement, particularly in discovering the appropriate intentions to infuse his will into the magic. To enhance the performance of the flying sword, no, the flying skateboard, merely accumulating a plethora of toy broomsticks would not suffice. He needed to learn and perfect the levitation charm himself. Just as Arnold became engrossed in his spell practice, the platform and the carriage gradually filled with more passengers. Suddenly, the door of the compartment was gently knocked upon, and, finding it unlocked, it swung open to reveal a handsome young man standing in the doorway. At last, I found you, Arnold. I knew the platform would pose no challenge for you. Cedric set down his backpack and plopped down opposite Arnold. How did you discover the entrance? Arnold was well prepared for his friend's curiosity. Naturally, he could not divulge the secret of the platform. Nor could he admit that he had simply tried a few random attempts to find the right place. Arnold casually concocted a fib. I merely arrived a tad earlier. And while attentively observing the platform, I noticed 2 little wizards walking directly into a certain pillar, which naturally led me to sense something amiss. Astute observation, Cedric exclaimed, raising a thumb in approval. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, by the way, did you not mention previously that you wished to acquire a niffler? Were you able to purchase one? Arnold had previously ridden to the magical creatures shop in Diagon Alley, hoping to procure a niffler. However, the shopkeeper responded that there were none available, prompting him to inquire with Cedric. Unfortunately, Cedric also had no luck. While nifflers are not exceedingly rare, Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, often encountered them but had never captured one to keep as a pet. The niffler is a creature characterized by its elongated snout and a coat of black fur, possessing an insatiable fondness for anything that glitters, making it particularly adept at treasure hunting. This seemingly adorable magical being is inherently gentle and poses no threat to humans. However, its relentless pursuit of shiny objects can lead to considerable destruction in its surroundings, rendering it unsuitable for domestication as a pet. Arnold envisioned that the ideal solution would be to establish a dedicated enclosure for the niffler, ensuring it could neither escape nor find small items to hoard. Therefore, during his time away at school, he entrusted Nicole with the task of scouting for an appropriate property and land in Wimbledon. Although the song Don't Cry for Me Argentina was not originally composed for football, it resonates in various contexts whenever the national team narrowly misses the World Cup title. As an ardent fan, Arnold has undoubtedly heard it so often that it has become a familiar refrain. While he may not recall every match from the 1990 World Cup, the outcome of the championship is etched in his memory. With an initial capital of 100, earning less than 200,000 from a single World Cup may seem a tad embarrassing for a time traveler, yet Arnold is quite content, as it is, after all, money obtained without effort. To amass such a sum solely from royalties of Frozen would require at least a year, if not 2. The Flu network offers convenience, however. Arnold believes it prudent not to connect it directly to his home fireplace, as it is subject to the Ministry of Magic's supervision, essentially, surveillance. The Flu Network Authority operates under the Ministry's Department of Magical Transportation, tasked with establishing, maintaining, monitoring, and managing the Flu Network. Employees of the authority possessed the authority to observe and monitor connections, with the potential to eavesdrop on conversations conducted via the network. In the original narrative, Arnold recalls that the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, requested surveillance of the Flu network at Hogwarts, with the exception of Umbridge's office, as she was a senior official in the ministry. Thus, for reasons of privacy and security, preparing an additional house nearby, connected to the Flu network via its fireplace. Seems a wise plan. Ideally, it would include a small estate, allowing for the construction of a greenhouse for herb cultivation, a fenced area for small animals, and ample underground space for practicing magic, concocting potions, and crafting magical items. The notion of jogging in Hyde Park or sipping tea at the Mandarin Oriental while mingling with the British Prime Minister or the wealthiest individuals in China no longer holds appeal for Arnold. True magnates reside in estates, after all. Furthermore, it is not solely Nifflers that pique his interest, other magical creatures, as long as they pose no significant threat and meet suitable conditions, may also find a place in Arnold's future endeavors. His initial desire to acquire a Niffler was not driven by a deep affection for the creature, but rather by the allure of its enchanting pouch. The pouch on a Niffler's belly can hold far more than it appears, akin to being under the influence of the undetectable extinction charm. Ever since reading Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Arnold has been captivated by these small creatures. A single litter typically consists of 6 to 8 offspring. Acquiring a male and female Niffler for breeding would ensure an endless lineage. Nifflers cannot be blamed for this ambition. It is all Newt Scamander's fault. His writings on their habits and characteristics have fueled Arnold's fascination, as has his desire for spatial artifacts, ignited by a film about Scamander he watched in a previous life. For now, Arnold has decided against purchasing one, opting to wait until he has a dedicated space for their care. And perhaps by then he will have mastered the undetectable extinction charm, rendering them less intriguing. Arnold and Cedric engaged in a light-hearted conversation until the steam from the front of the train grew denser, signaling its imminent departure. And the compartment door was pushed open once more. Chapter 49, The Cauldron, The Ice Breaks. Ah, look who it is. None other than Arnold Adams. Beneath his fiery red hair, 2 identical faces emerged, speaking in an intentionally quirky tone. It seemed that Mrs. Weasley had made ample use of Arnold to educate her twin sons over the summer. After all, a young wizard from a Muggle family, capable of posing thoughtful and profound questions prior to entering Hogwarts, was truly a remarkable child. Seeing the 2 newcomers, Arnold beamed with delight and called out, "George, Fred, you've come. Come in." George and Fred dashed into the compartment, taking seats beside Arnold. Both were rather slender, and the 3 of them sitting on one side did not feel cramped at all. Another young man, a black lad, followed closely behind the Weasley twins and settled next to Cedric. "This is Lee Jordan, our roommate," one of the twins introduced, pointing at the young man. "Hey, Lee Jordan here," Lee greeted, sporting a head full of small dreadlocks. "This is Cedric Diggory, a student from Hufflepuff. I'm sure you know him," one twin indicated Cedric, who nodded in acknowledgement. Then he pointed to Arnold, saying, "And this is our new friend from the summer, Arnold Adams, a first-year student." "A first year?" Lee exclaimed, somewhat surprised, as he had assumed Arnold was from their year. "Indeed, I just enrolled this year. To be honest, the acceptance letter from Hogwarts quite startled both my family and me when it arrived via owl." Arnold nodded, casually elaborating. "Startled you, coming from a Muggle family?" Lee reacted swiftly. The inquiry was direct, yet his tone was not unkind. Arnold nodded, about to respond when the Weasley twins interjected, eager to perform their comedic routine. "Lee, don't think Arnold is just any ordinary first year. Some spells may well be better executed by him than by you," one declared. "And it only took him a summer to accomplish that," the other added. "My mom spent the entire summer lecturing us." They chimed in unison, mimicking Mrs. Weasley's tone. "Look at Arnold. Learn from Arnold." The entire compartment erupted in laughter at George and Fred's vivid performance, with Lee dramatically exclaiming, "Oh, what a tragic tale. I love it. It has that unique flair." Just as they were caught up in merriment, the train began to move. Arnold instinctively gazed out the window to see Mrs. Weasley vigorously waving at them with Ron and Ginny. Fred and George also leaned out to wave goodbye. Cedric and Lee Jordan had arrived independently, much like Arnold, without the need for farewells. "By the way, are you all hungry? I have some food here. Feel free to help yourselves," Arnold offered once the train steadied its pace. It was already past 11, and having eaten an early breakfast, Arnold was indeed feeling a bit peckish. Most of his belongings were packed away, with a portion sent ahead by Rose, leaving him with a backpack suitable for snacks during the journey. He had learned from Cedric's letter that the train ride from London to Hogwarts would take an entire day, and Nicole had made sure to pack plenty of food for him. My Arnold is at that age where he is still growing. In no time at all. The table before them was adorned with an array of food, wizarding snacks purchased in Diagon Alley, along with more familiar treats from the Muggle world, including pastries, snacks, and beverages. Naturally, Arnold's homemade beef jerky and fried fish snacks were set aside. Noticing that everyone was still, Arnold began unwrapping one package after another, encouraging, "Don't be shy. Eat up. It would be a shame to waste food that's past its expiry date." "Is this butter biscuit?" Lee Jordan, the ever-enthusiastic one, was the first to reach for a treat, taking a piece from a small bag, inspecting it closely before sniffing it, then promptly popping it into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, Lee reached for a second piece, remarking, "This butter biscuit tastes a bit different from the ones I've had before. It seems to smell even more delightful and has a better texture. Of course, it's better. Chocolate frogs would hardly compare to Hershey's or Dove. Were it not for their ability to hop about and provide collectible wizard cards, wouldn't you agree? The variety and rich flavors of these food additives are heralded as one of the greatest inventions since the advent of gastronomy, provided they are used safely and judiciously." With Lee Jordan leading the way, the twins joined in, with one of them grabbing a handful of peanuts and asking Arnold, "What are these?" "Those are drunken peanuts," Arnold replied, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Drunken? What a peculiar name. Can a few peanuts really make one tipsy?" he mused, popping one into his mouth, showing no concern about the possibility of inebriation. While he did not become drunk, the Weasley's expression shifted momentarily before relaxing again as he continued munching on the peanuts, commenting, "The flavor is quite strange. However, I can't shake the feeling that I want to eat more." Well, that's how Northerners feel when they first try Sichuan cuisine. And then gradually, they find themselves in quite a pickle. Arnold laughed joyfully, saying, "If it's delicious, indulge yourself. I made it myself. Would I boast about it? Of course I would. It's exhilarating. Salt, sugar, and frying, there's nothing much to discuss. The key lies in adding Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies during the frying process. Even without pairing it with drinks, each peanut is a delight for a Sichuanese living in London. What about this?" another Weasley inquired, pouring a handful of small grains from a little bag, curiosity evident in his voice. "Crab-flavored melon seeds," Arnold replied after a quick glance. The Weasley pinched one between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely, continuing to ask, "Crab flavor? Melon seeds? Is this the kind of peculiar combination that muggles enjoy?" "Certainly not. Given the culinary desolation of England, it's a miracle they even conceived such a pairing," Arnold retorted. "This too is crafted to cater to my own tastes from a past life. Thanks to Gan Yuan, thanks to Three Squirrels, thanks to Xia Chu Fong, thanks to Dogwa Mei Shi. My gratitude extends to all the industrious and wise people of the great food-loving nation. You are truly the most wonderful. These seeds are actually quite tasty," another Weasley admitted, mesmerized by Arnold's snack. "What is this? A beverage?" Cedric asked, intrigued by the slender, comfortably gripped bottle he held. "It's Happy Cola, a type of soda," Arnold replied, quickly cautioning him, "Be careful when opening the cap. The liquid might spray out." Despite Arnold not being as reclusive in this life as in his previous one, he still harbored a fondness for fizzy drinks. "Do you think I run every morning to lose weight?" "Incorrect. It's so I can eat and drink freely without jeopardizing my health. Now that I possess a more resilient wizardly physique, perhaps I can indulge a bit more? Besides the spicy flavors, sweets are my utmost favorite. From now on, I shall enjoy cola without depriving myself of sugar-free or diet options. That isn't true happiness." Heeding Arnold's advice, Cedric hesitated, then slowly twisted the bottle cap while observing the bubbling liquid inside. "Soda? Do muggles also have soda? Is it similar to pumpkin soda?" he mused, noticing the bubbles that rose rapidly before settling down. "Pumpkin soda?" Arnold echoed, intrigued. He initially thought Cedric was inexperienced, and even after his warning, he might still get splashed with cola. As Cedric continued to twist the cap to release gas, he explained, "Yes, it's a type of drink that also fizzes. Generally favored by young wizards like us, adults prefer pumpkin juice." "I see. I'd love to try wizarding soda someday," Arnold nodded, anticipation evident. As Cedric carefully removed the cap and prepared to sip, Arnold suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait." Under Cedric's puzzled gaze, Arnold muttered to himself, "Cola without ice lacks soul." With that, Arnold drew his wand and lightly tapped the bottle's opening, proclaiming, "Come, ice, big and plentiful." Chapter 50, How Come I Didn't Know I Was This Awesome? Well, incredible, amazing. What is happening? Is it just adding some ice to cola? While your compliments are quite flattering, could you clarify what exactly is so astonishing? I didn't even realize I was this remarkable. Surely, you're not awestruck by the mere appearance of ice, are you? That can't be it. It's just a transformation. Arnold was on the verge of posing a question when one of the twins interjected, "No way. Arnold, have you truly mastered the freezing charm? Are you certain you only began your foray into magic this summer?" Another Weasley, feeling the chill emanating from the soda bottle, gravely concurred, "Indeed. Behaving this way might lead to a scarcity of friends, much like Percy." Poor Percy found himself caught in the crossfire. Cedric, reflecting on Arnold's recent actions, shook his head in dismissal of the Weasley twins' assumptions. It doesn't seem to be the freezing charm. Arnold didn't utter any incantation at all. Silent spellcasting? Now that's impressive. Lee Jordan exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "The freezing charm? What sort of enchantment is that? Is it the one Hermione uses?" Arnold replied, "That one I have yet to learn, and judging by its portrayal in the films, it doesn't resemble a freezing charm. As for other spells that can conjure ice, I haven't encountered any in the textbooks from first and second years. You're overthinking it." With an expression of innocence, he added, "It's merely transfiguration." The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan, still in a state of bewilderment, bombarded him with rapid-fire questions, utterly unconvinced by Arnold's assertion. Arnold nodded vigorously, asserting with unwavering confidence that he had indeed employed transfiguration moments ago. The three exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to fathom the revelation. Coming from families steeped in wizardry, they had never encountered any magic for conjuring frost beyond the standard freezing charm. Transfiguration? What conceivable connection could that have with freezing? Only Cedric offered a slight nod, suggesting that transfiguration could indeed provide an explanation. A spark of scholarly brilliance illuminated Cedric's countenance as he continued. Moreover, I just recalled that the freezing charm is typically taught in the 3rd year. If Arnold is already demonstrating such proficiency now and can cast it silently, then it transcends mere genius. What term could adequately describe such an extraordinary talent? A monster, perhaps? Lee Jordan and the Weasley twins gazed at him, their expressions silently conveying a singular word. It was no wonder Cedric was renowned as the exemplary student. He had an innate understanding, even of advanced subjects. Unlike the 3 others who seemed perpetually startled. Was it truly transfiguration? Yet, Arnold, did you not write to us stating that your practice in transfiguration was fraught with difficulties? You deceived us. Now, the only subject where you could escape comparison to Molly is at risk. The twin brothers fell into a brief silence before erupting again. Although their focus had completely shifted, did you not consider that transforming a wooden matchstick into an iron needle might be more formidable than converting water into ice? Arnold gestured toward the soda bottle, shrugging as he explained, at least, that is my perspective. Is that so? The twins inquired in unison. What difference does it make? Cedric was equally intrigued. Arnold elucidated, transforming a matchstick into a needle has proven to be a rather arduous endeavor, yielding minimal progress. I pondered whether I could approach this task through substances that, while composed of similar elements, manifest in entirely different forms. This led me to contemplate the relationship between water and ice. Armed with the techniques you imparted in your correspondence, I commenced my practice in transfiguration using water. The outcome, it appears, is quite commendable. As he concluded, Arnold lightly tapped Cedric's cola with his wand, a subtle smile gracing his features. He himself was taken aback by the ease of his success. Not only had he discovered the magical means by which water and ice could interchange, but he had done so without uttering a single incantation. Perhaps it was indeed due to the intrinsic similarities between water and ice? Reflecting on the several hefty Latin dictionaries he had prepared, classical, ecclesiastical, and modern, Arnold felt a sense of waste. Furthermore, most transfiguration spells lacked any elaborate gestures. A mere flick of the wand sufficed. The prospect of Arnold devising an entirely new set of movements within such a short time frame was nearly inconceivable. While magic may be studied through the lens of scientific reasoning to a certain extent, it eludes complete scientific explanation. Thus, charm was paramount. To his surprise, Arnold had inadvertently dazzled his companions, who mistakenly believed his effortless transfiguration was an advanced freezing spell performed silently. He had truly impressed his peers. Lee Jordan, with a hint of uncertainty, glanced around. Are the components of water and ice genuinely identical? A certain Weasley, tilting his head in contemplation, eventually nodded and replied, I would think they are quite similar. During winter, water freezes into ice, and when the snow melts, it transforms back into water. Indeed, trust me. Our countless snowball fights over the years guarantee it. It was indeed a challenge for these children from wizarding families. The 3 states of water were fundamental knowledge from elementary science textbooks. Although magic defies scientific explanation, Newton's coffin would surely not withstand that. This natural phenomenon remains universally observable and applicable. For Arnold, once he initiated his practice in transfiguration, he gradually began to glean insights. Not only had he fully mastered the transformation from water to ice and vice versa, but the matchstick-to-needle transfiguration he had previously struggled with was now within his grasp. His proficiency in transfiguration was nearing level 2, surpassing his progress with the levitation charm by a notable margin. Oh, but no, his highest mastery was no longer the levitation charm. Transfiguration now occupied a subsequent rank. However, Arnold's current ability to manipulate the volume of water for transfiguration remained relatively modest, leaving a considerable gap between his aspirations and reality. Transforming wine into a sword, unleashing a myriad of blades, riding the wind upon a sword, vanquishing evil across the realms. He had already achieved flight on a sword, albeit only to a height of 30 centimeters, yet it was still flight. Thus, I am merely one grand spell away from the legendary sword immortal. Just as Arnold indulged in his daydreams of the future, the ever-curious Lee Jordan retrieved another bottle of cola from the table and placed it before Arnold. Arnold was about to agree, his wand already half extended, when suddenly the door of the compartment was gently pushed open. A middle-aged woman appeared at the threshold, pushing a cart laden with an assortment of snacks and pastries. With a warm smile, she inquired, would you like some delectable treats, children? No, thank you. We brought our own, the Weasley twins replied in unison, retrieving the sandwiches prepared by Mrs. Weasley from their bags. Arnold rose from his seat and surveyed the items on the cart, his finger gesturing in the air. Of course, I would like a cauldron cake, a chocolate frog, and some exploding bonbons. I have tasted these in Diagon Alley before, and they were quite delightful. Oh, and I shall have some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as well. After receiving several packages of treats, Arnold added, "Each bean represents a grand adventure. I refuse to believe I shall never taste the chili flavor again." "Oh, my dear. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied." At Arnold's words, the middle-aged woman's dimples deepened in her smile, and she boasted that their stock was replenished only once a week from Diagon Alley, while everything here was freshly made that very morning. Freshly made? The cake or the bonbons? Perhaps the Bertie Bott's beans? Is that snot flavor also fresh? The mere thought of it instantly diminished Arnold's appetite. Moreover, is it truly prudent for you to speak so highly of your distributor? The middle-aged woman handed the snacks he requested one by one. "Would you like anything else?" Arnold answered with a lackluster demeanor, casually tossing the item onto the table. "No, thank you." "Very well. The total amounts to 14 sickles and 21 nuts." As the middle-aged woman accepted the money from Arnold, she smiled and advised him, "My dear, in the future, if you wish to purchase anything, do not go to Diagon Alley. Simply write to the Duke of Honey. I assure you, everything will be fresh and the price is more reasonable." As Arnold nodded, he silently mourned for the snack vendors of Diagon Alley. Indeed, it was an arduous task to be their distributor. Note 1. According to the author's findings, the description of the freezing charm indicates that it halts the target, previously stated to be effective only on living beings, yet later, Scrawhorn employed it against a Muggle alarm, and the exact mechanism of its effectiveness being freezing remains uncertain. By the way, the incantation in English is Amobilus, while in Chinese it translates to. Note 2. Hermione utilized the freezing charm during Lockhart's defense against the Dark Arts class to suspend a Cornish pixie midair. She employed the freezing charm, a standard incantation at level 2, yet, as noted, it seemingly does not induce freezing. Note 3. The branch of transfiguration encompasses a plethora of spells, some of which can be traced back to incantations, while others elude discovery, even the English incantations. For those that cannot be found, I will create a Latin-based version, though some will be deemed unnecessary for incantation based on my interpretation of their complexity. Note 4. Here Cedric refers to the standard incantation, the freezing spell at level 3, known in English as Glacius. This spell generates a stream of cold air from the wand's tip, used to freeze water, extinguish flames, and cool fire salamanders. Remus Lupin taught it in defense against the Dark Arts, and Professor Flitwick covered it that same year, making it one of the topics in the final exam for that year's Charms class. This original material is not mentioned in the books, films, or Pottermore, however. The Harry Potter wiki claims it originates from the video game based on Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Chapter 51. I fear to startle you. Once Arnold had procured his provisions, the content Cedric began to express his desires. "Oh, and another bottle of pumpkin soda. I believe Arnold should sample the wizarding soda." In addition to reciprocating Arnold's kindness, he requested 2 more types of food. "Furthermore, I would like some pumpkin pasties and chocolate cauldrons." "Pumpkin soda?" "Certainly," replied the middle-aged woman with a smile, before launching into a sales pitch. However, these sodas were not chilled. "Would you like some pumpkin juice as well? The sun is quite fierce. A sip of chilled pumpkin juice would be a delightful indulgence." "No, just the pumpkin soda," Cedric replied, shaking his head. "We can manage on our own." Lee Jordan, with an air of mystery, chimed in, subsequently purchasing 2 cakes for lunch. As the middle-aged woman satisfactorily collected the payment and prepared to move to the next stall, Lee Jordan called out to her again, "Oh, and I would like some animal voice-changing candy." He then turned to Arnold and said, "You absolutely must try this. It's incredibly amusing. I remember there was none available in Diagon Alley." Arnold smiled and nodded, well aware of the novelty known as animal voice candy. Although he couldn't quite recall which film featured Harry and Ron indulging in it within their dormitory, it seemed that this treat was merely amusing. With a flavor that was rather mediocre, and apart from the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts, few others showed interest. Diagon Alley certainly had no stock of it. As the partition door closed once more, other snacks and pastries were cleared away, leaving Arnold with nothing but a freshly opened bottle of pumpkin soda before him. Under the unwavering gaze of his companions, Arnold extended his wand and tapped the mouth of the soda bottle. There was no incantation uttered, nor any peculiar gestures accompanying the spell. Instead, a slender popsicle materialized instantaneously within the confines of the bottle, its upper portion even breaking the surface of the fizzy liquid. There was no visible freezing process, yet the subtle chill emanating from the soda bottle assured everyone in the partition that indeed, it was a popsicle. Arnold exhibited remarkable attentiveness and displayed commendable control. The ice pop was of just the right thickness, neither obstructing the bottle's opening nor causing any inconvenience. Raising the chilled pumpkin soda to his lips, he took a generous gulp. Refreshing. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, not nearly as peculiar or unpalatable as he had anticipated. Exhaling contentedly, Arnold sipped once more. Although the notion of pumpkin flavor might seem somewhat unconventional, one could only truly assess it through experience. This particular taste had flourished within the British magical community for many years, and there must be a reason for its enduring popularity. Observing Arnold's expression of sheer delight, the Weasley brothers could not help but break into applause. "Splendid." Cedric chimed in with praise. "What an extraordinary invention. In truth, this was hardly remarkable. Provided that your first-year transfiguration grades are above an A, I believe it is easily achievable. At the very least, after successfully transforming water into ice. I practiced for quite some time before I could transform a matchstick into a needle, Arnold casually elaborated as he swallowed another mouthful of soda. Arnold truly does not perceive the remarkable nature of this feat. Currently, the ice he can conjure from water is minuscule in quantity and remarkably fragile in quality. Far from manifesting a multitude of swords, even summoning a single ice sword suitable for combat proves to be a considerable challenge. Hogwarts employs a grading system for daily assessments and assignments akin to that of conventional schools, where it denotes a passing mark. It signifies good and or presents excellence. Below these, there exist failing grades, P, D, and each progressively worse. According to Professor McGonagall's meticulous standards, a first-year student must achieve a passing grade, not to mention transforming a mouse into a snuff box. At the very least, one should be able to transmute a matchstick into a needle, albeit with potential for refinement in precision and duration. If one can convert substances of entirely different natures, such as a matchstick into a needle, mastering the technique to transform water into ice should be effortlessly attainable. Cedric shook his head in admiration, remarking, while it sounds easy, no one but you has ever thought of creating ice in such a manner. Arnold found himself quite unaccustomed to their mannerisms, particularly in the presence of Cedric, the quintessential scholar. Although he had diligently mastered a myriad of spells at home through his unique methods, he had yet to acclimate to the environment of an academic elite. Scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, Arnold remarked, perhaps it is simply that others do not require it? This is merely transfiguration. It differs somewhat from an actual block of ice. Ah, no, I should clarify that it is indeed a block of ice at present, capable of chilling the surrounding soda, and will gradually melt. However, should my transfiguration's duration expire before it fully melts, the remaining ice will instantly revert to water, bypassing the melting process entirely. Of course, if one were to bite it into pieces and swallow, returning to its original form would merely mean turning into water, posing no danger whatsoever. At this juncture, an idea struck Arnold. It is said that according to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, one cannot conjure food from thin air, otherwise, one risks injury once the duration expires. But what if I were to transform a bowl of rice into a delectable dish? Consuming it should pose no issue. After all, once the duration exceeds, it will revert to rice, entirely harmless. Yet, during the transfiguration, I have already savored the exquisite flavors. This led him to ponder a pressing question. How many culinary delights could one derive from a single bowl of rice? Dishes such as spicy boiled meat slices, chili chicken cubes, fragrant herb fish, and red oil rabbit heads danced in his mind. I cannot take it anymore. Just the thought makes my mouth water. Moreover, my taste buds have been ravaged by the modified cuisine in London's Chinatown these past few years. I fear I must return to Hogwarts to indulge in authentic flavors. Cedric took another sip of his chilled cola, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, that is the essence of transfiguration. When you transformed it into ice, there was no freezing process involved. However, that does not detract from the ultimate result, does it? Observing the two with their drinks, one consuming cola and the other pumpkin soda, Lee Jordan could no longer contain himself. He grabbed a bottle of cola, opened it, pointed his wand at it, and began to drink heartily. Witnessing his actions, the Weasley twins were equally eager, each employing transfiguration on their own bottles of cola. After downing a generous portion, Lee Jordan exclaimed, "Oh, how I adore this iced. What is it? Cola? Fizzy cola. The taste is simply sublime. Fizzy cola? Is that what you mean by cola-flavored soda?" Though technically accurate, it felt somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, one of the Weasleys, sipping his iced cola, marveled at Arnold. "I truly wonder how your mind works." The other chimed in, "Arnold, if there's anything else you haven't shared with us, please do. We'd hate to be startled again in the future. What else could I possibly have withheld from my friends? Let me think. I haven't disclosed all the spells I've learned. I've not fully demonstrated my proficiency in applying magic, infusing spells with mental energy. I have found pathways for some incantations, while others are on the verge of spontaneous evolution. However, I have no intention of revealing these for now. I haven't unpacked my cool toys like the flying sword and skateboard that I stowed away with my suitcase, nor have I unveiled my first independently crafted magical item, which also remains within. Oh, and let us not forget about the flying broomstick. Upon reflection, it seems I have quite a few things. I fear revealing them might startle you." Chapter 52. It will hurt the jest about Arnold divulging secrets quickly faded. And soon the group was engaged in lively conversation while they dined. Arnold popped a voice-changing candy into his mouth and, under the watchful gaze of his companions, opened his mouth to emit a resounding lion's roar. Roar. "This is splendid. Far more impressive than an elephant's might," Lee Jordan exclaimed, nodding and clapping in approval. Before continuing to inquire, "By the way, Arnold, which house do you wish to join? You are familiar with the 4 houses of Hogwarts, I presume?" Arnold nodded. During the summer, the Weasley brothers and Cedric had introduced him to various aspects of Hogwarts, which largely aligned with the impressions he had gleaned from novels and films in his previous life. As for me, I have no preference other than Slytherin, Arnold shrugged nonchalantly. Slytherin is the stronghold of blood supremacy advocates, predominantly composed of young wizards hailing from pure-blood families. The Weasley family, known for their pure-blood betrayal, has always been affiliated with Gryffindor. Moreover, Slytherin occasionally harbors some half-bloods who share similar ideologies, such as Tom Riddle or Severus Snape. However, there are none from Muggle families. Although wizards in this world somewhat resemble sorcerers in their pursuit of power through bloodlines, this is not an absolute truth when it comes to individuals. Perhaps Rowling did not elucidate this clearly, or maybe she herself was uncertain. After all, she is merely a novelist. Arnold contemplated that perhaps it could be generally understood that many individuals in this world possess the bloodline or genes of a wizard, with innate talents merely varying between recessive and dominant traits. Moreover, what sort of education had he received since childhood? Decades ago. His textbooks bore the statement, "Do noble birth and rank confer any superiority?" How could he possibly associate with the Slytherins? At this moment, Cedric raised the bottom of his cola bottle towards Arnold, interjecting, "I hope you will join Hufflepuff." One of the twins immediately disagreed, saying, "Isn't Hufflepuff sufficient with you alone? Do you still wish to recruit Arnold? What? Do you also want to compete for the House Cup?" Upon hearing this, the other twin and Lee Jordan erupted into laughter. In recent years, Slytherin had dominated the House Cup, yet Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were not entirely devoid of opportunities. Even if Snape showed favoritism, points must be awarded and deducted according to the basic rules. But how many years had it been since Hufflepuff had any hope of the House Cup? Even Arnold, a novice who had only read the novels and watched the films, was not entirely clear on this matter, nor could the soon-to-be second-year Hogwarts students articulate it precisely. Cedric stared at the Weasley brother, challenging him with, "Why can't we strive for the House Cup? Even a 1% chance warrants our utmost effort." Clap, clap, clap. Arnold remained silent, applauding vigorously, not for any other reason, but to commend Cedric's South ambition and drive. He truly embodied the quintessential school heartthrob in every aspect. Lee Jordan intervened to halt the Weasley twins from continuing their debate with Cedric, musing thoughtfully, "Actually, I believe Arnold has the highest likelihood of being sorted into Ravenclaw." As soon as Lee spoke, everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Then one of the twins shook his head vehemently. "Oh, Lee, while I acknowledge your reasoning, I still hope Arnold will join Gryffindor, as that would ensure our first-year classroom points surpass Slytherin, bringing the House Cup closer to us." He then turned to his brother. "Right, George?" Indeed, it was now confirmed that he was Fred. George wholeheartedly concurred with his brother's sentiment, stating, "Exactly. Moreover, if Arnold is sorted into Gryffindor, it would be much more convenient for us to play together." As he spoke, he did not forget to exchange knowing glances with Fred and Arnold. It seemed the play he referred to was far from simple. If Arnold's intuition was correct, George was likely alluding to nocturnal escapades. In truth, Arnold found himself quite intrigued. What fun is there in adhering strictly to school rules? Furthermore, he was certain that upon arriving at Hogwarts, the system would undoubtedly issue a map exploration task, likely similar to that of Diagon Alley, with phased reward assessments. Without a bit of nightlife, how could one achieve a satisfactory completion rate? Pretending not to grasp George's insinuation, Arnold surveyed the group, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "From the way you speak, it seems as though I can choose whichever house I desire. Weren't you the ones who mentioned in your letters that this is determined by some special magical artifact?" After a brief pause, Arnold continued to feign ignorance, "By the way, you haven't yet told me the criteria for sorting." Upon hearing Arnold's inquiry, the Weasley brothers exchanged glances, then looked at Cedric and Lee Jordan, silently reaching a consensus. Arnold observed their reactions with keen interest, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the students of Hogwarts, regardless of their respective houses, shared a unified stance on the matter of scaring newcomers during the sorting process. Fred, with a gesture of resignation, remarked, "It's a kind of test, or rather, an ordeal. And you'll understand in due time. However, we cannot disclose the specifics. In any case, it will be quite painful." His twin brother, George, chimed in precisely. "If you falter or fail to impress the heads of the four houses, you might find yourself on a rather fleeting excursion at Hogwarts." "Oh, painful you say? A brief visit to Hogwarts? You nearly frightened me. Should I truly be concerned about a day trip when the focus should rather be on Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic? You seem unaware of how tirelessly Professor McGonagall argued to persuade Nicole to allow me to attend Hogwarts. Nevertheless, today is radiant, and I find my spirits high. I shall begrudgingly indulge your little performance." Arnold feigned a look of fear upon his face, uncertain of the quality of his acting. In a soft, timid voice, he inquired, "George, what does a day trip mean? Are we being expelled? Could we possibly be sent back after receiving our acceptance letters?" He pondered if there had ever been such a precedent. Oh no, he had forgotten about the acceptance letter. George, frustrated, tapped his forehead, feeling a slight headache at the thought of how to continue misleading Arnold. He first glanced at Fred, realizing that if he was at a loss, Fred surely would be as well. Then, George turned to Cedric, signaling him with his gaze, "You answer this. You're the good student. Your words carry weight." Receiving George's subtle cue, Cedric hesitated, avoiding Arnold's gaze, and vaguely replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I believe it has happened before." Observing Cedric's awkward demeanor, which suggested he had rarely told a lie, Arnold nearly erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Lee Jordan, unable to contain himself, let out a mischievous chuckle. When Arnold turned to look at him, Lee immediately composed his expression, patting Arnold on the shoulder with enthusiasm. So, Arnold, brace yourself for the challenge. I have faith in you. Indeed, we all believe in your ability to pass the test. The Weasley brothers chimed in unison, their faces adorned with an enigmatic smile. However, Arnold's reaction took his companions by surprise, as a peculiar grin emerged on his face. Challenge? What kind of challenge is this? Oh, I see. You've all conspired to tease the newcomer, have you? How amusing. It's time for you sheltered folks to broaden your horizons. Note, in this context, the author has established that a wizard from a Muggle family must have a wizarding ancestor in their lineage, with the majority being squibs who integrated into Muggle society. In this generation, the magical traits have re-emerged. On July 30th, 2007, Rowling mentioned in an online chat that Muggleborns will have a witch or wizard somewhere in their family tree, and this gene can resurface in unexpected places. Chapter 53. Let me tell you a story. 1,000 votes for an additional chapter. While enjoying some drunken peanuts and sipping chilled pumpkin soda, they took a moment to appreciate the bewildered expressions on their faces as they exchanged glances. Arnold then mysteriously divulged the reason. You may be unaware, but I have previously perused several texts from the East, specifically from Huagua. In Huagua, there exists a group of formidable practitioners known as Xiocienjia, akin to our wizards. Their sanctuaries, where these practitioners engage in their studies, are referred to as zomen, which is somewhat comparable to Hogwarts. When these sanctuaries recruit new students, they often subject them to preliminary trials, such as mountain climbing, since most of these sanctuaries are situated upon mountains. Indeed, Arnold was narrating a tale. The tropes he encountered in the web novels he read were exceedingly abundant, making his account seem remarkably authentic. Xiocienjia, zomen? A few of them instinctively moved their lips, echoing the keywords from Arnold's discourse. However, it was evident that his phonetic transliterations, no, they were merely pinyin, posed a significant challenge for these young British wizards. Zone is trivial. It simply refers to a magical school built upon a mountain, right? If their trial is merely climbing a mountain, it should not be too arduous, Lee Jordan stated dismissively. Indeed, I also believe that mountain climbing ought to be manageable. With the assistance of some simple magic, it could even be described as effortless, George concurred from the side. The spells learned in advance by new students, like myself, he added, casually levitating a small biscuit to his hand with the levitation charm. Earning a round of disdain from his peers, Arnold then continued. Any magic would be restricted during the mountain climbing trial, rendering it unusable. Clap. Fred applauded in agreement, deliberately gazing at Arnold, declaring, it should indeed be this way, otherwise, it would be wholly unfair to the other newcomers. Cedric nodded in affirmation, slowly articulating, The magic school in Huagua primarily admits children for their studies, right? It would indeed be just to prohibit magic during the trials. Otherwise, it would be quite unjust for those talented children who lack resources. He mused that the difficulty of the trial would ultimately depend on whether there was a time constraint and the height of the mountain. The height of the mountain is not paramount. As long as the practitioners atop the mountain are sufficiently powerful, nothing poses a challenge, he proclaimed. Uttering a somewhat profound statement before Arnold continued boasting about the contents of the web novels he had read in his past life. The practitioners within those sanctuaries would employ wide-ranging spells to envelop the entire mountain. The higher one ascended, the heavier one's body would become, twice, thrice, or even more than the climber's weight. Oh dear. Heaven knows how many brain cells I exhausted to translate those 8 Chinese characters into a lengthy string of English, just to quote a famous saying, Lee Jordan exclaimed, astonished by this unforeseen twist. It can be like this? The Weasley twins were equally taken aback. Exchanging glances as they imagined the burden of one another's weight stacked upon themselves, could they still manage to ascend the mountain? Unlike Ron or Percy, George and Fred had stockio frames. Cedric, however, focused on a different aspect. The magic that envelopes an entire mountain must be exceedingly powerful, indeed. Arnold paused for a moment, then nodded earnestly. To be honest, I am uncertain as well. It merely serves as a test for the external disciples of the sect. And no matter how formidable it may appear, its strength is likely limited. Moreover, such scenarios in fantasy novels are often resolved through formations, requiring no human intervention. I recall that in one of the Harry Potter installments, Hogwarts featured a similar protective enchantment for its grounds. Was it not in the final book, where a few professors conjured it together? Or had it always existed, merely awaiting activation? At this juncture, Fred seemed to finally grasp the difficulty of the two of him, or perhaps one of him and George, climbing the mountain together, exclaiming, if it's this challenging, how many individuals will be eliminated after just one trial? Arnold nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, the number of those who can ultimately ascend is exceedingly few. They are the Sea Army de la Sea Army, selected from a vast expanse. Naturally, it goes without saying that only those who manage to reach the summit at the very last moment before the deadline are the true protagonists of this endeavor. George appeared somewhat skeptical, remarking, the notion of being one in a million seems rather exaggerated. It's likely that not a single student has been expelled from Hogwarts in many years. Is that so? That's splendid, Arnold speculated. Perhaps there are simply too many candidates from Huagua. Upon hearing this, George fell silent, and Arnold mused to himself, intrigued. It seemed even wizards with a less rigorous educational background were aware that Hogwarts' greatest asset was its abundance of people. In truth, I have never heard of any student being expelled during the sorting ceremony. You need not worry too much, Arnold, Cedric kindly reassured him, concerned that Arnold might be intimidated by whatever tales he had heard regarding Hogwarts' admissions process. I am, of course, well aware of that, and in fact, I possess knowledge that surpasses yours. For instance, the sorting hat can indeed be negotiated with. If one clearly articulates their desires and remains steadfast, they can be placed in whichever house they wish. At this juncture, the group exchanged anxious glances, as if Arnold truly feared failing the test they had alluded to, thus becoming increasingly tense. Am I being too harsh on the honest? Arnold pondered, a smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. However, the others did not share in the mirth. They began to divert the conversation, wary of adding any undue pressure on Arnold. But I genuinely feel no pressure at all. By the way, Lee Jordan, do you enjoy playing Quidditch? I know the three of them are quite fond of it. Ultimately, it was Arnold who initiated the dialogue shift to a subject of shared interest. Quidditch? Lee Jordan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then animatedly gestured with his hands, proclaiming, I absolutely adore it. No, I am positively enamored with Quidditch. At that moment, Cedric and the Weasley twins exchanged knowing smiles. Arnold was not mistaken. The three of them genuinely adored Quidditch. However, it wasn't long before Lee Jordan's spirits began to wane. Unfortunately, I lack any talent for Quidditch, so my chances of being selected by Charlie are rather slim. Charlie? Arnold inquired, turning to glance at the Weasley brothers. Fred nodded and elaborated, Indeed, he is our brother, whom you have met. He is currently the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. We plan to sign up for trials this semester while he is still here before graduating. Arnold had not anticipated this situation. He only knew that next year, when Harry entered Hogwarts, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team would be someone named Wood. So, it seems that he took over after Charlie's graduation next year. Given that the current captain is a brother of his friends, could there be a possibility? Chapter 54. The rigorous trial flight. Arnold felt a stir of curiosity and promptly inquired of Fred, Oh, might I be allowed to join as well? He then assured, If that is the case, I shall confer with the teacher in charge of the sorting hat, and I would prefer to be placed in Gryffindor. He pondered who had previously asserted that one could simply choose their house at will. Fred, without a moment's hesitation, firmly dismissed Arnold's musings, exclaiming, What are you thinking, Arnold? Do you really believe you can negotiate with the sorting hat? Moreover, first-year students are prohibited from joining the Quidditch team. In his candidness, Fred inadvertently let slip the term sorting hat. Indeed, furthermore, Charlie is responsible for the team's performance. He will not show undue favoritism towards us. We must undergo selection even to register. Perhaps you should first master riding a broomstick, George chimed in supportively. Arnold cast a glance at the two and calmly inquired, Flying broomsticks? Is it difficult? Before the Weasley brothers could respond, Cedric took the initiative to elaborate. While it's not inherently challenging, mastering it requires a certain level of talent and considerable time dedicated to practice. Fred and George, for instance, began their acquaintance with flying broomsticks at a young age and have since become quite adept, easily qualifying without any need for Charlie's guidance. George chuckled heartily. That has music to my ears. In fact, Cedric, your flying skills are quite commendable as well. Are we embarking on a mutual admiration society? Fred interjected, noticing Arnold's bemusement, and proceeded to explain, Our families are relatively close, and ever since we learned to ride broomsticks, we occasionally visit each other while flying. Cedric added, During the summer, Charlie takes us out to play together. Feigning seriousness, George corrected Cedric's terminology. What do you mean play? It's called training. I truly envy you both. If only I had someone to guide me in flying since childhood, perhaps my skills would be far superior to what they are now. Arnold remained contemplative, while Lee Jordan expressed his envy unabashedly. Coming from a wizarding family himself, he lacked companions until he arrived at Hogwarts and became roommates with George and Fred, thereby acquiring two friends. Don't be disheartened, Lee. I believe you could try your hand at the position of goalkeeper. And if this year doesn't work out, there's always next year. Hearing his friend's sentiments, Fred reassuringly patted his shoulder. Indeed, next year you can join Arnold in the selection. And then the four of us can play Quidditch together. George nodded in agreement from the side. Arnold glanced at the trio before turning his attention to Lee Jordan, casting a disdainful expression towards the two individuals beside him, who were engaged in idle chatter. Let us move on, he said. Lee Jordan shrugged, aware that his hopes were slim, and preferring to change the subject. He looked at Arnold and remarked, You've never ridden a flying broomstick before. At Hogwarts, you should first learn how to fly. Then, when the Quidditch team holds their training sessions, you can try out and see if you possess any aptitude for it. Perhaps next year, you could even sign up. The so-called talent that Lee Jordan referred to encompassed both the mastery and application of various flying techniques, as well as an understanding and adaptability to the different positions within the Quidditch team. In truth, Lee Jordan's flying skills were quite commendable, and his physical fitness was excellent. However, in the realm of Quidditch, whether it involved striking or chasing the ball, he did not excel. As for seeking the elusive golden snitch, His somewhat clumsy nature resulted in him consistently being a beat behind his peers when it came to spotting it. Arnold immediately understood upon hearing them. Much like certain football players who excel below the neck. Although Lee Jordan spoke in a rather tactful manner, there was a hint of consolation in his words, suggesting to give it a try without harboring excessive hope. However, Arnold was quite confident in himself. I think I'm doing all right. Upon noticing the skeptical expressions of his companions, Arnold felt a surge of displeasure. Originally, he intended to showcase this prowess during the first flying lesson, but he could no longer contain himself. Glancing at the Wesley brothers and Cedric, Arnold reminded them, "Do you remember the broomstick I purchased in Diagon Alley?" Fred's eyes sparkled as he recalled, the Clean Sweep 5. Right? I remember, it's the same model as ours. Arnold nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I had already ridden that broom during the summer break." Fred, expressing disbelief, responded, "Really? I recall in the letter you had Jack delivered during the summer, you mentioned that there were no wizards around, and you were too afraid to ride it alone." Cedric chimed in, "Exactly. I warned you in my letter that you should never ride a flying broomstick alone until you have truly learned and mastered it. It could lead to troublesome situations if it spirals out of control." Although Arnold sat before them unscathed, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, recalling that he had previously written back stating he would never ride it. Yes, I did say that. Yet, in the end, it was quite enjoyable. Should I really admit to you all that I contradicted myself? Arnold smiled sheepishly and said to the three, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? I was thoroughly prepared when I was riding." "What kind of preparation?" George inquired with curiosity. Arnold feigned an air of mystery, proclaiming, "This is my unique secret technique. Not something I can easily divulge." After the others fell silent, he suddenly resumed speaking. "However, if you are willing to acquiesce to a modest request of mine, I may consider satisfying your curiosity." Lee Jordan, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "What is the request?" After a brief exchange of favors, Arnold gestured animatedly while explaining, "I have procured 2 iron chains, one affixed to the flying broomstick and the other to myself, then I shall gradually attempt to take flight." Although the process of learning and practicing magic did not strike him as particularly tedious, the thought of Arnold practicing all day long was unbearable, even if the incantations were enhanced. Thus, he eagerly engaged with the system to analyze the toy broomstick, modify a flying skateboard, and create magical artifacts. Naturally, the prospect of flight was something he yearned for and found immensely fascinating. Yet, the notion of soaring through the skies on a broomstick filled Arnold with a degree of trepidation, fearing that Nicole might not accept it. Ultimately, one day, he drew inspiration from the custom-made steel megaphone he had designed. Arnold once again ordered 2 sturdy iron chains, fastening one end to his flying broom and the other to himself. The opposite ends were securely tied to 2 large trees in the forest. Occasionally, when Nicole took him to practice magic in areas devoid of large trees, he would attach the chains to a steel pipe or the pickup truck. The long, robust chains, the sturdy steel pipe, and the rusty second-hand pickup truck exuded an undeniable hardcore and punk aesthetic. Now, his mother no longer had to worry about his flying escapades. This dual-layered assurance was not born out of fear of pain. Rather, he was concerned about startling Nicole. The chains were not excessively long, each measuring 5 meters, and their vertical height was less than that of a 2-story building. It was not cowardice on his part. It was merely that Nicole forbade him from flying too high, insisting he first master the fundamentals of control before increasing altitude at a later stage. Once Arnold truly mounted the flying broom, he discovered that managing it was not particularly difficult. Moving forward, backward, side to side, and up and down was akin to controlling a flying skateboard. He had considerable experience in this regard. However, he was unaware of the magical enhancements imbued in the broom, which rendered it significantly faster than his flying skateboard equipped with 3 mobility charms. Consequently, controlling speed, altitude, and direction proved to be considerably more challenging. Naturally, with increased speed, the sensation of flight was immensely exhilarating. As for discomfort, there was none to speak of. The designers and manufacturers of the flying broom had thoughtfully incorporated an invisible air cushion at the riding position, which felt quite similar to a bicycle seat. Though, it must be noted, prolonged sitting might lead to some minor discomfort, as flying necessitated that his legs tightly grip the broomstick. Thus the air cushion was designed to be somewhat elongated. If only the air cushion could be shaped according to the creator's design. He finally understood why witches in stories were always seen riding broomsticks. As Cedric and the twin brothers listened with bewildered expressions, Arnold continued, "Having flown a few times while tethered by chains, I have now become rather proficient. However, I harbor a slight grievance. I believe I could manage without the chains now. But Nicole consistently disagrees when we are at home. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, I shall perform for you during flying lessons. Oh wait, these fellows are all second years. It seems I won't have the chance. By the way, is there truly no possibility for me to join the Quidditch team as a first year?" The main text exceeds 2,000 words. Note: information derived from J.K. Rowling's specialized work on Quidditch, the magical Quidditch balls, and the Chinese Wikipedia of Harry Potter. Until the early 19th century, people still rode various performance-enhanced broomsticks to play Quidditch. These seated broomsticks represented a significant advancement over their medieval ancestors. By 1820, Elliot Smethwick invented the cushioning charm, propelling the creation of more comfortable broomsticks forward. This charm, referred to as the cushioning charm in the Chinese version of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, is denoted in English as Maliar. Its effect is to create an invisible cushioning effect on the target's surface, softening and absorbing impact. P.S. This cushioning charm is distinct from the spell that saved Harry during his third-year Quidditch match. That was the slowing charm, created by Daisy Pennifold in 1711 to reduce the speed of the bludgers. P.S. Due to translation discrepancies regarding spell names, many may mistakenly believe that Hermione used the slowing charm in Gringotts, but in the original English text, it is referred to as the cushioning charm. Chapter 55, the Hogwarts Express. Being an antiquated steam train, the Hogwarts Express, even without the need for coal due to magical enhancements, did not experience significant improvements in terms of power or propulsion. Thus, the Hogwarts Express was, in fact, quite slow, especially for Arnold, who was accustomed to high-speed trains. The pace was almost unbearable. Initially, upon boarding, he felt a sense of novelty, engaging in light-hearted conversation with his companions and enjoying snacks, which was quite pleasant. Particularly, the invisible charm they had cast made the experience remarkably comfortable. However, having departed at 11 in the morning, more than 6 hours had passed, and they still had yet to catch a glimpse of Hogwarts. Arnold recalled that Hogwarts was situated somewhere in Scotland, though its precise location remained elusive. However, considering the compactness of the United Kingdom, one could easily surmise the speed of the train. What troubled him most was the fact that their compartment was entirely occupied by boys, devoid of even a single charming girl. Although he harbored no particular interest in pre-adolescent girls, he still yearned for a bit of visual delight. Moreover, the Hogwarts Express catered to students from 1st to 7th year, not merely those in their early developmental stages. Alas, what a lamentable oversight in friendship. Just as Arnold was drowning in boredom, the sound of raindrops striking the window pane broke the monotony. Could it be? By his calculations, they should be nearing their destination, yet rain had unexpectedly begun to fall. The journey thus far had been marked by clear skies. Arnold rolled down the glass of the car window, disregarding the rain that lashed against his face, and leaned out to gaze into the distance. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, although it was not a torrential downpour. Remaining amidst the rain was certainly not a pleasurable experience. He inadvertently turned his head to glance back, and not far off, he noticed a distinct boundary in the sky. On the other side of this line, the setting sun painted the clouds in brilliant hues of crimson, a spectacle to behold. It seemed that Hogwarts, and perhaps even a broader expanse, was enveloped in some form of enchantment or magical barrier. Whether it was a permanent or temporary one, at least for the moment, the new students of Hogwarts, who had to walk or take a boat, were undeniably at a disadvantage. It appeared that, irrespective of whether it was in the East or West, be it fiction or reality, certain mentors shared the same peculiar sense of humor. With a decisive thud, he closed the window, feeling the train gradually decelerate, and observed the quaint town station approaching outside. Arnold couldn't help but harbor his frustrations. Just then, an announcement echoed through the train. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will ensure it reaches the school. Such service was commendable. Although moving his belongings was hardly a burden, Arnold still felt obliged to commend the Hogwarts staff. Seizing the moment before the train came to a complete stop, he swiftly stowed away his leftover snacks, discarded his beverage bottle into the trash, and exited the compartment with a few companions. Goodness, there were indeed a considerable number of people. After all, students from all 7 years were crammed onto this train. Even though the wizarding world was sparsely populated, they had all converged here. The train came to a halt at a dimly lit, small platform, but with keen eyesight, Arnold noticed a weathered sign nearby that read Hogsmeade. It turned out that the Hogwarts Express did not go directly to the school castle, but instead stopped at the wizarding village of Hogsmeade, necessitating a transfer to other means of transport to reach the school. He had assumed that arriving at Hogwarts meant stepping into the school's grounds. The final leg of the journey to Hogwarts Castle involved the older students taking carriages, while the newcomers were relegated to a rather shabby little boat. Curse this weather! Arnold raised his camera, capturing the platform, the sign, and the Hogwarts Express within his lens, only to grumble suddenly, putting the camera down without pressing the shutter. The day had already grown late, and coupled with the dark clouds and chilly drizzle, he could hardly capture the ambience of a quaint wizarding village. The atmosphere for photographing the Witch Blair, however, was undeniably perfect. Parts of his wizarding robe had also been splashed by the rainwater seeping onto the platform, rendering it quite uncomfortable to wear. Clearly, the magical effects of automatic temperature regulation and self-ironing could not keep his attire perpetually dry. One could only wonder whether this extensive weather charm was a legacy of the 4 founders of Hogwarts or the idea of Dumbledore. In any case, those old codgers were quite mischievous. First-year students, come this way. A booming voice called out, capturing the attention of all the nearby newcomers. Arnold turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where a remarkably tall figure stood, strikingly conspicuous. The individual held a lantern, yet the illumination remained dim, compounded by his disheveled long hair and beard. From a distance, Arnold could not discern the man's features. However, based on the man's physique and demeanor, along with his familiarity with the narrative and characters, it was easy for him to deduce that this must be Hagrid, who bore a trace of giant lineage. Arnold, you should hurry over. We need to catch the carriage soon. We will meet again inside the castle, said Cedric, gesturing towards Hagrid before beckoning the others to join him as they headed towards the carriage parked nearby. As Arnold waved goodbye to George, Fred, and Lee Jordan, his curiosity piqued. He began to observe the carriages closely. Indeed, the thestrals pulling the carriage were invisible to him. Yet he felt that if he approached and examined them closely, he might glean some insights from the rain and flowing water. Studying magical creatures could wait. Arnold redirected his attention towards Hagrid. After taking a couple of steps, he paused again, raised his wand, and several artistic incantations flashed through his mind, each adorned with luminous effects. He then waved gently. Lumos. A familiar white light erupted from the tip of Arnold's wand, radiating a halo that illuminated a radius of 5 to 6 meters around him. Typically, young wizards of his age, even those from wizarding families who had been exposed to magic from a young age and had mastered the wand-lighting charm, could only manage to illuminate 2 to 3 meters. Arnold, however, had long since discovered that infusing magic with emotion, imagination, belief, and willpower could amplify its effects. Inspired by the subtitles of the Harry Potter films he had viewed, he practiced diligently, and he could now wield this technique with great proficiency. Of course, the current method of casting still required a brief moment of preparation, which fell short of Arnold's desire for instantaneous casting. He recognized the need for further improvement. Hey, Arnold. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar female voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, Arnold slightly raised his wand. Beneath the white glow lay a face marked with surprise, the freckles on either side of her nose confirming that it was indeed the girl he had exchanged a few words with in Diagon Alley. Having just parted ways with some friends, the sight of a familiar face brightened Arnold's spirits, and he greeted her with a smile. Hi, Katie. It's been a while. As Katie Bell stepped into the light cast by Arnold's wand, she quickly approached him, glancing at his wand with curiosity. Is this the magic you learned during the summer? The one using a long tube and a recorder? Arnold had previously written to a few friends he had met in Diagon Alley about the effective methods he discovered for learning magic. Katie was aware of this, but she had been occupied with family obligations during the holiday and had no time or energy to practice. Arnold nodded affirmatively, inquiring, How does it feel? Katie Bell, brimming with excitement, responded with enthusiastic praise. Absolutely fantastic. Arnold offered a somewhat forced smile, remarking that it was no great matter and that she would soon master it. Although Katie Bell's appearance was not particularly striking, and her underdeveloped physique left much to be desired, the praise from a girl still managed to elicit a youthful bashfulness within him. With a hint of envy, Katie cast another glance at the luminous tip of Arnold's wand, nodding earnestly. In her eyes, both she and Arnold hailed from Muggle families, and if Arnold could achieve such feats, she believed it would not be long before she could as well. Moreover, Arnold had generously shared his tested and effective methods of learning. If she could not grasp them, she might as well throw herself at a cake in despair. Yet, had Arnold been privy to Katie's thoughts, he would have surely advised her that she was still too young to comprehend the existence of a creature known as an academic overachiever, or rather, a failure. The Lumos spell was indeed simple enough for anyone to learn, but to extend its illumination as extensively as he did was a challenge Katie found daunting. Unlike the methodology of learning magic, this unique technique that significantly amplified the power of spells was not something Arnold intended to divulge easily. In this unfamiliar realm, infused with extraordinary forces, he deemed it wise to hold back, if only a little. Although his spell's radius of 5 to 6 meters already exceeded that of many other young wizards, his true limit was, in fact, 10 meters. A lingering sense of insecurity crept in. Perhaps this was the so-called fear of inadequacy. As he turned to continue his journey toward Hagrid, Arnold shifted the conversation, expressing his regret that he had not yet mastered any spells capable of drying clothes, for that would certainly enhance their comfort at the moment. Spells for drying garments, cleaning charms, and the automatic temperature regulation and self-ironing features of his magical robes intrigued Arnold. To him, these domestic enchantments represented the true essence of wizardry, promising greater convenience and comfort. However, he was also acutely aware that a certain noseless individual would soon wreak havoc, necessitating preparations for combat spells. As an underachiever, Arnold felt compelled to learn everything, though he lacked an urgent sense of necessity at present. Distracted by the wonder of the magical world and the plethora of captivating subjects it offered. That sounds splendid. I still don't know any magic at all, Katie replied. And seizing the moment while Arnold had not completely turned around, she hastily stepped ahead, clearing the way behind her to introduce, by the way, this is Heidi McAvoy, whom I met on the carriage. She is a freshman, just like us. Arnold halted his movement and turned to greet the slightly plump blonde girl with a friendly smile. Hello, I am Arnold Adams. Although his name evoked little recognition, it did not deter him from forming new friendships. Nearly the 7 volumes of Harry Potter from Aunt Rowling were insufficient to encapsulate the entirety of this world, encompassing its myriad of people, events, and things. Hello. Heidi McAvoy nodded and smiled at Arnold, then fixed her gaze on the tip of his wand and inquired, "Is that the wand lighting spell? How did you manage that?" Arnold did not comprehend her meaning. "What? I mean, how did you make your wand emit such a brilliant light?" Observing Arnold's bewildered expression, Heidi McAvoy rephrased her inquiry for clarity. "Is it really that bright?" Katie Bell, intrigued, chimed in. Having never witnessed anyone else perform the spell, and being unfamiliar with the luminosity of Arnold's wand, she could not fathom the peculiarity of his illumination. "Is there a first-year student here?" Just as Heidi McAvoy was about to respond, Hagrid's booming voice resonated from a distance. She took Katie Bell's arm and said to Arnold, "Come. Let's discuss this as we walk." Arnold, wielding his wand, led the way as the trio made their way toward Hagrid. As they walked, Heidi McAvoy spoke up, "Adams." Arnold turned around to interrupt her, saying, "Just call me Arnold." Heidi McAvoy smiled and nodded. Indeed, Arnold's Lumos charm is rather unusually bright. She then proceeded to elaborate for the two of them. "Katie, you know I am of mixed heritage. I began learning magic with my mother when I was around 7 or 8 years old. I have become quite proficient with the Lumos charm. But my light can only illuminate an area roughly the size of Heidi McAvoy's outstretched arms, perhaps a bit larger than that. However, it pales in comparison to Arnold's." Arnold discreetly glanced from the corner of his eye. The airport runway was not illuminated. According to Heidi McAvoy's gestures, the radius illuminated by her wand's Lumos spell barely reached 2 meters, which was indeed quite insufficient. A misstep, he thought, as he had been practicing magic in this manner lately, and inadvertently ended up displaying an excessive degree of proficiency in front of others. "I shall temper my strength. A gem cannot remain hidden, regardless of how exceptional the individual may be." Ruffling his hair, Arnold explained, I'm not quite sure how this happened." He paused at the outer circle of the freshmen gathered around Hagrid, turning back to Heidi McAvoy and softly admitting, "I come from a Muggle family and know nothing about this. I practiced a bit during the summer, and when I cast it here," Arnold fell silent. His gaze on his wand filled with innocence. A performance worthy of acclaim. Chapter 57. Is for Hagrid acceptable? Perhaps your innate magical ability surpasses that of others? Heidi McAvoy ventured uncertainly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Honestly, I don't quite understand either." "How mortifying, Heidi. You have a mother-esque guidance, yet struggle to wield magic as effectively as a mere novice, while seeking answers from someone else, who truly hails from a Muggle background here." With a gentle smile, Arnold warm-hearted Adams immediately came to the fore. "It's all right. I believe Hogwarts will reveal the answers to us." The lively and cheerful Katie Bell chimed in, shaking her friend's arm. "Exactly. We are only first years, and not even fully versed yet. Whether it be magic or theoretical knowledge, we will inevitably learn and master it in due time." Arnold suddenly pondered a question. "By the way, Miss McAvoy, do all children from wizarding families learn magic from a young age like you?" He recalled that both Ron and Malfoy seemed to possess no magical skills when they first entered Hogwarts. How could Heidi McAvoy claim to have begun her magical education at the tender age of 7 or 8? Upon hearing this, Heidi McAvoy shook her head, clarifying Arnold's doubts. "Not necessarily. It depends on one's interests and whether the parents are willing and capable of teaching." Now it made sense. Indeed, many adult wizards possess only mediocre magical abilities themselves, or they may know how to perform spells but lack the skill to teach, inadvertently passing on flawed theories or bad habits to their offspring. It would certainly be wiser to entrust their education to the professors at Hogwarts, where the process would be more straightforward and devoid of such worries. "Are there any first-year students?" At that moment, Hagrid's booming voice echoed nearby as he surveyed the gathering crowd with an authoritative presence. "I am Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Since everyone is here, let us set off." Observing the new students following Hagrid into the curtain of rain, Arnold felt a moment of hesitation. "Aren't you cold?" "It would be dreadful to catch a cold or fever," Katie Bell inquired, glancing at the wizarding robes floating above her head and then at Arnold, who stood beside her in only a sleeveless shirt. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine," Arnold reassured, inching closer to the two girls. "Let us hurry along. We mustn't fall behind." With his physical constitution, the current chill was hardly an issue. It was merely the discomfort of damp clothing clinging to his skin that he disliked. Although he was clad in nothing but a fitted t-shirt, the fact that it had not yet been drenched by the wizarding robes rendered him relatively comfortable. Of course, had he mastered the spell Hermione cast on Harry's glasses in the original story, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Alas, who could fathom when Hermione learned that particular charm in her 3rd year, or its level of difficulty? It certainly was not included in the books Arnold had purchased. "Glowing bright," Heidi remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on her face as she observed the light emanating from the tip of her wand. Turning to Arnold and Katie, she declared, "I shall lead the way. Just follow closely and watch your step." With her wand casting a soft white glow, Heidi stepped forward, and Arnold and Katie closely trailed behind her. Arnold's wizarding robe was rather snug. It could hardly be any tighter. Feelings? What feelings could a child possess? "If I weren't a child, I surely would not be so benevolent. Is a drenched beauty not pleasing to the eye?" A throng of new students followed Hagrid, slipping and sliding, stumbling along a steep and narrow path as they descended. The path was enveloped in darkness, and due to the muddy terrain, Everyone was treading cautiously. A few budding wizards, capable of casting the Lumos charm, were surrounded like stars in a constellation. Turn this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts for the first time. Hagrid called back. Oh. At the path's end, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded, prompting gasps of astonishment from the new students who had been trudging forward in silence. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hillside, its towers piercing the night sky, and the windows twinkled like stars. The lights within seemingly breaking through the clouds and rain. Well, Katie Bell was among those expressing awe. Is that Hogwarts? It's stunning. Heidi McAvoy echoed her sentiments. I've heard my mother speak of it countless times and have seen it in photographs, but witnessing this castle in person is an entirely different experience, truly breathtaking. In contrast to the two sentimental young girls, Arnold appeared less affected, though the robe he was wearing to shield himself and his companions from the rain suddenly quivered uncontrollably. Each boat must not exceed 4 individuals. Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward a line of small boats moored at the lakeshore, emphasizing, remember, it must not exceed 4. Here we go again. The more Hagrid insisted on the 4-person limit, the more curious Arnold became about what might happen if they exceeded that number. Would the boat capsize? And was the weight limit calculated by head count or by weight? It was said that this route taken by the new students, walking and then boating, paid homage to the journey of the 4 founders when they arrived at Hogwarts Castle, perhaps a reminiscence of their struggles and triumphs. Thus, it should be based on head count. One would think. However, herein lies the conundrum. The 4 founders were indeed 4 individuals, and 4 young wizards of Arnold's age also amounted to 4. Yet their weights differed significantly. Most importantly, there were also 4 Hagrids. One couldn't help but wonder if there existed a charm to stretch the boat to accommodate 4 Hagrids. As the new students dispersed along the lakeside, Arnold glanced at Hagrid's immense figure before he and the 2 girls selected a boat, climbing in one after another to settle down. Arnold was the last to board the vessel. As soon as he stepped aboard, he addressed the 2 young ladies, inquiring, "Who shall row the boat? Let us set sail." Heidi McAvoy, seated at the bow, extinguished her wand and shared the tidings she had heard from her mother. There is no need to row this boat. It shall navigate on its own. She then continued with a question. But there are only 3 of us, aren't there? Arnold, with an air of certainty, remarked. That tall fellow merely stated that no more than 4 individuals could board. He never insisted that we must fill all 4 seats. There are plenty of boats available. Are there not? Moreover, if we do not set sail soon, I might find myself unable to resist the urge to invite a couple more people aboard. He inquired, are there any vacant spots left on this vessel? Just as Arnold and Heidi were engaged in conversation across the small boat, a soft voice emerged from behind him. Heidi lifted her gaze over Arnold to look back, and Katie also turned her head in curiosity. Arnold paused momentarily before turning to face the speaker. Chapter 58. The Mountain Beyond the Mountain. The speaker was a young woman, illuminated by the glow of the magical lantern aboard the boat. Her long, lustrous black hair shimmered under the light, a hue not uncommon in England, much like Arnold's own. However, her cherubic face, adorned with a hint of baby fat, was accentuated by a pair of expressive black eyes, a rarity indeed. Is it you? Arnold exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He then rose to his feet. Smiling as he extended his hand, we still have an empty seat on our boat. Thank you, the young woman replied, her lips pressed together in gratitude. After a brief moment of hesitation, she grasped Arnold's hand, using his strength to ascend into the small boat. With her black hair and dark eyes, a newcomer from the class of 90, aside from Autumn Zhang, it could only be her. Arnold held a rather favorable impression of her. Although Qiu Zhang's appearance left him with a tinge of disillusionment, he found her to be quite charming, at least in his aesthetic judgment. She was indeed more attractive than the other 2 girls on the boat. Surely, not all Chinese women could be overshadowed by the likes of the enchanting goddess or Lu Piapiao. Furthermore, as the saying goes, a girl transforms beautifully as she matures. Who knows how she might blossom in the future? Setting aside distant possibilities, in the current situation, despite their youthful innocence, Arnold harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Yet he still felt a sense of exhilaration. After all, on this boat, he was surrounded solely by 3 girls. He felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. In the center of the small vessel, Katie Bell shifted a magical lamp that provided illumination, making space for the newly boarded girl, her curious gaze flitting between Arnold and the girl. Do you 2 know each other? The girl cautiously approached Katie Bell, lifting the hem of her wizard's robe. Arnold, already seated, replied, not really, but I have seen her at Madame Mo's robe shop, surprised by the clarity of his recollection. The girl pondered if it was truly as her mother had suggested. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she settled beside Katie Bell, though the dim light of the magical lamp concealed it from others. Feeling a bit shy, she nonetheless demonstrated good manners, turning to Arnold with a polite smile. Nice to formally meet you. I am Qiu Zhang. I am Arnold Adams, he replied. Katie Bell. Heidi McAvoy, she introduced herself. After exchanging pleasantries with the trio, Qiu Zhang suddenly sensed something amiss. Unlike before, it seemed she was no longer getting drenched. Had the rain ceased? Curiosity prompted her to glance upward. And in the faint glow of the magical lamp, she noticed a wizard's robe hovering not far above. It dawned on her that it wasn't the rain that had stopped. Observing Arnold, who was clad only in a t-shirt, she began to comprehend why the sole male on the boat appeared so peculiarly dressed, feeling slightly embarrassed by the attention. She turned to Arnold. "May I call you Arnold?" Upon receiving his nod, she continued, "Aren't you uncomfortable like this?" Katie Bell chimed in. "Yes, Arnold." "Aren't you caught in the rain?" "What can I do?" Arnold replied. "Though I am among the taller and sturdier of my peers, I am still only 11. And the wizard's robe is of limited size. Having already offered it for shelter, I can only maintain my gentlemanly demeanor by staying close to the ladies, can I not? Or perhaps, a little," Arnold conceded, pausing before suggesting to the three girls, "How about Heidi and I move closer to you two?" Xiao Zhang glanced at Arnold and Heidi McAvoy, nodding in agreement. "Yes, but be gentle and keep your steps in sync. I'll count. You both step together." Katie positioned the magical lamp and clapped her hands. 1, 2, 3. Being on the same boat with the three girls was one thing, but gathering closely together was another. Arnold, who had previously felt he had reached the apex of his life, now mused inwardly that there was always a higher peak to climb. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid called from a distance. Arnold peered over, and to his astonishment, he found Hagrid single-handedly filling a small boat to the brim. Even if the boat's capacity was indeed calculated by head count, it appeared there was no room for anyone else aboard. Utilizing his height advantage, Hagrid surveyed the lakeside. Then with a vigorous swing of his arm declared, "Then, forward." A fleet of small boats set sail, gliding across the mirror-like surface of the lake toward the castle. Was this the legendary rowing without oars, entirely reliant on the waves? Yet, there were no waves to speak of. Silence enveloped them. Nearly everyone was transfixed by the towering castle on the opposite shore, undeterred by the incessant rain that failed to dampen their spirits. Arnold, however, was an exception. He detected a magical item. Name: magic lamp. Type: simple alchemical device. Effect: emits light under magical influence, providing illumination within a specified range. Principle: unknown. Crafting process: unknown. Does it consume energy for analysis? Of course, it does. This saved me a trip to Diagon Alley, though it wouldn't cost much in galleons. After all, it was merely 200 points of energy, hardly worth more than a toy broomstick. Truly, it was an obsolete artifact. Arnold had previously contemplated using a wand to cast a light charm as a flashlight, but upon realizing his current abilities could not channel light from the wand. And noting that magic lamps were already available in the magical realm, albeit as outdated products, he abandoned the idea. Nonetheless, he had kept a note of this matter. For Arnold believed that even if the lamp's illumination and convenience paled in comparison to the wand's charm, it still held potential utility. For instance, it could be placed atop his head or affixed to his person, freeing his hands and wand, or, as in the case of the current small boat, secured in a specific space. Thus, while nearly all the newcomers were captivated by the castle across the lake, Arnold directed his attention to the magic lamp in the center of the boat. As a flash of green light flickered before Arnold's forehead, his energy dropped to 1,000 points. And the analysis of the magic lamp was swiftly completed. Magical item: magic lamp. Principle: light charm. Note 2. Crafting process: the light charm is affixed to specially treated gemstones, which are then encased in lampshades of various materials and styles. Does it consume energy to impart the light charm and basic enchantment skill? Wait. While the light charm is indeed a newly analyzed concept, I had already unlocked the basic enchantment skill when I completed the analysis of the toy broomstick, hadn't I? Is there a double charge for this? What a swindler. Note 1. The use of a magic lamp for illumination on the small boat is not present in the original text. The film features lamps but does not specify their nature. Therefore, this is considered an author's creative addition. Note 2. While researching the magic lamp, the author discovered on the Harry Potter English wiki that prior to the invention of the wand's light charm, wizards utilized inferior illumination magic and the lamps derived from it, though the specific magic used in that era remains unknown. Thus, this light charm is a personal invention of the author. Chapter 59. The warm-hearted man. Just as Arnold posed his existential query to the system, Qiao Zhang quietly inquired, "What did you say?" It turned out that Arnold had inadvertently voiced his thoughts aloud, capturing her attention, although the term swindler might not be familiar to someone of Qiao Zhang's age and experience. The stark phonetic difference between Chinese and English piqued her curiosity. "Huh? Haha. I said Hogwarts is truly beautiful," Arnold chuckled, attempting to deflect. "Is it?" Qiao Zhang expressed skepticism, yet refrained from pressing further, merely glancing at Arnold's hand and remarking, "That lamp looks quite stable. You don't need to hold it all the time, do you?" Arnold suddenly realized that his behavior seemed rather peculiar, and quickly withdrew his hand. "Oh," he explained, "I was merely curious whether this lamp, devoid of fire or electricity, would emit any warmth." Qiao's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, is that so? Does it generate any heat?" Although the rain was shielded by Arnold's wizard robe, the temperature of the lake's surface at that moment was far from comfortable. It would be much better if the magical lamp could provide some warmth. "Goodness. You genuinely wish to know?" "I was merely concocting an excuse." Arnold paused momentarily and offered a vague response. "I believe not, though I am not entirely certain. Perhaps you could give it a try?" He had genuinely overlooked whether the magical lamp felt warm to the touch, but he was certain it was not hot. Delicate hands lightly rested upon the glass shade of the magical lamp. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhang turned to Arnold with a subtle smile. It seems to have a slight warmth, and it feels rather pleasant. Arnold nodded with a smile in response. Whether he genuinely felt warmth or it was merely a psychological effect, he had already focused his thoughts on his system. With this concentration, Arnold finally comprehended how this cunning system peddled its wares. It turned out that although the enchanting technique, basic, was the same, the content varied. Previously, the enchanting technique, basic, he had extracted and imbued from the toy flying broom involved the treatment, processing, and enchanting of various woods. And it remained uncertain whether those techniques pertained solely to mobility spells. He was unsure if they could be applied to other forms of magic. In contrast, the enchanting technique, basic, derived from the magical lamp encompassed methods concerning the treatment, processing, and enchanting of gemstones. Thus, the system had extracted different enchanting techniques from two items, both of which were fundamentally rudimentary. So, this was the true meaning of basic. What more could be said? For the sake of his own interests, he had no choice but to be further drained of energy by the system. As for the illumination spell, although the optimal casting method merely required 50 points, and the total energy consumption, including the imbued 100 points, amounted to 150 points, as a prudent man, he naturally opted to exert himself. Just like last time, he would only imbue the enchanting technique. 200 points, correct? Take it. Come on, system. Pour your essence upon me. Ah, delightful. After savoring the euphoric sensation of enlightenment, Arnold understood why the cost of deciphering and imbuing the magical lamp's crafting technique was so modest compared to the toy flying broom. The enchanting technique's documentation contained far fewer types of gemstones that could be processed. Indeed, even the cheapest gemstones bore the prestige of their name, making them scarcer than the most common woods. Moreover, the illumination spell itself could be deemed quite inferior. Arnold gleaned from the imbued knowledge that when cast by the same wizard, the illumination spell's radius was nearly half compared to that of a wand's lumos spell. No wonder only 100 points of energy were needed to imbue the illumination spell, which was also half of what the wand's lumos required. Thus, it was only natural that such magic, along with the magical lamps crafted from it, were gradually abandoned by wizards. The high cost coupled with lackluster results made it inevitable. Only I can avert this calamity. Did they think that the magical lamp would merely illuminate for the newcomers or set a slight ambience for weddings? Just wait. I shall soon demonstrate what true light pollution entails. As Arnold's thoughts wandered freely, the small boat gradually approached the cliff where the castle loomed, seemingly towering above the newcomers. Lower your heads, Hagrid bellowed as the first batch of boats neared the precipice. Upon receiving the warning, everyone lowered their heads, only to discover that they were quite far from colliding. It was Hagrid who truly needed to bow. The boat carried them through the ivy-draped faade of the cliff to a rather concealed entrance. Upon entering, darkness enveloped them. Even the magical lamp aboard the boat seemed to be suppressed by some force, allowing Arnold only a vague glimpse of stones and bricks surrounding them, leading him to suspect they had entered a natural or artificial underground river. Based on the lake's surface and the castle above, it was evident that the waterway lay beneath the castle, and only upon reaching a place resembling an underground dock did the boats surge onto the shore, drawn by an unknown force, settling upon a ground strewn with gravel and small pebbles. The newcomers disembarked, gathering around the dock while Hagrid began to check the empty boats for any forgotten individuals or items. Seizing this moment, Arnold summoned his magical energy to enhance the self-ironing effect of his wizarding robe. Since he had levitated his robe with the levitation charm, he had been doing so. Otherwise, it would not have remained dry until they entered the underground river. Once the boat had navigated the subterranean waters, eliminating the risk of rain, Arnold retrieved his robe, wrung out the water, and continued to use self-ironing to dry it. Although most of his attention was devoted to his robe, the proximity of the others led some snippets of conversation to infiltrate his ears. Why is that boy dressed like that? I think he might come from a muggle family and isn't accustomed to wizarding robes. Oh, you don't know? Just outside. That boy levitated his robe to shield a few girls from the rain, which is why he now wow. So enviable. Such a gallant young man. And he is so handsome. The girls, being so pampered, would surely feel warm inside, even amidst the bleak winds and rain. Speak more, I want to hear. Listening to the girls' exclamations and comments, along with the occasional glances directed his way, Arnold's lips curled into a slight smile. Am I so gentlemanly, so warm, so handsome because of the 3 girls on the boat? Am I that shallow? Certainly not. Astute as I am, my intentions are for all the girls of Hogwarts. Behold the heart-shaped eyes surrounding us, having spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to countless others. Note, this is an alternate setting. The original text merely states that this is a secret entrance. Perhaps the author's understanding faltered, leading to some creative embellishment. I shall share a chapter, some thoughts and a question. After a day of not writing on Friday, I found myself unable to produce 2 chapters yesterday. Friday's delay was due to overtime, while yesterday was spent in indecision. Previously, as this book garnered only a modest readership, the comment section remained relatively harmonious, with critiques framed within rational discourse. Although I possess a somewhat fragile heart, I managed to accept the feedback. Suddenly, however, a wave of harsh critics emerged from beyond. There were not just a few, but many, both on Asks and QQ Reading, which left me somewhat overwhelmed. Despite having removed their disparaging remarks, I found myself troubled throughout the day. I have resolved to hold firm to my perspective. If others criticize me without my awareness, I shall treat it as if it never occurred, and if I do see it, I will simply delete it. The primary grievance against my work revolves around the extensive portrayal of the protagonist's inner thoughts. Allow me to elucidate my perspective regarding this fanfiction. In my view, the protagonist enters a realm that is both familiar and foreign. Instinctively, he compares what he observes and hears to the impressions he formed from novels and films of his past life. So this character appears thus here. More appealing than in the movie, with a personality that diverges from the original. This artifact differs from its portrayal in literature. It is more potent yet fraught with limitations. And this regulation, which was not elaborated upon in the original text, has such underlying reasons. Were the protagonist not so rife with internal dialogue, he would not have been moved to tears by an old man performing the Hedwig's theme, would he? His encounters in this magical world, his observations and contemplations, constitute his gradual journey of understanding and assimilating into this new existence. Of course, whether such psychological explorations warrant inclusion and to what extent they should be detailed is subjective. For the author, this serves as a means to methodically clarify the book's foundations. Readers of fanfiction often possess some familiarity with Harry Potter, yet I cannot presume that everyone remembers every intricate plot detail and setting. Therefore, I will articulate what is necessary, whether within the text or in annotations, and my alternate settings will emerge in this process. This also serves to validate the lingering question: does Rowling merely craft stories, or does she possess a profound understanding of Harry Potter? Of course, my approach may not appeal to everyone, but I trust there are readers who appreciate it, as evidenced by the genuine collections, recommendations, and rewards. To those who cherish this book, I extend my gratitude. Let us together unfurl this narrative, exploring its depths until the very end. As for those who do not find favor with it, I shall endeavor to retain you, yet should that fail, I must accept our parting. However, there is no need for departing readers to vent their frustrations in the comments section, particularly those from beyond. Let us part amicably. And I kindly ask you to refrain from casting shadows upon my work. I have labored to ascend from the lowest echelons of recommendations. Please do not dissuade other readers from exploring this tale. Some readers may habitually glance at the comments before delving into the text, forming conclusions based on others' critiques. Yet, among them, there may be one or two who would find my narrative acceptable. I implore you to grant them a chance, as well as me. If one chooses to depart, let us simply do so, discussing only characters, plots, and settings in the comments, shall we? There are countless Harry Potter fanfictions available on Asks, each with diverse styles, ensuring that everyone can find their preferred narrative. For instance, Harry Potter and the Source of Magic is quite compelling, featuring a brisk pace and engaging original plotlines. Moreover, the author of that book recommended another fanfiction, The Bloodline Wizard of Hogwarts, which I devoured in one sitting, only to realize I had yet to write the words I owed for that day. Before commencing my own work, I discovered that the title I had envisioned was already claimed, prompting me to alter it slightly. That particular book is a fine piece of literature, widely acclaimed, and undoubtedly impressive. With so many choices available, I kindly ask you to refrain from disparaging me, conserving your energy for reading instead. Our wavelengths may not align, making it challenging to persuade one another. This way, I can save time and energy, avoiding futile debates, deletions, and the necessity of composing this lengthy message. Crafting words as a part-time endeavor is no small feat. Additionally, I have noted a query regarding annotations. My belief is that clarifying potential points of confusion within the narrative, including but not limited to annotations, is the author's responsibility. It is unreasonable to expect other readers to clarify for the author after a question arises. Some have remarked that this practice diminishes the chapter commentary. And while that is true, I may possess a touch of perfectionism, I feel compelled to ensure clarity in my writing. Nevertheless, the addition of annotations at the end of chapters does seem to disrupt the reading experience, particularly for those perusing on mobile devices. It may feel uncomfortable to flip a page only to find annotations instead of additional content. However, having written it this way, I hesitate to delete it, especially since some readers have engaged in discussions in the comment section. On Friday, I inquired with my editor about the best approach. But perhaps due to their busyness or the peculiarity of my question, I have yet to receive a response. My current thoughts are to maintain this format for public chapters, and then transfer the annotations to the commentary section for the paid chapters once the book is released. What do you think? Of course, if the readers express considerable disdain for this format, I will seriously consider making adjustments, as I must ensure my livelihood. P.S. I am uncertain whether readers on QQ Reading and other platforms can view the content of this chapter's commentary. I even had a reader express their pride in me, albeit in a disparaging manner. I welcome all readers to leave their thoughts and engage in discussion. Chapter 60. A host of tasks have been issued Hagrid. Having inspected the empty boat, hoisted an oversized magical lantern, and led the newcomers through a tunnel, ultimately arriving at a damp, level patch of grass beneath the castle shadows, Following Hagrid, they ascended the stone steps leading from the grassy area, and after a brief climb, Hagrid halted before a colossal oak door. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid raised his massive fist and struck the castle door 3 times. The door swung open, revealing a tall, slender witch clad in a green plaid robe with serious expression, Professor McGonagall, whom Arnold had encountered once. Hagrid approached her, glancing back at the group of first years, and announced, "The first-year students are all here, Professor McGonagall." The witch nodded impassively. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." As Hagrid stepped inside, Professor McGonagall succinctly addressed the group of newcomers. "Follow me." Her serious demeanor and tone rendered the freshers speechless, compelling them to obediently heed her instructions. Arnold trailed behind 3 girls, moving with the throng into the grand entrance hall. The space was vast, with a ceiling so high it seemed to vanish into the ether. Before them lay an opulent marble staircase leading to the upper levels, illuminated by the flickering flames of torches adorning the stone walls, exuding an air of magnificence. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the first years shuffled along the marble floor. At the moment Arnold set foot on the staircase, his system unexpectedly generated a task. Task title, Campus Exploration. Task objective, discover Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Task description, as a prestigious and time-honored institution, Hogwarts is not only renowned for its beauty but also its mysteries, both of which deserve thorough exploration by every student, including you. Task reward, long-term task. For every 10 of exploration completed, you will earn 1,000 energy points. For every 25, you will receive 1 honor point. What a delightful reward. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Arnold had anticipated such an exploration task and given the school's significance. The generous energy rewards were within his expectations. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the additional honor points, should he explore the entirety of Hogwarts. He could accumulate a total of 4 points. Nonetheless, completing a full exploration might prove challenging. Certain areas, such as the girls' dormitory, were off-limits, while others, like the Chamber of Secrets, were intimidating. However, exploring to the extent of 25 or 50 points seemed manageable, especially when compared to another long-term task on his list that also rewarded honor points, which was decidedly more arduous, saving Cedric, Fred, and Dumbledore, each progressively more difficult. Although challenging tasks were acceptable, Arnold maintained a robust confidence in his abilities. The crux of the matter was that the events leading to their original demise were still quite distant, rendering the wait rather tedious. For a wizard, amplifying magical prowess through the integration of mental strength was merely a technique, albeit a sophisticated one. The true essence of enhancing one's magic lay in personal growth, or more precisely, the evolution of the magical bloodline within one's being. The time required for natural growth seemed excessively protracted to Arnold, making it hard to bear. Consequently, he was keenly aware of the honor points necessary for bloodline development, and upon reading the task introduction, his mind began to wander with possibilities of exploration, where to roam tomorrow, what to see the day after, and certainly, nocturnal adventures could not be overlooked. His first alchemical creation was specifically designed for such escapades. Suddenly, the group slowed, and Arnold snapped back to reality to find that Professor McGonagall had brought the newcomers to a small room, where they were now queuing to enter. The first years were huddled closely together, listening to the buzz of hundreds of voices emanating from the other side of the wall, nervously scrutinizing their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced as all entered the tiny room. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to it." As Professor McGonagall elucidated the 4 houses, detailing the rules for gaining and losing points, and explaining the House Cup, Arnold's system began to display a plethora of information. Task title, choose your house. Task objective, select one of the 4 houses. Task description, each of Hogwarts' 4 houses possesses unique characteristics. Choosing one will determine your roommates, classmates, and possibly influence your entire life. Please make your choice wisely. Task reward, 200 energy points. Choose a house. This was a straightforward question. Next, please. Task title, show your brilliance. Task objective, earn points in class. Task description, since you aspire to instill fear in your peers as a scholar, feel free to perform at your best. Task reward, long-term task. For each point added to your house, you will earn 10 energy points. The same applies for point deductions. Wait, when did I ever declare such a shameful ambition? All right, I confess, my diligent efforts over the summer were merely to accumulate points and energy now. While Arnold perused the newly generated tasks in his system, Professor McGonagall continued her speech. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before all faculty and students. Observing the group of drenched newcomers, she added, I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait. Present yourselves well. With that, she emotionlessly brandished her wand, hot air charm. Holding her wand steady and strong, she directed the warmth emanating from its tip while guiding each first year to stand before her, raising their hands, spinning around, and departing. After all had been sufficiently dried, she finally lowered her wand, tucking it away. Once everything is ready, I will come to escort you. As she approached the door of the small room, she turned back to remind them, please remain quiet while you wait. Upon the departure of the undoubtedly strict Professor McGonagall, the first years collectively exhaled, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. They were all engrossed in discussions about the sorting. Sorting? How will it be done? I wonder how they will determine which house suits us best. Do we apply based on our preferences? Surely. There must be some form of test. What if the test reveals that none of the houses fit? I heard it involves battling some sort of creature. Really? No wonder my brother said it would be quite painful. Hearing this, Arnold nearly burst into laughter. The peculiar sense of amusement was not only found in the headmaster who conjured weather spells but also among the seniors of various grades. A test? In front of all the faculty and students? But I haven't even mastered a hint of magic yet. After listening to the discussions of other newcomers, Katie gasped, clenched her small fists, and began to worry. The warm-hearted Arnold chimed in again. It seems that the test is unrelated to one's ability to wield magic. Look at those children from wizarding families. They are just as anxious as you are. He had no intention of joining the upperclassmen and scaring the newcomers. That would be rather dull. However, it was equally inconceivable for Arnold to expose this age-old prank. He would never do such a thing. For one, he did not wish to deprive the older students of their amusement and become their adversary. Moreover, although he had not participated in the intimidation of the newcomers, watching them fret in anxiety was rather entertaining. Who doesn't he have a little bit of wicked enjoyment, after all? Upon hearing Arnold's words, Katie turned to glance at her companions, Heidi and Chio, and noticed they both wore expressions of apprehension, especially Heidi, who had already learned some magic. This realization eased her tension slightly. Nevertheless, she remained anxious until her gaze swept across the other newcomers and returned to Arnold. Aren't you at all worried, Arnold? Katie inquired curiously, as Chio and Heidi's eyes also fixed upon Arnold's face. At that moment, his expression was peculiar, a blend of laughter and tears. Not entirely calm but detached from worry or anxiety. Only Arnold knew that this strange expression was a result of his utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had finished reading the system task that appeared during Professor McGonagall's introduction to the house sorting, and now the system had bestowed upon him another surprise. No, a shock. Task name, challenge tradition task objective, inform Katie Bell, Heidi McAvoy, and Chio Zhang of the truth behind the sorting ceremony. Task description, for reasons unknown. Hogwarts students have turned the sorting ceremony into a prank to intimidate newcomers. Even though they themselves were once frightened, they swiftly changed their stance upon reaching the second year, transforming into new tormentors. As a newcomer and a warrior who has already seen through it all, it is time for you to personally put an end to this. Task reward, 300 energy points, 1 honor point. System, are you trying to stir up trouble? As a newcomer who has yet to enroll and hails from a muggle family with no connection to the magical realm, what right do I have to divulge the truth of the sorting ceremony to them? Surely, Hogwarts wouldn't overlook me and secretly investigate my ancestry, would they? Yet, while 300 energy points seemed reasonable, after all, I currently have 800 points, and once I complete the sorting task, I would reach 4 digits. It was that 1 honor point that was truly enticing. Arnold's expression swiftly calmed, as if he had resolved upon a certain determination, and he vigorously shook his head. Worry? No, I am certainly not worried. In the face of the puzzled gazes from the 3 girls, Arnold retorted, Heidi, Chio, you both hail from wizarding families. Surely you have heard a fair share of tales from the magical realm since childhood, have you not? Upon receiving simultaneous nods from Heidi and Chio, Arnold continued to probe. Have you heard of students being returned after arriving at Hogwarts due to some so-called tests? Or perhaps even earlier, have your parents or elders ever mentioned such occurrences? No, I don't believe so, Chio remarked, still frowning in contemplation. While Heidi was quick to respond, it seems indeed that there have been none. And what of injuries? Surely there have been none, right? At least no irreparable harm, correct? How do you know this? Chio questioned. Aren't you from a muggle family? Arnold replied, during the summer, I met several upperclassmen from Hogwarts. They were all exceedingly kind and generous, and this is precisely what they shared with me on the train. Arnold casually shifted the blame onto the Weasley twins, Cedric and Lee Jordan. I shall not divulge that I had cleverly employed a narrative trope from online novels to mislead them into believing I was utterly terrified, thus justifying my need for comfort with such flimsy excuses. And what of the sorting? How could they possibly ascertain the appropriate house for us? At this moment, Chio also recalled that she had never heard her parents or elders mention anyone being rejected upon arrival at Hogwarts. However, she concurrently recognized another pressing concern that occupied everyone's thoughts, whether Arnold was privy to the answer. After a brief silence, Arnold contemplated how to continue his ruse regarding this inquiry. I suspect it may involve some method of assessing our intelligence, personalities, and the like. Perhaps akin to the Mensa IQ test or the MBTI personality assessment, whereby each individual's scores and inclinations would determine their placement in the suitable house. Assessing intelligence and personality? That is indeed a possibility. Chio echoed internally, nodding in agreement, and then pressed on. But what are Mensa and MBTI? How do they evaluate intelligence and personality? I cannot even solve the Mensa questions myself. How could I provide you with examples? As for MBTI, it merely gauges tendencies without definitive answers. one could just as easily substitute it with teacher Lu Jia's personality color test. I surmise that the criteria for sorting should revolve around intelligence and personality traits, although the methods employed by wizards might be even more extraordinary. Arnold shrugged, maintaining a lighthearted tone, yet the underlying principles remain largely similar. Regardless of whether Chio, Katie, or Heidi believe him, his own system had accepted it, acknowledging the reality. The task of challenging tradition had been accomplished, yielding a reward of 600 energy points and 1 honor point. Oh, was the reward for energy only supposed to be 300 points? Why then was there an additional 300 points? Arnold sensed that something was amiss and promptly scrutinized the records within the system. It turned out that a few nearby students had overheard him, and regardless of their belief, Arnold had inadvertently enlightened them. The system determined that he had exceeded expectations and accomplished his task beyond measure, bestowing upon him a doubled reward. How astonishing! Such hidden mechanics exist. The system misled me into thinking that merely informing 3 girls sufficed. Is it still too late for me to deliver a grand speech? Moreover, since the rewards are doubled, why is it only the energy that has been amplified? What of the honor? I had hoped to accumulate more to further develop my lineage. Wait, hold on. How do I already possess 2 points of honor? I have not completed any other tasks that yield honor rewards. Let me investigate. Because you have failed to adhere to the esteemed traditions of Hogwarts, achieving success while disregarding the wisdom of the elders, you are awarded 1 point of honor. What a peculiar accomplishment. Am I to suffer consequences as a result? Regardless, I have already reaped the benefits. Who would go out of their way to trouble me over such a trivial matter? Chapter 62. Terrifying Revelations. Several new students suddenly screamed, their high-pitched voices echoing in succession behind Arnold, nearly causing him to bolt away in fright. Arnold abruptly turned around and beheld a multitude of specters emerging unexpectedly from the walls behind them, gradually materializing into a gathering of nearly 20 ethereal apparitions. These translucent phantoms sent a chill down the spines of the 3 girls nearby, as well as the other first-year students surrounding them, rendering them nearly breathless with fear. Yet, paradoxically, Arnold felt a sense of relief and exhaled deeply. Truly, it is not the fright of ghosts that terrifies, but rather the fear instilled by mere mortals. Had he known that these peculiar residents of Hogwarts lurked behind him, having perused the original text and films, Arnold would not have been so easily startled. Alas, the shrill cries of those few individuals had been rather embarrassing. These pearlescent, semi-transparent spirits paid little heed to the first-year students, gliding through the room while engaged in hushed conversations amongst themselves. It seemed they were embroiled in a debate of sorts. Leading the procession was a portly little monk-like spectre, accompanied by another ghost clad in a frilled, tight-fitting garment. Arnold faintly caught snippets of their discourse mentioning the poltergeist, Peeves, and it dawned upon him that Hogwarts harbored a mischief-maker even more troublesome than the Weasley twins. Suddenly, one of the ghosts took notice of the surrounding first-year students. Pray tell, what are you doing here? The newcomers were so taken aback that they scarcely dared to breathe, let alone respond to his inquiry. Arnold was aware that they were essentially harmless and, out of courtesy, prepared to respond. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the cottage, announcing that the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Professor McGonagall had returned, and the unconventional ghosts no longer lingered, gliding gracefully through the walls opposite and vanishing from sight. Now, in a single file, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door of the cottage and instructed the first-year students to follow her. All the newcomers promptly formed a line as per her command, suppressing their fears of the ghosts and their apprehensions about the sorting, and proceeded behind Professor McGonagall towards the Great Hall. Arnold, accompanied by 3 girls, gradually joined the queue. In front of them stood a pudgy young man with coarse, short hair, who boasted to his nearby companions, those were merely ghosts. I cannot fathom what you are so afraid of. My uncle once told me that this is the essence of Hogwarts. Did I mention my uncle? His name is Tiberius, an official at the Ministry of Magic, well-versed in all matters pertaining to Hogwarts. Arnold glanced up from his position slightly behind, and was unsurprised to see the boy as pallor had yet to fade. Bravado is typical at this age. They made their way out of the room, traversed the foyer, and passed through a set of double doors, entering a dining hall that was vast and opulent. The hall's decor was resplendent. Even Arnold, who had seen much in his life, had never encountered such grandeur outside of films. Students from other years had already seated themselves, distinctly divided into 4 groups, each gathered around long tables. The length of these tables was remarkable, a stark contrast to the round tables of Chinese restaurants, and the square ones found in hot pot establishments that Arnold was accustomed to. The tables were adorned with gleaming golden plates and tall wine goblets. Illumination was not provided by electric lights nor oil lamps, or even the dim magical lights Arnold had previously encountered. Instead, it was a spectacle of thousands of candles, floating gracefully in midair. This scene was reminiscent of a video from the quirky site that had transported him, featuring a New Year's gala. However, nothing could compare to the breathtaking reality before him, a stark contrast to projections or holograms viewed through a screen. At the head of the hall, another long table was set aside for the professors. Arnold recognized Hagrid, who had just escorted them across the lake, the long-bearded Dumbledore, and the stern-faced Snape. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students toward the professor's table, while the newcomers quietly surveyed the hall's elaborate decor, the professors on stage, the upperclassmen at the tables, and the ghosts flitting about in the surroundings, all under the watchful gaze of hundreds of eyes. Arnold gazed beyond the flickering candlelight, lifting his eyes to behold the velvety black ceiling adorned with twinkling stars. Enchanted, it mirrored the sky outside, a fact I had encountered in the annals of Hogwarts history. The starry expanse was enchanting. The only sorrow was the absence of a lovely maiden beside him, whispering sweetly, leaving Arnold, who yearned to witness such a moment, feeling somewhat despondent. Yet, there were indeed girls nearby. 3, to be precise. Although they were preoccupied with their surroundings, neglecting to engage in conversation with me. As a gentleman, I ought to take the initiative. The enchantment here resembled the sky beyond, a truth I had gleaned from the chronicles of Hogwarts. Arnold's voice was not loud. Yet the 3 girls, due to their proximity, heard him clearly and turned their astonished gazes skyward. What a beautiful starry sky. Is there truly a ceiling up there? Is the roof of this restaurant not open to the heavens? Wait, could it be that Arnold is merely boasting? Indeed, it is clearly raining outside. How could one possibly see stars? Where have the clouds vanished to? Surely, this must be an illusion conjured by some form of magic. The 3 girls exchanged doubtful glances, silently agreeing that they would certainly seek out the book Arnold had mentioned when they had the chance, for then they would discern the truth. Observing their interaction, Arnold felt a twinge of annoyance. Oh dear. Ladies, the rain outside is likely the doing of that old curmudgeon on stage. Whether it continues or not is surely at his discretion. Professor McGonagall led the new students to the front of the faculty, instructing them to turn and face their peers, standing in a line. Subsequently, with a gentle wave of her wand, a 4-legged stool floated gracefully towards the first years, coming to rest delicately before them. Then, she produced a pointed wizard hat from seemingly nowhere and placed it atop the stool. Arnold curiously gazed at the hat, which was notably old, soiled, crumpled, and adorned with numerous patches. This must be the Sorting Hat, once belonging to Godric Gryffindor himself. As he stared at the hat, Arnold refrained from making any sarcastic remarks or displaying disdain. Instead, he pondered how he could gain the hat's approval and surreptitiously retrieve the legendary sword of Gryffindor from within it. If successful, he would be but a wand away from achieving the status of a white-robed swordmaster. Chapter 63, My Choices. Just as Arnold cast a look laden with ulterior motives, a melodious yet enchanting song emanated from the hat, captivating the attention of everyone present in the dining hall. Any thoughts hidden within your minds shall not escape my discerning gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. You may find yourself in Gryffindor, where bravery, courage, and a generous spirit reside, perhaps in Hufflepuff, known for its loyalty, resilience, and unwavering commitment to hard work. You might belong to Ravenclaw, home to the sharp-witted and the wise. Or you could be destined for Slytherin, where ambition and cunning reign, and one might resort to any means to achieve their goals. As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the top of the hat bent slightly, bowing to each of the 4 dining tables before falling silent once more. Arnold silently rated a poor review in his heart. The Sorting Hat left him with an impression that was not only old and dirty, but also painfully out of tune and rhythm. It was far inferior to Lee Jordan. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call out a name, that person will don the hat and sit on the stool to await their house assignment. After speaking, she gently adjusted her glasses and glanced at the first line of the parchment, landing on a name that struck her, Arnold Adams. Under the gaze of all the faculty and students in the dining hall, Arnold approached the chair, picked up the Sorting Hat, and only after settling himself did he place the hat upon his head. Would the Sorting Hat be able to discover that I am a time traveler? Could it unveil my system? He was well aware that pondering such questions at this moment was ill-advised. If the hat read his thoughts, it would spell trouble. Yet, the more he forced himself not to think about it, the more he found it impossible to resist. Humans, after all, are inherently mischievous, skilled in reading, memory, and writing. I believe the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw will certainly welcome your addition, the hat mused. Oh, and besides a keen intellect, you possess a calm and composed demeanor, which suggests a penchant for scheming from the shadows. Perhaps Slytherin would suit you better. Fortunately, it seemed the Sorting Hat was oblivious to Arnold's concerns, merely muttering to itself in a tone of feigned difficulty. Could it be that the Sorting Hat truly lacked the ability to read minds? Perhaps the 4 founders of Hogwarts had made certain modifications or limitations to the hat's mind-reading capabilities. Setting aside his deep-seated worries, Arnold silently urged the Sorting Hat. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, right? The hat's voice was faint. You are quite clever. More accurately, you are cunning. Slytherin can guide you toward greatness. Not willing? Then perhaps Ravenclaw it is? Cunning? I would prefer to call it self-preservation. Moreover, is it negotiating with me? This implies that the Sorting Hat can indeed hear my silent musings. Thus, apart from probing certain traits, the Sorting Hat can indeed read one's thoughts, provided the wearer expresses a willingness to communicate. Otherwise, it merely speaks to itself. In other words, the thoughts the wearer wishes the hat to know are the only ones it can perceive. If one desires to keep secrets, the hat remains oblivious. This arrangement is rather splendid, an artificial intelligence with a communicative brain-machine interface that fully respects the autonomy of others. Vastly superior to those domestic applications represented by a certain degree in my previous life. Not hearing Arnold's internal judgments, the hat, noticing his prolonged silence, gently resumed, not willing? Then perhaps Hufflepuff might be quite suitable. This little fellow has a kind heart, and surprisingly, I sense a rare quality of diligence within you. Diligence? Is it truly rare? The vast majority of my fellow countrymen possess such a quality, especially those like me who have faced the harsh realities of society in my previous life. How to choose? Ravenclaw has a secret library, which would undoubtedly be invaluable to my inquisitive and knowledge-thirsty self. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff is conveniently close to the kitchen. Just this aspect alone could conquer my soul, originating from a nation of food lovers. Which should I choose? What? Unable to make a decision? Then allow me to assist you in making one. The Sorting Hat could no longer bear Arnold's indecisiveness. Are you reliable? I think I shall simply select for you. Arnold remained hesitant. Absolutely reliable. Every thought swirling in your mind, even those traits you are unaware of, cannot escape my keen perception. My choice will be the one most fitting for you. The hat's tone brimmed with a hint of arrogance in response to Arnold's skepticism. Having analyzed the capabilities of the Sorting Hat, Arnold merely scoffed and ignored it. It seemed oblivious to both his time travel and the system, let alone any fleeting thoughts. However, upon reconsideration, there was little difference between choosing for himself and allowing the hat to decide. Thus, Arnold acquiesced. Very well. I was about to delegate the decision to the Sorting Hat, but wait, I shall not go to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Upon hearing this, the Sorting Hat became displeased. I was prepared to call out a name. Are you attempting to choke me? Furthermore, if you refuse my allocation, then you ought to select one for yourself. But why have you suddenly decided against both? The Sorting Hat began to shake violently, a scene that incited murmurs among the students in the dining hall, who were anxiously awaiting the outcome. George, Fred, Lee Jordan, and Cedric, seated at separate tables, exchanged glances in unison. Could it be that this year's Sorting Hat, much like the stories Arnold shared, was truly going to test the new students and eliminate those it deemed unworthy? Aside from them, the upperclassmen were more curious. Although there had been a few students who had taken a long time to be sorted, it was quite rare. Soon, Arnold might become the subject of the legendary hat stall. The first-year students waiting behind Arnold felt increasingly anxious, having already feared an unsatisfactory sorting result or being subjected to some bizarre test. Witnessing Arnold's situation with the sorting hat only deepened their trepidation. Note: the Sorting Hat's song is adapted from the Chinese version of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, as the original was too lengthy. The essence remains intact, though the prose may lack refinement. The content that the Sorting Hat can read is evidently tailored to Arnold's circumstances, or else the narrative could not progress. Source: Pottermore. Hat stall is an ancient term referring to students who take over 5 minutes to be sorted, an occurrence exceedingly rare, roughly once every 50 years. Among Harry Potter's contemporaries, Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom came closest to such a sorting dilemma, yet neither exceeded 5 minutes. The only known hat stallers to Harry are Minerva McGonagall and Peter Pettigrew. The former took 5.5 minutes to decide between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, while the hat deliberated long between Gryffindor and Slytherin before placing Peter in the former. The Sorting Hat once hesitated for a long time between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw when selecting Flitwick, ultimately assigning him to Ravenclaw. Thus, both McGonagall and Flitwick mused that perhaps, had it not been for these pivotal moments, their positions might have been reversed, with Minerva as head of Ravenclaw and Professor Flitwick as head of Gryffindor. Chapter 64. Are you a masochist? At this moment, Arnold had no time to apologize to the newcomers. After silently expressing his desire to attend a particular house, he could only hear the Sorting Hat's sarcastic remarks. What? You wish to join Gryffindor? I'm afraid I see not an ounce of bravery or courage in you. Before the Sorting Hat could finish, Arnold interrupted in his mind, insisting, swallow that word back. We can converse properly. He reiterated emphatically, I am destined for Gryffindor. I must go? Am I cowardly? Do you not realize that from next year onward, Gryffindor will be the bastion of danger? Would a truly cowardly person choose Gryffindor? I am merely following the call of my heart. Sorting Hat, you surely do not comprehend that. While the Weasley twins are amusing and I enjoy their company, I actually wish to keep my distance from the trio of saviors who will be enrolling next year, further away, if possible. What is so appealing about Gryffindor? Do the countless hidden tomes of Ravenclaw not entice you? Is the kitchen adjacent to Hufflepuff not tempting? All of this is the fault of the system's troublesome tasks. The rewards are too enticing, too great, truly delectable. Upon entering the Hall of Hogwarts, Arnold's system simultaneously presented several tasks, and before he could peruse them, he was interrupted by a sudden mission to enlighten 3 girls about the sorting process. Just moments ago, as Arnold was about to finalize his sorting decision, he suddenly noticed a particularly attractive reward among the tasks displayed. Task name: win the trophy. Task objective: assist your house in claiming the house cup for the year. Task description: while personal growth is commendable, one must not overlook the importance of collective honor, for a joy shared is a joy multiplied. By whatever means necessary. Whether through personal effort or teamwork, strive to accumulate points for your house and ultimately aided in winning the House Cup at the end of the academic year. Task Reward. Long-term task. Each time the House Cup is won, a reward of 1,000 energy points and 2 honor points will be granted. Look. A reward of 1,000 energy points. And honor points too. What was that saying? Honor is my lifeblood. Literally, honor points relate to my bloodline development, my magical prowess, and even my physical attributes, not to mention other peculiar aspects. Therefore, it cannot be overstated how crucial this is. This is merely the base reward. Below it, there are flexible rewards noted. Each additional point earned over the second place score yields an extra 20 energy points. It's practically a bountiful harvest. This year may be an anomaly, as I am unsure if my unexpected presence can disrupt Slytherin's monopoly on the House Cup. However, come next year, once our savior enters, will the House Cup fall to any house other than Gryffindor? It seems to be permanently affixed to Gryffindor's side. Although victory is narrowly secured each time due to Dumbledore's favoritism, that old man's bias leaves no chance whatsoever for any other house. I do not dare to hope for flexible rewards. I would be more than content with the base rewards alone. As long as the rewards are substantial enough, I shall become a heartless system puppet, a task machine. Harry Potter is the true protagonist of the world, the most effective tool, the most amiable NPC. In response to Arnold's sudden insistence, the Sorting Hat, though grumbling, did not immediately dismiss his claim, but rather inquired curiously, "Why must you absolutely join Gryffindor?" Arnold responded without a moment's hesitation, "Because Gryffindor has more points." "What? More points? In any case, if I am not sorted into Gryffindor, I shall not attend this school any longer. I will withdraw from Hogwarts today." Although no sound escaped his lips, Arnold's mind echoed with resolute determination. "You would leave Hogwarts if not placed in Gryffindor?" The Sorting Hat inquired incredulously. "Is it truly that absolute?" Meanwhile, to the onlookers in the dining hall, the old and tattered hat perched upon Arnold's head trembled uncontrollably, shedding layers of dust accumulated over the years. Even the professors cast curious glances at Arnold, particularly Professor McGonagall, who, amidst her curiosity, harbored a hint of anticipation. Arnold remained oblivious to the external world, firmly responding within his mind. The resolve was unwavering, resolute. "How is it that I previously heard you mutter something about never graduating from Hogwarts?" The Sorting Hat, rather than displaying irritation, seemed intrigued. Its tone carried a hint of mockery, yet more so an undercurrent of amusement. "Goodness, that little sight has led me astray." The mere thought of the sorting ceremony conjured chaotic visions of 4 colors of commentary swirling in his mind. It was all those foolish netizens' fault for glorifying the notion of repeating a year. Utterly shameful. Having spent so many years at Hogwarts and encountered numerous students, you are the first to dare threaten me during the sorting ceremony. As Arnold lamented inwardly, the Sorting Hat resumed its dialogue within his mind, its tone calm and devoid of discernible emotion. However, Arnold sensed that this tranquility might be the calm before a storm. "Oh no, this is it. My momentary slip of the tongue may have angered the esteemed Sorting Hat." Although he understood that the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts would not allow young witches and wizards to linger in the Muggle world, to threaten withdrawal so openly in the Great Hall was audacious. The Sorting Hat was a venerable figure at Hogwarts, even if no one could hear. If it were to inquire later, it would be quite embarrassing. Indeed, commendable bravery. What is this? What did the Sorting Hat just say? Was it praising me? Suddenly, the Sorting Hat raised its voice, proclaiming loudly to all, "Gryffindor." Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted from the long table against the wall to Arnold's left, with the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan exchanging incredulous glances while enthusiastically applauding. Given the pretentious display of the individual on the high stool during the summer and on the train, should he not have been placed in Ravenclaw? Conversely, Cedric, seated at the long table to Arnold's right and keenly observing the sorting, wore an expression of regret. In any case, if not sorted into Ravenclaw, why not Hufflepuff? Together we could strive to reclaim the House Cup, which has eluded us for years. Would that not be a challenge worthy of accomplishment? At that moment, Arnold was too dazed to notice the reactions around him. So this is how it is. Is the Sorting Hat a masochist? Or perhaps my threat actually bore fruit? Or is Gryffindor simply suited for such reckless audacity? Just as Arnold was lost in thoughts about the unexpected turn of events, a sudden system notification captured his attention. What is this? You, system, are utterly useless. An unknown energy incursion, and you merely stand by, wide-eyed? Where's the firewall? The antivirus software? Are you not supposed to keep the enemy at bay instead of merely analyzing the situation? Furthermore, Sorting Hat, are you casting a spell on me or implanting a Trojan? Is this the legendary facade of smiling while harboring ill thoughts? I never imagined your artificial intelligence would also succumb to corruption. Arnold grasped the Sorting Hat with both hands, ready to wrench it from his head. Chapter 65. This wave is not a loss. Oh, you can feel it. The voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly resonated again, causing him to momentarily pause in his actions. With his hands still positioned to secure the hat, Arnold silently inquired within his mind, "What is that?" The Sorting Hat blurted out, "It's not an object." As soon as the words left its mouth, it continued to elucidate, "Oh no, it's not something particularly malevolent. It is merely a device used to track magical fluctuations. The Ministry of Magic mandates that every Hogwarts student must be equipped with it, and I have no say in the matter. Arnold inquired with a tone of dissatisfaction. Tracking? Tracking the fluctuations of magical energy? What exactly has just invaded my body at the Ministry's behest? In truth, he already harbored a general suspicion. From the system's analytical report, it appeared that the threat posed by these foreign energies was negligible. Monitoring the nearby magical fluctuations and pinpointing their current location to report to a certain authority was indeed nothing particularly alarming. The Sorting Hat, now wishing to deliver a sharp reprimand to itself for inadvertently revealing too much, lamented that it had never been discovered in such a manner throughout its extensive years of service. With a stammer, the Sorting Hat attempted to reassure him, do not fret excessively. While this may sound rather bothersome and the effects are indeed distasteful, it will not infringe upon your personal safety or most of your freedoms, nor will it scrutinize all your actions. Moreover, it will vanish upon your coming of age. Having completed its explanation, the Sorting Hat hastily urged, all right, your sorting is concluded. Do hurry and bring forth the next individual. Will it disappear upon reaching adulthood? Although the Sorting Hat's words were still somewhat veiled and ambiguous, combined with its earlier statements and the conclusions drawn from the analytical report, Arnold was now absolutely certain that this entity was a tracking threat. Very well, I trust you will not bring me harm. Despite the convoluted process, he ultimately achieved his desire to enter Gryffindor. He felt it prudent to offer the Sorting Hat its due respect, showering it with compliments that cost him nothing. The report made it abundantly clear that these foreign energies could be analyzed and eliminated. What was there to fear? The cost for analysis was somewhat steep, requiring 3,000 energy points and 1 honor point, but the fee for mere elimination was quite reasonable, amounting to only 500 energy points, far below Arnold's expectations. He decided to set it aside for now, contemplating it further during the holidays. If he found himself with ample energy by the semester's end, unraveling the method of creating this entity might prove to be quite an intriguing endeavor. Upon hearing this, the Sorting Hat gleefully hummed, you understand, that is good. Now, off you go. Arnold felt rather awkward, having held his hat at the brim for far too long. He offered a sheepish smile to the first-year students lined up behind him and promptly removed the Sorting Hat from his head. Ah, that phrase I adore. Yet I sincerely wish for your successful graduation. May your time at Hogwarts be filled with joy, you intriguing little fellow. The moment he lifted the hat, Arnold faintly heard the Sorting Hat whispering softly in his ear. He was well aware of which phrase it referred to. He chuckled to himself, thinking, how delightful that you appreciate it. This gives me the chance to seek you out for a little escapade involving Gryffindor's legendary sword. Those viewers who indulge in the thrill of live comments are simply marvelous. Thank you all. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out, grasping the hat from Arnold's grasp and pulling it away with slight force. He turned in surprise to find Professor McGonagall wearing a stern expression as she placed the Sorting Hat atop a first year's head, guiding him to take a seat on the bench. Noticing Arnold's gaze, McGonagall, with an impassive demeanor, gestured silently toward the Gryffindor table, urging him onward. Her impression of this first year was still quite vivid, not the student himself, but rather his mother. It was her first encounter with such a challenging Muggle parent. Little did she know that this first year was also quite the character, although perhaps character was a misnomer, for that would apply to herself as well. While it was indeed rare to encounter a hatstaller, Hogwarts had seen more than its fair share in nearly a millennium of history. So there was nothing particularly astonishing about it. However, it was rather vexing that this young lad had already been sorted and yet lingered, when so many other newcomers awaited their turn. Marcus Belby, Ravenclaw, just look at the speed of that sorting. Arnold was acutely aware that he had seemingly monopolized too much time, and with an apologetic smile directed towards Professor McGonagall, he hastily made his way to the long table of Gryffindor. A red-haired youth rose from the Gryffindor table, enthusiastically greeting Arnold. Hey, Arnold. I never expected you would be sorted into our house. George and Fred were convinced you would definitely end up in Ravenclaw. This young man was none other than Charlie Weasley, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the red badge adorning his chest indicated that he was also the head boy of Gryffindor. Arnold had known him since his first visit to Diagon Alley. Although he shared a closer bond with the twins, George and Fred, he had engaged in brief conversation with the Weasley family at the Leaky Cauldron before departing. Moreover, earlier on the Hogwarts Express, Charlie had patrolled their compartment alongside another female head student. Arnold gently embraced him and followed him to the long table, while laughingly saying, "Oh, Charlie, I never anticipated this myself, but isn't it rather delightful?" Arnold spoke the truth. Had it not been for the sudden encounter with the long-term task regarding the House Cup, he would have genuinely preferred not to be sorted into Gryffindor. The closer he was to the trio of saviors, the further he drifted from a tranquil campus life. Nevertheless, Arnold was not overly apprehensive, for the young lions of his year in the original narrative alongside Harry Potter had not perished entirely, and he was, after all, a year senior. If he remained vigilant and cautious, he was certain to navigate through without issue. Reflecting on the House Cup task, Arnold suddenly recalled that prior to the system alerting him to an unidentified energy intrusion, there seemed to be another notification. In addition to the reward of 200 energy points for completing one of the 4 options, Arnold had also discovered a notification regarding the achievement of the hat trick, which offered a reward of 500 energy points and 1 honor point. Hat trick? What on earth is that? Such a generous reward? It even includes honor. Arnold continued to gaze at the description of the achievement. The so-called hat dilemma refers to the rare situation in which the sorting hat cannot make a decision for at least 5 minutes. A phenomenon that occurs only once every 50 years. 50 years for such an extraordinary achievement, and yet it only merits a mere point of honor? Is the system devoid of conscience? Nevertheless, I shall not quibble with a system that offers no interaction and cannot transform into a charming little sister or an elegant older sibling. I shall consider this achievement and its reward as an unexpected windfall. Such a perspective brings much comfort. I am a person who finds joy and contentment. It is certainly not in vain that I engaged in a lengthy discourse with the sorting hat, oscillating between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, only to suddenly pivot to Gryffindor, repeating myself and even threatening to withdraw from the school, all while receiving a fierce glare from Professor McGonagall. Being closer to the trio of saviors can only be advantageous. In any case, this turn of events is not a loss. Text over 2,000 characters, note 1, regardless of how it aligns with the original work or official settings. The premise of this book dictates that the trace is placed upon individuals upon formal enrollment, infused by the sorting hat, and remains until adulthood, 17 years of age, at which point it vanishes automatically. It is imperative to note that this is solely a construct of this narrative. It is a reinterpretation. The author has not asserted that the trace in the original text is definitively this way. It is all that one individual's fault for not being clearer. One thing is certain. The trace can detect magical fluctuations nearby, but cannot ascertain who exactly cast the spell. The examination of wands utilizes a reversal charm to view casting records, not the trace. Thus, the original text does not specify whether the trace is upon the wand or the individual. Note 2. Information sourced from the Harry Potter English Wiki indicates that Charlie Weasley served as the head boy of Gryffindor from 1988 to 1991, until his graduation in the summer of 91, at which point he was succeeded by Percy Weasley. P.S. Prior to Charlie, the head boy was Bill Weasley, and following Percy, the position was held by Ron Weasley, with the female head girl of the same period being Ron's girlfriend. Weasley is indeed the name of Gryffindor's royalty. P.S. The name of the female head girl from the same period cannot be found in the original text or references. I shall consider arranging a role for this character. Chapter 66. The Gaze of Dumbledore Gryffindor. Arnold was engaged in a cordial exchange of handshakes with Percy Weasley and several nearby upperclassmen when he heard the distant voice of the sorting hat, followed by a chorus of cheers and applause. Turning his gaze, he caught sight of Katie Bell removing the sorting hat. How delightful. Yet another familiar companion had been sorted into the same house as himself. He couldn't help but wonder where Heidi McAvoy would end up. As for Cho Chang, there was no need for speculation. She would undoubtedly belong to Ravenclaw, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Why had he not thought to elaborate more on the sorting hat's significance? If he had informed them that with sufficient willpower and determination, one could aspire to join any house, perhaps the challenge of defying tradition might yield additional rewards from the system. Just as Arnold lamented this oversight, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed towards him from the direction of the sorting hat, not from the hat itself, but from the professors seated behind it. Following that instinctive feeling, Arnold's eyes landed upon a face etched with deep lines and a pair of eyes, seemingly capable of discerning the very essence of one's soul. Hidden behind crescent-shaped spectacles, it was Dumbledore. Though not entirely as depicted in the films he had once seen, Arnold was already well acquainted with that visage. The chocolate frog vendor always duped customers with duplicate cards. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. Arnold felt a slight tightening in his chest and quickly averted his gaze. However, he did not relax. Instead, he attentively sensed the feeling on his forehead while his mind raced to recall the original stories and cinematic scenes of Harry Potter. Come on. Let us see whether the wizardry is superior or the mutants are more formidable. Yet, Arnold soon realized his own folly. Dumbledore's gaze merely swept past him, swiftly shifting to another direction. The hat wearer was slightly less common, but nothing particularly extraordinary. Perhaps Dumbledore was simply curious to see what Arnold looked like, especially since he had been facing away from the professors during the sorting ceremony. Moreover, after his initial anxiety, Arnold remembered that the legilimency spell likely had distance requirements between the caster and the subject, with the exception of Harry and Voldemort. Nevertheless, in Arnold's mind, he preferred to believe that Dumbledore had indeed not employed that magic against him, whether for utilitarian motives or a sense of justice. Arnold perceived Dumbledore not as an unequivocal paragon of virtue, yet certainly not as a villain. The mature essence of his soul had long comprehended that the world is not merely a dichotomy of black and white. Nevertheless, Arnold harbored a favorable impression of Dumbledore. Regardless of how deep his schemes ran, how far-reaching his plans extended, or how formidable his methods were, he was, at least, benevolent towards his students and towards the majority of half-blood wizards and muggle-born witches in this world. Perhaps in his youth, Dumbledore, the master of legilimency, possessed not only the ability to delve into the thoughts of others at will, but also frequently exploited this skill for his own advantage. Yet, decades later, Arnold believed that after traversing a long and colorful life, Dumbledore must have acquired the wisdom to restrain his inquisitive tendencies. It seemed more fitting for a wise and powerful elder wizard like Dumbledore to discover and collect clues through subtle observations, relying on his exceptional intelligence, keen insight, and rich life experience for reasoning and judgment, rather than resorting to unconventional methods, including legilimency, unless absolutely necessary. Charlie went to welcome Katie Bell, while Arnold sat in the seat reserved for new students, greeting George, Fred, and Lee Jordan from a distance. The sorting ceremony continued ahead, and after a boy named Eddie Carmichael was sorted into Ravenclaw, Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment in her hand and called out, "Cho Chang." Arnold and Katie, who had just taken a seat beside him, glanced over. Katie was curious about which house their newly acquainted friend would be sorted into, while Arnold pondered why a surname starting with Z would not rank last. Ravenclaw, with a sigh of disappointment from Katie. Arnold recalled that many translations of Chinese surnames by foreigners do not adhere strictly to Mandarin pronunciation. This could be explained by influences from Cantonese and Hokkien dialects. Heidi McAvoy, Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall and the sorting had called out in unison, and thus Heidi was assigned to another house. Had it not been for the excitement of entering the academy and the warm welcome from the Gryffindor newcomers and upperclassmen, Katie might have been consumed by her disappointment. Meanwhile, a boy who had boasted about his uncle being a Ministry of Magic official was sorted into Gryffindor. The name, Chemical McLagan, seemed vaguely familiar. He was likely akin to Katie, a character who had appeared multiple times in the original story but had not left a lasting impression on Arnold. However, in this real world, who could predict how future events would unfold? The sorting ceremony continued, punctuated by applause and cheers resonating from the 4 long tables. When the last newcomer, Felix Whitehead, was assigned to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away temporarily. "Welcome," exclaimed Albus Dumbledore, his face aglow with a smile as he gazed at the students, arms outstretched as if nothing pleased him more than seeing them gathered together. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words." Fortunately, having read the original text, I knew that Dumbledore's demeanor differed significantly from that of the headmaster I had known in my previous school days. Indeed, Dumbledore merely uttered a cryptic statement. "Fools. Crybabies. Dregs. Twist." He then raised his hand slightly and thanked everyone. As Dumbledore's words echoed, applause and cheers erupted from the upperclassmen of all 4 houses, and the newcomers joined in, only to be left agape by the transformation of the long tables. An array of exquisite dishes materialized before them, each more delectable than the last. Arnold, a carnivore at heart, could hardly contain his excitement over Dumbledore's magical display and immediately reached for the nearest steak, brandishing his knife. Though he had indulged in snacks aboard the Hogwarts Express, those hardly constituted a proper meal. Humanity had spent millions of years evolving to the pinnacle of the food chain. And of course, that was for the purpose of consuming meat. In truth, Arnold was now quite adept at using the cutting charm to slice steak. Yet in this setting, he felt it prudent to maintain a low profile. He resolved to quietly embrace his identity as a foodie. As Arnold relished his meal, Katie approached once more, still clutching an unfinished Yorkshire pudding, and whispered, "Arnold, do you know what Dumbledore's last statement meant?" The upperclassmen claim ignorance, but I suspect they are hiding something from us. With such a curious mind, how did you end up in Gryffindor? Arnold replied, "And your upperclassmen are quite innocent, you know. They might genuinely be unaware, or at the very least uncertain." Arnold swallowed the beef in his mouth, fiddling with his knife and fork, and retorted, "Katie, surely you jest. Today marks my inaugural visit to Hogwarts as well. How could you possibly assume that I am privy to the headmaster's discourse?" Katie furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "It is perhaps due to the impression you leave on me. You seem exceptionally astute." As if nothing poses a challenge for you, Arnold paused his actions, raising his gaze to her. "Is that all? Don't stop. You articulate so well. Do share more." Katie was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, no. I mean, Katie, you overestimate me. I truly cannot fathom why the headmaster would string those peculiar words together into a sentence." Arnold felt a tinge of embarrassment for his own audacity and quickly lowered his head, focusing intently on his steak. In his previous life, Arnold, much like many fans, had been curious about the meaning of that phrase. In certain legends, when these 4 words are translated into Latin, they could form a phrase wishing for the blessings of the holy light. No, rather, "May Merlin bless you." However, a closer examination of the original text reveals that none of those 4 words could possibly approximate the pronunciation of Merlin. Moreover, there were 2 other widely circulated interpretations of that phrase. One interpretation posits that Hufflepuffs are all fools, Ravenclaw's bookworms merely whine, Slytherins are all failures, and Gryffindors are all mischievous troublemakers. This perspective reflects the impressions each of the 3 houses holds of a particular house. The other interpretation concerns how each house perceives the other 3. Ravenclaw students, often regarded as the most intelligent, believe that anyone not in Ravenclaw must be a fool. The term whining is typically used among teenagers in English-speaking countries to refer to overweight individuals, with unkind peers using it to insult and belittle those who are heavier or less physically fit. Gryffindor students consider their counterparts from other houses to lack their bravery and boldness. The term failure, originating from the textile industry, refers to leftover fabric scraps deemed unusable for creating anything of value. Slytherins, who champion pure bloodlines, value integrity and unity, viewing students from other houses as impure wizards. Mere useless scraps. Hufflepuff students are portrayed as diligent and earnest, believing that the other houses ought to adjust their ways. This last interpretation enjoys the highest recognition among fans, and Arnold subscribed to it as well. However, he certainly could not divulge this to Katie. As a newcomer to Hogwarts, he must strive to fulfill his role diligently. Possessing talent or a touch of uniqueness is insignificant, yet displaying an exceptional understanding of the four houses right after arriving at Hogwarts would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Perhaps it was some sort of clandestine code, impervious to contemporary written and spoken language. Not only did he refrain from articulating his preferred interpretation, but Arnold also offered the least credible one, a subtle concealment. Since the system had not issued any corresponding tasks, it was best to let this moment pass unnoticed. Yet not every freshman was as discreet as Arnold. Close by, a certain student known for his catchphrase, "My uncle is XX," named Alchemical, seized the opportunity to join the conversation. I know what the headmaster's statement meant. His voice resonated loudly, capturing the attention of many new and returning students alike. The attention he garnered was immensely gratifying for Alchemical. Ahem. He coughed deliberately, clearing his throat, and once all eyes were upon him, he proclaimed, "If you reverse that phrase, it translates to welcome to Hogwarts in Dragonese." Dragonese? Really impressive, isn't it? Is that true? Of course it is. My uncle is an official at the Ministry of Magic. Are there really dragons? There must be. I visited them with my uncle when I was a child. Do you speak Dragonese? Have you conversed with them? Naturally. I am quite familiar with the Ukrainian Ironbelly. Amidst the gazes of curiosity and envy from his peers, Alchemical reveled in the attention. However, there were undoubtedly skeptics, Arnold being one of them. After hearing Alchemical's boastful claims, he merely shook his head with a smirk, returning his focus to the chicken leg before him. Delicious. No wonder Ron enjoys it so much. Dragons surely exist, but Dragonese? In his previous life, Arnold had indeed encountered such claims online, but like the Latin interpretation, it was widely circulated yet held in low esteem. However, in this current, tangible reality, Alchemical's performance was rather successful. After all, few comprehend Dragonese, and certainly, the Hogwarts students around him did not. Thus, his explanation could not be readily disproven, especially as he frequently emphasized that his uncle was a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic, presenting his claims as if they were official statements. Katie was somewhat skeptical of Alchemical's explanation. She did not outright dismiss it, but she simply found his tone unconvincing. Arnold savored a small bowl of tangy tomato soup, releasing a contented sigh as he met Katie's inquisitive gaze. He casually remarked, "Perhaps what he said holds some truth, or it may not be as complicated as we presume." That statement might simply be a touch of humor from the headmaster. In fact, this interpretation echoed one he had encountered in a previous life, suggesting that Rowling intended to portray Dumbledore's eccentricity and wit through that phrase. The myriad analyses and interpretations of this sentence are overwhelming, absent a direct inquiry to Dumbledore himself. There exists no definitive answer. Yet, would Arnold dare to approach him? Trust that Dumbledore possesses the wisdom to restrain his soul-capturing abilities? I believe he does. But there is no need to test that belief recklessly. In the chapter titled Ice and Fire, Arnold swiftly devoured a steak, barely glancing at the boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, and fried chips on the table as he made his way directly toward the pork chops and lamb chops. One must admit, the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves far surpassed his own. The dishes presented, while predominantly simple English fare, were executed with impeccable taste and timing, with the integration of various seasonings precisely balanced. Although Arnold's palate, influenced by his origins from a land of culinary abundance, felt the house elves' recipes could benefit from further innovation and expansion, the banquet's offerings were sufficiently satisfying, even sumptuous, for him and all the students present. Indeed, I ought to seek an opportunity to inquire about acquiring a house elf rather than endeavoring to master the culinary arts myself. At that moment, a ghost clad in a ruffled, form-fitting garment floated beside Arnold, watching intently as he delicately sliced the tender meat from the lamb chop and brought it to his mouth. The ghost's throat instinctively quivered in longing, lamenting, "It certainly looks delightful." Arnold savored a tender morsel of lamb, perfectly roasted to a crisp exterior, and, observing his expression, inquired with curiosity, "Oh, is there no food for ghosts at Hogwarts? Is it impossible, or has no one prepared it?" The ghost replied, "I have not partaken in sustenance for 4 centuries. I do not require nourishment, yet I certainly yearn for its exquisite flavors." He paused, then continued, "I suppose I have yet to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." Arnold nodded in acknowledgement. He had a considerable impression of the spectre commonly referred to as Nearly Headless Nick. Firstly, he was a ghost with significant presence in the original narrative. Secondly, the name Nicholas was associated with many notable figures in Arnold's past life, including Cage and Nicholas Say, but the most renowned was Jiao Si. Being observed, whether by a person or a ghost, made Arnold feel somewhat self-conscious. He paid a bit more attention to his manner of eating, slowing his pace, while casually engaging Nicholas in conversation. Good day, Sir Nicholas. You mentioned your fondness for the delights of food. Does that mean a ghost lack taste? Arnold was uncertain about the nature of a ghost's existence, yet did not Confucius once say, food, color, and desire? If one cannot savor delicacies or indulge in pleasures, what joy is there in living for an eternity? Taste? Does that refer to the experience of flavor? Regrettably, I possess a mere semblance of it. It is scarcely distinguishable from having none at all. Nicholas shook his head, gazing at Arnold's dining actions with evident envy. What sensations can a ghost truly experience? Arnold inquired curiously. Water, fire, and of course, magic, Nicholas replied. So, only those in an extreme state can feel anything? Isn't the threshold for joy among the ghosts rather high? Quite extravagant. Suppressing his internal critique, Arnold continued to probe. Can you taste food transformed by magic? Nicholas shook his head once more. That too is impossible. It made sense, for Hogwarts was abundant with those skilled in magic, professors, students, house elves, and so forth. If magically conjured food could satisfy a ghost's hunger, they would not be subjected to such mistreatment. That presents quite a challenge. Perhaps I might draw inspiration from molecular gastronomy, attempting to construct ingredients from a microscopic level with magic. If countless small elements converge, might there be some effect? In contemplation, Mike McLagan approached. I know you, he exclaimed, glancing at Nicholas, then addressing a few nearby first years who had been captivated by his earlier remarks. My uncle spoke of you. You are nearly headless Nick. I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas, he replied, appearing a tad uneasy. Nearly headless? How could you be nearly headless? A first year with light brown hair interjected. During the sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall had called his name, yet Arnold had evidently overlooked it. Nicholas appeared quite agitated. It seemed he wished to avoid that topic. Just like this, he replied impatiently. Grasping his left ear, Nicholas pulled downward, causing his head to wobble and slide off from his neck, resting on his shoulder as if it were hinged. Clearly, before becoming a ghost, someone had severed his head, yet not entirely. Observing the astonished expressions of the nearby first years, Nicholas's previous irritation evaporated, replaced by mirth. He gently repositioned his head back onto his neck, cleared his throat, and declared, Very well, new Gryffindor students. I hope you will assist us in winning this year's House Cup. Yes? Gryffindor has not gone this long without a victory. Arnold interjected with a question. How long? The rewards associated with the Academy Cup were so enticing that he could not afford to be indifferent. Nicholas replied with palpable frustration. Slytherin has claimed the championship for 5 consecutive years. The ghost, Barrow, is utterly intolerable. He is the specter of Slytherin. Having said this, he cautiously cast a glance towards the Slytherin long table. Following his gaze, Arnold swiftly discerned a rather peculiar apparition, with vacant eyes, a gaunt visage, in a robe marred by silver stains, bound in chains and shackles. Arnold merely cast a cursory glance, quickly averting his gaze after identifying the individual. What is there to admire in a twisted notion of love that demands reciprocation under threat of violence? It is far more prudent to contemplate how to secure victory in the Academy Cup. That embodies energy, honor, the wellspring of joy, and formidable capital. Once every stomach appears pleasantly round, the remnants of food swiftly vanish from the plates, leaving the cutlery gleaming as if untouched. After a while, desserts arrive. A delightful array of ice creams in various flavors, alongside cakes, donuts, apple tarts, and an assortment of cookies. In England, it is a challenge to find authentic Sichuan cuisine. Yet Arnold's fondness for sweets is well met, particularly with the exceptional creations of the house elves at Hogwarts. However, the banquet, especially the post-meal desserts, serves more as a time for socializing than for mere consumption. Hello. A somewhat unfamiliar voice broke the air beside Arnold. Turning to investigate, he encountered a boy with a mane of yellow curls, who continued, May I ask, are you Arnold Adams? That is indeed me, Arnold affirmed with a nod. I mean, the Arnold Adams who wrote Frozen? The curly-haired boy inquired further. Yes, that would be me, Arnold replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding once more. Speaking of which, given that the story is adapted from a princess animation by Disney, shouldn't the majority of Frozen fans be girls? Why then? Was the first admirer he encountered in the magical realm a boy? It truly is you. How wonderful. I attended your signing event and recognized you just now. Though I hesitated to be certain, the boy exclaimed in excitement before recalling his manners. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Andrew Kirk. Arnold felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's a pleasure to meet you, but I must apologize. I don't remember. The curly-haired boy, Andrew Kirk, waved his hand with understanding. No need to apologize. Your book is so popular, and you had to sign for so many people. It's perfectly normal to forget, with others already having crafted their excuses. What more could Arnold say? In the presence of fans, maintaining a smile was the best course of action. At that moment, the Weasley twins approached, each holding a slice of cake. One of them interjected, Hey, Arnold, what are you talking about? What signatures? Arnold thought to himself. Isn't it rather pretentious to speak of such matters myself? He felt awkward and called out to someone. Hurry up and come help me out here. Chapter 69. Unintentionally becoming the center of attention. Andrew Kirk, true to form, did not disappoint Arnold. He eagerly took the conversation forward, posing a surprised rhetorical question. You all don't know? Seeing the Weasley twins and several new students looking bewildered, Andrew, being a fan of Arnold, felt compelled to enlighten them. Although Arnold is just a freshman at Hogwarts, in the Muggle world, he is an exceptionally renowned author. Having published a fairy tale titled Frozen, noticing that the surrounding young wizards remained unresponsive, Andrew waved his arms, continuing, Frozen is fantastic. The story is riveting, deeply moving, and highly educational. Moreover, it sold exceptionally well. Andrew Kirk's enthusiastic repetition of very 4 times was a proud tribute to his idol. However, Arnold couldn't help but glance at the excited Andrew and then at the puzzled faces of his classmates, wishing he could slap himself in disbelief. This generation of fans was lacking. Their flattery felt so forced. Had they not received any training in the art of praise? Where were the supportive banners? Well, even though I'm not sure what you've written, it's impressive to have published a book at such a young age. Lee Jordan emerged from behind George and Fred, patting Arnold's shoulder, embodying what it means to be vaguely impressed. Frozen tells the tale of a little girl with ice magic. It's quite intriguing. My mother even bought me that book. It's particularly delightful. At that moment, a girl stepped forward to explain the situation to the bewildered young wizards, then turned to Arnold with a look of surprise. I never expected to meet the author here at Hogwarts. I'm Anna Miffield, sharing the same name as your book sister, though I prefer the elder sister, Elsa. Anna Miffield chattered incessantly, and judging by her demeanor, Arnold suspected that if a pin were present, she would insist on getting his autograph right then and there. Indeed. Fans were most endearing when they were enthusiastic young women. Hello, Miss Miffield, Arnold said, extending his hand for a gentle handshake. Andrew, however, did not receive the same courtesy. Yet, with Arnold's rising popularity, the self-proclaimed #1 pretentious freshman in Gryffindor could not tolerate it any longer. Mike McLaughlin snorted, his tone irritable. Arnold, you have some nerve. Turning the affairs of the magical world into a story and publishing it in the Muggle realm. Aren't you afraid the Ministry of Magic will come after you? His gloomy expression suggested he might report Arnold to the Ministry at any moment. Children who delight in reporting others are far from charming. And it's evident they have no friends, you know? Arnold maintained a polite smile on his face, firmly denying, my parents are merely ordinary people. How would I know anything about the magical world? When we received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, we thought it was a prank. As for the tale of Frozen, along with its characters and events, they were merely a dream from many years ago. I'm not involved. I have not been. Do not speak nonsensically. Regardless of whether there truly exists a pair of sisters named Elsa and Anna in your magical realm, past, present, or future, it is of no concern to me. This is merely an epiphany. Anna Miffield, dissatisfied with the interruption by Mike McLaughlin, swiftly redirected the conversation. So you come from a Muggle family? I am of mixed heritage. It was only after I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts that my father confessed to my mother, which utterly startled her. With someone taking the lead, the new students began to share their personal experiences regarding their families and the moment they received their Hogwarts acceptance letters. I was born into a wizarding family and had been exposed to magic from a young age. However, upon receiving the letter, my family was still elated. Taking me to Diagon Alley to purchase a beautiful ginger cat, spoke a boy named Jack Slopper, the very same lad who had previously shown curiosity about Nick. My parents are both ordinary folk. They thought the letter was a prank until Professor McGonagall visited our home late one evening to clarify that it was no joke. Following this, Katie briefly recounted her own story. Huh? Was Katie's family also under Professor McGonagall's care? And did she also receive the news so late? Arnold cast a furtive glance at the girl beside him. At that moment, Katie also turned her gaze in his direction, causing Arnold's heart to leap. It wasn't intentional. Nicole and I, well, primarily Nicole, she merely sought to learn as much as possible about the magical realm and Hogwarts, in order to decide whether I should attend school here. Arnold, what's the matter with you? Katie questioned, puzzled by Arnold's furtive demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of Professor McGonagall's late visit to her home. Noticing Arnold's silence, she continued in a hushed tone. So, the book Frozen was written by you? Arnold Adams, I should have realized it sooner. Arnold's face broke into an awkward yet courteous smile. For a wizard, this was hardly an extraordinary feat. For a time traveler, it was even less significant. No wonder you are so wealthy and still have us assisting in exchanging for galleons. As she spoke, Katie feigned a sudden realization. Wait, what do you mean by exchanging for galleons? Anna Miffield, who had been attentively observing Arnold, inquired curiously upon hearing Katie's words. Katie glanced at Arnold, saw him nod, and explained, it's about exchanging pounds for galleons at Gringotts. There is a limit to how much each person can exchange. Arnold wanted to exchange more. So he asked us to transfer our unused quotas to him, and he would give us 1/10 of the galleons he received. Since Arnold was unconcerned, Katie spoke freely about the situation, and several nearby students overheard. Consequently, Arnold became the center of attention, with multiple classmates fixating their gazes on him, including some upperclassmen nearby. Meeting their eager stares, Arnold nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. If anyone still has an exchange quota at Gringotts and is willing to do so, I will continue to collect. However, it may require a bit of effort from you all to make a trip to Diagon Alley during Christmas. With the rising popularity of Frozen, Arnold was indeed not lacking in funds, especially since he had experienced a financial windfall over the summer. Wimbledon, being a suburban area of London, had reasonably priced homes and land. However, Arnold was uncertain how many galleons he would require to construct and renovate using materials and techniques from the magical realm, and to continue collecting magical items for his personal cultivation and research. In any case, it seemed prudent to accumulate a little in advance. Really? I still have a quota of 50 galleons left to exchange. Do you need it, Arnold? Should I bring the pounds for the exchange in advance? No need. I have enough myself. I also have a quota of 70 galleons left, but I might need you to give me 350 pounds first. No problem. Just remind me before Christmas, and I'll get it for you. Arnold observed that regardless of whether in the magical or mundane world, the financial education of British children was quite commendable, as orders immediately began pouring in for him. Meanwhile, the uninitiated Cormac McLagan found himself pushed to the periphery, while Arnold unwittingly became the focal point. Chapter 70, Scaring the Baby. With good looks, a full wallet, and a gentlemanly demeanor, it was no surprise that the ladies were eager to surround a young man like him, provided their eyesight was not impaired. However, while Arnold enjoyed the lively atmosphere, becoming a part of the commotion was another matter entirely. Within a few sentences, he found the noise overwhelming and quickly raised his hands, slightly elevating his voice. Let us pause here, everyone. I will collect the interested parties and their quotas 2 weeks before Christmas, along with any pounds that need to be prepared in advance. How does that sound? His reminder prompted the surrounding students to realize the inappropriateness of the time and place, and they all agreed, emphasizing that he should not forget. Before dispersing one by one, although Arnold had not had the chance to count the heads, he sensed that a considerable number of students were interested in this venture. Thus, he anticipated that Gringotts would see more customers than in previous years during the Christmas holidays, which would surely delight the goblins. I've exhausted my quota for this year, but I've noticed I haven't spent much of my galleons. Will you still be collecting next year, Arnold? I should continue, but we can discuss the specifics when next summer arrives. Great, and I'll pre-order for the following year. However, as Arnold had just arrived at Hogwarts, he felt quite unfamiliar with the magical world. What if he ended up with a surplus of galleons that he could not spend? Did he truly need to follow Nicole's suggestion of creating an entire wardrobe of magical haute couture, changing it quarterly? That seemed rather extravagant. Perhaps it was best to be vague about it for now. While others lived within their means, he intended to surpass them. How wonderful it was to have money. Around the long tables of the 4 houses, students gathered in several circles, sharing tales of their holidays. At that moment, all the desserts on the dining table suddenly vanished, and Professor Dumbledore at the head table stood up once again. Noticing the change at the table and Dumbledore's action, all students instinctively quieted down. Dumbledore then spoke, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Oh, now that everyone is full and satisfied, I wish to address you all with a few words. Indeed, Dumbledore was quite astute. Instead of listing points 1, 2, and 3 all at once, he broke them down into several segments, demonstrating far more skill than any headmasters Arnold had encountered in his previous life. First, let us welcome Professor Tyrion Lannister, who will take charge of the defense against the Dark Arts class in the new year. What? Tyrion? I must be hearing things. Arnold initially paid little attention to Dumbledore's subsequent remarks, expecting the usual admonitions against venturing into the Forbidden Forest and announcements about the Quidditch team tryouts, details he remembered clearly from the stories he had read in the past. He even found himself silently critiquing Dumbledore's methods. However, upon hearing a name that was both unexpected and familiar, Arnold was taken aback and hastily turned to look at the professor, who was nodding at the students. Standing on a high stool at the head table was a rather short individual, smiling and acknowledging the students. A dwarf? With a deep sense of doubt. Arnold scrutinized him for a while before secretly releasing a sigh of relief. Despite the professor sharing the same name as the imp and being of similar stature, his appearance bore no resemblance to the descriptions from old novels or the infamous HBO series. With a forehead reminiscent of a birthday celebrant, a pointed nose, and ears that were not as exaggerated as a Gringotts goblin, he bore a striking resemblance to Professor Flitwick seated nearby. Note 1. The imp did not possess any goblin lineage. What a fright it was. For a moment, Arnold feared that ever since Tom Riddle cursed the position of defense against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore had finally been left with no choice but to seek aid from the realm of Westeros after decades of searching for a brave soul within the British magical community. Just think about it. At the rate of 1 teacher per year, how many adult wizards had been consumed? Note 2, and all of them were of considerable skill. With such a small population in the British magical community, it was no wonder that even the likes of Gilderoy Lockhart could manage to sneak in just 2 years later. Setting aside his concerns regarding the potential chaos and disarray of the timelines, Arnold finally took the opportunity to observe the other individuals seated at the professor's table. For instance, upon hearing Dumbledore introduce Tyrion Lannister, the potion professor, Severus Snape, whose face resembled that of a lifeless doll, suddenly twitched. Having not paid attention before, Arnold now recognized that, despite Snape's appearance differing somewhat from the films and being notably thinner, he was unmistakable. His features were too distinctive, a sallow, expressionless visage and a prominent hook nose that made him quite conspicuous. Additionally, his greasy, raven black hair prompted Arnold to stifle a remark. The Potter family built their fortune on selling shampoo, surely. It wouldn't hurt to pay a little attention to personal grooming, even if one were unable to overcome certain mental hurdles. Was the magical world limited to the Potters when it came to shampoo? The family had long since passed, and Arnold was well aware that only Harry remained, who, at present, was clueless about the very entrance to the magical realm, let alone concocting any magical shampoos. Or was it possible that all shampoo in the magical world relied on a formula invented by the ancestors of the Potter family? If so, Snape's stubbornness in neglecting to wash his hair might be somewhat understandable, but it was still an eyesore. Just look at Professor Quirrell, before being possessed by Voldemort. He appeared to embody the essence of a true professor. Arnold wondered if his small actions could influence Snape as fate. However, he was resolute in not actively altering the trajectory of another's destiny. As a novice, he could not withstand the scrutiny of the more accomplished. Even someone like Arnold, who possessed a hint of kindness but primarily prioritized his own well-being, recognized that even a saint must first attain divinity before endeavoring to assist others. After introducing the new professors, Dumbledore proceeded to share a few essential points of note, as Arnold had anticipated, at the commencement of the term. I must remind everyone of a few important matters. At this juncture, Dumbledore paused, his half-moon spectacles glinting with a keen light as he directed his gaze toward Gryffindor, simultaneously announcing, "First-year students, please take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students." This is a reminder that even some of our older classmates should bear in mind. As Dumbledore's gaze swept over the assembly, Arnold felt no trepidation. He understood that Dumbledore was subtly warning the mischievous Weasley twins nearby. George and Fred, well versed in their antics, remained unfazed. One made a face at Percy, who had issued a silent threat, while the other exchanged mischievous glances with Lee Jordan. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wished me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, the trials for the Quidditch team will be held in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. It seemed there was no mention of the corridor on the 4th floor being off-limits. Was Hagrid still awaiting the three-headed dog, Fluffy, or had Fluffy not yet matured? Perhaps. Even though Fluffy was Hagrid's pet, he need be confined to his small room within Hogwarts when not tasked with guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Wouldn't it be preferable for him to roam freely in the Forbidden Forest, indulging in a feast and revelry? After elaborating on all the important announcements, Dumbledore boomed, "Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together." The smiles of all the teachers stiffened, particularly Professor McGonagall, who had only recently returned the Sorting Hat. Yet Arnold felt an eagerness. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that danced above the dining tables like a serpent, forming lines of text. "Choose your favorite melody," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." Thus, the entire faculty and student body began to sing. Some appeared bewildered, merely pretending to move their lips, while others sang half-heartedly. However, Arnold, along with Lee Jordan and the Weasley twins, sang with great enthusiasm. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 please grant us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds can embrace some interesting things." Most students sang in a disjointed manner, with some professors perhaps only moving their lips. Yet Arnold, Lee, and the Weasley twins sang in unison, their focus unwavering, drawing the attention of both new and returning students alike. Indeed, they adhered to a singular melody, which Arnold had crafted by blending familiar tunes, including snippets from Little Apple and The Moon Represents My Heart. It was impossible for him to recall the entirety of any single song. This arrangement had been a pact formed with a few companions aboard the Hogwarts Express, for which he had even sacrificed his secret technique for flying on a broomstick. While the others might not utilize it, at least it satisfied their insatiable curiosity. Whether from novels he had read in a previous life or the Weasley twins' holiday introductions, the school song had been mentioned, and Arnold had been keen to experiment. The funeral march was far too somber for his taste. Singing alone lacked meaning. By involving his companions, their cacophonous harmony would surely stand out. In the distance, Cedric's voice mingled with theirs from the Hufflepuff table, despite his evident embarrassment. Yet, having promised to sing loudly, the earnest Cedric would not go back on his word. Unlike Cedric, Lee, Fred, and George sang with wild abandon, growing increasingly boisterous, even if the final notes strayed far from Arnold's memory. The crucial point was that each had diverged into a different tune. Arnold felt quite certain that he had been led astray by his companions, and it was certainly not due to his off-key singing. In fact, this was rather delightful. One could consider it a harmonious duet or even a trio. Truly a grand chorus. After all, Dumbledore seemed to revel in it, conducting the final measures with his wand, and when Arnold and the others concluded their performance, his applause was the loudest. Music, it appeared, had profoundly moved Dumbledore, who, filled with emotion, remarked that it was far more enchanting than anything they were doing here. It was time for bed now, so everyone should return to their dormitories. George, Fred, and Lee Jordan exchanged high-fives with Arnold, celebrating their triumphant performance. Then they linked arms, laughing heartily as they exited the dining hall, heading back to their dormitory first. Meanwhile, the first-year Gryffindor students, including Arnold, followed Charlie and another upperclassman female through the bustling crowd, making their way out of the dining hall. Charlie then halted, turning to the newcomers and calling out loudly. First-year Gryffindors, gather here. The upperclassmen echoed his call. They had to shout, as the newcomers were unfamiliar with the layout. Besides, all 4 houses wore identical uniforms, making recognition solely reliant on faces. However, the first years were temporarily face-blind to their peers and older students, and one misstep could lead them into another house's line. Once they reached the staircase, the situation improved. The Hufflepuff common room was underground, as was Slytherin's, located near the Black Lake, while only Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students ascended. Charlie and the Ravenclaw prefect signaled, allowing the 2 groups to proceed in turns, ensuring that the newcomers would not mistakenly join the wrong line. The Ravenclaw group led the way, and Charlie then addressed the first years. Congratulations. I am Prefect Charlie Weasley. It is my pleasure to represent the house in welcoming you to Gryffindor. Our emblem is the lion, the bravest of creatures. Our colors are scarlet and gold. And the common room is situated in Gryffindor Tower. In short, Gryffindor is the finest house at Hogwarts, home to the most courageous wizards, including Albus Dumbledore. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. Our headmaster, the greatest wizard of our time, hails from Gryffindor. If that does not speak volumes, I am unsure what could be more representative. I shall not speak for long. If you wish to learn more about the house, simply follow me to the Gryffindor common room. Lastly, I wish you a delightful time at Hogwarts. How could it be anything less? You are now part of the best house in the school. Given that Charlie kept his promise and did not speak for too long, Arnold, eager to show his support, led the applause. Charlie then glanced at the already distant Ravenclaw group and beckoned the Gryffindor first years to follow him and the female prefect as they began their ascent. As Arnold trailed closely behind the Gryffindor freshman team, his mind wandered to his peculiar system. This system was undeniably abnormal. Merely singing a random tune had inexplicably earned him an achievement, joyful chorus. What an absurd accolade. The reward was miserly as well, a mere 100 points of energy. It had been ages since he encountered such a paltry reward for any task or achievement. Nevertheless, it was indeed rather delightful. Shutting down the system interface, Arnold redirected his focus to the present. He followed the Gryffindor newcomers up a series of stairs, traversing numerous corridors, occasionally passing through hidden doors concealed behind sliding panels and draping curtains. Ascending to the 8th floor, he turned a corner and spotted a painting adorning the wall at the end of the corridor. The portrait depicted a woman of ample figure, yet she donned a dress of youthful pink. Arnold recognized that it was the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady. This indicated that they had arrived. Note 1. In the original text, the Hogwarts uniforms are entirely black, devoid of any distinguishing emblems or insignias that represent the houses, and there is no variation in color. Only name tags. In the film adaptation, the uniforms are differentiated by house colors, and students don Muggle clothing during their leisure time. Here, the author adheres to the original setting, where all 4 houses wear the same attire, reserving the distinct uniforms with house colors and crests for Quidditch matches. Note 2. The entrance to the Gryffindor common room, guarded by the Fat Lady, is located on the 8th floor of the castle. In the English version, it is referred to as the Fat Lady floor, but in British English, the ground floor is considered the first floor, which corresponds to what we refer to as the 2nd floor, making the 7th floor equivalent to the 8th. Thus, the translation in the original Chinese version of the novel is accurate. While some entries in the Chinese Wikipedia for Harry Potter contain errors regarding the floor designations, the crowdsourced nature of Wikipedia can lead to inaccuracies. I welcome readers to point out any mistakes. Chapter 72, The Dog Hole. Indeed, Charlie paused before the portrait, and the fat lady opened her half-closed eyes, inquiring, "Password?" Charlie replied, "Dragonhead." Arnold listened intently, quietly pondering how many of the passwords used by the plump lady he could still recall. Was it Dragon's Head? Pig's Snout? Nonsense? It seemed there were just these few, and the rest eluded him at that moment. It appeared essential to keep the passwords clear and committed to memory. Unlike in the principal's office, where reciting the Duke of Honey's product catalog would invariably yield the correct answer. Never mind. I have no desire to intrude upon the principal unnecessarily. As Charlie deciphered the correct password, the portrait swung open with a creaking lament, reminiscent of a long-neglected wooden door, revealing a circular opening in the wall. Watching his classmates crawl through the aperture one after another, Arnold felt an exasperated sigh welling up within him. Here was a door for humans, concealed somewhere, while a hole for dogs was right before his eyes. Why, oh why, could the world not adhere to the cinematic version? Could they not provide an entrance tall enough for a person? Well, it was a matter of life and death. He would crawl if necessary. After all, a single dog is still a dog, and crawling through a hole is hardly a catastrophe. His robe lacked any magical self-cleaning properties, but he had 2 more garments to alternate with. The issue lay in the size of the hole. It was rather diminutive. Perhaps a clandestine tunnel crafted by some treasure-seeking rogue. With his sturdy build, he would need to suck in his stomach to squeeze through. If it was this challenging at 11, how did Charlie manage to pass through as he approached graduation? Fortunately, on the other side of the hole, the Gryffindor common room bore no resemblance to such cramped confines. It was spacious and ample. This circular chamber was adorned with a plush carpet, and at its center stood a fireplace ablaze with a warm and bright flame. Surrounding the hearth were an array of soft sofas and armchairs, complemented by several long tables and small coffee tables where Gryffindor students could study, rest, or host gatherings. The walls were draped in gold and crimson wallpaper, embellished with various portraits, while the carpet echoed the same regal color scheme. Indeed, this was quintessentially Gryffindor. At that moment, several upperclassmen had already arrived in the common room. A few girls sat chatting on a long sofa, while Lee Jordan was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with a brown-haired white student, all under the watchful gaze of the Weasley brothers. Upon the arrival of the new students, both the chatting girls and the boys observing the game paused their activities, turning to greet the newcomers with waves. "Welcome to the Gryffindor common room," Charlie announced, standing before the fireplace and turning to face the new arrivals. "The boys' dormitory is upstairs to the left, and the girls' is to the right. Your belongings have already been delivered." The head girl led the girls to their dormitory, while Charlie guided the boys through another door. Climbing the spiral staircase behind Charlie, Arnold and his companions finally reached their dormitory. 5 beds, each adorned with 4 posts draped in deep red flannel curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered, likely belonging to a new student from a Muggle family, similar to Arnold's. But the distinctive flying skateboard was undoubtedly one of a kind. Arnold recognized his surroundings at a glance, confirming the location of his bed. He promptly approached his bedside, meticulously arranging the sheets, blankets, and pillows prepared by Nicole before attending to his other belongings. He placed 2 sets of wizarding robes, a hoodie, a pointed hat, dragonhide gloves, and a cloak into the small wardrobe beside his bed. Although they had become slightly disheveled during transport, he accepted them as they were and chose not to refold them, reasoning that frequent changes would make the folding irrelevant. Next, he organized a pile of hefty textbooks, exquisitely crafted parchment, and even more refined high-end notebooks from the Muggle world, along with an assortment of pens. In addition to the quill and ink purchased in Diagon Alley, Arnold had brought several ballpoint pens and markers in various colors and tip sizes. The quill, while charming, paled in comparison to the efficiency of modern writing instruments for note-taking and marking, unless it possessed magical properties that allowed it to write autonomously based on one's thoughts. He found little use for it. After a single use, Arnold had set the quill aside, deeming it unnecessary to keep at home. Once he had placed his books and stationery on the desk by his bed, Arnold stuffed his cauldron, balance scales, and telescope into the space beneath the desk, along with his simple woodworking tools. Finally, he propped his flying skateboard between the desk and the window, achieving a pleasingly organized and tidy appearance. The other boys in the dormitory, having finished unpacking, appeared utterly exhausted, including Arnold's little admirer, Andrew Kirk, and the typically boisterous Cormac McLagan, both of whom had already changed into their pajamas and were preparing for sleep. Arnold observed their fatigue and wondered if they hadn't even broken a sweat throughout the day. Were they really going to bed without a shower? Perhaps they were simply too worn out? In contrast, Arnold's biological clock, whether in this life or the last, did not permit him to retire so early. What joy is there in life without a nightlife? Whether it involves reveling outside or indulging in virtual escapades, it all counts as nightlife. However, what could he do now? Hogwarts clearly lacked the essential tools for nocturnal adventures. Would it be too audacious to embark on a night excursion on his very first day of school? He decided to bide his time until he felt more secure or could find a season guide. Yet, he could certainly begin some preliminary preparations. Moreover, he was not solely motivated by the prospect of nocturnal escapades. Suddenly recalling something, Arnold slipped into a stall in the communal bathroom to wash himself thoroughly, changed into his pajamas, and then descended the stairs with paper and pen in hand. Upon reaching the common room, he discovered that the boys who had been playing chess had changed. Lee Jordan and the previous boy with brown hair had relinquished their spots, and now Fred and another boy occupied the chessboard. Fred was engaged in a game, but this could just as easily apply to George. "Hey, George," Arnold approached, standing beside the chessboard and lightly tapping him. "Oh, Arnold, you didn't go to rest?" George turned to him, curiosity evident in his voice. Based on his own experience, he knew that first years, after a day of train travel and a journey to Hogwarts, usually felt exhausted after the feast, transitioning from anticipation to awe, anxiety, and excitement. It was surprising to see Arnold still full of energy for a game in the common room. "I'm not used to sleeping so early," Arnold shrugged, offering a brief explanation. "What a coincidence, neither am I," George replied with a mischievous grin, gesturing to the chessboard and asking, "How about a game?" The narrative continues with Arnold expressing a lack of interest in chess, despite his capabilities, as the wizarding chess played at Hogwarts possessed a degree of sentience. While the basic rules mirrored those of international chess, the pieces would not follow commands unless they were treated with respect and gained their trust. Arnold contemplated creating his own version of chess or perhaps Go or Chinese chess to enrich the recreational activities of Hogwarts students. Shaking his head, Arnold leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Let us play another time. I have something I'd like to ask you." Seeing Arnold's demeanor, George seemed to understand and lowered his voice as well. "What is it?" "I'm looking for a map of Hogwarts. Do you or anyone you know have one?" Arnold articulated his purpose, noting George's expression shift to one of intrigue. "Or perhaps you know where I could find one. I noticed the layout and pathways here are quite complex, and having a map would certainly facilitate my studies and daily life." After hearing this, George's expression relaxed. It made sense. They had never mentioned a map in their letters, and Arnold had only just arrived at Hogwarts. The thought of sharing their greatest secret, the Marauder's map, flickered in his mind. Should I show it to him? It's just a glimpse, the map won't fly away. Arnold is clever and enjoyable. He won't disclose it to others or report to professors or parents, unlike Percy. After much deliberation, George finally made up his mind and led Arnold aside, smiling broadly. I must say, Arnold, you're quite lucky. Lucky? How so? Arnold appeared utterly bewildered. He had merely come to inquire about a map. Yet somehow it had spiraled into a matter of fortune. George glanced around cautiously before whispering, if you were to ask anyone else, the answer would undoubtedly be negative. At this juncture, he chuckled lightly and continued, however, I am quite different. I happen to possess a rather comprehensive map of Hogwarts. You were fortunate to have sought my assistance. Indeed, Arnold responded, his spirits lifted. Might I take a look at it and perhaps make a copy? Certainly, but not here. George replied, nodding thoughtfully. With an air of mystery, he led Arnold up to the attic. This map is a unique treasure. A closely guarded secret of my brother and me, and it is rather special. Follow me. Arnold accompanied George to his dormitory, surveying the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. However, 2 desks were adorned with a family portrait of the Weasley clan, exuding a vibrant sense of life. Oh. Speaking of photographs, I completely forgot to take any since entering the auditorium. Never mind, within the castle, there are either outdated magical lamps or flickering torches, providing inadequate lighting. Nicole would likely not appreciate the pictures anyway. After all, tomorrow is Sunday, and I shall capture more images while verifying and marking the map. George rummaged through the corner of one desk and unearthed a roll of parchment that had been buried beneath other items. He presented it to Arnold and gently unfurled it, saying, Here, Arnold, take a look at this map. Arnold leaned in, expressing admiration, while feigning curiosity as he inquired, It appears quite impressive. Did you create this? Together with Fred? George shook his head, boasting, Certainly not. This is a remarkable find that Fred and I procured from Felch, and it conceals numerous hidden passageways. Arnold deliberately curled his lip. Good stuff. Are you not afraid that those secret passages are mere fabrications, adjusted by the cartographer? Impossible, George retorted with conviction, sliding the map closer to Arnold, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Let me first show you the basic version. These passages alone are already impressive. Next time, when the opportunity arises, I shall unveil a surprise. After all, having painstakingly deciphered the correct approach, George yearned for a more grand occasion to flaunt it. The prospect of showcasing it in front of Arnold, a fellow connoisseur of ostentation, was truly exhilarating. Arnold carefully examined the map he had received, oblivious to George's vow that he did not mind. For him at this moment, a simple map of Hogwarts sufficed. There was no need to monitor anyone's movements. Moreover, the Marauder's map depicted many additional secret passages that might prove useful at any moment. Just as Arnold grasped the Marauder's map, his system reasserted its presence. Detected magical item. Name, Marauder's map type, advanced alchemical artifact effect, displays every classroom, corridor, and nook within Hogwarts Castle, as well as every inch of the school grounds, including hidden secret passages, and allows the user to observe the movements of every individual within the castle. Principle, unknown crafting technique. Unknown analysis requires 5,000 energy points and 1 honor point. Would you like to proceed with the analysis? System, look at me, truly examine me. Do I appear to be someone who can afford such an extravagant amount of energy? 5,000 points. To be burdened with such a miserly companion, who does not allow me to indulge in any form of monetary enhancement, is quite the predicament. Accumulating energy is no easy feat. And to require honor points as well. How exorbitant. I must inquire, is there an option for installment payments? Or perhaps the possibility of analyzing only a portion? Arnold casually expressed his thoughts internally, not expecting any response from the system, as the beggar's version of the map was still usable despite its lack of functionalities. However, he was taken aback when the system actually responded. Note 1. This is derived from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, where Harry Potter, while learning wizard's chess, found that the pieces borrowed from Seamus Finnegan did not trust him, constantly gesturing and commenting on his moves. Note 2. The magical protections surrounding Hogwarts are mentioned multiple times in the novel. Numerous spells and charms render Hogwarts invisible on any map, preventing muggles from approaching. They only see a heap of dilapidated ruins with a sign warning of danger and prohibiting entry. However, depicting the internal structure of Hogwarts is indeed possible, as exemplified by the Marauder's map. Note 3. According to calculations from the Harry Potter wiki based on Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Hogwarts operates on a 5-day school week, with weekends off, yet in the course schedule from the Gryffindor yearbook in the Harry Potter movies Magical Book, Saturdays are designated for classes. The author adopts the weekend off setting here. Nevertheless, Sunday is undeniably a day of rest, and indeed, September 2nd, 1990, fell on a Sunday. Note 4. In the original work, the Marauder's map disguises itself as a blank parchment before activation. In the film, it appears as a folded parchment. Thus, this is the author's interpretation of the rolled-up parchment, which, when unfurled, reveals the map. However, it requires a password to activate, at which point dots and corresponding names will be displayed. Additionally, all secret passages will only show their activation passwords once activated. The author believes that this portrayal explains why Filch, despite being unaware of the map's usage, still locked it away in a high-risk drawer. Even without revealing secret passages or the locations of individuals, it remains a dangerously mischievous tool. Chapter 74, Setting a Trap for Me? Module Segmentation? What does this mean? It implies that one can decompose the principles and craftsmanship of a magical item into interconnected modules, allowing for further analysis of a specific module. It seems the system is rather intelligent, silently at work. Let us explore what modules the Marauder's map can be segmented into. What? Module segmentation incurs a fee? I could manage 500 energy points, but who knows what the segmented modules might cost. Never mind, take it away, after all. The previous reward of 500 energy points and 1 honor for that hat achievement was utterly perplexing. Module 1. Scanning. The map's scanning range encompasses all areas of Hogwarts Castle explored and charted by its creator, targeting human beings, including ghosts. Module 2. Identification. It identifies the scanned humans and ghosts, remaining unaffected by transformations such as a Nimigus, Polyjuice Potion, or invisibility cloaks during the identification process. Module 3. Localization. It locates the identified subjects and accurately marks them on the map. Module 4. Assessment. It determines whether the user is near a secret passage based on their location, displaying the corresponding activation password if the condition is met. Module 5. Verification. It checks if the user has uttered the correct password. If so, it activates the map's advanced features. Module 6. Identification. It ascertains whether the user is Severus Snape. If so, it will not activate advanced features and will instead initiate a mocking mode. As the energy value in the system plummeted from 2,200 to 1,700 points, a cascade of modules and corresponding information flashed before Arnold's eyes, halting his actions and transcribing the map. 6 modules in total, each boasting sophisticated functionalities. Just how formidable were the original Marauders during their student days to create such an extraordinary artifact? Except for Module 6, which requires 1 honor point. Each module incurs a fee of 1,000 energy points, totaling 6,000 points. What is this? 3 coins for 1, 10 coins for 3? Setting a trap for me? Oh. And let us not forget the previous expense of 500 points for module segmentation. What a schemer. I shall not part with a single point of energy. Indeed. I will not analyze a single module as I currently have no need for it. Observing George's generous demeanor, it is evident he anticipates future opportunities to engage with the Marauder's map. If a need arises, he can analyze it then. For instance, the localization module seems quite appealing, as it could effectively enhance his beggar's version of the map by clearly marking his location. However, such user experience improvements, even if for oneself, can wait. After all, analyzing these modules would either require time and effort to self-study the associated magic or necessitate another expenditure of energy. Considering this, energy points are always in short supply. Not long after, Fred and Lee Jordan returned. Upon seeing Arnold, Fred expressed some confusion. "Oh, Arnold, you're here too?" As he approached, he noticed what Arnold was doing. After exchanging a glance with George, he smiled and remarked, "Are you drawing a map? This is our treasure. It teaches us more than all the professors in the school combined." "Ah, I know. The Marauder's map has revealed to you nearly all the hidden spots and secret passage activation passwords in Hogwarts. If it weren't for the original marauding quartet not discovering the Room of Requirement, they wouldn't have learned Parseltongue, which could almost be omitted entirely." Arnold silently pondered as he began to sketch a detailed map around the overview map. Lee Jordan approached the desk, oblivious to Arnold's unique method of map drawing, instead peering curiously at the open Marauder's map. "Really? So you were actually studying when you were whispering about this map last semester? No wonder your final exam scores were so much better than mine." He had seen this map more than once. Fred and George had not concealed its existence, but they refrained from flaunting it until they had discovered the correct way to use it. At that moment, Lee Jordan evidently misinterpreted the twins' frequent study of the map's commands after acquiring it last semester, thinking they had secretly gained an advantage while claiming to be academic underachievers. Arnold, who had his back turned as he sketched, found amusement in this misunderstanding. "Lee Jordan, perhaps you are overthinking this. The Marauder's map cannot teach them any essential exam topics. They might simply be inherently brighter than you." The twins' innate talent for transfiguration was something Ron could attest to, having personally experienced it, even bearing psychological scars. In the future, they would concoct aging potions and develop numerous joke products. Their proficiency in potions and charms was undoubtedly commendable, though whether it fell within the realm of exam relevance was another matter. Additionally, there was flying and Quidditch. Fundamentally, George and Fred were not true academic failures, merely disinterested in traditional study, leading to some, well, uneven performance. Thus, if Lee Jordan could not grasp the situation and exert himself a little more, the instances of disillusionment would only increase. Noticing his friend's despondency, George quickly reassured him. "Oh, Lee, it's not as you think. It teaches us." Before he could finish, Lee Jordan interrupted. "Stop right there. I need a break now so I can get up early tomorrow to prepare for class." Indeed, their friendship was not merely a result of sharing a dormitory. Lee was not the type to harbor resentment, always introspective about his own shortcomings. But why don't you let George finish? As Lee Jordan exited with his toiletries, George weakly reminded him, tomorrow is Sunday. There's no homework to prepare. Without looking back, Lee Jordan tossed over his shoulder, I know, precisely because it's Sunday, I must work even harder. His words were sound and brimming with positive energy. Yet Arnold, who had just finished sketching the map and was ready to leave, doubted how long he could maintain that resolve. 3 days? Or perhaps merely 3 minutes? Upon returning to his dormitory, Arnold carefully folded the sketched map and, feeling a sudden impulse, gazed out the window. To his delight, a robust owl was flying towards him, clutching a large package in its talons. It was Ruth. Nicole had specifically returned home after school to send her to find Arnold. From the package brought by Ruth, Arnold retrieved her food pouch, tossing her a piece of beef jerky and a small fish treat, followed by some fresh water. After tidying up the package, Arnold allowed Ruth to eat her fill and play for a while before letting her rest. Despite a day filled with activity, Arnold still possessed energy. He took out the freshly drawn map and, reminiscent of a shopping mall navigation map or an indoor map from a mobile app, used colorful markers to assign numbers and colors to the various classrooms and rooms on each floor. This format felt much more familiar and comfortable. With that completed, he settled down for a brief sleep. Chapter 75, The Quest Begins. After a dreamless night, Arnold's newly established biological clock awoke him promptly at 6 in the morning. His 4 dorm mates were still lost in slumber, drooling softly. Arnold quietly gathered his toiletries to freshen up, then, map in hand and camera around his neck, he set out on his broomstick, now devoid of wheels and disguised covers. Today, Arnold's plan was to explore the more accessible areas of Hogwarts according to his map, familiarizing himself with the campus while also advancing his long-term task of exploring Hogwarts in the system's task list. His first destination, of course, was the Great Hall, the venue for yesterday's sorting ceremony and welcome feast, where breakfast and other meals were typically served. Arnold had long abandoned morning runs as a form of exercise that consumed too much time and offered diminishing returns. During the latter half of the summer vacation, he would occasionally visit the gym every couple of days. However, Hogwarts clearly lacked a gym. Wizards did not require overly robust physiques. Yet, Arnold, having seen beyond the surface, disagreed. While ordinary magic necessitated mere endurance and resilience, what of the unforgivable curses that one could not withstand? In such moments, the significance of agility became apparent. If I can dodge quickly enough, no curse, be it the killing curse, Cruciatus curse, or any other, shall touch me. Moreover, with his physical attributes already nearing the limit, a mere 0, 1 away from the current threshold, his perfectionist tendencies were in disarray. Hence, it seemed he required a regimen of bodyweight exercises, akin to a prisoner's workout. Arnold silently noted his new requirements, executing a graceful 180-degree drift on his flying sword. He raised his camera, carefully angling it towards his dormitory, ensuring he captured nothing indecorous. Click. With poise, he descended from the flying sword into the public lounge, an empty space devoid of even a specter, while the unfamiliar portraits adorning the walls remained in slumber. This serene environment was ideally suited for Arnold, an accomplished photographer unaccustomed to capturing human subjects. Centering his composition around the crackling fireplace, he retreated until his back pressed against the wall. Click. The instant photo emerged, its perfect framing enlivened by the flickering embers dancing in the hearth. He then turned to gaze at the enigmatic doggy door, sighing as he raised his camera once more. Click. Setting the camera down, Arnold scrutinized the door again, leaping off the flying sword and guiding it a short distance towards the entrance. Nodding to himself, he removed the camera from around his neck and placed it on the flying sword to prevent any damage while he maneuvered through the opening. Arnold crouched down, guiding his flying sword closely behind him, poised to slip through the doorway when he suddenly halted. A bold idea struck him. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the room, confirming that no classmates had entered the common lounge and that all the figures in the portraits remained unblinking, with no specters in sight. With a resolute heart, Arnold swiftly shed his wizarding robe, trousers, and undergarments, placing them onto the flying sword, leaving only his briefs on. He quickly lowered himself and deftly slipped through the doorway. After today, I must master the cleaning charm, no matter what. Peering out cautiously, ensuring no one was around, Arnold swiftly crawled out of the doorway, then retrieved his trousers and robe from the flying sword, hastily dressing himself. Where do you think you're going? A vaguely familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him, initially somewhat muddled, but quickly elevating in volume. Oh no. The voice belonged to the plump lady, perpetually clad in shades of pink. Despite Arnold's rapid movements, she was right next to the door, her eyes barely open enough to catch sight of his bare form. Rascal, how dare you be undressed in public? The plump lady's voice was shrill and resonant, prompting Arnold to hasten his dressing, fearful that others might be drawn to the commotion. You think I wish to flaunt myself? Can't you see I'm getting dressed? Even in the absence of onlookers, portraits, and specters, Arnold desired to avoid the label of a rogue. He retorted, it's just a corridor. There is no one else around. What constitutes public here? As he hurriedly donned his clothing, he continued, look, I'm still wearing my briefs. That's entirely normal, okay? Even if I've never been to a nudist beach, surely you've been to a swimming pool? Men, especially in early September when the autumn heat is still fierce, Is it such a scandal to be a bit exposed? Although the rising awareness of decorum had instilled a sense of propriety in Arnold's generation, he felt a certain freedom in this moment. However, the plump lady, clearly from another era, was oblivious to the concept of nudist beaches or swimming pools. Arnold's explanation fell on deaf ears as she continued to shriek, especially in front of a lady. You pervert. Not a single aspect of that accusation was accurate. First, I'm not a pervert. Second, the plump lady hardly exuded the grace of a lady, save for her pink nightgown. After finally donning his trousers, Arnold slipped into his robe, poking his head through the collar. Moreover, I'm still just a child. Must your thoughts be so lewd, dear aunt? With that, he disregarded the now quieter but incessantly muttering plump lady and turned to stride into the corridor. The plump lady lowered her hands, which had shielded her eyes. Watching as Arnold stood tall upon his flying sword, his figure emanating a graceful air, his broad sleeves billowing as he gradually receded from view. Arnold stood at the end of the corridor, glancing at the map in his hand before surveying the scene before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The locations and structures depicted on the map were accurate, yet the layout of the stairs had changed since his ascent the previous day. How was he to navigate to the auditorium? At that moment, Arnold suddenly perceived the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing emanating from the opposite corridor. He quickly turned his gaze, hoping for guidance. However, what he encountered was far from reassuring. The figure trudging towards him was hunched, pale, with sunken cheeks, and dry. Gray hair cascading from the bald crown onto his slightly stooped shoulders. Unlike the elderly gentleman clad in a tattered black suit from the previous night's banquet, this individual wore a brown coat and lacked a tie. Yet, the gaunt, bulging-eyed gray cat trailing closely behind him left Arnold in no doubt regarding the man's identity. Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, accompanied by his pet, Mrs. Norris. In Arnold's eyes, Filch was a pitiable soul, albeit with his own share of contemptibility. As a mute observer, he watched young witches and wizards transition from innocence to maturity, their mastery of magic growing ever more profound. Such a sentiment was undoubtedly convoluted and deeply distressing, perhaps due to his upbringing in a wizarding family. Filch had clung to a faint hope of casting spells in his youth, failing to extricate himself from the magical realm to embrace a mundane existence. Instead, he chose to be sheltered by Dumbledore, taking on the role of Hogwarts caretaker. As the years progressed, even as Filch gradually relinquished these aspirations, the prospect of acquiring any survival skills to assimilate into the world of ordinary people became increasingly elusive. Thus, he remained ensconced within Hogwarts, the sole individual devoid of magical ability, engaged in a perpetual struggle against rule-breaking students, which ultimately warped his psyche. From Filch's perspective, upholding the authority of school regulations was not inherently wrong. However, his propensity for overreaction and an intense desire to discipline students through corporal punishment was excessive. Moreover, he exhibited an alarming level of obsession with the rules. When Umbridge's stricter management appeared to yield better results and aligned more closely with his own interests, Filch, disregarding Dumbledore's trust and kindness, unhesitatingly aligned himself with Umbridge's faction. Such behavior was indeed despicable. Nevertheless, Hogwarts was a home, Harry Potter's home, Tom Riddle's home. And for Argus Filch, it was no different. Thus, when Voldemort's forces descended upon them, Filch, despite being a mute and simultaneously detested by both professors and students, could resolutely stand alongside Harry in the defense of Hogwarts. This was commendable. Possessing the mindset of an adult, Arnold understood that humanity is a complex creature. His familiarity with the original narrative afforded him a more nuanced understanding of Filch, preventing him from hastily labeling him as purely good or evil. Humans are intricate and contradictory beings. However, as a student of Hogwarts, one destined not to adhere to the rules, Arnold found himself at odds with Filch's position, causing a natural discomfort whenever he confronted the man. While Arnold comprehended the myriad factors contributing to Filch's missed opportunities for integration into the mundane world and his ensuing obsession, such understanding did not alter the fact that, like most Hogwarts students, he harbored a disdain for Filch. As Filch shuffled closer, raising the oil lamp slightly to illuminate Arnold's face, a grotesque smile contorted his pale, gaunt features, the cracked corners of his lips curling with malicious glee. Setting aside Filch's dark and brutal management philosophies, as well as his somewhat twisted insecurities and jealousy, it was difficult to summon any fondness in the presence of such a face, marred by malevolence. Filch's lips parted to reveal his yellowed teeth as he sinisterly proclaimed, "Wondering about after curfew, you've simply drawn the short straw. For this week, you'll be scrubbing toilets. I hope you find some companions to share this delightful task." He lamented further, "If you ask me, Dumbledore is simply too soft-hearted. A student like you ought to be strung up and soundly whipped. That would teach you a lesson." Arnold, embodying the essence of a dramatist, feigned ignorance of what Filch had just articulated, courteously greeting him with, "Good morning, sir." Oblivious to the rudeness of interrupting another's discourse, he innocently inquired, "Might I ask how frequently the stairs here are altered? I wish to proceed to the hall for breakfast, but it seems rather different from when I ascended yesterday." In any case, Dumbledore had not elaborated in detail the previous evening. Arnold's pretense of unfamiliarity with Filch was utterly unproblematic. Ultimately, the The more he could portray himself as a naive newcomer, the better. Filch, however, was entirely unimpressed by Arnold's remarkable theatricality, dismissively retorting, "Breakfast? No? Who do you think you're fooling, lad?" A look of perplexity crossed Arnold's face as he raised his left hand to glance at the mechanical watch he had deliberately purchased before coming to Hogwarts. "Is it not yet time?" he inquired. "It is nearly 6:30, and back at home, I would rise by 6. Pray tell, at what hour does breakfast commence at Hogwarts?" This was not mere pretense. Arnold genuinely sought an answer, for without it, his morning schedule would be poorly organized. Filch paused, momentarily taken aback, and cast a dubious glance at the watch on Arnold's wrist. With a palpable air of distrust, he rummaged through the inner pocket of his coat, retrieving an antiquated, rust-stained pocket watch which he placed before the oil lamp. On this day at Hogwarts, there were no weather charms to conjure artificial rain. Yet the natural sky remained overcast, particularly within the castle's confines, where Filch needed the lamp to see clearly. Such gloomy conditions also skewed his perception of time. After scrutinizing the pocket watch for a considerable time, the initial excitement on Filch's face gradually waned, replaced by a tremble of his chin and a barely perceptible sigh. This gluttonous lad, why was he not roused by hunger half an hour earlier? Filch shot Arnold a piercing glare before silently circumventing him and heading in another direction. "Mrs. Norris mirrored his movements, casting a similarly unsettling gaze at Arnold before silently trailing after Filch. "Wait a moment, sir," Arnold called out, pressing for further clarity. "Might I inquire about the specific bedtime you mentioned earlier?" As an aspiring scholar, he felt it essential to comprehend the school's regulations. Otherwise, should he inadvertently breach them, it would tarnish his illustrious reputation. If he could maintain his image and academic standing, even if the professors were aware of his numerous transgressions, as long as he was not caught in the act, it would remain inconsequential. Filch halted his stride, replying with evident impatience. "From 10 in the evening until 6 in the morning. He then turned partly, his tone laced with a veiled threat, adding, "It would be prudent to pray that you do not cross my path during that interval." Arnold nodded politely, yet inwardly sneered. "If I were to venture out during curfew, it would be imperative that you remain oblivious to my presence. Even if spotted, I must ensure you do not capture me." At that moment, the staircase below trembled simultaneously, shifting in accordance with some unseen rhythm. After observing for a while, Arnold discerned that it was largely akin to the previous night, and thus proceeded to descend. As he ambled along, pausing occasionally to capture photographs, lacking only a flying camera to snap a rather silly tourist snapshot, he felt akin to a visitor in a grand castle. However, upon reaching the hall, Arnold was taken aback. Not only was there no food, but not a single living soul was in sight. Where was the promised breakfast? What had become of the house elves of Hogwarts? He glanced at his watch. 6:55. Was this considered early? Reflecting on his own secondary school days, he mused about their apparent laziness. Though he lamented, he pondered his options. Should he return to the dormitory? Absolutely not. Despite the earlier uneventful journey, retracing his steps could significantly increase the likelihood of encountering unforeseen troubles. If he were to come across Peeves engaging in his mischievous pranks, he might find himself stuck for quite some time. Perhaps he could venture to the kitchen instead? At this hour, even if breakfast had yet to be served, it must have been in preparation for a considerable while. Arnold unfurled the map in his hands, glancing at the depiction of the kitchen's location. It was situated on the lower ground floor, just below the junction of the hall and the foyer, adjacent to the cluster of large wooden barrels beside the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. His map lacked the full functionalities of an activated LivePoint map, yet he was well aware of how to access the kitchen. If memory served him correctly, he recalled Aunt Rowena mentioning a painting of an abundant fruit basket. By merely scratching the green, plump pear, it would transform into the doorknob of the kitchen. However, the words "no unauthorized persons allowed" suddenly echoed in Arnold's mind. Lacking any rapport with the house elves of Hogwarts and not being one to intrude, he decided it prudent to postpone a visit to their domain. As the hall momentarily stood empty, Arnold robustly commenced his daily morning exercises. As the saying goes, without practice for 3 days, one's speech becomes awkward. It was essential to maintain the agility of his tongue. Indeed, practicing his articulation was beneficial, whether in English or Chinese. Since he had embarked on self-directed study after the cessation of his broadcasting and hosting classes during the summer, Arnold believed he had made commendable progress. His diction was clear and resonant, with distinct tones and a resonant delivery. Should he participate in a Mandarin proficiency examination, achieving the highest tier would undoubtedly be within his grasp, a far cry from his previous struggles to differentiate between retroflex and non-retroflex sounds. This eloquence was merely a tool for reciting a few spells, a light exercise. Just as Arnold concluded his morning reading, the hall finally welcomed visitors. A group of girls entered, arm in arm, huddled together in their black wizarding robes, devoid of any insignia. Had it not been for recognizing the leading figure, Autumn Zhang, Arnold would have been at a loss regarding their house affiliation. Autumn hurriedly approached Arnold, scanning the surroundings. It appeared she was searching for something, hence her urgency. "Is it you, Arnold?" After surveying the area, her gaze ultimately settled on him. "What do you mean by me?" Arnold responded, perplexed. "Were you here alone in the hall?" Autumn inquired, glancing back with a hint of insistence. Aside from the Ravenclaw student who had entered alongside her, there was no one else present. Arnold nodded thoughtfully, expressing his confusion. Indeed, what is it? Recalling the peculiarities of Hogwarts, he quickly added, however, I must admit, I haven't paid much attention if any ghosts happened to pass by. Xiao Zhang gestured to her classmates, indicating that she had matters to attend to. Then turned back to Arnold. Did you hear anyone speaking just now? Arnold shook his head. Xiao Zhang inquired further. Was that you speaking just now? Arnold, uncertain, slowly nodded. I was merely warming up my voice. Does that count as speaking? You were speaking in Chinese, weren't you? Xiao Zhang continued, her tone imbued with certainty despite the interrogative nature of her question. Moreover, she had employed Mandarin, tinged with an accent from an unknown origin, yet unmistakably Mandarin, which made Arnold, who had lived in London for 11 years since his transference, feel a profound sense of familiarity. Oh, did you hear that, Xiao? Arnold instinctively retorted. Also in Mandarin. Upon realizing this, Arnold smiled at Xiao Zhang and continued in Mandarin. I hadn't asked you before, but you appear to be of Asian descent. Are you of Chinese heritage? Yes, both of my parents are from China, Xiao Zhang nodded, then asked, but Arnold, how did you learn Chinese? Oh, I taught myself. I stumbled upon a storybook from China when I was young, and I found it quite intriguing, so I learned it on my own, Arnold casually replied. It would indeed be remarkable if a foreigner could learn Chinese with such ease. However, Xiao Zhang, who had learned Chinese from her parents since childhood, was entirely oblivious to the challenges involved. She merely asked out of curiosity, really? What storybook did you read? Oops. I underestimated her curiosity. This is what they call telling a lie that requires countless others to support it. Glancing at the flying sword leaning against the table, Arnold found his answer, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Have you heard of it? Xiao Zhang furrowed her brow and thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, but I've read a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes that my father collects. The titles are quite similar, and the story should be somewhat alike, right? Somewhat alike? The difference between martial arts and fairy tales is vast. Yet, Arnold had no interest in delving into those details, assuming Xiao Zhang was equally disinterested. Besides, he couldn't even recall the specifics of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, so he simply responded vaguely, perhaps. Then he patted his flying sword, magically communicating with 3 sticks to hover 10 centimeters above the ground. Look at this. This sword was crafted based on the illustrations from The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. A flying sword? You made this. That's impressive, Xiao Zhang exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Yesterday, while traveling together, they had shared brief introductions, and she knew Arnold hailed from a family of muggles, meaning he had only been exposed to magic for less than 2 months. The fact that he could already create such a dazzling magical artifact was astounding. Regarding Xiao Zhang's surprise and admiration, Arnold graciously accepted it with a modest smile. As for the so-called flying sword, it was merely a wooden board adorned with a piece taken from a toy broomstick, but that was a detail he chose to keep to himself. Furthermore, he had indeed crafted genuine magical items before. He simply hadn't brought them along and deemed it inappropriate to showcase them in such a setting. Xiao Zhang scrutinized Arnold's sword carefully, even reaching out to touch it gently before contemplatively stating, I don't know what the flying sword is like in the stories you mentioned, but this sword resembles the one used by the protagonist in another book my father collects. It's quite large, although the sword in that book seems to be made of iron. Another protagonist from another book? Quite large, made of iron? Oh, it must be the Xian Tai heavy sword from the Return of the Condor Heroes. I would have cosplayed with Rose ages ago if I didn't find the title too trivial. Is that so? What a coincidence. What is the title? I'll look for it next time. Although he was already aware, Arnold feigned ignorance, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, betraying none of his insincerity. Xiao Zhang tilted her head, pondering for a moment before sheepishly admitting, I don't remember. I'll let you know once I find it when I go home next time. Arnold gestured with an okay, signaling his agreement. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation in Chinese. Xiao Zhang shared her fondness for her favorite Quidditch team and players, while Arnold expressed his proficiency in various Muggle sports and his aspiration to become a batsman. By the way, what were you saying here by yourself earlier? Were you speaking in Chinese? After a brief exchange, Xiao Zhang suddenly recalled her curiosity upon first hearing what seemed to be Chinese emanating from the hall and posed her question with intrigue. I was practicing for my morning class, Arnold replied candidly without reservation. Morning class? Having grown up in England, Xiao Zhang found herself unfamiliar with certain Chinese terms. Arnold elucidated that it was merely a tongue twister, expressing his belief that the pronunciation in Chinese was rather intricate, thus yielding better practice outcomes. At that moment, Xiao Zhang, who had grasped the concept but was left more perplexed, inquired about the purpose of practicing such tongue twisters. As their conversation unfolded, an array of baskets of various sizes suddenly appeared at the front of the 4 long tables, brimming with an assortment of breakfast items, beverages, and utensils. The students in the hall rushed over to select their preferred delicacies, and the crowd gradually swelled. Xiao Zhang heard her name being called and turned to see a classmate beckoning her to join in the selection of breakfast. However, her curiosity regarding Arnold's motivation for practicing tongue twisters held her back from departing. Therefore, she gestured to her friend from a distance, indicating her intention to stay with Arnold for breakfast, and amidst the giggles of several girls, she blushed as she accompanied Arnold to choose their meal. In contrast to Qiu Zhang, who had modestly taken only a few fruits, pastries, and cereals, Arnold was far more abundant in his selections, with his plate overflowing with bread, sandwiches, bacon, and milk as he made his way back, startling the newly arrived Andrew Kirk. Indeed, this was how breakfast was typically consumed at home, primarily due to the substantial mental exertion involved. After guiding Andrew to his seat, Arnold sat down with Qiu Zhang and commenced his meal. British cuisine, while not particularly remarkable, could at least be deemed acceptable for breakfast, perhaps even including afternoon tea, essentially a collection of snacks. However, the breakfasts meticulously prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts were undeniably enticing. Leaving Arnold, who had risen early and was now quite famished, thoroughly satisfied as he devoured his food with remarkable speed, Qiu Zhang, who had been nibbling on her snacks, was momentarily taken aback by Arnold's voracious appetite and eventually recalled to remind him, "Arnold, you haven't answered my earlier question. I practice to enhance my elocution, ensuring I can pronounce various spells accurately without error," Arnold clarified, swiftly finishing a croissant, taking a sip of warm milk, and wiping his mouth before delving into an explanation. He then resumed his assault on the eggs and bacon. Upon hearing Arnold's rationale, Qiu Zhang paused her eating, her wide, dark eyes fixating on him with astonishment as she asked, "Really? Who informed you of this?" As a young witch sorted into Ravenclaw, her innate curiosity was piqued by the prospect of a method that could facilitate her learning and mastery of magic. "No one told me. It's merely my own deduction," Arnold replied succinctly. He refrained from divulging that Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly emphasize this point during charm classes, often illustrating it with the example of a mispronounced incantation leading to a cow sitting down. As for sharing his methods freely with others, Arnold was unconcerned. In his view, the precise and clear articulation of spells was merely fundamental, a point that professors would emphasize, while students would each develop their own learning strategies. He had already shared with his companions his analyses and techniques for spellcasting and wand movements, so why withhold this? In Arnold's mind, only the more advanced techniques, such as harnessing one's inner strength to amplify magical power, concepts that would take other young wizards considerable time to grasp, were worthy of discretion. Furthermore, he would not easily reveal his unique techniques inspired by films he had watched from a young age, which had undergone extensive design and validation. After a spell of contemplation, Qiu Zhang eventually remarked, "Actually, my mother also advised me to be cautious with incantations, as mispronunciation could lead to undesirable outcomes. I have always aimed to familiarize myself with the spells, but I never considered specifically training my speech. No, my incantation, rather, my articulation." Arnold provided her with a definition and elaborated, "Coming from a Muggle family, my perspective and approach to problem-solving naturally differ from yours." In his reasoning, the standard for error-free spellcasting was never merely sitting quietly and steadily in a classroom while successfully performing magic. Although Arnold was not particularly enthusiastic about combat, he believed that a true wizard must maintain a swift and accurate recitation of spells even amidst vigorous activity or intense battles. While hitting a target in motion is undeniably significant, it represents a separate avenue of training. To meet the standards Arnold set for himself, one must not only be familiar with the spells but also possess a certain eloquence in speech. Qiu Zhang nodded in agreement, continuing to share her thoughts. "Indeed, articulation is fundamental. I resonate with your perspective, Arnold. Regardless of the spell or its pronunciation, I feel that clear enunciation is the cornerstone of all. I will certainly give it a try as well." After saying this, she flashed a proud smile at Arnold, adding, "When I was younger, my parents taught me numerous tongue twisters to help me learn Chinese. I merely experimented with them, and I hope they prove beneficial to you." A hint of bashfulness graced Arnold's visage as he continued to embody the persona of humility and courtesy. Chapter 79. Youthful Impetuosity. During their meal and conversation, one by one, acquaintances and unfamiliar faces alike joined the hall, each a classmate of Arnold's. Andrew Kirk, who had previously greeted Arnold, now approached with his breakfast, accompanied by Katie Bell and Anna Miffield. Not far away, another group of Gryffindor first years, led by Kim Ike McLagan, gathered together. Observing this scene, Qiu Zhang felt it inappropriate to remain among the cluster of Gryffindor cubs. Thus, she exchanged a brief nod with Arnold before taking her leave to return to Ravenclaw. Katie smiled at the departing Qiu Zhang, and then turned to Arnold, her curiosity piqued. "Arnold, what were you discussing with Qiu just now?" Arnold casually explained, "It's nothing. Just a casual chat. I heard that Qiu is of Chinese descent, so I spoke with her in Chinese." "You can speak Chinese?" Katie exclaimed in surprise. Coming from a Muggle family, she was not as oblivious to the world as other wizards, even though she was not well acquainted with China. She understood the difficulty of comprehending those intricate characters. "Well, just a little," Arnold modestly nodded. At that moment, Andrew Kirk interjected, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Arnold. "I heard that Chinese is particularly challenging to learn. I never imagined you could even manage that." He too hailed from a Muggle background, perhaps possessing a modicum of understanding about the situation. With an awkward smile, Arnold turned his head, feeling somewhat out of place. "You truly are my idol." On the other side, Anna Miffield's starry-eyed admiration mirrored Andrew's enthusiasm. Do you, a half-blood wizard, truly grasp the reality of the situation? Are you just going off script? However, to be fair, with the same meaning, expression, and tone, if the speaker were a charming girl, Arnold would find it far more palatable. Yet, he still struggled to find a way to respond. After a brief pause, Katie shook her head and chuckled. You really should stop. I've grown accustomed to your occasional displays of extraordinary insight. Arnold chuckled and deftly shifted the topic. Haha, let us not dwell on those matters. What are your plans for today? Naturally, we shall familiarize ourselves with the campus environment. Katie replied with an air of certainty. She continued. It is quite rare that the first day of school falls on a Sunday, allowing us a reprieve from classes. We must seize this opportunity to ascertain the locations of several classrooms and other frequently visited places, such as the greenhouse, the library, and the Quidditch pitch. At this juncture, Katie inquired, by the way, are you familiar with Quidditch? The headmaster seemed to mention it during last night's banquet. Andrew Kirk responded with a hint of hesitation. I am aware. My father spoke at length about Quidditch when explaining the magical world to my mother. Anna Miffield puffed out her cheeks as she added, indeed. He shared many tales regarding the sport. Arnold nodded slightly, indicating a vague understanding, as he had heard George and others mention it. Katie chimed in, yes. I too heard a second-year senior discussing the Quidditch team registration yesterday. My curiosity compelled me to inquire further, and she kept me engaged for half the night. She lifted the last small cookie from her plate, gazing dreamily as she remarked, it left me utterly curious. I can hardly imagine what it must be like to play in the sky. You will see it eventually. Perhaps you will have the chance to participate in the future. Arnold responded, glancing at the clean plates of his companions. Have you all finished? Then let us embark on today's exploration journey. He had arrived before everyone yet managed to consume his meal alongside them, not due to a slow pace but rather an insatiable appetite. Time to work off some of this food. What is this? A sword? Or perhaps a flying sword? I can't believe I'm standing on it. Arnold, you are simply amazing. Let us discuss this outside, in full view of everyone. He floated slowly, standing upon a rather rudimentary wooden sword, just 10 centimeters above the ground. While a few onlookers shouted in excitement. Honestly, for Arnold, whose mental age was that of a man in his 30s or 40s, this spectacle was embarrassingly overwhelming. Yet, who could blame him when he was cloaked in the guise of an 11 or 12-year-old, with a remarkably handsome face? To others, this charming boy, regardless of his actions, would always be seen as intriguing and dashing. What of his eccentricity? Is it not the nature of youth to be passionate? As long as he did not attract too much attention from Dumbledore, being a tad more distinctive or unique was hardly a grave matter. Would such antics truly catch Dumbledore's eye? Clearly not. Even if he happened to witness this scene during his routine patrol of Hogwarts, he would likely just chuckle, dismissing it as merely a whimsical display of a student's imaginative flair. Perhaps he might even commend the student for their cleverness. And that would be the end of it. As the group exited the great hall and paused at the doorway, Arnold intended to share a few words about his inventive creation. Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. Arnold, I can't believe you arrived this early. Today is Sunday. Arnold turned around to find a remarkably enthusiastic and boisterous young black man, Lee Jordan. Arnold removed his hand from his shoulder and, with palpable reluctance, exchanged a fist bump, his gaze towards Lee Jordan glimmering with a hint of menace. I must say, it is fortunate that I am not a genuine swordsman, otherwise, should you startle me so unexpectedly from behind, I might very well bestow upon you a chilling blow. Would you believe it? Frustrated, Arnold spoke in a peculiar tone. Why waste a significant portion of our lives in slumber? After all, there is ample time for eternal rest once we have departed this world. Thus, conversing with you foreigners is indeed exhausting. I could convey the same sentiment to Chiu Zhang in merely a dozen words. Meanwhile, a short, stocky red-haired youth emerged from behind Lee Jordan, exclaiming, Arnold, I didn't expect your casual remark to be so profound. The red-haired boy approached Arnold, scrutinizing the peculiar wooden board beneath his feet while adding, next time our mother urges us to go to bed, I shall wield this phrase against her. It is, after all, a favorite of hers, coming from that remarkable Arnold. Another similarly built red-haired lad passed by Lee Jordan, winking at Arnold with a playful expression. A pair of lively jesters. Arnold turned his gaze in response to the voice, and he recognized the two red-haired boys accompanying Lee Jordan as George and Fred, indistinguishable from one another. Their academically gifted brother, Percy, who never missed an opportunity to carry a book even during meals in the hall, followed closely behind them. In the distance, Arnold also spotted Charlie, who was walking alongside one of the boys from the Wizards' chess match last night. They were animatedly gesturing and conversing. Chapter 80. A good place? At that moment, the red-haired boy who had approached Arnold first pointed at the flying sword beneath his feet and exclaimed, Arnold, that looks rather impressive. Where did you purchase it? I haven't come across anything like it in the joke shop at Diagon Alley. Arnold replied with a cheerful smile, Of course it's not for sale. I made it myself. What did you say? You made it yourself? The twins suddenly looked up, incredulity etched on their identical faces. Lee Jordan and Anna Miffield, hailing from a mixed heritage, also turned their attention to Arnold. However, Unlike the twins, Lee and the Weasley brothers shared an expression of disbelief, their gazes mirroring one another, as if silently communicating. You're not trying to show off, are you? We're still good friends. This was precisely the reaction Arnold desired. He relished witnessing their astonishment. Yet, in Anna's gaze, Arnold sensed not only shock but perhaps a hint of admiration. Meanwhile, Katie and Andrew seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, joining the others in directing their focus towards Arnold's feet. What is going on? George, Fred. Why aren't you two rushing in to have breakfast instead of making a scene? Percy's voice resonated from behind the twins, prompting them to finally retract their astonished expressions and exchange playful smirks with Arnold. Arnold understood instantly. For George and Fred, the lectures from Percy were even more irksome than those from Mrs. Weasley. As they mingled in the crowd, Percy had yet to grasp the situation when another voice suddenly boomed. George, Fred, and Percy, why are you all clustered here? Arnold, you are here too? It was Charlie, who, upon discovering that his brothers and several first-year students were gathered at the front, approached with a brown-haired companion. When the prefect inquired, everyone felt compelled to offer him some courtesy, turning their attention towards Arnold. We are gathered here because of the intriguing object beneath your feet, so you should elucidate. They responded. Besides the immediate group, numerous students entering and exiting the hall cast curious glances in their direction. What to do? On the very first day of school, had they made too grand a spectacle? It seemed that not much commotion had been stirred within the hall. Perhaps it was because the students inside were unaware that this seemingly peculiar yet ostensibly useless contraption was crafted by a first-year student from a Muggle family, who had only been exposed to magic for a mere 2 months. A first-year from a Muggle background mastering alchemy already. One could only wonder if this was intimidating. In contrast, the young wizards from magical families, who had been acquainted with magic from an early age, should feel utterly ashamed. Fortunately, there were no tofu blocks in Britain. However, only Arnold knew that this object beneath his feet, while impressive in appearance, hardly qualified as a genuine magical item. Even his own system did not recognize it. Yet, the Weasley twins evidently held a different opinion. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh Charlie, come quickly and see. Arnold has created a magical item." Intrigued, Charlie leaned in. But before he could examine it closely, Percy interjected, urging everyone to make way. Please step aside. It is quite inconsiderate to block others from entering the hall. His sense of responsibility was commendable, and it was no surprise that he later became the head boy and president of the Hogwarts Student Council, smoothly transitioning into a position at the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Everyone present, being of good character, complied with Percy's request and shifted aside, except for one red-haired boy who was crouched beside Arnold, fixated on watching him glide on the flying sword. Noticing this, Percy raised his voice further. George, move aside quickly. Hey Percy, that is Fred. I am George. Can you not even recognize your own brother? As soon as he spoke, the red-haired boy who remained unmoving did not respond, while another red-haired boy beside Percy immediately protested in dissatisfaction. You two, not wearing your badges according to regulations? If the other house prefects catch you, they will surely deduct points. Percy glared at the name tag on his chest, his anger palpable. The boy identifying himself as George shrugged nonchalantly. They can't tell us apart anyway. Percy shot him an exasperated glare and called out again, I'm not talking to you. Fred, come over here. The other red-haired boy stepped forward, but quipped, Isn't Fred right next to you? Percy alternated his gaze between them, fuming. You two. The twins simultaneously raised their hands in surrender, grinning mischievously. This was the daily life of the Weasley family, and several first-year students, including Katie, found it immensely amusing, momentarily forgetting about the flying sword beneath Arnold's feet. After their playful banter with Percy, a crowd gathered in a corner outside the hall, eagerly watching Arnold demonstrate his flying sword. Is it only capable of flying this high? It doesn't seem particularly fast either, they observed, feeling that it appeared rather unique without much practical significance. After witnessing the novelty, Arnold's once bright genius aura dimmed considerably as George, Fred, and Lee Jordan began to critique it one after another, ultimately concluding that it lacked excitement. Indeed, the wizarding world was filled with extraordinary oddities. It was merely Arnold's ability to stand still on the flying sword while it moved forward, coupled with the fact that he claimed to have made it himself, that sparked curiosity and admiration. Now, having witnessed Arnold's demonstration, the onlookers acknowledged that while it was indeed impressive for him to create a magical item at this stage, the item itself was rather underwhelming. Percy was the first to depart. He intended to grab breakfast before heading to the library to study. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Arnold and the presence of his brothers, he might not have bothered with such merriment. Meanwhile, George, at least according to his name tag, placed an arm around Arnold's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Arnold, why don't you wait here for us for a moment? Arnold cast a puzzled glance at him, inquiring, what's up? George, stealing a glance at the already distant Percy and the oblivious Charlie, conspiratorially whispered, after we finish our meal, I'll take you to a splendid place. A truly splendid place. One that is typically off limits for those of our age. Fred leaned in, his tone shrouded in mystery, but we have a special way, he. The ambiguous tone and the cryptic laughter led Arnold to jest. Are you implying you can take me to the legendary sword? Not old enough, you say? I'm rather curious. Could the resilient physique of a wizard, experiencing the profound harmony of life at an early age, potentially influence one's development? I would like to give it a try. Chapter 81. Immaturity Moreover. There's a joke shop there, rumored to be run by a rather amusing alchemist, whose creations are vastly different from those in Diagon Alley. It's extremely entertaining. Arnold, do you recall the lady selling snacks on the Hogwarts Express? Her shop is also located there, brimming with delightful and intriguing candies at reasonable prices. The twin brothers noticed Arnold's growing interest and eagerly elaborated, thus revealing to him that the splendid place they spoke of was none other than Hogsmeade Village. Ah, so it's not the kind of place that's off limits due to age. How dull. I refused to go. Initially, upon disembarking from the train, there had been an exploration task for Hogsmeade, but Arnold had ranked it quite low on his priorities. After a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, he shook his head in refusal, stating, "Forget it. I intend to familiarize myself with the campus today. There will be other opportunities to explore later." Really not going? It's incredibly fun. Arnold nodded emphatically at the twins. I truly want to go. He then added, a place as fascinating as that. You surely want to visit just once, right? How about I join you next time? That works too. We'll bring back something fun for you. Sounds great. I'm looking forward to it. After exchanging a few more words with the twins, Arnold bid farewell and, accompanied by several fellow newcomers, prepared to embark on a tour of Hogwarts campus, as he still had the task of exploring Hogwarts hanging over him. This task was not particularly difficult, at least not in its initial stages, and the rewards were quite generous. No, it was unrelated to the task. He merely wished to capture some rare glimpses of the campus scenery to send back to Nicole. Arnold recalled the matter and promptly lifted the camera hanging from his neck, capturing a snapshot of the verdant expanse of grass in the distance. He then surveyed the surroundings with his camera, and from afar, he noticed a tall willow tree that appeared to possess an unusual charm, potentially the fabled tree known for its striking attributes, regardless of its true nature. The tree's distinctiveness compelled him to seize the moment with another click. Hearing the commotion, his companions nearby turned their heads in unison, curious about the antics of this restless individual. Arnold smiled broadly in response to their gazes, raising his camera in a gesture of invitation. Hey, Andrew, Katie, and Anna. Would you mind if I took some photos of you? Of course not, Katie replied with generous ease. Just make sure you capture me looking good, Arnold. Anna added, unfazed by the request. Why? Andrew inquired, his expression one of confusion. Yet, he swiftly followed up, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just curious about why you suddenly want to photograph us. Arnold replied, send it to my mother, so she can see the new friends I've made at school. What a dutiful child. There is no doubt he is indeed my idol, Andrew. Scanning the area, Arnold instructed the three of them to stand in a row with their backs to the auditorium. He moved forward a few meters, then turned to frame the trio along with the auditorium in the shot. Utilizing a levitation spell, he fixed the camera in midair and dashed back to join them. Click. Let me see how it turned out, Anna exclaimed as she sprinted toward the camera, followed closely by Katie and Andrew. Only Arnold remained still, standing in place, gazing into the distance. Just as he was framing the shot, Arnold, in a moment of distraction, caught a glimpse of Charlie and the boy accompanying him, who were also looking in his direction, pointing and seemingly engaged in conversation. Arnold had a peculiar intuition that Charlie and the others had just been observing him, or perhaps the enchanted sword at his feet. It appeared that these upperclassmen, while feigning nonchalance, were indeed quite curious about his magnificent sword. However, when Arnold glanced over again, their silhouettes had vanished from sight. It seemed that, even if Charlie and his companions harbored a modicum of interest, it was rather limited. On the first day of school, with no classes to attend, many newcomers to Hogwarts, like Arnold, opted to familiarize themselves with the campus surroundings. As the evening passed, the freshmen formed numerous small groups within their respective houses, akin to Arnold's quartet with his acquaintance Katie, along with his devoted admirer Andrew and his fan Anna. At a certain portrait on the 4th floor, several groups converged, albeit in a rather discordant manner. Apologize. For what? You were the one who bumped into me. Apologize. 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 Do you think you can bully others just because you outnumber them? What? Not satisfied? Come on, let me see what makes you Hufflepuff newcomers any different. Are you still as inept? Is there not a single reasonable person among you Slytherins? I observed clearly from the side. It was you who carelessly collided with the Hufflepuff student. If anyone ought to apologize, it should be you. How surprising. When did the Ravenclaw students start meddling in others' affairs? If I hadn't seen you standing just ahead of me during the sorting ceremony yesterday, I would have mistaken you for a Gryffindor. One must act with reason, irrespective of house affiliation. The truth is, you lot with your lowly muggle blood. Even a mere touch from you is an affront. How tiresome and immature. Arnold gazed at the small wizards quarreling not far ahead, silently critiquing their indiscriminate bickering, regardless of whether they hailed from Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw. What was the point of mere chatter without action? Had they never heard that sheer strength does not equate to reason? While he could indulge in his inner musings and observe the spectacle, his three companions had no such luxury. They did not greet Arnold, nor did they feel the need to, as they charged forward to confront the group of Slytherin first years. Notably, Andrew, who was not particularly robust, even positioned himself at the forefront. Kate and Anna followed closely behind, leaving Arnold feeling somewhat dizzy at the sight. Such reckless bravado. I ought to commend you lot for embodying the Gryffindor spirit. Or perhaps, has my youthful passion already begun to wane? Yet, it was not merely Gryffindor. All those engaged in this impending chaos were, at the end of the day, merely 11 or 12 years old. Could one truly expect them to be sufficiently rational? It was a miracle if they managed to avoid a brawl. With his classmates already involved, Arnold felt compelled to abandon his role as a passive observer. What sort of image was he projecting? The caring gentleman, the warm-hearted protector, the accomplished author, a genius capable of magic and alchemy right at the start of the term. How could he possibly cower at this moment? The fire of youth still burned brightly within him. As he and his companions joined the fray, the scene transformed into Slytherin standing alone against Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. Their numerical advantage had already evaporated when Ravenclaw students rallied to support Hufflepuff. Now, with Gryffindor's arrival, the odds were further tilted. Unless the Slytherin newcomers were utterly foolish, any reasonably intelligent individual would discern the wisest course of action. Indeed, the burly leader of the Slytherin contingent merely cast a cold glance over the assembled trio of houses before turning on his heel and departing without uttering a single threat. Hardly entertaining. In Arnold's eyes, even if a conflict were to erupt, it would merely be a game. Throughout the summer, he had exchanged letters with the Weasley twins and Cedric, and had gleaned insights from Heidi McAvoy regarding the initial capabilities of young wizards newly introduced to magic. He had gained a clearer understanding of the breadth of his magical repertoire and the potency of his magic infused with mental strength. If he unleashed his full power, he believed he would face no rival, at least among the first-year students. If all else failed, Arnold, who was robust and dedicated to physical training, could always wield the proverbial stick of physical education. Chapter 82. Indeed, it is I. After the Slytherin group departed, the exploratory teams from the three houses converged. Katie, brimming with joy, greeted Cho Chang and Heidi McAvoy, then linked arms with them, laughing and engaging in animated conversation. The bonds of female friendship are indeed peculiar. They had only known each other for a day, yet were already inseparable. However, based on Arnold's experiences from his previous life, it was not uncommon for such sudden and intense camaraderie to devolve into conflict. Arnold, the prodigious writer, was introduced to the numerous new students in the group by Andrew, eliciting a gasp among the half-blood and muggle-born wizards of Hufflepuff. Meanwhile, the students of Ravenclaw expressed keen interest in the meticulously structured and well-defined map in Arnold's possession, eagerly surrounding him to inquire about the inspiration and methodology behind its creation. Initially, Arnold was reluctant. After all, wasn't it more enjoyable to revel in the joy of exploring the ancient castle rather than delving into such mundane inquiries? He merely drew upon his past experiences of navigating shopping malls with a navigation app, without any understanding of the underlying theory. However, upon glancing up, he noticed that the Ravenclaw newcomers gathered around him, alongside Xiao Zhang, were all girls. What more could he say? From the moment he disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, he had been cultivating a warm and charming persona, one that simply could not falter. Counting carefully, aside from one boy in Hufflepuff, the other three were also girls. And even in Gryffindor, the two accompanying Arnold were predominantly female. Ultimately, it turned out that the majority of those exploring Hogwarts with Arnold were indeed girls. At last, his good looks, amiable nature, and charismatic demeanor were not in vain. He couldn't help but wonder how Nicole would react upon receiving photographs of her son surrounded by a throng of young admirers. Would she be astonished or alarmed? After all, he was only 11. He longed to grow up swiftly. Thus, a travel group of over 10 individuals was formed, akin to a Scottish castle tour. Albeit without a Little Red Riding Hood or a guide waving a flag and blowing a whistle, these chattering young ladies resembled nothing less than tourists on an excursion. Oh, Arnold, you can write fairy tales too? Xiao Zhang thought to herself, marveling at the fact that he had already published a best-selling book at such a young age. Truly, he was a remarkable individual who had even taught himself Chinese to enjoy stories. Wow, you crafted this flying magical item yourself, Arnold? In this light, his wand's Lumos charm, with its enhanced brightness and wider range, seemed rather trivial. Such a genius, what could she possibly compare herself to him? Heidi McAvoy muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Arnold felt quite pleased. Who said that a woman was merely a nuisance? A group of women could be delightful. Each young lady was charming and spoke so sweetly. He found them utterly endearing. As they strolled, thanks to the meticulousness and patience of the Ravenclaw girls, Arnold managed to jot down a few notes regarding the time and patterns of the staircase's transformations on the back of his map. Though it was just a smattering for now, he believed that with enough visits at various times in the future, he could compile a comprehensive schedule of the staircase's changes and directions. The ever-shifting staircases within Hogwarts Castle were no simple matter. There were 142 staircases, each varying in shape, size, and position, some wide, some narrow, some with hidden steps, and others that led to different locations on Fridays. The upperclassmen of Hogwarts each had their own theories regarding these staircases. Some claimed they were defensive measures set by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, while others insisted they were trials left for the students. Regardless, these staircases appeared quite magical. Yet they posed a significant inconvenience for those rushing to adhere to their class schedules. According to the Ravenclaw girls accompanying Xiao Zhang, their upperclassmen had informed them the night before that the staircase's transformations were exceedingly complex, and no one had ever managed to compile a clear and accurate timetable. A Ravenclaw prefect had even suggested that if they didn't believe her, they could attempt it themselves. While not all Ravenclaw students were academic overachievers, they were nearly all confident in their intellect. Even though countless predecessors had failed time and again, how could they consider giving up without a challenge? That prefect likely had faced similar trials, only to stumble in her efforts. Likewise, Arnold was not swayed by such superstition. It wasn't that he possessed an unwavering confidence in his intellect. Rather, he had faith in Excel. Naturally, Arnold could not guarantee that recording the staircase variations in Excel would yield a clear and comprehensible table, yet he felt it was worth a try. After all, it was a method that had never been contemplated by those before him. The Ravenclaw girls had just stated that no one had managed to summarize a clear and accurate timetable. Arnold harbored a sense of skepticism. Perhaps some astute and patient Ravenclaw student had already deduced the intricate patterns governing the staircase's transformations. Yet he or she was unable to produce a sufficiently clear timetable for easier comprehension. And isn't that precisely the purpose of Excel? Ascending the staircase once more, he arrived at the 8th floor of the castle, where Katie was introducing the rosy-cheeked fat lady to Autumn, Heidi, and others, though the password had yet to be uttered. Meanwhile, Arnold, map in hand, addressed the group of Ravenclaw girls, inquiring, "Are you attempting to decipher the staircase's movement patterns?" Upon receiving their nods, he promptly added, "May I join you?" Before the Ravenclaw girls could respond, Katie, along with Anna and Andrew, turned their attention toward him, having overheard the conversation while chatting with her friends. Arnold gazed at them in confusion, inquiring, "What is it?" Katie shrugged helplessly, gesturing towards a few Ravenclaw girls. "Arnold, look, there are more than 10 of us here. And aside from those few, no one else seems to be contemplating this issue." Noticing Arnold's lingering perplexity, she continued, "So, why did the sorting hat place you in Gryffindor last night?" "Why, of course, it was due to my strong inclination," he retorted, "Gryffindor." However, Arnold could not voice this assertion openly. Instead, he managed a tentative explanation. Perhaps the sorting hat deemed my qualities of wisdom and courage to be equally significant, making it difficult to reach a definitive judgment? Fearing disbelief, he promptly added, "You all know it hesitated for quite some time, even labeling me as a rare case that only appears once in 50 years. Upon hearing his words, Autumn Zhang pursed her lips, casting an amused glance his way. Arnold met her gaze with confidence, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention, equipped with both intellect and bravery, capable in both scholarly pursuits and martial prowess. All these idioms your parents imparted to you from our homeland fit me perfectly." Chapter 83. The tapestry. Look quickly, that person appears so unfortunate. Their stature is already diminutive, and they wield no weapon. Those towering figures, are they even human? How grotesque. What manner of creature is that? Let me think. I reviewed Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them before the term began. Such peculiar beings must be catalogued within that tome. Arnold, do you know? Arnold. Huh. Arnold jolted from his reverie, turning to find Andrew Kirk, who was patting him on the shoulder, staring at him in bewilderment. "What is the matter with you?" Andrew, having awakened him, now appeared slightly taken aback by Arnold's reaction. Arnold shook his head, dismissively replying, "Not much, just lost in thought for a moment." Andrew gestured towards the direction where Arnold had been daydreaming, specifically the area surrounded by the girls, and inquired, "Do you know what creature is depicted on that tapestry? The one with the large figure?" Arnold raised his gaze thoughtfully, furrowing his brow before articulating, "Those appear to resemble trolls." Upon finishing his statement, he gently turned to survey the wall behind him. What he beheld was not merely a painting, but rather an immense tapestry depicting the trolls mercilessly striking the hapless Barnabas. Opposite the tapestry, the white wall before Arnold signified the entrance to the Room of Requirement. Prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, Arnold had contemplated seeking out the room during a moment of solitude, yet unexpectedly found himself at the landmark while meandering with a group of first-year students. However, the scene before him diverged from his initial imaginings. He had anticipated the tapestry to portray an unattractive humanoid creature wielding a hefty club to bludgeon a significantly smaller human. Yet, upon closer inspection, Arnold discerned that the tapestry featured not one, but multiple trolls, and in addition to clubs, they were wielding bone clubs against Barnabas. Who could fathom what creature S-bones those were? Encircled by such a multitude of muscular giants brandishing their formidable weapons, Barnabas truly appeared quite courageous. The tapestry, clearly crafted with meticulous attention to detail, vividly captured the trolls' pea-sized intellect, their movements mechanical and stiff, perpetually a beat behind, which allowed Barnabas to nimbly dodge amidst the barrage of thick, unyielding clubs. Fortunately, the figures on the tapestry would not tire, otherwise the scene would have been awash in a chaotic mixture of red and white by now. Yet, precisely because it deviated from his expectations, Arnold scrutinized the scene for an extended period, only then managing to ascertain through the trolls' graceful movements, vibrant skirts, and Barnabas's trembling form that this was indeed the tapestry opposite the Room of Requirement. Andrew followed Arnold's gaze, but found nothing beyond a blank white wall. Puzzled, he turned back and inquired once more, trolls? The Care of Magical Creatures class doesn't commence until second year. And not every first-year student purchases fantastic beasts and where to find them. Even those who do may not necessarily read it. The term Arnold had uttered only served to conjure further questions in Andrew's mind, offering no clarity whatsoever. Arnold turned around, raising his chin towards the tapestry, ready to elucidate, when suddenly a girl in the crowd exclaimed, "That's right. It's a troll." She then stood on tiptoe, turned to Arnold, and nodded before continuing her explanation. "I apologize. The illustrations of trolls in fantastic beasts and where to find them are rather simplistic, and they aren't depicted wearing ballet skirts, so I didn't recognize it at first." "Ballet, huh? Allow me a moment to laugh. Trolls are magical creatures endowed with remarkable strength, yet their intelligence is alarmingly low. They typically stand 12 or 13 feet tall. Though I regret I cannot recall their weight." This young lady, named Hill Fawcett, a Ravenclaw, initially spoke quite well, but as she continued, her voice dwindled, becoming scarcely audible to the few boys outside the circle. Observing the petite girl tousling her golden hair into a nest, Arnold couldn't help but find it amusing. It was entirely reasonable for her to forget details about trolls. After all, not everyone can be a know-it-all. Being sorted into Ravenclaw merely indicated her insatiable thirst for knowledge. At that moment, another Ravenclaw girl, who had evidently perused the second-year textbook in advance, exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. The book mentioned that due to the exceedingly low intelligence of trolls, their name has been adopted to denote the lowest tier in wizarding examinations." Troll. A Hufflepuff girl grimaced, covering her mouth, glancing from the tapestry to the Ravenclaw girl. "Really? They named it after such an ugly creature? What's this? Are you suddenly feeling motivated to study harder?" Katie Bell, mingling with the Hufflepuff girl, chimed in with a grin, seemingly unconcerned about her own academic performance. The Hufflepuff girl shot her a glare, replying, "What are you on about? Who isn't trying? I'm just worried that I'm too dull to learn." Upon hearing Hill Fawcett emerge to elucidate matters for everyone, Arnold ceased his participation in the discussion. At this moment, he silently calculated the distance and route from the Gryffindor common room to this place. He pondered how long it would take if he sprinted with all his might, and how much time would be required if he proceeded cautiously, treading silently. The location had been identified, albeit the journey unfolded in a manner quite distinct from Arnold's initial expectations. The true challenge lay in effectively utilizing the room of requirement. The fundamental rule was that one must not be seen entering or exiting this enigmatic space. This individual included not only the ever-vigilant Ferk, who relentlessly sought to catch students in their mischief, but also fellow classmates from various years and houses within the school. Such a clandestine refuge could not be easily revealed. Even when sharing it with a select few trusted companions, utmost discretion was imperative. The giants, clad in ballet skirts and striking various seemingly absurd poses, were anything but terrifying. In fact, they appeared rather comical. The first years, having observed the tapestry, engaged in animated discussions about the giants' physiques, dance moves, and attire as they ambled along. As for the poor, foolish Barnaby, he had become a figure of neglect. While moving along with the group, Arnold remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings. "I recall that the headmaster's office is also located on the 8th floor. How is it that I have not encountered the entrance along the way? I have yet to see even the stone guardian that stands watch." Arnold endeavored to recollect the novels and films he had previously encountered. It seemed that when Professor McGonagall escorted Harry to seek out Dumbledore, they entered through the stone troll and subsequently ascended via a spiraling staircase to reach the headmaster's office. This suggested that while the office was indeed situated on the 8th floor, its entrance was located on a lower level. This revelation made sense. However, the plethora of sculptures, both grand and diminutive, throughout Hogwarts was overwhelming. He had not paid heed to the precise location of the stone troll while below. Surely, it must have been distinct from the other more flamboyant figures. Yet, that notion faltered. How could he forget that Dumbledore once sleepwalked to the 8th floor in a desperate need for relief and, in a dazed state, stumbled into the room of requirement? A chamber filled with opulent chamber pots? If there was no entrance to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, how did he manage to emerge for a restroom visit? Apparition, perhaps? Was the esteemed headmaster so refined even during nocturnal excursions? Truly, he was the most formidable wizard in contemporary British magical society. The following section is a reference to illustrations from the Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald companion book, where this scene was originally intended to appear in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince film. Though it ultimately did not, it remains unclear whether it was filmed and subsequently cut. The troll ballet costume prepared by the film crew was indeed exquisite. For reference, one might explore the documentary capturing the creation of the Harry Potter universe. As for the 8th floor's entrance, its existence remains uncertain. But there is indeed an access point near the 3rd floor's cavernous corridor, which was traversed by Professor McGonagall and Harry Potter in the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 84. The enthusiastic fan standing at a crossroads, the spirited young lady Anna Miffield glanced at the two alternative corridors, hesitatingly turning back to Arnold. "Arnold, which path should we take now?" "I'll check." Arnold unfurled the map, his finger gliding swiftly across its surface, pinpointing their current location. The left corridor led to the staircase, while the right led to the divination classroom. Phew. Perhaps it would be prudent to extract a module from the Marauder's map for some study. My expectations are modest. Merely a prominent indicator of our whereabouts would suffice. Upon hearing this, Anna scanned her fellow first years with uncertainty. Do we have this class? Not yet. I heard from an upperclassman that divination is an elective that begins in the second year, replied a Ravenclaw girl named Marietta Eckley. Should we continue our exploration? Inquired Heidi McAvoy, linking arms with Katie Bell as she joined the discussion. Katie hesitated. Perhaps we should forego it. After wandering this extensive route, it must be getting late. As she glanced at her watch, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's already 12:30. We ought to return for lunch." The group of over a dozen students, intrigued and animated, had unknowingly spent the entire morning in delightful chatter. After a brief discussion with a few Hufflepuff classmates, Heidi suggested, "Let us first return to the Great Hall for lunch. In the afternoon, we plan to explore the kitchens located underground, the potions classroom, and the Quidditch pitch outside. What about you all?" Katie did not rush to respond, but instead looked towards Arnold, Andrew Kirk, and Anna, seeking their opinions. Andrew and Anna expressed no objections, indicating that Katie could take charge of the arrangements. Arnold nodded in agreement as he felt no urgency. His quest to explore Hogwarts was a long-term endeavor. The divination classroom was not a restricted area, and it was likely accessible at any time, being a mere few steps from Gryffindor's common room on the 8th floor. With her friend's support, Katie turned back to say, "We feel the same. By the way, isn't the greenhouse for herbology located outside?" Heidi was unsure and again glanced at Arnold. Arnold immersed himself in the map, pondering, if only there were a search function for the greenhouse. What was I thinking? Even the activity map lacks such a feature. If I were to decipher it myself, who knows how long it would take. At least possessing a relatively detailed map is a blessing. Though I have been spoiled by the convenience of various practical applications from my past life. Nevertheless, knowing that the greenhouse could not possibly be within the castle, Arnold soon located it. The greenhouse stands between the castle and the surrounding wall, with a vegetable garden beyond the wall. What? Hogwarts has a vegetable garden? Katie exclaimed. Her initial reaction one of astonishment. Does the school actually employ people to tend to it? Andrew, equally curious, leaned closer to Arnold to observe the garden's location on the map. Thus, the two of them fell to the back of the new student tour group, engaging in conversation as they descended the stairs. Employ people? Not necessary. Hogwarts is home to many house elves. I've heard that they do a lot of the work around the school. Anna, who had been acquainted with the magical world from a young age, interjected from the middle of the group. House elves? What are those? A curious Hufflepuff girl walking near Anna inquired. Heidi eagerly took the opportunity to explain, they are magical beings, much like trolls, but far more intelligent and capable. The delectable and lavish food we enjoyed at last night's feast was likely prepared by the house elves. Last night's dinner? Was tea that conjured up by the long-bearded headmaster? The girl asked, astonished and bewildered. At the front of the group, a Ravenclaw girl named Marietta Eckermore turned back to interject, refuting, of course not. No one can conjure food out of thin air for so many people. Even Dumbledore would find it challenging to ensure there were no issues with that. So he merely transfigured the food from the kitchen to the dining table. The Hufflepuff girl persisted with her viewpoint. Why couldn't it be food conjured by the headmaster? What problems could arise? I admire that bearded old gentleman who can effortlessly fill a barren table with a variety of delicious dishes. Marietta hesitated for a moment before weakly muttering. I don't know. It just can't be. Despite her mother working at the Ministry of Magic, the limitations of her youth and experience made the question seem somewhat beyond her grasp. At this point, Qiu Zhang, who had been quiet since the crowd grew larger, stepped forward. Stop arguing. We will be visiting the kitchen soon, and then everything will become clear. Yes, we will go to the kitchen soon. I must see the house elves you all speak of. However, I believe that being skilled in cooking doesn't necessarily mean one can cultivate vegetables. Perhaps the school employs some form of magical enchantment for the garden. Katie chimed in to support Qiu, and then turned to Arnold, who was lagging at the back, asking, What do you think, Arnold? How would I know? Do you really think I'm Mr. Know-It-All? The vegetable garden is likely managed by the house elves. Perhaps Hagrid occasionally checks on it, but it's not important. As long as I have food, and it's delicious, that's all that matters. I've had enough of slaving away in the kitchen at home, only to produce mediocre meals. Arnold shrugged and replied, I cannot fathom it either. But as time goes on, staying at school will naturally unveil all secrets. A group of exuberant elementary students chattered animatedly as they descended the winding staircase. And after indulging in a lavish lunch in the auditorium, they ventured into the castle's underground. However, upon merely recognizing the potion classroom's location, they could not endure the oppressive atmosphere and fled. As for the kitchen, regrettably, unless Arnold, well-versed in the narrative, revealed its concealed entrance and how to access it, no one would be aware of its whereabouts. Nearby, the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, obscured by several wooden barrels, was overlooked by Heidi and her fellow Hufflepuff students. Clearly, they had been forewarned by their prefect not to divulge the method of entry. Emerging from the castle's depths, they attempted to locate the greenhouse, only to find it locked. Following the information they had gathered, Arnold and his fellow first-year tour group made their way towards the Quidditch pitch. Is this the arena for Quidditch matches? Katie exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she observed the pitch's layout, recalling an upperclassman's description from the previous evening and envisioning the thrilling matches. Indeed, Katie, do you see those metallic rings? They are the goals. Chasers score by throwing the quaffle through the opposing team's hoops. In addition to the quaffle, the game features 2 bludgers and a golden snitch. The bludgers fly about aggressively, necessitating the beaters to knock them away from their teammates, while the golden snitch darts swiftly, and when caught by a seeker, the match concludes. Beside Katie, Chio, her cheeks flushed, eagerly pulled her along, sharing every detail about Quidditch. Katie, with a face full of wonder, responded, "Yes, I know, an upperclassman mentioned it last night. But I still can't quite visualize what the quaffle, bludgers, and golden snitch look like." Chio's enthusiasm escalated. "Did you know that my favorite team, the Touchshield Tornadoes, won the League Cup 5 consecutive times at the turn of the century, breaking the records of the British and Irish Quidditch leagues? And the seeker, Rodri Plunkett, finished the match in just 3.5 seconds, setting the record for the fastest capture of the golden snitch." At this moment, Arnold observed that Xiao Zhang, throughout their journey, had initially appeared to be a rather introverted girl, akin to many of his former classmates from Huagua. Yet, when discussing Quidditch, she transformed, speaking passionately and exuberantly, patiently educating her audience, while fervently promoting her beloved Quidditch team and idolizing her favorite players. Arnold was familiar with this state. Although football and Quidditch differ significantly, he had experienced similar fervor when discussing his favorite team, Arsenal, and the legendary Thierry Henry. Regardless of the sport, a fan's passion resonates universally. Moreover, Arnold found himself intrigued by Quidditch. He had a decent grasp of various sports equipment, and while he was competent on the ground, he eagerly anticipated taking to the skies. As the journey unfolded, almost 2 months had passed, and the time had come for this book to be published. The inspiration for this tale, as previously mentioned in an author's note, stemmed from watching a performance of Hedwig's theme by Clayderman during a Billy Billy Gala, which ignited the desire to pen a fanfiction on Harry Potter. While I conveyed the process lightly, it was far from simple. After the gala, I sought out and watched the movies, feeling insatiable, which ultimately led to my decision to write fanfiction. The initial excitement was palpable, yet the reality of crafting the narrative proved to be quite tedious. Endlessly poring over the original text, conducting research, conceptualizing content, and refining my prose. Progress was slow. From late January until Valentine's Day, I had not managed to stockpile even 10 chapters. Looking back, I find some of my earlier writing rather lackluster. As I expressed in the comments section, certain elements seemed essential to include, yet they lacked the brilliance and conciseness expected of a novel, resembling more a mere expression of my opinions. I am truly grateful that so many readers have not been deterred by my writing style. After releasing the book, I felt quite anxious, fearing it might go unnoticed, until I received a message from the editor reassuring me that a contract was in the works, which alleviated my concerns. I continued writing, reaching this point now. Typically, I would exploit this moment for a dramatic appeal. However, reflecting on it, I realized that the most challenging moments occurred during the initial promotional phase, where I received a meager spot on the web's popularity rankings. Sharing the limelight with a few other titles, it could be deemed the least favorable promotional position in history. Fortunately, at that time, the author of Harry Potter, the Source of Magic, Da Hai Chuan, graciously aided me with a chapter promotion, allowing me to emerge from that bleak spot. My heartfelt thanks to him. Additionally, I must express my gratitude to my editor, Xuan Wu, who ensured that I was consistently featured in subsequent promotional rounds, despite my performance lagging behind other new releases. Even during moments of criticism and self-doubt, Xuan Wu was prompt in communicating with me, offering encouragement, contrasting sharply with the aloof demeanor often associated with editors. Though my collection may not be extensive compared to peers, I am content with the recognition my writing style has garnered. Perhaps labeling my feelings as content might suggest a lack of ambition, yet I genuinely feel satisfied. Of course, I aspire to improve further. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all my readers who have embraced and tolerated my leisurely writing pace, voting, tipping, and supporting me, as well as encouraging me in the comments and chapter discussions. Thank you, everyone. I hope for your continued support, and I will strive to produce more engaging and captivating content to meet your expectations. Regarding updates post-publication, tomorrow at noon, once the book goes live, around 12, coinciding with my usual first update time, I will release 5 chapters throughout the day. Furthermore, aside from the launch day, I will ensure a minimum of 2 updates daily, with additional updates as circumstances permit. I seek your initial support. To all my companions on ASXS and QQ Reading, I trust you will not abandon me, will you? I hope those who enjoy pirated content can still support a first subscription tomorrow. It won't cost much, but the subscription figures are truly significant for a book. They can provide the author with greater confidence and allow the editor to recognize the book's potential. My aspirations are not exceedingly high. I would be content with a first subscription of 150. If there is an increase beyond that, such as an additional 100, that would be splendid. Indeed, I am referring to 250. If we could reach that subscription figure, I would gladly accept the label of a fool and add an extra chapter. Furthermore, Regarding rewards for additional chapters, I previously mentioned that cumulative rewards of 10,000 would yield one extra chapter, while a single reward of 10,000 would provide 2 additional chapters, with both being calculated separately. However, whether due to subscriptions or rewards, if there are extra chapters, I will determine the timing based on my speed and manuscript availability, which may lead to some delays. I trust everyone will understand. In summary, this is my sentiment upon launching, and I hope to produce more and better content in the future. That concludes my remarks. The meeting is adjourned. Finally, I wish everyone good health, success in work and study, and happiness in life in this challenging start to the year 2020. Chapter 85. I wish to try your great sword. First update. Seeking subscriptions. After visiting the Quidditch pitch, the new students' tour for the day came to an end. The 11 or 12-year-old young wizards, despite their busy day, showed no signs of fatigue, which led Arnold to silently muse once more on the remarkable endurance of wizards. After dinner, this makeshift tour group dispersed, but Katie remained eagerly engaged in listening to Chio Zhang talk about Quidditch, with Anna accompanying her. Thus, Arnold and Andrew, the 2 boys, made their way back to the Gryffindor common room ahead of the others. The common room was sparsely populated. Arnold quickly scanned the area. Notably, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were absent. He wondered whether Lee was diligently preparing as he had discussed with Arnold the previous night or whether he had accompanied the twins on an adventure to Hogsmeade. If they returned too late, they would likely have to outsmart Filch on the way from the One-Eyed Witch statue to the Gryffindor common room. However, with the twins possessing the Marauders map, they should find it rather difficult to be caught. Speaking of which, with his knowledge of the plot and certain landmarks, coupled with a copied map in hand, Arnold found it quite convenient to navigate. The real challenge lay in traversing the route between those hidden chamber entrances and the common room. Fortunately, in this regard, he was not entirely unprepared. Authentic magical items recognized by the system, when employed effectively, should suffice to handle even a dullard like Filch. In the common room, Charlie and his friend with short brown hair were seated on the sofa, engrossed in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, they both turned to see Arnold enter, and Charlie immediately rose to greet him, as if he had been waiting specifically for Arnold. Observing this, Andrew gestured to Arnold and ascended to the dormitory alone. Arnold, come sit over here, Charlie beckoned. Is there something you need from me, Charlie? Arnold inquired as he approached and took a seat opposite Charlie. Sensing the importance of the matter at hand, Charlie exchanged a glance with his brown-haired friend before addressing Arnold. I wanted to inquire about your sword. He indicated the flying sword resting beside Arnold. How is it controlled? Is it similar to maneuvering a broomstick? I mean, can it be directed forwards, backwards, sideways, and even up and down? As Arnold was about to respond, Charlie inquired, by the way, Arnold, have you ever ridden a broomstick? I heard from George and Fred that you purchased one in Diagon Alley. Indeed, I have ridden a broomstick, Arnold acknowledged, nodding as he brought his flying sword before him, allowing it to hover gracefully among the 3 of them. As for my flying sword, it is true that its control bears resemblance to that of a broomstick. However, it is considerably slower and its responsiveness lags by a few beats. May I give it a try? Charlie asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Arnold's magnificent sword. Arnold observed Charlie for a moment. Unlike the stocky twins, Charlie, along with Percy and Ron, was tall and slender. Arnold estimated his weight to be between 70 and 80 kilograms. The flying sword was embedded with 3 toy broomsticks, which, theoretically, should be able to support him. Moreover, even if it were to fail, a fall from a height of no more than 30 centimeters would not be fatal. Nodding, Arnold cautioned, it's fine, but ascend slowly. I am uncertain whether it can bear your weight. Following Arnold's advice, under the gaze of the brown-haired boy, Charlie first extended one foot onto the sword, then cautiously lifted the other, barely a few centimeters off the ground. After confirming there were no issues, he stood on the flying sword with both feet. Once stable, Charlie eagerly inquired, how do I control its movement? I tried channeling my magic like I do when riding a broom, but there's no response. Do not rush, Arnold reassured him, guiding. Try directing your magic along the sword, extending it downwards along this wooden plank. Just as he finished speaking, the flying sword beneath Charlie began to shake erratically. Arnold quickly continued, yes, do you feel it? There are 3 nodes for receiving magic. Do not be hasty. You only need to connect your magic to one point to control its movement. Indeed, although Arnold had embedded 3 children's broomsticks into the flying sword, creating a robust and sensible structure, even at 17, Charlie was able to hover steadily atop it. However, the movement spell attached to it required an additional supply of magic. If it relied solely on external magic absorption, it could only provide the most basic lift. To control the flight of the sword, one needed to communicate with the movement spell on the toy broomsticks. Unfortunately, only one could be connected at a time, at least. Arnold had yet to figure out how to manage 2 magical items simultaneously. Even linear acceleration would not suffice. Merely supplying magic required a thought regarding the direction of movement, a skill Arnold had not yet mastered, such as dual focus or division of thought. Thus, while Arnold had enhanced the flying sword's carrying capacity by increasing the number of toy broomsticks, its mobility remained limited. Although the buoyancy from the 3 movement spells offset much of the weight, the heavier the burden on the sword, the slower it became to control. Consequently, the modified flying skateboard, when fully loaded, was said by the Hogwarts Express staff to slightly ease the effort of movement spells. Yet the potency of such tools could not be compared to that of professional equipment. Following Arnold's guidance, Charlie quickly grasped the technique and began to soar slowly around the spacious common room atop the flying sword. Arnold preferred to refer to it as drifting in his mind. After circling the common lounge twice, Charlie guided the flying sword towards Arnold while inquiring, "Is this the fastest it can go?" Clearly, Charlie was not entirely satisfied with the leisurely pace of the flying sword. Arnold shrugged helplessly, saying, "Indeed, Charlie, it is merely a toy. One cannot compare it to a flying broomstick." If the person on the flying sword were Arnold, his weight might afford him a slight increase in speed. Yet it remains quite limited. However, he possesses an undisclosed method to enhance his velocity. After a period of diligent practice, Arnold has mastered a unique technique that allows him to swiftly alternate his magical energy among 3 children's brooms, utilizing inertia to accelerate his flight. This approach is confined to linear acceleration. Should he attempt to turn, Arnold fears his intellect may falter. If the control over the direction of one toy broom differs from the others during the switch, the consequences could be quite amusing. Arnold did not refuse to share the method with Charlie. Rather, he recognized that mastering such a rather trivial skill required a considerable amount of time. Observing Charlie's demeanor, it was evident that he was not the type to engage in prolonged play with Arnold's magnificent sword. Chapter 86. Unworthy, Second Update. Subscription requested. Charlie leaped off the flying sword and remarked, "The speed is indeed rather slow, and the response is not very timely. It lacks agility." After speaking, he gestured with a nod towards the brown-haired boy. "Oliver, why don't you give it a try?" Oliver? I wondered why this boy seemed inseparable from Charlie throughout the day. It turned out their relationship was not of that nature. Oliver Wood, the man who succeeded Charlie as captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team after his graduation. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to the charming figure portrayed in the films. Indeed, quite handsome. However, not as dashing as I am. After guiding Oliver on how to control the flying sword's movements, Charlie plopped back onto the sofa and turned to Arnold, inquiring, "Arnold, do you believe there is further room for improvement in this flying sword, primarily concerning its speed and the responsiveness to magical control?" Upon hearing this, Arnold gently furrowed his brow. There is certainly room for improvement. Ultimately, whether it be the flying sword or the flying skateboard, these are not truly magical artifacts crafted by Arnold. Rather, they are merely simple assemblages. The 3 toy brooms embedded at the base of the flying sword are made from the most inferior quality of wood among ordinary materials. They are thin and short, capable of bearing a mere 30 kilograms, which suffices for young wizard children aged 5 to 7, as they are merely toys. Furthermore, because the magical connection is established through the toy brooms embedded in the flying sword rather than the wooden sword itself, this separation results in Charlie feeling that the sword's responsiveness to his control is somewhat lacking. These issues are not insurmountable. If Arnold could genuinely create a flying sword through alchemy, by directly enchanting a piece of higher quality wood with the strongest mobility spell he can currently cast, provided the wood can withstand such power, he firmly believes that no matter the shape of the wood, its speed and responsiveness to magical manipulation would be greatly enhanced. However, the matter is not so simple. During the summer break, Arnold diligently studied his basic enchanting techniques to fulfill the system's initial alchemical project task. Apart from abandoning the idea of using a Lumos spell to create a magical flashlight, as it proved difficult to make anything other than wands emit light, Arnold had explored many creative concepts and conducted several experiments. He discovered that any magic with a proficiency level of only 1 could not be applied to a medium, making him feel quite regretful for the bunnies he had acquired to learn the snot spell. After inducing nausea in countless little rabbits, Arnold finally mastered the snot spell and intended to craft a small device to outsmart Felch. However, he was taken aback to find that a level 1 snot spell could not be enchanted. He had already begun preparing for the nocturnal adventures during the summer, initially aiming to create a magical item infused with the snot spell. This way, Arnold could simply throw it within a certain distance of Felch, allowing the magical item to unleash the snot spell, causing him to secrete a copious amount of mucus and feel nauseous, thus rendering him incapable of attending to his own actions. "I am a benevolent individual, I assure you. I shall never resort to using biological weapons such as dung bombs." After several failed attempts, Arnold revisited the documentation on basic enchanting techniques from the system, meticulously studying it. He then realized that to imbue a magical item with a specific spell, the corresponding magic proficiency must be elevated to at least level 2. Currently, among all the spells Arnold has mastered, only the red spark spell and the green spark spell have reached level 2 proficiency. As for the mobility spell required for crafting the flying sword, despite having learned it later, Arnold has successfully grasped it and has brought its proficiency to 33 on the path to level 2. His progress has been remarkably swift, yet there remains a considerable distance to reach level 2. After a moment of contemplation, Arnold slowly remarked, "Improvements can indeed be made, but it may take some time, as I need to invest effort into research." He added, "Moreover, classes will commence tomorrow. and I cannot be certain how much time I will have to devote to this endeavor. He requires time, yet it may not necessarily be available. In essence, his response is a polite refusal. But does Arnold truly lack time? He has nearly completed his preparations for the first-grade curriculum, particularly in the subjects of spell casting and transfiguration. While participating in the exams may pose a challenge, he believes that merely preparing for the final exams would not require him to expend much effort beyond the classroom. Even in subjects such as the history of magic, which demand rote memorization, Arnold, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, feels quite confident. What he truly lacks is motivation. Although he has learned the mobility spell, its proficiency is not particularly high, and it is neither powerful nor particularly engaging. Thus, Arnold finds it difficult to muster interest in mastering the mobility spell further. The newly acquired Lumos spell, though outdated in the magical realm, is something he has personally expended energy to decipher. It would be a pity not to practice it. It is perfectly normal to be enamored with the new. When it comes to honing proficiency, the allure of new toys is undeniably compelling. Moreover, Arnold has amassed a considerable amount of energy. After a day bustling about Hogwarts, the long-term task of exploring the campus has brought him to a total of 34.4, yielding 3,000 energy points and 1 point of honor. Together with his prior savings, he now possesses a total of 4,700 energy points and 3 points of honor. Indeed, a windfall in a single day. As anticipated, despite his earlier struggles with the system during the summer, his engagement with the magical world has led to a bountiful influx of energy. However, tasks that yield rewards as easily as campus exploration are few and far between. Thus, being extravagant is not advisable. Hence, I must apologize. In Arnold's view, investing energy in the mobility spell is unwarranted. Practicing frugality is a time-honored virtue of our culture. Good steel must be expended wisely. Instead of pursuing the tedious and ineffective mobility spell, wouldn't it be wiser to analyze the flying broom? It requires only 1,000 points. After comprehending the magic attached to it, why would I need the mobility spell? By applying that flight magic to the flying sword, its speed would increase manifold. Additionally, with the Marauder S-map, each individual module costs 1,000 energy points. Wouldn't it be advantageous to extract and learn the modules related to positioning? Once mastered, I could enhance my map to display my current location, practical and visually appealing. Surely, these pursuits are far more engaging than the mobility spell. Chapter 87. Series of tasks, third update, subscription requested. Perhaps Arnold's words were too subtle, for Charlie failed to comprehend the underlying message. He continued to gaze intently at Arnold, stating, "This is not particularly urgent. While I hope you can create it sooner, I will leave the timing to your discretion. May I inquire, Charlie, what exactly attracts you to this?" Arnold, feeling somewhat exasperated, decided he must first clarify the situation. What else could it be? Of course, it is Quidditch. Charlie exclaimed a term that Arnold had not anticipated. Arnold repeated in confusion, "Quidditch?" Charlie nodded and, pointing to Oliver who was circling on his flying sword, explained, "Indeed. I noticed this peculiar contraption of yours earlier this morning. After testing it, I found that aside from its sluggish speed and inadequate responsiveness, it is quite similar to riding a broomstick. Although the altitude of flight is somewhat restricted, that is of little consequence." Arnold nodded, yet remained perplexed. He was aware that his proficiency with the flying sword stemmed from his prior experience with the flying broom, which enabled him to swiftly master the fundamental control techniques. He was enjoying a delightful flight, tethered by iron chains. However, Charlie and Oliver were already bona fide members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, arguably among the best flyers at Hogwarts. The flying sword, despite Arnold's ability to enhance its mobility spell to a higher level, still paled in comparison to the broomstick. Could it genuinely serve as a training tool for them and their fellow Quidditch players? Charlie, undeterred by Arnold's disjointed expressions and actions, continued to elucidate. If this device could promptly respond to the operator's consciousness and magical energy, and if its speed could be marginally increased, then our team members could hone their flying skills anytime, anywhere, simply by standing atop it during classes or after school. If they persevered, I believe it would significantly enhance their prowess in handling broomsticks. Upon hearing this, Arnold realized there was indeed merit in Charlie's argument. They were not seeking sheer speed. If Arnold were to eventually master the magical enhancements on broomsticks, they might not even require that. What mattered was a practical means of transportation that could be readily utilized to practice skills akin to those required for broomstick flying, fostering an environment of continuous improvement. He never anticipated that the contraption he had casually assembled could serve such a purpose. He hadn't even exerted any effort yet. The system didn't even recognize this invention. Truly, I am a master alchemist. At that moment, Oliver would completed his test flight, dismounting from Arnold's flying sword and giving Charlie a slight nod. Charlie turned to Arnold and concluded, "In short, both Oliver and I believe that if you could make some improvements to your creation, it would be beneficial for our Quidditch team." As he spoke, his gaze toward Arnold grew increasingly sincere. "However, I wonder if you would be willing to provide this flying." Seeing Arnold was uncomfortable with the term flying sword, he interjected, "Just call it a flying skateboard. I can easily design it to resemble a skateboard, which is simpler and more familiar." He continued, "If it truly helps you, I would be more than willing. This afternoon, I visited the Quidditch pitch and discovered, through my peers' introductions. That it was far more fascinating than what Fred and George had conveyed in their letters. Charlie and Oliver exchanged glances, sharing a silent chuckle. After all, they too had fallen in love with Quidditch step by step through observing the pitch, learning the rules, and watching matches. It seemed Arnold was not far from embracing this passion. Yet, Arnold was not merely on the brink of diving into Quidditch. He was ready to leap. After laying the groundwork, Arnold suddenly asked, Charlie, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, do you think I could join the team? Indeed. Since he possessed a valuable asset that the others needed, Arnold felt it was the perfect moment to voice his request. Even if Charlie were to deny his entry, Arnold was still prepared to diligently practice the mobility spell. Assisting the Gryffindor Quidditch team in enhancing its strength would benefit him, as the winning house of the Quidditch Cup would receive extra points. Before Harry's enrollment, breaking Slytherin's monopoly on the House Cup would rely on my efforts. Thus, Arnold's request was not driven by ulterior motives, but rather by a genuine opportunity. Moreover, at the instant Arnold made his request, a new task appeared within his system. Task name, Challenge Tradition 2, Task Objective, join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Task description, Hogwarts has a rule that first-year students cannot join Quidditch teams, but you know this is not absolute. Attempt to persuade Gryffindor Quidditch Captain Charlie Weasley and Headmistress Minerva McGonagall to allow you to join the team. Do not let some fortunate boy steal the spotlight. Task reward, 600 energy points, 1 honor point. Yet another challenge to tradition. This has become a series of tasks. The previous task was initiated by the system, but this time it stemmed from my own desire to play. The system merely cooperated. Could it be that the last task was also prompted by my own inclination to divulge the Sorting Hat's secrets? Am I truly a troublemaker at heart? Impossible. I am so well behaved. It is merely the system that is restless. The reward of 600 energy points is double the previous amount, though honor points remain at a meager one. Nonetheless, Arnold had grown accustomed to this scarcity. Now, with the task reward dangling before him, joining the Quidditch team was no longer just a personal interest, it also promised tangible benefits. Upon hearing Arnold's request, Charlie momentarily froze before promptly rejecting him. You? No. You need to first attend Madame Hooch's flying lessons for a year. You Haven T even learned to walk before attempting to run. Although as long as no one suffers a fatal fall, Madame Pomfrey could remedy any injuries, and if she were unable, they could always be sent to St. Mungo S for more specialized care. But what if the players were too inexperienced and lost the match? Setting aside the fact that the Quidditch Cup concerns the honor of the house and affects the House Cup's points, Charlie himself did not wish for any regrets in his final Quidditch Cup. Aside from the one time in his second year when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, they had been deprived of the championship for 4 consecutive years. It was precisely for this reason that he tirelessly sought ways to enhance the players' capabilities, even considering Arnold's uncertain flying sword. But I already know how to fly. I rode a broomstick during the summer. If you don't believe me, bring out your broom, and I'll show you. Arnold insisted, continuing to press. Charlie merely shook his head. That's still one T do. Knowing how to fly and flying well are two different matters. He then felt his rejection was too harsh, adding, furthermore, first-year students cannot join the Quidditch team, and they aren't even allowed to bring their own broomsticks to school. That is a school rule, and you should be aware of it, Arnold. Of course I know, but I also know many things you do not. Chapter 88, The Power of Habit, 4th update, subscription request. As the saying goes, rules are dead, but people are alive. Regarding the various regulations at Hogwarts, aside from Filch, it is unlikely that any professor, headmaster, or headmistress would adhere rigidly and without reservation. Even the typically stern and sometimes severe Professor McGonagall opened doors for Harry, did she not? Harry could join the Quidditch team as a first-year student. Why can't I? On what grounds? He is the world's protagonist, and I am merely a time traveler. Arnold persisted, asking, how can we know it won't work if we don't try? He suggested that as the captain, it was up to him to decide whether to put Arnold's name forward. As for Professor McGonagall's approval, that was her concern alone. Charlie hesitated. Although Arnold had not explicitly stated that he would cease flying if he did not make the Quidditch team, the implication lingered. Charlie felt a sense of guilt for potentially hindering someone willing to invest their time and energy to assist him. Observing Charlie's expression soften, Arnold silently commended himself. Recognizing that this was indeed an opportune moment. What should I do? I would feel quite remiss if I denied him the chance. You've been a prefect for too long, feeling the need to oversee everything. As he mentioned, whether the application is approved is not solely within our control. Ultimately, after a quiet consultation with Oliver, Charlie turned to Arnold and proposed, how about this? When the Quidditch team holds tryouts this year, you can showcase your flying skills on the pitch, and then I will consider whether to allow you a place on the team. He quickly added, as a reserve. Reserve? Well, a reserve is still a reserve. The main goal is to get in first, Arnold thought. Isn't that how football works? You start in the youth team, then the second team, and finally, if you seize the opportunity as a substitute, you can gradually prove yourself and earn a spot in the first team. I am prepared for that. Moreover, the system's challenge of breaking tradition merely required entry into the Quidditch team. It did not specify that one must be a starter. No problem, Arnold exclaimed, nodding eagerly. With his hardcore flying skills honed through rigorous training, he confidently posed the question, Are you afraid? Not afraid? I am. He felt that only amidst the talented upperclassmen of the Quidditch team could he truly unleash his potential, feeling safer than during flying lessons. Arnold believes that once he conquers the fears within him and experiences the exhilaration of his first high-altitude flight, countless subsequent flights will follow. He leans towards the position of a batsman, confident that he could also excel as a chaser. However, he dismisses the idea of becoming a seeker, despite its significant impact on the outcome of the game. The pursuit of the elusive golden snitch seems rather tedious to him. Furthermore, the seeker position is currently held by Charlie, and next year, Harry will join as well. How could Arnold compete against that? Yet, Charlie is nearing graduation, and Arnold is unaware whether a certain Harry Potter will emerge next year. If it turns out that Arnold possesses an innate talent for the seeker role, perhaps Charlie would take the initiative to nurture his abilities in that direction. At that moment, he must resolutely adhere to his own convictions and firmly decline any such offers. He wishes for Harry to shine, to win matches, and to earn points for Gryffindor. Seeing Arnold's radiant smile, Charlie couldn't help but remind him, "But I cannot guarantee that Professor McGonagall will permit a first-year student like you to join the team." Regarding this matter, Arnold already had a plan. Upon hearing this, he promptly replied, "That is easily resolved. Just make a special note beside my name, stating that I will provide the team with a batch of customized training equipment, along with on-site guidance on its usage. This is expected to significantly enhance the players' agility while flying and their ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances." Arnold is at least 5 or 6 points confident that, given Professor McGonagall's fervor for Quidditch, upon hearing of his genuine methods to enhance the skills of the players, his application for the team is likely to be accepted. Should he also secure Madame Hooch's approval, that 5 or 6 points could easily transform into 7 or 8. After listening to Arnold's words, Charlie exchanged glances with Oliver. Indeed, the customization is not in question. However, does this endeavor truly require any on-site guidance? Furthermore, the prospect of significant improvement, did I not just express a similar sentiment? It is merely an auxiliary method, one that offers support at best. Were it not for Charlie's determination this year, willing to explore any means available, Arnold's leisurely flying technique might not have even caught his attention. Nevertheless, as Oliver remarked, the decision is beyond the purview of students like them. They shall proceed as Arnold suggested, and in doing so, Charlie considers it a modest assistance to him. With this thought, Charlie nodded at Arnold, stating, "You may give it a try, but the condition is that you must first demonstrate your flying skills before me." Seeing that Arnold had no objections, he felt at ease and pointed to Oliver, saying, "I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Oliver Wood, who will assume the role of team captain after I graduate next year." Arnold exchanged a handshake with Oliver, and after becoming acquainted, the trio engaged in lively conversation about Quidditch and flying skateboards. At 6 in the morning, Arnold rose punctually, swiftly attended to his personal hygiene, and then stepped outside. Today marked the true commencement of the school year. Based on yesterday's experience, he knew there would be no breakfast available in the hall at this hour. So he had no intention of descending the stairs. Instead, he leisurely strolled through the 8th floor of the castle. As he meandered, he found himself beneath the grand tapestry depicting the giant clubbing the foolish Baraboo. Glancing at the amusing scene woven into the fabric, Arnold made his way toward the opposite white wall. He recalled that he needed to silently envision the destination while passing this wall 3 times for a doorway to materialize. Since he had approached from the tapestry, that route likely did not count. The path was perpendicular to the white wall, and he surmised that only traversing along the wall itself would qualify as passing it. This raised a question. Should he walk in one direction to count as one pass? Or must he make a round trip? Standing in front of the white wall, Arnold lingered in contemplation before ultimately deciding to abandon his musings. The room of requirement was right there, and wouldn't he be going anywhere? There was no need to rush. He could take a leisurely stroll around the building each morning, allowing the elderly gentleman across the way to become accustomed to his routine before proceeding. Arnold approached cheerfully, greeting, "Good morning, Mr. Felch." Felch ignored him, fixating on his pocket watch for a considerable time before snapping it shut with a frustrated glance at Arnold. "You're quite early, lad." Seemingly oblivious to Felch's unkind tone, Arnold offered him a radiant smile. Indeed, as the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. A good night's rest and an early rise are beneficial for one's health. Upon finishing his words, Arnold elegantly bowed slightly and proceeded to pass by Felch, who watched him with a sullen gaze as he gradually walked away, turning a corner and disappearing from sight. If I make this a daily routine, it won't be long before Felch becomes indifferent to our encounters in the morning. As the power of habit gradually takes root, I shall be able to emerge from the House of Requests without hesitation. Of course, I must remain vigilant upon my exit to avoid being caught off guard. As for the timing of my visits to the House of Requests, it could be in the morning, afternoon, or evening. The variables are numerous, and I shall adapt to the circumstances as they arise. Chapter 89. This batch of students is lacking. 5th update, subscription requested. At the stairwell of the 8th floor, Arnold noticed a peculiar portrait depicting a knight clad in full armor. Could this be the knight who temporarily replaced the plump lady at the door in a certain part of the original narrative? It is commendable that he has not removed his armor even in slumber, Yet the notion of a knight sleeping at this hour does not align with Arnold's expectations. Shouldn't a knight rise early to strengthen his body and practice swordsmanship? Even if he is merely a painting, one should still hold oneself to rigorous standards. With a silent scoff, Arnold began his descent, slowly, step by step, documenting his observations. He meticulously recorded the times and directions of any changes encountered along the restless staircase. Noting the state of those moments when no alterations were present, Arnold believes that as long as he collects sufficient data, he will eventually produce an accurate chart. He can then sell it to his classmates, particularly the incoming freshmen, such as Harry and Ron, to prevent them from being late for their first class of the semester. Observing the serene silver tabby cat perched quietly on the lectern, watching students enter the classroom one by one, Arnold wonders if this is a traditional spectacle for first-year students attending Transfiguration for the first time each year. On the first day of classes, the Gryffindor freshmen's first lesson is Transfiguration with their head of house, Professor McGonagall. The same goes for the Hufflepuff newcomers. Shortly after Arnold takes his seat, he hears commotion behind him and turns to see Connor Stebbins, the Hufflepuff boy he toured the campus with yesterday, along with Heidi McAvoy and several other familiar and unfamiliar Hufflepuff students entering the classroom together. As the group passes the lectern, none of them reach out to pet the cat. Even those who notice it merely tug at their neighbor's sleeve, exchanging glances. What a disappointment. Arnold sighs inwardly, nearly following their footsteps with his gaze. For more than half an hour, Arnold remains vigilant, hoping that some student might impulsively reach out to stroke the majestic tabby cat. Yet to his dismay, no one does. At most, they point and speculate curiously about why a cat is sitting on the lectern. Why point and gesture when you could simply reach out and touch it? When Katie Bell and Anna Miffield enter and sit down, they exchange bewildered looks with Arnold, feeling puzzled by his frustrated expression. Just as they are about to inquire, the gray tabby cat on the lectern suddenly leaps, its soft, agile body stretching and transforming midair. Professor McGonagall, clad in a green plaid robe and square glasses, appears before the wide-eyed freshman in a startling and magical manner. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff newcomers collectively gasp in astonishment. At 9 o'clock, the class begins, and Professor McGonagall promptly dispels her transformation, seemingly indicating that no brave souls have dared to arrive late today. This batch of students is rather lackluster. The Hufflepuff badgers may be excused. But what of our own rambunctious lions? Have they all turned so obedient? However, aside from Arnold, who remains disheartened by the lack of entertainment, the other freshmen are utterly captivated by Professor McGonagall. It seems that even for those from pure-blood or half-blood families, witnessing such exquisite transfiguration is a rarity. Professor McGonagall appears quite pleased with her initial display, seizing the opportunity to emphasize, transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous subject you will encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class will be expelled and forever barred from returning. Do not claim that I did not warn you in advance. Professor McGonagall articulates her rules once, then turns and waves her wand at the lectern, which suddenly contorts, settling into the form of a pig. No, not quite settled. Arnold perceives confusion and fear in the pig's big, watery eyes. Who knows how he discerns such inner turmoil from the gaze of a pig? Yet, from the little pig's frantic head shaking and wriggling body, Arnold is certain that if not for Professor McGonagall's magical restraint, it would have bolted and panicked throughout the classroom. The wooden lectern has transformed into a sentient, emotive living pig. Even though Arnold had mentally prepared for this, he cannot help but recall how previously Professor McGonagall performed her Tita butterfly trick in his home. The resemblance to the current spectacle is striking, as in both instances, lifeless objects are suddenly animated. Unscientific as it may be, even if it is magic, it feels rather unfair. Altering the nature of objects is one thing. I could manage that myself with some effort. But a pig's brain, while somewhat dim-witted, possesses a modicum of intelligence. The ability to bestow consciousness through transfiguration, while not permanent, indeed remarkable. No wonder wizards often refer to mundane inventions like electric lights, telephones, and computers as substitutes for magic, although there may be an element of complacency in such views. Considering the early days of computing, which occupied several rooms and operated with considerable inconvenience, magic undeniably offers a more efficient and convenient alternative. Nevertheless, the pace of development in the Muggle world far surpasses that of the magical realm. As Professor McGonagall waves her wand once more, the little pig transforms back into the lectern amidst the gasps of the young wizards. And Arnold returns from his contemplation of the comparative intelligence of magical wisdom versus artificial intelligence. The young wizards gaze eagerly at Professor McGonagall, wishing to begin learning this astonishing transfiguration immediately, while Arnold maintains his composed demeanor. The desire to learn how to turn a pig into a living creature in their first year, why not aim for the stars? As a seasoned instructor at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall has her own methods of dealing with these youthful, impressionable wizards. Seizing their eagerness for her captivating transformation, she puts away her wand and produces the beginner's transfiguration guide. Now, let us turn to the first page of the textbook. The young wizards lean in attentively, absorbing every word Professor McGonagall imparts, many taking extensive notes. Today, we shall conclude our study of basic theories. Next, we will learn the first spell. After a lengthy class, and even a brief intermission, Professor McGonagall finally wraps up another segment and closes the textbook. The young wizards, now somewhat weary, become energized once more at the prospect of the impending transformation. Arnold found it rather perplexing why his classmates were so fascinated by transforming a pig, especially since they had skipped breakfast. If one were to consider the transformation of inanimate objects into living creatures, lions and tigers would certainly be far more captivating than a pig. Even a butterfly is undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than a pig. Under the eager gazes of the young wizards, Professor McGonagall produced a box of matches and began distributing them. It is crucial to wield your wand with determination and decisiveness during the transformation process. Unnecessary movements or rotations of the wand may lead to failure. Prior to casting the transformation spell, one must vividly envision the desired form of the object in their mind and articulate the incantation clearly. Our task for this lesson is to transmute the matches into iron needles. You are to imagine the appearance of an iron needle while reciting the spell clearly. Once all the students had received their matches, Professor McGonagall stood by the lectern and continued her explanation. The students' emotions transformed from initial excitement to confusion upon receiving the matches, ultimately culminating in disappointment when they heard the classroom task. Adorable little piggy, perhaps we shall meet again someday. Professor McGonagall remained undeterred by the roller coaster of emotions exhibited by the young wizards and continued her instruction at her own pace. Now, place your wands down and repeat after me. Acus. Note 1. Acus. Ensure that the final syllable is pronounced clearly and with a sharp emphasis. Once more, Acus. Acus. After all the young wizards had become familiar with the incantation and its pronunciation, Professor McGonagall allowed them to practice freely while she wandered among them, observing their spell casting and providing timely guidance and encouragement. As practice commenced, the young wizards soon realized that their fanciful dream of transforming a pig was indeed far-fetched. Not only was it challenging to transmute wood into a living creature, but even the task of converting it into a lifeless, cold metal proved to be quite arduous. Most of the young wizards struggled to elicit any change in the matches whatsoever. Only a select few, perhaps possessing a natural aptitude for transfiguration or having previously dabbled in it at home, managed to alter the appearance of the matches slightly. They might have produced a few metallic specks here and there, yet covering the entirety of the match seemed nearly impossible. Some could only manage to make one end of the match slightly more slender, a change so minuscule that it was almost imperceptible, and it still retained its wooden appearance and texture. Even so, among the young wizards, these were remarkable achievements. Faced with the disheartened expressions of the students, the seasoned Professor McGonagall did not adopt a stern demeanor to chastise them. Rather, she spoke soothingly to encourage them. This was not an assignment they were expected to master on the first day. It was merely the beginning of a teaching journey that would span several weeks. Take your time, don't rush. Remember the theories we have studied. Visualize clearly in your mind and articulate the incantation with conviction. Very well. I believe that after a few more lessons, you will succeed. Well, Arnold, you did it. How did you manage that? The sudden exclamation interrupted Professor McGonagall's words and captured her attention. Following the sound, she observed Katie Bell and Anna Miffield gazing in astonishment at Arnold's desk, not at Arnold himself, but rather at a needle. A pristine stainless steel one complete with an eye. Perfect. If Arnold was to showcase his abilities, he intended to demonstrate his utmost skill. Since he had mastered the transformation between ice and water through his studies, Arnold seemed to have an epiphany regarding transfiguration. His proficiency soared, and his understanding of the subject deepened. Although he had entered the realm of transfiguration through the nearly identical substances of water and ice, it was only after gaining more insight that Arnold recognized his fortune, the magic of transfiguration. While indeed more challenging when the objects to be transformed exhibit greater intrinsic differences, such as physical properties or chemical compositions, seem to bear a scientific semblance. However, when it came to directing magical energy for transformation, it was inherently philosophical. One must vividly visualize the intended form of the object in their mind. The Guide for Novice Transfiguration, Emmerich Switch, emphasizes that it is the appearance that must be depicted, not molecules, and certainly not atoms. Arnold's initial inability to transform a matchstick into a needle stemmed from a misguided direction, resulting in a lack of perceptive clarity. The recitation of incantations and the channeling of magical energy, under ideal conditions, yield metamorphic results that are solely contingent upon the mental image conjured by the sorcerer. The intricacies of shape, structure, texture, and scent play crucial roles. Often, what is deemed a failure in transformation is not a fault of the magic itself, but rather a deficiency in the wizard's depiction of the object intended for metamorphosis. When compared to the target, their mental imagery may lack accuracy and detail, leading to outcomes that are minutely divergent, yet significantly erroneous. The metamorphic spell, in essence, does not fail. Rather, the resultant object deviates from expectations due to the sorcerer's imprecise visualization, culminating in a practical failure. For instance, certain fantastical creatures born from human transformation mishaps arise from the wizard's inability to envision beauty, resulting in grotesque outcomes. Through diligent practice and an exploration of the transformative processes of ice and water, coupled with a proactive study of theoretical knowledge, Arnold gradually comprehended that his ability to interchange water and ice was not rooted in an understanding of dihydrogen monoxide, but rather in his habitual indulgence in several bottles of soda, complete with ice, throughout the summer. With this realization, Arnold ceased his relentless torment of Nicole's sewing kit. At least he refrained from invoking spells like shatter upon the needles. Instead, he meticulously observed and even replicated the shapes and characteristics of the embroidery needles, embedding them firmly in his memory. He repeatedly touched and inhaled, fully grasping the cold metallic texture and subtle saline taste. There was no need to discern the differences between iron, steel, or stainless steel. From that point onward, Arnold only needed to vividly conjure the image of the embroidery needle from his recollections to achieve a near-perfect transformation. Moreover, the materials employed in the metamorphic spell need not be limited to matchsticks or wood. How was this accomplished? Arnold hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to respond. It was not that he was unwilling to share his insights with his two companions, who he had known since the beginning of the school year, and with whom he had developed a pleasant rapport. Such foundational knowledge was not something he felt compelled to withhold. However, Arnold himself was merely a novice, and although he progressed slightly faster than his peers, he still resided firmly within the realm of beginners. He struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly and feared that any inaccuracies in his explanations might mislead them. To put it succinctly, it revolved around the precise and powerful spells articulated in the textbooks, the lively and steadfast magic, and the necessity of a clear and comprehensive imagination. Essentially, these three facets constituted the core of his understanding. Ultimately, Arnold found himself reciting from the beginner's guide to transformation, but no. It was more akin to distilling and summarizing the essence of the material, a version endorsed by Professor McGonagall herself. Chapter 91. A Billion Lost. Special thanks to book friend Eslam for the generous reward. Additional update 2. As soon as Arnold finished speaking, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated from behind. A commendable summary, Mr. Adams. As she approached, she inquired, "Did you come up with this on your own?" Upon hearing the words, Arnold turned back in astonishment, only to be met with Professor McGonagall's eyes, filled with encouragement, much warmer than her usual stern demeanor. "Ah, yes, Professor." Arnold hesitated briefly before nodding. While part of his knowledge stemmed from his direct engagement with advanced magical theory, it was equally drawn from his readings of magical theory and introductory transformation guides, as well as insights gleaned from correspondence with George and Fred. Moreover, Arnold had indeed conducted repeated experiments and studies under theoretical guidance, and the process and results further deepened his understanding of transfiguration. Though his recent remarks did not stray beyond the confines of the textbook, it was fair to say they were his own summation. I attempted to follow the textbook's instructions during the summer, but initially, I faced several setbacks. After numerous failures, I gathered my experiences and received some guidance from older students, and eventually managed to transform the object. What I shared earlier was merely a rudimentary understanding based on my own experiences in relation to the textbook and your teachings. Facing Professor McGonagall's inquisitive gaze, Arnold elaborated slightly, noting that while lacking in details, the process was indeed as he described. Summer? Several failures? Some guidance? Professor McGonagall, who had initially concealed a faint smile, frowned ever so slightly upon hearing this. She had assumed that Arnold had grasped the theory immediately and swiftly mastered the practical application. If that were the case, Arnold would undoubtedly be deemed exceptionally talented in transfiguration. However, it dawned on her that she had misjudged. Considering the length of the summer and Arnold's mention of his numerous failures, his aptitude for transfiguration could only be regarded as average, perhaps slightly above. Yet, it was also true that a prodigy like herself was not easily found. For a first-year student from a Muggle background, regardless of how Arnold achieved his results, his performance in the first class was commendable and deserving of praise, a notable learning ability. Indeed, in Professor McGonagall's eyes, although Arnold might not be a natural talent in transfiguration, the fact that he could successfully transform a matchstick into a sewing needle through self-study and some guidance was a rare quality. Furthermore, he had succinctly summarized several key points from the textbook regarding transfiguration, making them quite accessible and beneficial to her teaching. Overall, it was certainly worthy of a commendation. Of course, only Arnold knew that next year, she would encounter another young witch possessing such a learning ability. At this moment, Professor McGonagall took the time to closely examine Arnold's transfiguration result. A slender metallic needle of silver hue lay quietly on the desk, one end featuring an oval eye, while the pointed tip glimmered dangerously under the sunlight streaming through the window. A sewing needle, indeed a formidable tool in the hands of a skilled practitioner. Well done. Continue to strive, Professor McGonagall remarked flatly after a thorough inspection of Arnold's transformed needle. This was far from the grandiose praise Arnold had anticipated. Where had the amiable Professor McGonagall gone? She could offer kind words to other students whose matches had remained unchanged, or at most transformed to a fraction of the original. Yet when it came to him, she merely delivered a cold, succinct remark. Was she truly so fickle in her demeanor? However, as a professor, Minerva McGonagall perceived Arnold's eager expression, nearly begging for praise, and reflected that those young witches and wizards still grappling with the fundamentals of transfiguration required encouragement at this stage. While Arnold needed to temper his pride and impatience, this was the reason for her seemingly indifferent attitude. Nevertheless, fair-minded as she was, Professor McGonagall would not withhold deserved rewards. Suddenly raising her voice, she announced to the entire class, "Mr. Adams has successfully transformed the Iron Needle first and has shared his insights with his classmates. 5 points to Gryffindor." "Oh yes, points awarded," Arnold thought, exhilarated by the accumulation of 50 points. All the effort he had invested during the summer was not in vain. Given his abilities and the pace of his peers, it seemed that Transfiguration class would become his sanctuary for scoring points. Glancing at Katie Bell and Anna Miffield's desks, then turning to see the disheartened Andrew Kirk, Arnold felt a surge of pride, envisioning a bright future ahead. Wait, something was amiss. Arnold suddenly gripped his hair tightly, wishing he could slam his head against the desk. Today marked the very first lesson in Transfiguration, and yet I felt as though I had already reached the finish line. Even if it wasn't the culmination of the entire term, it certainly represented the conclusion of a significant phase. Judging by the current performance of my classmates, transforming a matchstick into a needle was evidently not a feat to be accomplished in just a couple of classes. If this were the case, would I not miss out on accruing points for several weeks of Transfiguration? Surely, it couldn't be that every lesson I transform once, Professor McGonagall would grant me a point? I have no objections, but I doubt Professor McGonagall would be inclined to do so. What a grave mistake. I only needed to perform slightly better than my peers. Do they not comprehend the age-old adage that patience yields great rewards? Have I traversed time and returned only to face this? How shall I navigate this predicament? It feels as though I have lost a fortune. My heart aches to the point of suffocation. At that moment, a startled exclamation erupted from a nearby seat, drawing the attention of Arnold, Professor McGonagall, and the other students. There, the tip of Charlie McLagan's wand was ablaze, akin to a miniature torch, the flames dancing wildly as he clumsily waved his wand, scattering sparks in every direction. The fiery display from Charlie McLagan prompted gasps from those around, and the shriek had emanated from a Gryffindor girl seated beside him, whose matchsticks had vanished, replaced instead by yet another burst of flames. As Charlie McLagan's wand continued to burn without any sign of extinguishing, and sparks flew about dangerously, Professor McGonagall rushed over, concerned about igniting further matchsticks. As she approached, Professor McGonagall waved her wand nonchalantly, conjuring a stream of water that appeared out of thin air. First dousing the small flames on the girl's desk and then redirecting towards Charlie McLagan's wand. Reaching his side, Professor McGonagall raised her wand and said sternly, "Calm down, Mr. McLagan. Cease waving your wand and allow me to handle this." With a face filled with trepidation, Charlie McLagan glanced at Professor McGonagall, his wand's erratic movements slowing but still trembling. Observing this, she softened her tone, reassuring him, "Rest assured, this small flame poses no threat to you. Relax, Mr. McLagan." Under her unusually gentle tone, Charlie McLagan finally found some semblance of calm, and as his wand momentarily stilled, Professor McGonagall pointed her wand, and the stream of water swiftly surged towards the flames. "All is well now, Mr. McLagan. Although your wand may bear some scorch marks, fear not, it should withstand damage." Once everything had settled, Professor McGonagall gently waved her wand, and the water vanished into thin air. Charlie McLagan, gazing at his wand, which was emitting wisps of smoke, felt an overwhelming desire to weep. Whether it had sustained damage required further examination, but its appearance suggested a significant loss. "Now, would you kindly explain to me what transpired just now?" Professor McGonagall's tone shifted from gentle to severe. However, Charlie McLagan appeared unfazed, promptly launching into an explanation. "I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. My matchsticks had already begun to change slightly, and seeing Arnold transform seemed easy enough. So I just exerted a bit more effort. Who could have predicted that the matchstick would suddenly ignite?" His voice boomed, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing. If someone from a Muggle background like Arnold could succeed on the first attempt, surely he could as well. This was merely an accident, a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, Arnold, overhearing from a distance, inwardly scoffed, realizing that this boy was simply envious of him. Charlie McLagan claimed that his matchsticks had already undergone some transformation, and Arnold believed him. There were indeed several classmates capable of achieving that. But who could know what that earlier transformation entailed? Recklessly amplifying magical output without understanding the initial change was foolish. Arnold, despite having some successful experiences, always approached his transformation slowly, verifying each step before expanding the scope of change. "What led you to believe you could achieve what I can?" "It was fortunate that you didn't conjure substances like aluminum or magnesium. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall might not have extinguished the flame so easily." From the very first day at the feast, Arnold had observed that Charlie McLagan seemed to revel in showing off, basking in the attention of others. After inadvertently stealing the spotlight from Arnold several times during the feast, witnessing Arnold's first successful transformation from a matchstick to a needle and receiving points from Professor McGonagall must have stirred a competitive spirit within Charlie. However, it was evident that such transformations, involving the alteration of an object's properties, were not as simple as merely changing its shape. Even if he had an uncle supposedly working in the Ministry of Magic, it would not provide Charlie McLagan any advantage in this regard. My classmates appear quite intriguing. While we lack the explosive antics of the notorious Seamus, we have Charlie McLagan, a rather misguided individual. After listening to Charlie McLagan's account, Professor McGonagall shot him a disapproving glare before analyzing. Based on your description, it seems you misrepresented your desired transformation in your mind, resulting in unstable magical output. Consequently, the matchstick transformed into something highly flammable. Charlie McLagan's face was a mask of indignation. He believed it was merely bad luck, and that given another chance, he would certainly transform the matchstick into a needle. However, Professor McGonagall had no intention of permitting this reckless individual another matchstick. Ignoring his hopeful gaze, she announced gravely, "Though it was not your intention, Mr. McLagan, your mishap has jeopardized the safety of your classmates, and therefore, I must deduct 2 points from Gryffindor." At this, the defiance on Charlie McLagan's face finally faded, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, regardless of his usual bravado. Facing the glares of all the Gryffindor students in the classroom was uncomfortable. Whether he felt shame or anger remained unclear. But anyone who cost points for the house would not receive a warm reception, including Arnold. In fact, the icy glare emanating from Arnold was more intense than that of his peers. While other Gryffindor students might harbor some resentment towards Charlie for costing them points, they would likely temper their anger due to Arnold's recent contribution of 5 points to the house. However, Arnold's situation was different. Although the points awarded to him were independent of others, Charlie McLagan's deduction affected the entire house. After all, it could very well be those few points that determined the fate of the House Cup. Each point was invaluable, especially against a Slytherin house that had dominated for 4 consecutive years. Thus, how could Arnold, who was fervently yearning for the Academy Cup, refrain from feeling vexed? Completing the systematic task for the Academy Cup promises remarkable rewards. The boisterous Mike McLagan seemed to sense the daggers shooting from Arnold's eyes, yet he appeared to interpret it in an entirely different manner. Standing tall, Mike McLagan fixed an intense gaze upon Arnold, as if to declare, "What are you staring at? Is transforming into a needle such an impressive feat? Do not take pride in your luck. It was merely a stroke of misfortune. In the next transfiguration class, I shall undoubtedly transfigure a needle, and I shall do so with greater finesse." Indeed, although Arnold could not decipher the meaning behind Mike McLagan's stare, he perceived a certain confidence, remarkably unwavering. Alas, one could only hope that this lad does not orchestrate another mishap. Did one not witness the anguish on Professor McGonagall's face when she had to deduct points from Gryffindor just moments ago? Chapter 93. This child is too honest at this moment. Professor McGonagall clapped her hands, signaling the young wizards to pause their practice. She then pointed to Mike McLagan's name as an illustration, stating, "Mr. McLagan's recent experience serves as an excellent lesson. I have emphasized from the outset that transfiguration is a perilous discipline. You must exercise utmost caution while learning and practicing, particularly with regard to the following points." Clearly, Professor McGonagall had not lost her ire towards Mike McLagan, the unfortunate culprit who had caused point deductions for Gryffindor. Poor Mike McLagan, having failed to impress, had become the negative example in Professor McGonagall's discourse. He averted his gaze, inspecting his singed wand, then cast a distant look at the embroidered needle on Arnold's desk. His expression grim. Arnold was hardly inclined to pay attention to the individual who was subtly competing with him. Since Professor McGonagall commenced her lecture, he had perked up his ears and devoted himself to her elucidation. Although he could not regard the Transfiguration course as a long-term ticket to bolster his grades, he could contemplate alternative strategies in the future. However, he was resolutely determined not to miss a single word of what Professor McGonagall imparted. Previously, when she had taught using the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Arnold had already discerned that, unlike his solitary study, Professor McGonagall not only elucidated the knowledge contained within the text but also drew upon classical references and provided illustrative examples, rendering each segment and sentence crystal clear. Many areas that had previously eluded his understanding or where he had misinterpreted concepts were comprehensively addressed and corrected within the span of her instruction. This was certainly not a mere figment of Arnold's imagination. The gradual ascent of his magical theory and transfiguration proficiency within the system served as undeniable evidence. While self-education may sound impressive, having guidance to prevent one from veering off course is undeniably superior. Although Arnold did not possess an overwhelming urgency to enhance his abilities, his profound interest in magic compelled him to seize every opportunity for learning and improvement. Time flowed gently as Arnold and the majority of his fellow young wizards engaged in repetitive practice, attentively or inattentively absorbing the lecture. By the time class concluded, he was the only one who had successfully transformed his matchstick into a needle. Among his peers, the best performer was Heidi McAvoy, a Hufflepuff who had been exposed to magic alongside her mother since childhood. She had managed to cover about a third of her matchstick surface with a layer of silver metal. As for Arnold's Gryffindor companions, the most accomplished was Anna Miffield, who had merely sharpened one end of her matchstick, which remained wooden and resembled a toothpick. Meanwhile, Katie Bell and Andrew Kirk had yet to show any visible progress. which made them particularly envious of Arnold, who had effortlessly completed all the steps, especially upon hearing the task assigned by Professor McGonagall. After class, everyone returned to review what they had learned that day. Next time, in our Thursday session, I expect to see your progress, Professor McGonagall stated seriously as she assigned homework, waving her hand to dismiss the young wizards from the classroom. As Arnold passed by the podium, he inadvertently locked eyes with Professor McGonagall, who surprisingly displayed a rare smile. Mr. Adams, well done. Arnold nodded, somewhat perplexed by Professor McGonagall's sudden commendation, especially given her previous demeanor towards him. The art of changing one's countenance was something he had only witnessed on television in his past life and had now encountered solely in Professor McGonagall. It was rather bewildering. Yet, only Professor McGonagall understood that her words were not yet complete. The unspoken continuation lingered in her mind, so I can justifiably award points to Gryffindor. This was the aspect of Arnold that pleased her the most. With Slytherin having claimed the House Cup for 4 consecutive years, could she, as the head of Gryffindor, remain indifferent? Unlike that old bat Snape, McGonagall and the other 3 heads of houses had a sense of honor. They could not engage in blatant favoritism. As the saying goes, deceit is the passport of the deceitful, and the 3 heads, committed to principles of fairness and reason, were naturally at a disadvantage against Snape's habitual double standards. Unbeknownst to Arnold, Professor McGonagall was also grappling with concerns regarding the upcoming Transfiguration classes. Why is Arnold such a paragon of sincerity? If you have acquired the skill, must you showcase it on the very first lesson? Would it not be preferable to reserve some of your brilliance for subsequent classes? With your approach, I shall be left wondering where I might find opportunities to earn points for Gryffindor later on. The honest young lad Arnold could scarcely fathom that Professor McGonagall had secretly aligned her thoughts with his. The Transfiguration class on Monday morning was a grand affair, consuming the entirety of 2 periods with only a brief intermission, for even wizards, despite their extraordinary abilities, must tend to their personal hygiene. By the time Arnold and his peers emerged from the classroom, it was already time for lunch. Arnold, you were truly remarkable. You fulfilled the professor's requirements in the very first lesson, and you were the only one among all the students from both houses to do so, thereby earning points for Gryffindor. Andrew Kirk unabashedly expressed his admiration, flowing forth like a mighty river. I have heard from upperclassmen that Professor McGonagall is particularly strict. Earning points in her class is no easy feat, echoed Katie Bell, seated opposite the 2 boys. It's all McLagan's fault. If it weren't for his antics, our house could have earned a full 5 points from this lesson. Anna Miffield lamented, stabbing a fork into a piece of potato as if it were McLagan's face. Andrew set down his knife and fork, responding passionately, exactly. I heard that Slytherin, with whom we had a clash yesterday, has already won the House Cup 4 years in a row. Let us put an end to that, starting with our year. Arnold, quietly savoring a generous portion of roast beef, glanced at the 2 girls across from him, and then at Andrew, feeling a sense of confusion. I recall you all were singing my praises at the onset. I hadn't even had a chance to express my modesty, and now you veered off course. And what do you mean by the Slytherin with whom we clashed? Those Slytherin students were clearly in conflict with Hufflepuff yesterday. The girls from Ravenclaw, like Autumn Zhang, could at best be considered involved, while we were merely bystanders, if that. To take on the blame so readily. Truly, you embody the spirit of Gryffindor. Chapter 94. Too easy, do you not agree, Arnold? Andrew, noticing Arnold's gaze upon him, felt no discomfort, but rather a fervent desire for affirmation. Huh, Arnold, caught in his musings, momentarily paused before responding with alacrity. Oh, indeed. A new semester brings a new visage. As freshmen, we shall certainly bring a fresh spirit to the House Cup. Arnold's eloquence left his 3 companions momentarily speechless. They wondered why they could not express such inspiring sentiments as he did. For Arnold, this was merely a routine endeavor. Though his 9 years of compulsory education felt like a distant memory, he still articulated his thoughts with remarkable flair. After a brief silence, Anna was the first to respond. She gently tapped her fork against her plate and nodded at the trio, exclaiming, well said. The situation in today's Transfiguration class is as it stands, and while we cannot change it, we must find ways to earn more points for our house in the future. It was surprising to see Anna's strong sense of collective honor. Nevertheless, it was quite admirable, and I appreciated it, as my task rewards hinged upon your efforts. Katie quickly chimed in. Indeed, we must learn to transform matches into needles swiftly. We cannot rely solely on Arnold to earn points. Absolutely, the others agreed. For many hands make light work. To surpass the formidable Slytherin and vie for the House Cup, it was essential to harness the strength of the collective. With this in mind, Arnold encouraged his peers, saying, precisely, transforming matches into needles is not difficult at all. Truly, with thought and practice, you will achieve it in no time. As he spoke, he shared a practical method he had verified, suggesting, I believe you should closely observe and touch a needle. It should prove beneficial. Katie recalled the letter Arnold had sent her during the summer and eagerly inquired, really? Is this how you learned? Arnold nodded, for he had no intention of allowing them to delve into the transformations of water into ice and vice versa. After all, if their comprehension of the 3 states of water was lacking, they would be misguided. His own success in this introductory transfiguration was purely due to his profound familiarity with the shapes and textures of water and ice, an accidental triumph. On a sweltering day, who does not indulge in a few bottles of cola or savor a couple of ice creams? I, for one, grew up on the delightful treats of Kawaii Duo. Seeing Arnold's acknowledgement, Katie's face lit up with joy, but it quickly fell as she lamented, "But where can we procure a needle within the confines of Hogwarts?" Anna reminded her, "We could use an owl to send a letter home, requesting them to purchase one and send it to the school." Katie smiled sheepishly. "Oh right. I'm still not quite accustomed to using owls for sending letters and parcels." Arnold, satisfied with their eagerness, offered, "Well, if necessary, I can transfigure a few needles for you beforehand, though their duration will be rather brief." "That would be greatly appreciated, Arnold," Katie replied politely. Arnold waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "It's merely a trivial matter. We are all classmates, united in our pursuit of the college cup." With that, he promptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, what classes do we have this afternoon?" Andrew glanced at his notebook and responded, "2 short classes. The first is a charms lesson, which we will attend with Ravenclaw. Following that, we have herbology, where we will join Hufflepuff." Arnold nodded in understanding after hearing this. Most of the classes at Hogwarts are conducted in a combined format. Despite the relatively small number of students in the school, the faculty is even more limited. There are only a handful of professors. And if each class were to be taught separately, the scheduling would become unmanageable with 4 houses and 7 years to accommodate. Arnold harbored considerable skepticism. Could it be that the inability of certain professors to continue teaching the dark arts defense classes in previous years stemmed from sheer exhaustion? In truth, the deficiency of instructors could easily be remedied by enlisting senior students to lead the courses. After all, upperclassmen could competently relay theoretical knowledge. Professors could then focus solely on practical instruction, ensuring both safety and a reduction in their fatigue. With an increase in course intensity, it stands to reason that the overall proficiency of Hogwarts graduates would significantly rise. The resounding success of the protective charm kits sold by George and Fred in the original text underscores the fact that many adult wizards in Britain, including staff from the Ministry of Magic, struggle to properly articulate even a basic shield charm. As a leading institution in British magical education, it is evident that Hogwarts bears some responsibility for this shortcoming. Arnold found himself quite ill at ease with Hogwarts' schedule. Classes commenced at 9 in the morning and concluded by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. To say that his previous experiences in Chinese primary and secondary education, or even his current elementary schooling at King's College, were more rigorous would be an understatement. Despite being a private institution, Hogwarts operated on a timetable reminiscent of public schools that merely sought to foster enjoyment, an approach that felt exceedingly relaxed. Contemplating this, Arnold set down his warm mushroom soup and sighed. The courses at Hogwarts were, indeed, a source of considerable bewilderment. As soon as Arnold spoke, his 3 companions halted their actions and turned to him. Andrew, bewildered, glanced at the equally puzzled Katie and Anna, then tilted his head and inquired, "Is there something amiss with the curriculum here? Don't you find it rather easy?" Arnold retorted, although his tone seemed perfectly normal. The content of his words was rather irksome. Anna shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Not everyone is as clever as you, Arnold. And each individual has their own strengths." While she was indeed a fan of Arnold, she did not believe she was necessarily inferior to him in the realm of magic. Indeed, transfiguration was clearly a subject where comparison was futile. Even if her performance today slightly surpassed that of Katie and Andrew, the chasm between her and Arnold remained vast. Nonetheless, Anna steadfastly maintained that her potential in this discipline had yet to be fully unveiled. Perhaps her aptitude in transfiguration could even eclipse Arnold's. Little did she realize that if she had witnessed Arnold's wand radiating with extraordinary brilliance, like Katie and Heidi McAvoy had, or if she had observed Arnold effortlessly casting the levitation charm, like Autumn Zhang had, she might have found her confidence severely shaken. The workings of a time traveler's mind and the nuances of this world were entirely beyond her comprehension. Chapter 95. A blossoming duality. Unaware that Anna had secretly positioned him as a target to surpass, Arnold flashed her a smile and clarified, "When I referred to ease, I meant intensity, not difficulty." Anna paused in surprise and asked, "Intensity? What do you mean?" Arnold shrugged and remarked, "The curriculum is simply too limited. I recall you mentioning, Anna, that your father is a wizard, yet he only revealed this truth to you and your mother upon your acceptance into Hogwarts. Am I correct?" Once Anna nodded in affirmation, he continued, "In that case, you could compare Hogwarts' course schedule with that of a conventional school to determine if it truly is less demanding." "It appears that it might be." Anna poked her chubby cheek with a finger, her brow furrowed in uncertainty, mumbling to herself before glancing up at Katie and Andrew, seeking their insights. Katie tiptoed, leaning over to glance at Andrew's notebook for a moment, then frowned. "I can't help but feel they are quite similar." Andrew, who was also peering at the notebook beside her, concurred, "Indeed." He then suddenly realized, "I understand now. Anna, you and Arnold previously attended private schools, correct?" Upon hearing this, Katie grasped the situation as well. That indeed makes a difference. Private schools demand significantly more effort. Thus, both were but unfortunate children indoctrinated by the ideology of joyful education. It is true that private schools are more challenging than public ones, yet an age-old adage rings true. If one does not strive in youth, they will lament in old age. Moreover, given Arnold's extensive knowledge surpassing that of elementary students, when compared to the primary and secondary education of the previous generation, he did not perceive the coursework at King's Academy as particularly arduous. Nevertheless, regardless of his level of engagement in class, the curriculum at King's Academy undoubtedly encompasses a greater breadth and depth than that of Hogwarts. Arnold continued to express his grievances, stating that it wasn't particularly arduous. He simply felt that the curriculum at Hogwarts was somewhat lacking, which left him feeling a bit out of sorts. Andrew, who had just transitioned from a joyful educational environment, disagreed, asserting that although there were not many classes, the assignments set by the professors were plentiful and quite challenging. By that logic, it was hardly a walk in the park. After saying this, he cast a glance at Arnold beside him and added, "Of course, that excludes you, Arnold." At that moment, Katie chimed in with another thought. And there's Quidditch. If one is selected for the house Quidditch team, practice sessions will take place after classes and even in the evenings, all while still needing to complete assignments. Just thinking about it is overwhelming. You may be considering Quidditch a bit prematurely, Arnold remarked with a hint of amusement in his gaze. A first-year aspiring to join the Quidditch team? Katie, do you think you're the protagonist of a grand saga? Or a character with cheat codes? Even those who are exceptionally gifted cannot guarantee success. However, Katie genuinely seemed to have a passion for Quidditch, and Arnold, who shared a love for sports, did not wish to dampen her enthusiasm. Instead, he encouraged her, "If I were you, I would start studying diligently now, aiming to master some of next semester's courses this term. That way, once you join the Quidditch team next semester, you won't have to worry about assignments or final exams anymore." "That sounds easier said than done," Katie retorted, rolling her eyes and pouting, only to be interrupted by Arnold. "Of course, it's not easy. Balancing both magic classes and Quidditch while striving for commendable results has never been a simple endeavor. Without a considerable amount of effort, I wouldn't bet on you, Katie, achieving that by the second half of next year. To excel in both academics and athletics is not merely a matter of words. Otherwise, countless others wouldn't have failed to accomplish it over numerous subsequent years." The first class of the afternoon was a charms lesson shared with Ravenclaw. After Arnold and his trio found their seats together at the front, they energized each other, brimming with enthusiasm for their studies. Who says Gryffindor lacks a love for learning? It remains uncertain how long this fervor will last. The levitation charm. The introductory spell of the charms class was one that Arnold had already mastered with ease, earning him the title of a gentleman during the journey from Hogsmeade to the castle. Nonetheless, he was equally eager for the upcoming charms class. Following his enlightening experience in Transfiguration that morning, he understood that the professor's teachings could provide him with insights unattainable from textbooks or deepen his comprehension of the material presented in them. Arnold is now deeply curious about how much the explanations and demonstrations of Professor Phileas Flitwick can resolve his uncertainties, clarify his knowledge, and assist him in enhancing his proficiency in various magical skills, not merely the levitation charm. The skill of magical theory embodies Arnold's understanding and perception of magic. It significantly influences all the spells he has mastered. Should he succeed in elevating this skill's proficiency, the enhancement of his magical capabilities will be comprehensive. Whether it pertains to transfiguration or charms, the theoretical knowledge imparted by the professors serves as a nourishing resource for Arnold, who has reached an impasse in his self-study of the magical theory textbook. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that half of his progress from level 0 to level 1 has been achieved through the infusion of system energy. Now, not long after, he finds himself once again at a standstill. Indeed, maintaining the persona of an academic prodigy requires more than mere effort. It necessitates external assistance as well. Arnold also hoped that an increase in his proficiency in magical theory would somewhat invigorate the sluggish advancement of his mobility spell, which had been progressing ever more slowly due to mere repetitive practice. He understood that in order to elevate the mobility spell to the second level swiftly, he must be able to imbue this enchantment onto specially treated wood, thereby enhancing its efficacy and potency. His aspiration to secure a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year hinged entirely on this endeavor. Professor Flitwick, rumored to possess a touch of fairy ancestry, bore a somewhat distinct appearance from ordinary wizards. Most notably, his diminutive stature required him to stand atop a stack of books to allow his upper body to peek out from behind the lectern. Arnold gazed at Professor Flitwick at the podium, but his thoughts wandered, wondering how the professor of defense against the dark arts, whose physique was akin to his own and whose name echoed that of a mischievous imp, conducted his classes. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick did not hasten to have the students practice any spells. Instead, after taking attendance, he instructed them to open their books on magical theory and commenced a discourse on the principles of charms. Excellent, this was precisely what I required at this moment. Casting a glance at the slightly enhanced proficiency in magical theory, Arnold promptly redirected his focus to Professor Flitwick's lecture. Chapter 96, The Soul Challenge. Although Professor Flitwick was currently discussing theoretical concepts, this charms class was far from tedious. In addition to his explanations, he frequently demonstrated a few simple yet dazzling spells, serving both as a demonstration of his teachings and a means to captivate the students' attention. the red sparks charm and the green sparks charm. Professor Flitwick's silent incantations were executed with effortless grace. With a gentle flick of his wand, two beams of light, one red and one green, shot forth, striking the ceiling and exploding into vibrant sparks. Simultaneously, Professor Flitwick elaborated, "These two spells are quite simple, yet immensely practical, especially for you novices, as you will often need to rely on collective action. I am certain this will be included in Professor Lannister's syllabus." At this juncture, Professor Flitwick paused, adding, however, "There is also a blue sparks charm. I shall share the incantation with you, but I will not teach it. I hope that after mastering the other two spark spells, you will find a way to learn and master this spell independently." Upon hearing this, the young witches and wizards in the classroom exhibited varied reactions, with the majority of Gryffindor students wearing expressions of dismay. For instance, Andrew was quietly murmuring to the boy beside him about the overwhelming amount of material in their textbooks. Jack Sloper, with his light chestnut short hair, nodded in agreement, his face reflecting the same sentiment. Arnold, unlike many of his peers from Ravenclaw, was eager to embrace the challenges set forth by Professor Flitwick. Aside from the red and green spark spells, was there also a blue one? It seemed absent from the textbooks, including those for second-year students. Had he known of this additional magic, he would have sought ways to acquire and master the incantation. That way, the first alchemical artifact he crafted over the summer could have been even more exquisite. After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation, Arnold found himself musing inwardly, resolute in his determination to learn the elusive blue spark spell. Surely, Professor Flitwick would be pleased, as he expressed a desire for his students to learn independently. When the time came, he would surely demonstrate his newfound skill before the professor. Would Professor Flitwick dare to withhold his approval? Moreover, mastering the blue spark spell would enable him to create alchemical artifacts that aligned more closely with his expectations. In addition to weaving magical demonstrations into his lectures, Professor Flitwick also posed questions to the students, encouraging them to read and contemplate. Much like charms, transfiguration spells typically require the recitation of specific incantations directed at a target. Does anyone know the distinctions between the two? Although Arnold was momentarily distracted by the sudden mention of the blue spark spell, he remained partially focused on Professor Flitwick. As soon as the question was posed, while other young wizards were still processing, he had already raised his right hand high. To answer, the professor meant points earned. Equated energy. Whoever dared to compete with him would face his determination. Under the sharp scrutiny of Arnold's gaze, some classmates who had raised their hands hesitated and shrank back slightly, while others who had not yet raised their hands chose to refrain altogether. What kind of person would react so intensely over merely answering a question? Of course, there were also resolute Ravenclaws, equally unwilling to miss out on such a nearly free opportunity to earn points. Professor Flitwick turned to Arnold and nodded. "Mr. Adams, you may answer." As the head of Ravenclaw, he could not show favoritism towards his own house and thus called upon the first hand raised, which belonged to Arnold. After all, not all heads of houses were as shameless as Snape. Arnold immediately rose to his feet and promptly declared, "A charm is designed to bestow specific attributes upon an object or creature, whereas transfiguration transforms it into something entirely different. Charms focus more on what an object does rather than what it is." Well said. An additional point for Gryffindor, Professor Flitwick acknowledged with satisfaction, nodding at Arnold's response before allowing him to return to his seat. "Please, be seated, Mr. Adams." Subsequently, building upon Arnold's recent remarks, Professor Flitwick continued his exposition. Arnold settled back contentedly. Although he had only gained a single point, even the tiniest morsel is still nourishment, especially when he observed the jubilant expressions of his companions. Moreover, the question posed was exceedingly simple. It required neither the successful casting of magic nor deep contemplation. Merely a cursory review of the textbook would suffice for anyone to answer. The sole challenge lay in the necessity of being quick to raise one's hand, faster than the other students. In truth, Arnold yearned for Professor Flitwick to allow them some practical exercises. His wand was already eager for action. He had mastered all the basic spells. And while he might not be as adept with some of the more advanced incantations beyond the second level, he had nonetheless learned a fair amount. What he now craved was an opportunity to showcase his skills, a chance to earn additional points. Perhaps sensing Arnold's inner longing, Professor Flitwick concluded his explanation of the fundamental theories and finally introduced a specific spell, the levitation charm. He instructed all students to open their standard spellbooks. After a brief review, Professor Flitwick, standing atop a stack of books, elaborated, "The levitation charm is one of the most suitable spells for young witches and wizards to learn. By mastering this spell, you will enhance your magical skills, control, and, most importantly, your patience." As he spoke, he waved his wand over the theoretical books on the podium, uttering, "Wingardium Leviosa." Although he could have cast the spell silently, he chose to vocalize the incantation for the benefit of his students. While guiding the book to float gracefully in the air, Professor Flitwick continued, "This spell enables objects to levitate and even glide slowly, the duration of which depends on the caster's magical aptitude and the weight of the object." Once the book had completed a leisurely circuit around the classroom, he directed it back to the podium, reminding the class, however, one important detail to note: the levitation charm is not applicable to humans. If you wish to fly, aim your wand at your clothing. If your magic is strong enough, you may catch a fleeting sense of levitation. At this point, Professor Flitwick paused, shrugging. But I advise you not to rush. Before long, Madam Hooch will teach you true flying. The students chuckled at his words. Many had entertained a similar thought when witnessing the book float past them moments earlier. Now, reassured by Professor Flitwick's statement, they allowed their minds to wander to the upcoming flying lessons. Chapter 97. Who says wizards cannot conjure food? Noticing the students lost in thought, Professor Flitwick realized he had inadvertently caused a bit of confusion and quickly sought to regain their attention. That concludes my discussion on the theory of the levitation charm. We are now ready to begin practicing. Instantly, the students perked up, grasping their wands and directing their eager gazes towards Professor Flitwick. Everything was in place, awaiting his command. However, contrary to their expectations, Professor Flitwick waved his short arms vigorously, saying, No, children, please put down your wands. What? Put down our wands. Aren't we supposed to practice the levitation charm? The students exchanged glances, puzzled by Professor Flitwick's instructions. Suddenly, a particularly astute Ravenclaw student seemed to grasp something. Whispering to the classmate beside them, the information spread like wildfire, crossing the invisible divide between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. And soon all the little wizards understood. The diminutive Professor Flitwick felt somewhat intimidated by the multitude of wands pointed at him. A silent exchange of glances ensued among the students, and in perfect unison, they pointed their wands at the ceiling. Their earnest expressions seemed to convey, now this is acceptable. Right? Professor Flitwick, standing atop the stack of books, looked down in bewilderment. I told you to put down your wands. Why are they all raised like that? Such synchronized action. What is the matter with this year's freshers? Confused, Professor Flitwick asked, Did you not hear me clearly? I said to put down your wands. The students exchanged looks, some bewildered, others hesitant, their hands still gripping their wands with uncertainty. Professor Flitwick, equally perplexed, continued. Our task today is not to master the levitation charm immediately. We will take it step by step, first familiarizing ourselves with the incantation before progressing to the next stage. What did the professor mean by this? Was the so-called practice merely a means to become acquainted with the incantation? Was there to be no actual casting of the levitation charm during this lesson? How dull. What a waste of expression. Suddenly, the little wizards' hands, once firmly clutching their wands, fell limply to their sides, their wands clattering to the desks and the floor in disarray. Arnold felt disheartened after an entire class on charms. Earning merely 1 point seemed utterly unjust, especially considering his diligent efforts over the summer. Yet, upon further reflection, it was understandable that practical spellcasting was not included in this initial lesson. This was merely the first charms class, a brief session at that. And for many young wizards just embarking on their magical journey, grasping the nuances of incantations and gestures was no simple feat. Arnold recalled vividly that in the original narrative, Hermione had showcased the levitation charm in class, leaving Ron astonished, while Harry had been rendered a sooty mess by the explosive antics of Seamus. The moment that brought the trio together during Halloween was not far off. Only 2 months remained. Despite coming to terms with this, Arnold remained disappointed that the class lacked practical exercises. How could he demonstrate his prowess? How could he earn points and contribute to his house? Having learned from the Transfiguration class, he was determined to gradually showcase his exceptional learning capabilities to secure points for his house time and again. He could not help but think of students like Heidi McAvoy, who had likely mastered the levitation charm in advance, or perhaps a muggle-born wizard who, like Hermione, had self-taught their way to success. Their hands shot up faster than his. The dexterity honed over 30 years of singlehood was not aimed at anyone in particular. As the students, faces etched with reluctance, finally placed their wands down, Professor Flitwick resumed his lecture. The foremost principle in spellcasting was to articulate the incantation accurately. To enhance his persuasiveness and engage the class, he shared a cautionary tale. Never forget the wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced a Zeph, and found himself sprawled on the floor with a bull standing on his chest. True to the original story, Professor Flitwick, while emphasizing the significance of clear and precise enunciation for spellcasting, recounted a familiar example from both the book and film. This anecdote left a lasting impression on Arnold, prompting him to consider practicing his enunciation and articulation skills. However, regarding the spell that Baruffio had attempted, Arnold found it quite intriguing. Who said wizards couldn't conjure food out of thin air? Wasn't that precisely what magic was about? Moreover, a whole bull. He could enjoy steak for days, tossing aside a piece here and there. As many young wizards envisioned the absurdity of being sat upon by a calf. Arnold raised his right hand high. Noticing this, Professor Flitwick paused his lecture. Mr. Adams, do you have something to share? Arnold rose to his feet and addressed the professor. Sir, may I inquire if you could demonstrate the consequences of the mispronounced incantation by that Baruffio wizard? I believe it would greatly aid in our understanding of the gravity of the matter. This inquiry had lingered in his mind since his self-study during the summer holidays. Yet his instinct for self-preservation had restrained him from undertaking such an experiment. Now, with Professor Flitwick conveniently broaching the subject, Arnold's curiosity could no longer be contained. Upon hearing Arnold's proposal, many of his classmates turned their eager gazes towards Professor Flitwick, anticipating a performance, no, a demonstration. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Mr. Adams. Professor Flitwick acknowledged with a nod of his wand, signaling Arnold to take his seat. He deemed the suggestion of illustrating the severe repercussions of miscasting a spell, potentially fatal, as a commendable one, as it would underscore the importance of precise incantation. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick leapt down from the stack of books, positioning himself between the lectern and the first row of desks. He surveyed the eager students with delight. His wand aimed at the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. There were no dazzling lights or spectacular effects. Arnold merely experienced a fleeting blur before he and the other young wizards, equally transfixed by Professor Flitwick, exclaimed in unison, "Wow." Chapter 98. The Three Great Illusions. A robust heffalump materialized beside Professor Flitwick. Its sleek, brown coat glistened, and its innocent, large eyes gazed out from a white face, while the earthy scent of grass and soil wafted from its mouth. Arnold estimated that there was enough food to sustain several individuals for many days. Perhaps the cow's temperament was inherently gentle, or it could be attributed to Professor Flitwick's adept handling. Regardless, despite the abrupt change in environment, the cow exhibited no signs of distress. Professor Flitwick was quite pleased with the students' reactions. He directed his wand towards the cow and the surrounding area, explaining, "I trust you have noted that I have not altered the form of any object. Thus, this cow is indeed real, no matter how much time passes. It requires no magical intervention to maintain its essence as a cow." He continued, "Furthermore, during my earlier incantation, you should have observed the extension of my arm as I gripped the wand's end, ensuring that the suddenly appearing cow was kept at a safe distance to avert any unfortunate incidents." As he spoke, Professor Flitwick demonstrated the motion once more, albeit without reciting the spell. Of course, these actions were merely supplementary. The crux of the matter lay in the mastery of magic itself, a skill that remains rather challenging for you at this stage. Arnold nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic. It was unreasonable to attribute the success of a wizard's conjuration of a food cow to one's physique and stance. Could a young wizard's arm, combined with a wand, truly extend far enough to shift the cow's appearance from the chest to the adjacent ground? Professor Flitwick's arms were hardly longer than those of the young wizards. After concluding his demonstration, Professor Flitwick reiterated the importance of accuracy in incantation, cautioning, "I trust none of you wish to engage in an intimate encounter with this robust cow?" A voice from below inquired loudly, "But how did it suddenly appear here?" Professor Flitwick replied, "It is a summoning charm, a branch of transfiguration not covered in your current studies," while gesturing towards the Ravenclaw boy who had asked the question. "Additionally, please remember to raise your hand before posing a question next time, Mr. Alchemical." Arnold obediently raised his hand, and upon receiving permission from Professor Flitwick, he stood up to inquire, "Then from where was it summoned?" "That is your task, Mr. Adams," Professor Flitwick replied with a smile, gently stroking the cow's ear. "This creature is cared for by the house elves of the school, and you must return it after class." Arnold offered a wry smile, recognizing that the appearance of this bovine creature stemmed from a query of his own making. Thus it was only fitting that he should return it. As for why Professor Flitwick did not employ a reverse summoning spell to send the cow back, Arnold could only ponder in confusion. Amidst the laughter of some classmates, Arnold nodded, intending to take a seat, but abruptly halted and inquired, "Professor, where should I return this cow?" Professor Flitwick paused, momentarily taken aback, and hesitantly replied, "Oh, I am not entirely certain either. Perhaps the kitchen? At the very least, you are sure to encounter a house elf there." Arnold responded with a resounding affirmation. "I shall accomplish the task, Professor." He had long yearned to venture into the kitchen, yet was uncertain of the appropriate pretext to engage with the domesticated house elves. Now, the opportunity had presented itself perfectly. As for the fate of the unfortunate faucet cow, whether it would grace the dinner table this evening was a matter beyond Arnold's concern. The destiny of a farm-raised cow had been sealed from the very beginning. Though its bovine existence had taken a slight detour, it was ultimately destined to arrive at its ordained end. With a flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick summoned the Hereford cow to the corner of the classroom. And with another wave, a bundle of lush green grass appeared beneath the creature. "Excellent, let us proceed." Observing the cow contentedly grazing, Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction and turned to all the students. "Repeat after me. Wingardium Leviosa." Pay close attention to elongate the pronunciation of O slightly. Wingardium Leviosa. Arnold was also reciting, quietly comparing the method he had devised with the teachings of Professor Flitwick, pondering whether there was room for further improvement. Suddenly, immersed in his studies, he sensed an unsettling awareness, as if someone were observing him from behind. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but a glance over his shoulder would reveal the truth. To his surprise, he discovered Qiao Zhang seated in the row behind him to his left, accompanied by several Ravenclaw girls he had encountered previously. Upon noticing Arnold's sudden turn, Qiao Zhang felt a rush of embarrassment, as though she had been caught in a misdeed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that spread to the ears partially concealed by her long, flowing black hair. Arnold appeared utterly bewildered, questioning why he was being observed. What could possibly be the reason for his flushed cheeks? With a rosy complexion, Qiao Zhang swiftly turned his head, diverting his gaze. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he glanced back, his eyes darting shyly until they met Arnold's. He offered a subtle smile, gently nodded, and then redirected his attention towards Professor Frivol. Arnold remained perplexed, pondering the meaning behind the young lady's words. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? That seemed improbable, considering he had yet to make any advances. After all, a gentleman of his caliber would never pursue anyone during his initial days at school. Although he was still young, Arnold held lofty expectations for his future partner. If she were of Eastern descent, she must be of the same ethereal beauty as the enchanting Lu Piapiao. Should she be of Western origin, only someone like Emma Watson or Alexandra Daddario would suffice. Such standards were fitting for one of his esteemed stature as a great wizard and alchemist. Therefore, dear classmate Xiao Zhang, please do not squander your affections on me. I find Cedric from Hufflepuff rather appealing. Perhaps you should explore a connection with him? A flurry of thoughts raced through Arnold's mind as he observed Xiao Zhang for a few moments. Noting that she did not exhibit the shy behavior typical of a love-struck girl, he quickly realized that he had been overthinking the situation. Oh, the three great illusions of life. With a self-deprecating smile, Arnold redirected his focus to the lecture. Though the charms class was brief, he gleaned considerable insights. As he had anticipated, through meticulous observation of Professor Flitwick's demonstrations and earnest engagement with his explanations and analyses, Arnold deepened his understanding of magical principles, particularly concerning the levitation charm. Naturally, his proficiency in both magical theory and the levitation charm improved correspondingly in the system. To Arnold's delightful surprise, he discovered that his proficiency in the movement charm had also increased, alongside the levitation charm. After a single class, Arnold noted an impressive increase of 8 points in his movement charm proficiency, surpassing the enhancements gained from other spells due to his improved magical theory comprehension. Second only to the levitation charm. This was akin to receiving a pillow just as sleep beckoned. Merely yesterday, he had promised Charlie to devise a better-performing flying skateboard, enabling the Gryffindor Quidditch team to incorporate flying practice into their daily routines. The key to this endeavor lay in the movement charm. Once its level reached 2, Arnold could enchant the wooden skateboard directly, rather than relying on a toy broomstick for buoyancy and propulsion, which felt like a hindrance. Had he not been so eager to explore various pursuits with limited energy, he would have already made significant progress. Once he perfected this contraption, he had no doubt that Charlie would speak favorably of him to Madame Hooch and Professor McGonagall. Lost in contemplation about the movement charm, Arnold failed to engage in conversation with his peers after class until he felt a strong tug on the sleeve of his robe. What are you daydreaming about, Arnold? Can you not watch where you're going? I've been calling you for ages, Katie exclaimed, releasing his sleeve with a hint of annoyance. Oh, I was just pondering the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick's lecture was truly enlightening. Arnold replied sheepishly, offering a dismissive smile. Katie rolled her eyes at him. Haven't you already mastered it? What else is there to think about? I shouldn't have stopped you. It would have been more fitting for you to follow that group of Ravenclaws. Haha, laughed Anna, linked arm in arm with her, while Andrew chuckled alongside them. They had already heard Katie recount Arnold's self-study of magic over the summer, and given his performance in the 2 classes that day, it was hard not to question the Sorting Hat's judgment from the previous night. Questioning authority? Such a notion was trivial for Gryffindor. Glancing back at the path he had been distractedly traversing, Arnold joined in their laughter. You know, I'm genuinely curious about the Ravenclaw common room. I've heard it's quite different from our fat lady S rules. One must answer a riddle to gain entry. Anna playfully pointed a finger at him. Katie was right. You should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Arnold's eyes. No. I have little interest in answering questions about the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. I merely wish to know the extent of its question database and the mechanism by which it determines correctness. As for the question bank of the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, let us set that aside. However, it is evident that its assessment of correct answers is not merely a simplistic extraction of keywords for comparison, but rather relies on a sophisticated logic, or, to articulate it more elegantly, a form of reasoning. This is undoubtedly an extraordinary manifestation of artificial intelligence, nay, a form of magical wisdom. Not even the deep blue of years to come, nor the AlphaGo of 2 decades hence, could achieve such prowess. Arnold contemplated the possibility of seizing an opportunity to touch and ascertain the energy required for analysis. Indeed, merely to observe. He was acutely aware of the meager reserves he possessed and harbored no expectations of accruing significant energy in the near future, wishing only to admire the phenomenon. Arnold, why do I get the impression that even the students of Ravenclaw may not ponder such matters? Andrew voiced his uncertainty, yet received unanimous agreement from Katie and Anna. This is precisely why I was sorted into Gryffindor. Arnold, the prodigious master of logic, gazed at his 3 companions, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender and shrugging his shoulders. Logically, there was absolutely no fault in his reasoning. The first-year students of Ravenclaw were undoubtedly reveling in their game of questions and answers with their house guardian, who would ponder such matters. Just as he was basking in his own cleverness, Arnold noticed that Andrew was still observing him. He looked down to examine himself and, perplexed, inquired, Andrew, what are you staring at? Andrew reminded him, have you forgotten the task Professor Flitwick assigned to you, Arnold? Task? That cow. Oh. Upon realizing, Arnold turned to stride towards the classroom, but once again, His sleeve was grasped by Katie. Meeting Arnold's bewildered gaze, Katie pointed behind him and said, "Just a moment ago, you were saying you ought to go to Ravenclaw, and now someone has come looking for you." Upon hearing this, Arnold turned to look back, simultaneously uttering, "Someone? Katie, your tone seems rather peculiar. Moreover, how can you be so certain that they are seeking me?" With a scoff, he continued, "Just a moment ago in class, I noticed the two of you exchanging glances, as if we were all blind." Anna, standing nearby, let out a scoff, her tone laden with insinuation. "To summarize, are you suggesting there was a mutual flirtation?" "I certainly was not." Arnold cast a sidelong glance at her, questioning her youthful propensity for gossip. "What is it with you? Andrew, you appear to be relishing the spectacle. Are you winking at me? Is there sand in your eye? You British are truly lacking in innocence. Indulging in such antics at merely 11 or 12. It's exhausting." At that moment, Xiao Zhang approached the group, greeting Arnold first. "Hello, Arnold." She then turned her attention to the other three, saying, "Hi, Katie, Anna, and Andrew." Arnold turned around and, after a few pleasantries were exchanged, inquired, "Xiao, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" It was clear to everyone present that Xiao Zhang had come to seek him out, including Arnold himself. Xiao Zhang nodded and quietly expressed her gratitude, saying, "I forgot to mention it yesterday, but I feel it is essential to personally thank you for sharing the practice methods you have developed." As she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, she continued, "After attending Professor Friviv's lecture today, I realized just how perilous it is to mispronounce a spell. Oh, now I understand." That is the reason behind her smile and nodding in class, as she was expressing her gratitude for the tongue twister I shared with her yesterday morning. This series of small gestures in class led me to believe otherwise. "No need for formalities, it was merely a youthful notion," he replied, although Arnold wore a polite smile upon his face. Only he was privy to the turmoil within his heart. He had always regarded such minor tactics as unnecessary to conceal, believing that sharing with close friends was perfectly acceptable. However, Arnold now found himself regretting this stance, even though he had no intention of hoarding knowledge. He came to realize the importance of restricting the dissemination of certain information. In the future, any similar insights or revelations would be exclusively shared with his companions from Gryffindor. Everything for the House Cup, despite having set his goals during the opening feast. It was only after experiencing the ups and downs of the day's classes that Arnold truly comprehended the fierce competition for the House Cup. From now on, he resolved to keep his endeavors private. Chapter 100. The House Elf. As he watched Autumn depart, Arnold prepared to return to the Charms classroom, remembering that he still needed to deliver the cow transformed by Professor Flitwick to the kitchen. "Wait a moment, Arnold." Arnold halted his actions and turned to glance at Anna, who was staring at him with a huff of indignation. "What is the matter? Can we discuss this later in the greenhouse? I still need to rush that cow to the kitchen." Arnold, perplexed, cast a hurried glance in her direction and replied, "No, it's nothing. I was merely curious about the inconvenient remarks that Xiao made earlier." Hearing Xiao Zhang express gratitude towards Arnold had stirred a sense of imbalance within Anna, as she pondered why Arnold shared certain practice methods with him, yet withheld them from their fellow classmates in the same academy. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized the flaw in her mindset. After all, Arnold was under no obligation to them. Consequently, her tone softened significantly. Arnold, however, paid little heed, especially since he had just resolved to take the Gryffindor cubs along for a flight. Oh, it was nothing extraordinary as a practice method. He swiftly conveyed his approach to enhancing accuracy, clarity, and speed of enunciation to the three, and then Arnold hurriedly departed. Are there any English tongue twisters? Arnold was uncertain, as he had never needed such knowledge in his youth. Despite having spent numerous years in the pastoral outskirts of London, this was his inaugural experience with cattle herding. Perhaps herding is a misnomer. It was more akin to a relentless tugging and prodding of the obstinate faucet cow, which he had to stimulate in a rather inhumane manner to coax it down from the fourth-floor classroom of curses to the subterranean hall below. Throughout this endeavor, he received a multitude of bewildered glances, surpassing the total he had encountered in both his lifetimes. Had he not possessed an ample degree of fortitude, Arnold might not have persevered. The aspiring cattle herder paused in a corridor of the basement, where he spotted several wooden barrels huddled together. Before him lay the entrance to the kitchen, obscured by a portrait that the new student tour had failed to locate at the beginning of the term. Fortunately, the pair depicted in the image was singular. With a sigh of relief, Arnold gazed at the portrait and delicately prodded the plump, verdant pair with a finger, reminiscent of the gentle strokes he would bestow upon an owl. The pair erupted in a fit of giggles, its round body compressing inward, the brown speckles gathering into clusters, resembling a jovial chubby child. Then, with a sudden flourish, the pair transformed into a lush green door handle. The door was unlatched, with the portrait in place. A lock was unnecessary. Grasping the comfortably textured handle, Arnold gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a grand fireplace at the far end of the room, accompanied by 5 tables arranged in a similar layout to those in the hall above. He then observed that the kitchen's expanse was nearly equivalent to that of the hall, with irregularly positioned counters and stoves lining the stone walls, laden with an array of pots and pans. Of course, Beyond the mere physical elements, there was also the individual presiding over this culinary domain. At long last, Arnold beheld the appearance of house elves firsthand. They stood at a mere 2 to 3 feet tall, their limbs elongated and slender, with disproportionately large heads and eyes akin to tennis balls that protruded like those of a frog. Given the size of their eyes, it was only natural that their heads appeared sizable in relation to their bodies, adorned with bat-like pointed ears on either side. In summary, they were rather unappealing. Among house elves, one might find a few who were handsome, resembling Putin, though no, rather more like Dobby, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Arnold lingered at the doorway, observing for quite some time. Yet none caught his eye. At that moment, it seemed the house elves in the kitchen had noticed this unexpected guest. As one clad in a uniform fashioned from a tea towel hurried towards Arnold. "Sir, please do not move. Sir," it called out in a high-pitched voice, its short legs moving rapidly. The speech was somewhat clumsy and marked by an accent whose origin was unclear. But Arnold understood it nonetheless. At least it was easier than deciphering the English of his previous life. Thus, he gently tugged at the ear of the cow beside him, waiting for the house elf to approach. Upon reaching Arnold, the house elf greeted him politely. "Hello, sir." "Hello," Arnold replied with a nod, gesturing towards the cow as he introduced himself. "I am Arnold Adams, a student of Gryffindor. Following Professor Flitwick's instructions, I have brought this cow for you." "Oh, I see. Professor Flitwick must be using it as a demonstration tool, correct?" The house elf gestured animatedly, its tone exaggerated, as others joined in to lead the cow further into the kitchen. "Have you already guessed? It seems there are indeed curious newcomers like yourself." Once the cow was escorted away, the house elf continued, "Although such occurrences are not annual, they do happen from time to time." At this, it bowed slightly to Arnold, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Adams. You're welcome. It was merely a small effort." Arnold waved his hand dismissively before seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Although it is not yet dinner time, might I ask if there is anything to eat at this hour? I am accustomed to enjoying a hot beverage and a few snacks in the afternoon." "Certainly. It would be my pleasure. Please wait a moment." The house elf responded cheerfully before scurrying away. Within a minute, it returned with several other house elves, some carrying plates, others holding cups, while a few directed a large kettle with magic. They came to a halt before Arnold, with the same house elf from earlier saying, "Mr. Adams, here we have savory sandwiches, cream scones, and fruit tarts. I hope you will enjoy them." After introducing the assortment of treats, it pointed to the kettles and inquired, additionally, "What hot beverage would you prefer, Mr. Adams? We have black tea, milk tea, and coffee. Orange juice." Arnold made a concerted effort to suppress the impulse to blurt out his desires, and politely stated, "Coffee, with milk and a touch of sugar, thank you." Upon completing his order, he observed a house elf deftly maneuvering a jar to hover in midair, tilting slightly as the coffee beans cascaded toward the opening. Although the lid remained intact, preventing the beans from spilling, a fragrant and enticing dust of coffee powder began to sprinkle down. The agile house elf skillfully directed a cup to soar upwards to catch the falling coffee dust, swiftly incorporating milk and sugar, while boiling water floated from a nearby kettle, pouring precisely into the cup. The rich aroma instantly permeated the air, and Arnold could not resist inhaling deeply, his face alight with bliss. After a dazzling display of dexterity, the house elf coolly snapped his fingers. Upon witnessing this gesture and hearing the accompanying sound, Arnold felt an inexplicable shiver run through him. After a brief pause, noting the absence of any immediate change, he exhaled in relief and, at the elf's indication, accepted the cup that floated toward him. At that moment, he realized the cup was not hot. The house elf must have employed some cooling charm, executed with an air of sophistication through the snap of his fingers. Arnold tentatively took a gentle sip of the coffee, finding it pleasantly warm. It carried a slight bitterness, yet its aroma was delightful, making it quite enjoyable. Soon, several house elves approached him, offering an array of delectable treats. As Arnold clumsily accepted them, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "That's enough. Too much, truly. Thank you very much." In response to one house elf's eager gaze, Arnold took a bite of a savory sandwich and nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "Delicious." The house elf immediately broke into a joyful smile. Arnold then sampled each delicacy, and only after his praises did the house elves leave with satisfied hearts. Swallowing the morsel with determination, Arnold turned to the last remaining house elf, the one who had welcomed him initially, and asked, "By the way, I forgot to inquire your name? I neglected to introduce myself." "You may call me Morty, Mr. Adams," the house elf replied politely. "Then please, call me Arnold. Thank you for your hospitality, Morty. I shall return to converse with you when time permits." Arnold nodded again, expressing his gratitude. "Oh, Mr. Adams, you are truly a kind-hearted individual. You are always welcome here." Whether for a chat or a meal, Morty exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands in appreciation. Though the benevolent Helga Hufflepuff had established rules to ensure that the house elves of Hogwarts had work and were not mistreated, few wizards could engage with them as warmly and amicably as Arnold did. Arnold smiled at Morty, one hand cradling a pastry and the other holding a cup, bidding him farewell. "Let us leave it at that. I have another class to attend. I shall return to visit you all soon." Today was merely an opportunity to familiarize himself, yet it was merely the first step. Arnold would undoubtedly make frequent visits to the Hogwarts kitchen to engage with the house elves. He lacked the talent to recreate the delectable dishes from his memories, but that was inconsequential. Entrusting them to those skilled in the culinary arts would surely yield satisfactory results. Upon his next visit, he would first impart the method of tofu preparation to them. Once they mastered the creation of tofu, the variety of dishes they could explore would be boundless. For instance, mapo tofu, a dish of which Arnold was particularly fond. However, if one day he were to witness Hogwarts students fervently debating over savory and sweet tofu pudding, even shouting to remain after school, it would bring him immeasurable joy. In a hurry-get-determined manner, Arnold finally arrived outside the greenhouse just before herbology class commenced. Under the gentle gaze of Professor Sprout, he swiftly joined the line of students, positioning himself beside Andrew. Professor Sprout, though somewhat diminutive in stature, was slightly taller and more robust than the fairy-blooded Professor Flitwick. From beneath her patched hat, Arnold could catch sight of a few strands of grayish-white curls. Perhaps she had just finished tending to the greenhouse plants or had engaged in extensive soil turning in the previous lesson. Regardless, Professor Sprout stood at the greenhouse entrance, her attire thoroughly speckled with dirt. When Arnold arrived, Professor Sprout was diligently reminding her students of the various precautions to take when approaching magical plants. After her lengthy lecture, she moved among the students, meticulously checking their dragon-hide gloves and other protective gear to ensure they were properly attired. Although he recognized that these measures were essential for the safety of the students, Arnold found himself feeling somewhat bored. To be candid, had it not been for his resolute willpower, he would have already drifted into daydreams, letting his mind wander far afield. The unexpected enhancement in his proficiency with the levitation charm had brought Arnold closer to elevating it to a level suitable for enchantments. While he had been preoccupied with herding cattle and traveling, he had little time for contemplation. Now, having the opportunity to pause, he couldn't help but ponder the intricate connections within this knowledge. Hufflepuff students formed one line, while Gryffindor students formed another, following his lead. Remember not to get too close to the plants, and certainly do not touch them. Once they were all lined up, Professor Sprout's timely instructions pulled Arnold's attention back to the present. Positioned behind Andrew, he walked along, curiously glancing around. The front-running Professor Sprout would occasionally halt before a particular plant, prompting the students to consult the illustrations in their textbooks as she introduced the various characteristics of that magical plant. Aconite, daffodil, devil's snare, mandrake. The true appearance of these plants differed somewhat from their depictions in the books, and some of the information Professor Sprout provided was absent from the texts. After all, knowledge acquired solely from the pages can only scratch the surface. Arnold, while taking notes, couldn't help but ponder, since the magical camera can capture GIFs, why not incorporate them into textbooks? Clearly, photographs are far more intuitive than hand-drawn illustrations, especially when those images possess the ability to move. Arnold has always harbored a profound sense that the magical realm possesses a myriad of wondrous treasures and advanced technologies, yet they remain untapped. At least, they are not being developed or utilized in the manner he envisions. After traversing several greenhouses, he showcased a selection of magical plants suitable for observation this season, introducing his favorite fertilizer, dragon dung. Subsequently, Professor Sprout instructed the students to assemble in the largest greenhouse. Having just elucidated the characteristics of several plants, she posed a few questions to assess whether the students had been attentive during her lecture. Finally, it was Arnold's moment to shine. Despite his wandering thoughts, he had managed to remain focused. With heightened concentration, Arnold effortlessly seized the opportunity to answer Professor Sprout's questions. Who can tell me what one must not do when ensnared by a devil's snare? One must not struggle, for the more one resists, the tighter the devil's snare binds. Correct. Gryffindor earns a point. And what consequences arise from consuming the leaves of the Alahatsi tree? It induces hysterical laughter and uncontrollable giggles, which can be remedied with the syrup produced by the sorrowful worm. Excellent. Another point for Gryffindor. Mr. Adams, your response was remarkably accurate. Thanks to his thorough preparation during the summer break, Arnold found these rote learning questions to be utterly effortless. Moreover, these topics had just been mentioned by Professor Sprout. However, when he raised his hand for the third time, Professor Sprout chose another student. Mr. Adams, while you are indeed exceptional, one must allow others a chance. Our Hufflepuff lad was merely a couple of seconds late. Unless one stands at the podium, it is hardly noticeable. Thus, by the end of the herbology class, Arnold's tangible gains surpassed those from the charms lesson, as he had contributed 2 points to Gryffindor through his eagerness to answer questions, earning himself an additional 20 energy points. After all was said and done, Professor McGonagall proved to be the most generous of all. Chapter 102. What an eclectic medley, Arnold. Are you heading to the library? At the greenhouse entrance, several friends were engaged in lively discussion. Katie had just seen off her Hufflepuff companion, Heidi, and upon returning, overheard Arnold sharing his planned itinerary. Arnold nodded. Indeed, Katie, would you care to join us? As he spoke, he extended the invitation to Andrew and Anna as well, suggesting, after all, you have little to occupy your time upon returning, do you not? Once we arrive at the library, I can demonstrate some transfiguration techniques for you. Professor McGonagall has insisted that she wishes to see your progress by Thursday, despite possessing the soul of an adult. Arnold did not feel the need to cling to his companions constantly. However, he neither exhibited signs of autism nor social anxiety. Thus, he naturally appreciated the company of friends. To relive his life in solitude, isolated and alone, would be utterly dreary. Katie hesitated momentarily. Meanwhile, Anna swiftly made her decision, declaring, "Very well. I too wish to master the spells taught by the professor, particularly transfiguration." Just as Arnold had mentioned, she found herself with little to do upon returning at Hogwarts. It was often a challenge to find enjoyable activities. Hence, diligent study became her only recourse, a pursuit reliant on self-discipline, given the shortage of instructors. Arnold nodded and glanced to the side. "Andrew?" Andrew scratched his curly hair and offered a wry smile. "I have no other plans. So I might as well join you two at the library for a while." His reason for choosing the library was quite similar to Anna's. There was nowhere else to go. The wry smile stemmed from his bemusement after learning about the college's situation from the upperclassmen. It was merely the first day of classes, and already 3 of them were preparing to head to the library for study. This was truly uncharacteristic of Gryffindor. Andrew harbored a nagging suspicion that Arnold was an undercover agent from Ravenclaw, leading them astray from their usual demeanor. Having made their decisions, the question was tossed back. "What about you, Katie?" "I already made plans with Chio yesterday to watch her college's Quidditch team practice." Katie hesitated momentarily but ultimately resolved to pursue her greatest interest, even if it meant parting ways with her 3 closest friends for a brief spell. In truth, Arnold was also keen to observe the Quidditch practice, but his mind was preoccupied with improving his proficiency in the mobility charm, thus relegating that priority to a later time. Anna, concerned, reminded her friend, "Katie, be careful on your way to the pitch." Katie reassured her, "It's fine, Anna. The sun is still high, and when I return, I'll be with Chio and her college friends until we part ways at the castle. You needn't worry about me." As she spoke, she recalled something Chio Zhang had said yesterday and quickly added, "By the way, could you possibly borrow me a book on Quidditch while you're at the library? If there happens to be one." "No problem." Once Anna nodded in agreement, Katie waved goodbye to the 3 and headed towards the Quidditch pitch. Arnold and his companions returned to the castle and entered the library. "So many books? Arnold, do you truly intend to read them all?" Anna exclaimed upon seeing Arnold emerge with a stack of books. Noticing Mrs. Ping's passing nearby, her expression unwavering, she quickly covered her mouth. Arnold gently placed the book on the table and replied softly, "Certainly not. I am uncertain if any of these books contain the information I require. I will first skim through them briefly, selecting those that seem appropriate to borrow later for a thorough examination." His objective was clear. He intended to consult the table of contents for keywords related to magic, such as levitation, floating, and movement. He would then choose a few books to flip through, browsing the relevant pages. If a book merely listed spells and their effects without further elaboration, he would set it aside. Conversely, if there were analyses, albeit limited, Arnold would extract pertinent statements in paragraphs, believing that a poor memory is inferior to a diligent pen. He preferred to transcribe potentially useful information rather than hastily skim through it, aiming to organize his findings for later study. If a book provided detailed explanations, he would temporarily refrain from transcribing, placing it aside to later approach Mrs. Pants for borrowing procedures. After a thorough search and quick perusal, Arnold indeed discovered some valuable material. He found references to the hover charm he had used, the mobilicorpus spell Hermione had employed, and the movement charm he had already mastered, all within this collection of literature on floating magic. Having transcribed what was necessary and gathered the books he intended to borrow, he then turned his attention to a compilation of movement-related spells. This was a book that Mrs. Pants had assisted him in locating after he had struggled to find further information on movement spells. However, upon examination, Arnold was profoundly disappointed. It was clear that he should not have held high expectations for such a haphazard compilation. The book merely contained a cursory list and introduction of spells, devoid of detailed explanations or analyses. There were no illustrative examples, nor did the author provide personal insights. Moreover, the book's content was disorganized. In addition to the movement charm he was familiar with, Arnold stumbled upon descriptions of the leg locker curse and the jelly legs curse, both of which restricted movement. How could these possibly relate? Clearly, those 2 spells were curses targeting the physical form. The author of this book was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, he could take the opportunity to transcribe these unfamiliar spells. After noting down the leg locker and jelly legs curses, Arnold continued flipping through the pages and was astonished to discover something remarkable. To his surprise, the book even included the spell Pyre Totem Locomotor. This advanced transfiguration spell could animate inanimate objects like stone statues and grant them a semblance of intelligence. Moreover, it was a spell applicable to multiple targets. How delightful! Was the author simply inserting anything associated with movement? It was astounding that such a lackadaisical book could be published and even housed in the Hogwarts library. Becoming a prominent author in the magical world seemed far too easy. Despite his complaints, Arnold diligently transcribed the incantation and its succinct description of the stone statue animation spell. He suspected that even Mrs. Pants would not have anticipated the inclusion of such advanced magic in this book. Professor McGonagall's prowess in the films was truly impressive, Chapter 103. I want to cultivate immortality. Arnold, it is gone. What is gone? The needle is gone. Feeling a gentle nudge beside him, Arnold was pulled from his reading and contemplation. And only upon Andrew's quiet reminder did he realize that the embroidered needle in front of Andrew and Anna had now transformed back into a withered branch. It was something he had casually picked up on his way back from the greenhouse. Arnold glanced around and, upon noticing that Mrs. Please was not nearby, produced his wand and said, "Oh, let me transform this once more." Before he could utter the incantation, Anna, seated across from him at the desk, extended her arm and gently reminded him, perhaps it's best to let it be. Dinner time is approaching. The incessantly flailing little arm, no, the small dial, was barely discernible to Arnold. After stealing a glance at his watch, he nodded in agreement. Very well, please wait a few minutes while I cross-reference these spells, and then we shall depart. With agility, Arnold opened the tome of assorted spells, meticulously comparing the locking charm, softening charm, and the stone golem summoning charm that he had transcribed into his notebook, ensuring there were no inaccuracies. Apart from a handful of spells and their corresponding rudimentary information, the volume held little research value, prompting Arnold to dismiss the idea of borrowing it. As for the levitation charm and disapparition, he decided they were unnecessary since he could find them in another book available for loan. Subsequently, he returned the superfluous text to the shelf and proceeded to seek out Mrs. Please to finalize the borrowing process for the two selected volumes. Arnold had firmly resolved that tonight he would pursue the path of cultivation. He was determined to diligently enhance his proficiency in the movement spell. Just moments ago, while transcribing excerpts from several tomes and contemplating the essence of levitation and movement spells, he had already deepened his understanding of these two magical effects. Arnold could distinctly observe that his proficiency in both the levitation and movement spells had increased by 2 and 3 points respectively within the system, having found the right direction. And with every minuscule progress yielding immediate feedback, he pondered, when else could he afford to delay? In the Gryffindor common room, Arnold reclined on the sofa in a manner reminiscent of an esteemed elder, taking a hearty sip of pumpkin soda. With a gentle flick of his wand, he controlled a book hovering before him, turning its pages slowly, lost in thought. Lying back while reading was utterly delightful and spared his hands from fatigue. His learning efficiency had skyrocketed beyond measure. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice resonated beside him, and the flickering light from the fireplace appeared to be obstructed. Arnold shifted the book aside, revealing that the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan had taken up position beside the sofa, forming a human barrier. "What brings you down here? It must be rather late, no?" Arnold inquired with a hint of curiosity, casting a glance at his watch. It was nearly 10:30. At this hour, most students at Hogwarts would either be asleep or preparing for slumber. One of the Weasley twins, with a mischievous grin, reached under his robe and produced a stick-like object. Leering as he said, "Heh, it seems you're not quite ready for bed either, Arnold. Care to join us for a bit of fun?" Arnold glanced at the limp, stick-like object, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Wait for me for 2 minutes," he exclaimed, and like a gust of wind, he dashed into the boys' dormitory, racing upstairs. Observing Arnold's retreating figure, Wesley, holding the stick-like object, tilted his head towards Lee Jordan and remarked, "You see, I knew Arnold is one of us." Another Wesley chimed in, "Indeed, although we are often misunderstood, we lead a life of immense joy in our own world. 1,000 times happier than others." Lee Jordan looked at his two theatrical roommates, feeling somewhat speechless. "Enough chatter, let's go." At the sound of his voice, the trio turned around. In less than a minute, Arnold had reappeared behind them, and apart from the absence of the book in his hands, there seemed to be no other changes. Arnold urged the three to pass through the doorway, rounding the corner of the corridor to evade the gaze of the portly matron. Despite her having already begun her beauty sleep, he then cast a fervent look at them, inquiring about their play. In truth, they had no specific objective. They had only discovered the proper use of this contraption towards the end of the last semester, and there were still many places they had yet to explore. One of the Weasley twins, while gently caressing the stick-like object in his hand, untied the string and, with a gentle tug, unfurled a large piece of parchment before them. Indeed, it was the Marauder's map. Yes, the twins brought the Marauder's map, inviting Lee Jordan and Arnold out for a night of adventure. Arnold had long yearned for such nocturnal escapades. The thrill of exploring the ancient castle at night was one thing, and his ongoing campus exploration tasks necessitated delving into various hidden corners. Additionally, there was the Room of Requirement, which he wished to visit, albeit without a sense of urgency. After all, the room would remain in its place, and while Arnold sought the unique space and items it offered, he felt no immediate pressure. Instead, he preferred to accompany the Weasley twins, both to witness the complete effects of the Marauder's map and to seize the opportunity to record the passwords for all secret passages and hidden doors, thereby enhancing his own map collection. Furthermore, by following the two seasoned adventurers, Arnold hoped to glean insights and experiences that were not inscribed on the map itself. At the very least, the Marauder's map could not instruct one on how to deal with Filch in certain unavoidable situations. As the saying goes, plan thoroughly before acting. Arnold was not merely 11 years old. He understood that the more prepared he was now, the lesser the chance of encountering unexpected situations later. and the greater the likelihood of successfully resolving any emergencies that might arise. Nevertheless, his musings did not hinder his performance. Leaning in closer, Arnold gazed at the unfurled map with incredulity, exclaiming, "Proper use? What do you mean? Isn't this the map I sketched the other day?" The Weasley twin gently placed the map on the ground, grinning mysteriously. "Heh, this is not as simple as you think." Lee Jordan also leaned in, squatting down with an air of impatience. "Come on, George, stop teasing. Didn't you say you would show me the wonders of this thing? Hurry up, Lee." "You call me Lee Jordan," interjected the other Weasley with a cheerful grin. Lee Jordan did not turn back, casually waving his hand over his shoulder. "I don't care who you two are. It makes no difference to me. I'll just assume you're Fred." The two Weasley twins exchanged a look, shrugging in resignation. Meanwhile, Arnold's eyes lit up at this revelation. This was quite a clever solution. Now there was no need to agonize over which twin was which, after all. Their own claims were not necessarily reliable. "I'll take the lead." Indeed, it was Lee Jordan, who shared a room with the twins, that had the solution. Chapter 104. The night adventure begins at this moment. George's voice drew Arnold's attention back to the Marauders map. "All right, enough dawdling. Lee, Arnold, pay close attention." George produced his wand and tapped it on the map, earnestly declaring, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Just as Lee Jordan was about to question George's sanity, he witnessed the map on the ground transforming, silencing his thoughts. Fine. Spiderweb-thin lines of ink began to emerge from the point where the wand had touched, intertwining and extending to every corner of the parchment. Then, inscriptions began to appear above the parchment, forming curvy green letters. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs offer their assistance to all gentlemen, proudly presenting the Marauders map. Subsequently, the map began to shift. Pathways emerged where none had existed before, such as several routes leading to Hogsmeade. However, what truly astonished Lee Jordan were the dense, moving ink dots and names traversing the map. "Impressive," Arnold exclaimed, pointing at the flickering dots and accompanying names on the map. "Are these?" He was not merely acting. His admiration was genuine. The spectacle of the map's transformation, along with its capabilities and craftsmanship, deserved such praise. Without waiting for Arnold to finish his thought, George nodded proudly. "Indeed, it shows everyone in Hogwarts and their locations." As he spoke, George pointed to a spot on the map. "Lee, Arnold, look, we are here." His finger swiftly glided over the map before stopping at a moving ink dot. "And Filch is right here." Arnold scrutinized the map, noting that his group south location was exceedingly close to the Gryffindor Tower, surrounded by a dense mass of ink dots. If not for having previously established their position, it would have been rather challenging to discern. The slowly moving figure of Filch was indeed conspicuous. However, as the ink that representing him shifted, it occasionally overlapped with the names of certain portraits and ghosts. The Marauders map possessed remarkable capabilities in terms of its magical functionality. Yet Arnold felt there remained room for enhancement in its user experience. If it could be adjusted for zoom or localized magnification, it would be utterly flawless. Was this truly the location of everyone in the entire school? Was it accurate? Lee Jordan, finally regaining his focus, gazed vacantly at the map, still struggling to believe it. Fred, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and remarked, "Absolutely accurate. We have personally tested it." Seizing the moment, Lee Jordan rose, nearly clapping his hands in excitement but restraining himself, instead eagerly turning to the trio and exclaiming, "That's splendid. Where shall we go now?" Arnold remained silent. As his purpose was merely to broaden his horizons and accumulate experiences, the destination mattered little to him. It was George who, pointing at a recently ceased line on the map, elucidated, "You see these additional paths? They represent the secret passages and concealed doors within Hogwarts. Yesterday, we traversed one of them to reach Hogsmeade." "And what now?" Lee Jordan inquired, nodding in understanding as he pressed for more information. "Anything goes. There are numerous passages here that we have yet to explore. The intent of bringing you out today is to enjoy a bit of adventure together. You two may decide." George replied, shrugging his shoulders as he lightly tapped the map with his finger, addressing Arnold and Lee Jordan. Lee Jordan then turned to Arnold, who gestured nonchalantly, indicating that he was indifferent to the choice. Thus, Lee's gaze returned to the map, his eyes slowly scanning its surface. Arnold was examining a newly generated task in his system, a nocturnal adventure. He skimmed through the requirements, which stipulated that he must avoid being caught by Filch or any other professors. Successfully returning to the common room or enduring until 6 o'clock the following morning would complete the task. The reward was rather modest, 200 energy points. Not excessive yet not insignificant either. Moreover, embarking on a night exploration would undoubtedly facilitate substantial progress in his campus exploration tasks, as such ventures typically led to places inaccessible during daylight hours. However, this task bore a concealed penalty. Failure to complete it meant Arnold would be apprehended. Not only would he forfeit the task's reward, but under a separate point deduction system, losing house points would result in a tenfold loss of energy. Yet, would this deter Arnold? Did the extraordinary night map, a remarkable tool for nocturnal escapades, not exist? After pondering for a while, Lee Jordan, unable to glean any further insight, hesitantly indicated a hidden passage, suggesting, "Let us go this way then." He glanced up at his three companions, seeking their approval. With unanimous consent, they agreed to proceed. However, Arnold raised another concern. I've heard that some hidden passages require a password to access, much like our common room. George picked up the night map, a smug expression on his face, and reassured, fear not, that's not an issue. The passwords for hidden passages never change, and this map knows all of them. Upon hearing this, Lee Jordan understood immediately and smirked. No wonder you said that the knowledge imparted by the professors of Hogwarts pales in comparison to what this map offers. So that's what you meant, huh? The twins exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Spending more nights outdoors inevitably led to the acquisition of peculiar knowledge. And there was no denying that. Arnold chuckled softly, and at last, the truth was revealed. George, may I record all the secret passages marked on the map, along with their corresponding passwords? Of course, George replied without the slightest hesitation, but then he immediately felt the urge to remind him. However, Arnold assured, rest assured, I will securely conceal these materials. With that, George nodded in agreement. At that moment, Fred interjected, in truth, we would prefer Hogwarts to be a livelier place. However, these secret passages have existed for an indeterminate amount of time. We are concerned that, should any danger arise, our fellow students may be ill-equipped to handle it. Upon hearing this, Arnold's gaze turned solemnly respectful, primarily due to their audacity. Are you not afraid, considering that your fellow classmates might struggle? Should I commend your confidence, or deem it sheer recklessness? Fortunately, the Marauder's map reveals no hidden chambers of Slytherin. Armed with the Marauder's map and aided by the vast expanse and open terrain of Hogwarts Castle, the four of them confidently made their way towards the secret passage chosen by Lee Jordan, completely unperturbed by the possibility of encountering Filch. Arnold even found the leisure to engage in a quiet conversation. Lee, is this your first time seeing them use this map tonight? Didn't you go out with them yesterday? Could it be that the fellow was indeed telling the truth the night before, that he was not merely a fleeting enthusiast, but genuinely ventured into the library? Lee Jordan, shaking the small dreadlocks he was reluctant to untie even while sleeping, replied coolly, of course. A man must honor his word. After breakfast with them yesterday, I went straight to the library. Arnold gave him a thumbs up and pointed to the Weasley twins walking ahead. Impressive. Keep it up. And aim to best them in the upcoming final exams. Lee Jordan's expression faltered, and he replied with difficulty, I think that goal might be a bit ambitious. Although the dim light of the castle obscured Arnold's view of Lee Jordan's subtle expressions, he could still detect a hint of discomfort in his tone. What is the matter? Arnold inquired with curiosity. Well, it could be that I spent too long reading in one sitting, which gave me a bit of a headache. After lunch yesterday, I just slept in the dormitory, and when I woke up, it was already time for dinner. Lee Jordan did not shy away from expressing his struggles, albeit a bit embarrassed that his commitment to diligent study had only lasted a few hours. Arnold chuckled softly, offering reassurance. It's perfectly fine. After all, it is the weekend. At the very least, you've absorbed knowledge for half a day. In time, little by little, it will accumulate. Lee Jordan, with a grimace, interjected. However, during class today, I realized that it seems I have nearly forgotten everything I had reviewed yesterday. Arnold found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately, George came to his rescue just in time. We have arrived, George exclaimed, holding the map as he paused near a painting that adorned the wall. Chapter 105, The Secret Passage. The painting depicted portraits of several monks, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, their faces flushed and interrupted by frequent hiccups, alongside a few scattered wine bottles, suggesting that these monks had not succumbed to slumber naturally. However, George stood a few paces away from the artwork, and the entrance to the secret passage, indicated by Lee Jordan, was clearly not in that vicinity. At that moment, George recalled Arnold's earlier curiosity regarding the secret passage's password, and he turned to call out, Arnold, come take a look. The password for the passage has been revealed. Upon hearing this, Arnold stepped closer, directing his gaze towards the location indicated by George on the map. Indeed, a string of letters materialized on the map. In contrast, near the other secret passages, there were scarcely any characters aside from the place names. Arnold found this quite humane. As one approached the secret passage, the corresponding incantation would automatically display, eliminating the need to label every single spell near the entrance, which would be too cluttered to decipher. The allure of the wolf. Suddenly, the unremarkable stone wall began to tremble, and the bricks shifted of their own accord, ultimately forming a diminutive opening through which even the children struggled to stand upright. The entire experience bore a resemblance to the opening of Diagon Alley, yet it was utterly silent throughout. It felt less like magic and more akin to science fiction. The four exchanged glances. Fred and George took the lead, followed closely by Arnold, with Lee Jordan bringing up the rear, as they each squeezed through the entrance. Glimmers of light flickered. In unison, the four bent slightly, brandishing their wands as they cast the same spell. Arnold was particularly mindful this time to control the potency of his wand's illumination spell, refraining from infusing it with his inner strength to avoid drawing undue attention. This passage is certainly preferable to the secret route we discovered leading to Hogsmeade. At least we are spared the risk of tripping over unexpected clumps of earth or small pits that seem to appear from nowhere, with the ground perpetually damp and muddy. The twins led the way ahead, while a voice of complaint, whether it was George or Fred, echoed through the tunnel, resonating somewhat loudly in the confined space. Arnold was uncertain about the nature of the secret passage they traversed yesterday. However, the passage before him was relatively easy to navigate. Perhaps due to its location within the castle, the entire corridor was constructed of brick and stone, with a ceiling, floor, and walls that, despite being coated in a layer of dust from infrequent visits, posed no obstacles or hidden pits. Moreover, the passage was short, and before long, Arnold heard one of the Weasley twins ahead exclaim, "It seems we are nearing the exit." Another twin added, "Let me check the map first to see if anyone is outside. We can make our exit." It was quite an enjoyable experience. Arnold followed closely behind as they emerged from the passage. Although his motives for this nocturnal adventure were not as innocent as those of the twins and Lee Jordan, the experience felt remarkably refreshing and exhilarating, as if he had been rejuvenated by 20 years. Furthermore, his exploration task progress had increased by 1 percentage point. Quickly surveying his surroundings, Arnold withdrew his gaze and turned to the Weasley next to him, inquiring, "Where are we, George?" To which the Weasley holding the map instinctively retorted, "You've mistaken me for someone else. I am Fred." Arnold paid no heed to him and continued, "Well, George, take a look at the map. Where are we now?" George, or perhaps Fred, he did not mind which, turned back in silence and shot a glare at Lee Jordan, who had just emerged from the secret passage. Hearing their conversation, Lee Jordan returned a smug smile and extended his fist to bump with Arnold. George, holding the map, scrutinized it for a moment before looking up and asking his companions, "There's a trophy room nearby. Shall we go take a look?" "The trophy room? Can we enter?" Lee Jordan inquired as he adjusted the tapestry at the exit of the passage. "We won't know unless we go and see," Arnold replied, lifting his gaze from the map and setting off in a particular direction. He recalled that the trophy room was likely unlocked, as Harry and Draco had their midnight duel scheduled there. Although Draco intended to lure Harry out at night to inform Filch, Harry ultimately made it inside. This implied that, as Draco had suggested, the door to the trophy room was probably never locked. Could it be that the secret passage we just traversed is the same one that Harry and his friends used to evade Filch? Arnold pondered. But we approached it from the opposite direction? So, next year, will Malfoy be lurking around there, guarding another passageway to the dungeons? With this thought, Arnold quickly revisited the details of their recent journey, committing them to memory for future reference. As expected, the door to the trophy room was indeed unlocked. With just a slight exertion, the wooden door creaked open with an unpleasant groan. Noticing an increase of 2 points in his system's exploration progress of Hogwarts, Arnold nodded to himself before surveying the trophy room. Meanwhile, the 3 companions who followed him had already ventured further inside. The weather tonight seemed pleasant. Moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the glass display cases that showcased the trophies with a brilliant glow. Various trophies, shields, medals, and statues of diverse shapes and materials shimmered with silver and gold in the darkness. The lists of past student council members, awards for exemplary conduct, and special contributions to the school adorned the room. Arnold passed by several different awards and records, and unsurprisingly, he noticed the same name, Tom Riddle. The abilities of the noseless creature remained formidable among the alumni of Hogwarts, particularly during his student years, where he excelled in comparison to his contemporaries. However, his extreme ideologies eventually narrowed his path. Suddenly, Lee Jordan's hushed exclamation echoed from a spot he had just hurried past. "Oh, George, Fred, come quickly. There's a William Arthur Weasley here. Did you know Mr. Arthur was once the president of the student council at Hogwarts?" Fred leaned in to take a glance and replied, "Oh no, that's Bill, our eldest brother. He indeed served as the president of the male student council before graduation. But you needn't be so astonished, Lee." Arnold listened nearby, filled with astonishment. Just a moment ago, when he glanced at the student council president's list, he almost mistook it for the name of a twin's father, had he not noticed the discrepancy in timing. To his surprise, Bill's name was indeed inscribed in such a manner. How did he gradually come to embody the essence of Bill? It perplexed him. Lee Jordan, feeling somewhat indignant, remarked, surprised, "A tad, I suppose. This is an immense honor. Who would have thought that the brother of you 2 rascals," Fred, interjecting with an air of arrogance, retorted, "Humph. One day, a trophy and medals bearing my name will be enshrined here, to be revered and worshipped by you." "Oh, please," Lee Jordan replied, shoving him slightly. "With your penchant for causing trouble, what honors do you expect to achieve? There are still opportunities, you know." Just then, Arnold's voice resonated in the quiet room. Chapter 106. The trophy display room. Upon hearing Arnold's voice, Lee Jordan and the others turned simultaneously to look. He stood beneath a wall, gazing ahead as he spoke. "Look." Aside from the student council president, the names of students who have won the Quidditch Cup are also recorded here. Charlie S. name is among them. "Let me see." George approached Arnold and lifted his gaze to locate the medal inscribed with Charlie's name. Indeed, there was a date marking Charlie's second year. Fred joined him, affirming, "That's right. That year, Charlie had just joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and together with his teammates, they clinched the championship. Yet, as he nears graduation, he hasn't won the Quidditch Cup again for several years. Thus, we wish to assist him in securing another victory, utilizing the skills we've honed since childhood and our innate synergy." After listening to the twins' heartfelt declaration, Arnold reached out to pat their shoulders, encouragingly stating, "Go for it. I have faith in you." Lee Jordan added, "So do I. Even though I may not be selected and one T be able to fight alongside you, I will steadfastly support you in spirit." At this moment, Arnold suddenly turned to Lee Jordan and remarked, "In truth, you might be capable of achieving even more, Lee. How significantly can a biased live commentary influence a player's performance? This is impossible to quantify, yet there is undoubtedly some degree of impact." Lee Jordan, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What do you mean, Arnold?" Arnold did not respond. It is still too early to discuss such matters. The exploration progress is in hand, and the trophy room has been visited. Unexpectedly, he also gave Fred and George a surge of motivation. He was about to suggest that a few of them return to rest when, suddenly, George pointed at a spot on the wall and exclaimed, "Oh, look. There's even Professor McGonagall's name here." Arnold curiously glanced over and indeed found the name McGonagall engraved on the record of a certain Quidditch cup. Beside her name were those of her contemporaneous teammates, one of whom, James Potter, seemed somewhat familiar to Arnold. Note, this refers to Harry Potter's father. Thus, it appears that McGonagall was a student during the same era as Harry's father. Arnold suspected that it was unlikely to be Professor McGonagall, unless she could no longer tolerate the dismal performance of her college and decided to intervene personally. Lee Jordan also sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "Use your brain, George. These medals are dated 1971. How old would Professor McGonagall have been then? How could she possibly have played alongside the students? Could it be her child? Perhaps it is indeed her offspring, or maybe a niece or nephew." He noted, "I haven't heard of Professor McGonagall having children. It seems more plausible that it was another of her relatives." Although Professor McGonagall frequently interacted with them, it was primarily due to her teaching duties or college affairs. Her private life remained distant from the students. They speculated aimlessly for a while, yet arrived at no conclusions. After a brief debate between George and Lee Jordan, George suddenly conjectured, could it be that Professor McGonagall was already the head of Gryffindor at that time and made some significant contribution during that year's match, which is why her name is recorded here? This possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Arnold nodded in agreement, contemplating the prospect of inquiring about this unresolved mystery when the opportunity arose, particularly when Professor McGonagall was in good spirits. He then returned to his earlier thought, noting that it was getting late and they should head back, as there were classes the next day. George concurred, "Indeed, let's go. Tomorrow, we can see how things unfold and perhaps explore other secret passages." The four reached a consensus and began their ascent towards the Gryffindor common room. George focused intently on the Marauder's map, ever vigilant for the movements of Peeves or other professors. Fred, with little else to occupy his mind, struck up a conversation with Arnold. "By the way, I heard you went to the library this afternoon?" "Indeed," Arnold replied with a nod. "How long did you stay?" Lee Jordan inquired from the side. "Stay?" Arnold found the phrasing peculiar, but answered nonetheless, "I left around dinner time." Lee Jordan, puzzled, asked, "Did your head not ache? Reading for so long, especially after attending 2 classes beforehand?" Arnold shook his head, expressing a lack of sensation. Then, with a hint of morbid humor, he added, "Perhaps our constitutions differ, particularly in the realm of the brain?" Lee Jordan seemed oblivious to Arnold's insinuation, merely furrowing his brow while his feet continued to move, lightly tapping his head with his hand. Did he truly believe it? Observing his demeanor, Arnold felt a twinge of shame mixed with the realization of having teased an unsuspecting soul. Fred turned back and remarked, "So, Arnold, is that why you so ardently enjoy reading and studying?" George, without lifting his gaze from the road or the map, chimed in. "He also relishes solitary pursuits of magical research and experimentation. I truly wonder what the Sorting Hat was thinking." It appeared that these two had once again recalled Mrs. Weasley's summer mantra, "Look at Arnold." Arnold chuckled softly, pondering the Sorting Hat's thoughts. What else could it think? That submissive individual was undoubtedly reveling in the thrill of my intimidation, incessantly praising my commendable courage. In truth, it was rather mundane, Arnold casually remarked. Were it not for the enchanting nature of magic, he would hardly be so enamored with reading and studying. With a light laugh, Arnold continued, primarily, there is little else of interest. Take, for instance, the delightful activity of nocturnal explorations, which I find quite enjoyable. Without the trio of saviors at Hogwarts, safety was assured. Yet the atmosphere was excessively dull. One must devise their own means of amusement, for instance. Recalling his purpose for visiting the library that afternoon, Arnold added, moreover, I may need to assist Charlie with a project necessitating some research. Fred, upon hearing this, became intrigued and immediately turned to inquire, assist Charlie? What are you creating, Arnold? Although he had felt somewhat disappointed after witnessing Arnold's demonstration of the flying sword the previous morning, he still held a profound admiration for Arnold's ability to craft magical items despite his recent introduction to magic. Furthermore, considering that Arnold mentioned he was aiding Charlie, Fred reasoned that if Charlie were not truly impressed by Arnold's talents, he would never solicit a first-year student to customize a magical artifact. With this line of thought, Fred's enthusiasm surged, and he instinctively stepped back to walk alongside Arnold, eager to hear more. However, regarding the flying sword, no. The upgraded version of the flying skateboard, Arnold had no intention of disclosing details until he had perfected it. This is to remain confidential for the time being. I shall reveal it once it is completed. Upon noticing the eager expressions of Fred and Lee Jordan flanking him, Arnold added, "Yet, I can divulge a hint. The item I am creating pertains to Quidditch." Fred, upon hearing this, instantly became animated and eagerly asked, "Really? It relates to Quidditch? Do you require assistance, Arnold? Perhaps some special materials? Or a rare spell? While you choose to keep certain aspects secret, I can certainly make educated guesses as long as I know the necessary ingredients and enchantments." Arnold shook his head, expressing that there was no immediate need. It was merely a wooden board enhanced with a mobility charm, nothing particularly grand. For Charlie and the other Quidditch players, it would merely serve as a slight embellishment. Arnold was content to manage on his own. "Very well, but should any issues arise or if you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out, as brothers." "We possess some insights in this regard," Fred assured him, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Lee Jordan finally seized the opportunity to interject. "I too am here for you." "Thank you," Arnold replied with a smile, inwardly marveling at the enthusiasm of his companions. Suddenly, George, who had been leading the way and had remained mostly silent, came to a halt and raised a hand. Chapter 107. Filch blocks the path. Arnold and his companions suddenly paused, exchanging glances, as an ominous premonition arose within them. Fred approached George, inquiring of his brother, "What is it?" George pointed to a dark spot on the map, replying, "It's Filch." Lee Jordan and Arnold then joined them, surrounding George and Fred as they scrutinized the animated map. "Should we circumvent him, or perhaps retreat for a while?" Lee Jordan suggested after a careful examination of the map. "We cannot circumvent him. This corridor where Filch resides is an essential passage back to the common room," George asserted, indicating a position on the map opposite the dark spot. That location was indeed the Fat Lady's corridor, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. "Let us find a secret passage nearby to conceal ourselves and wait until he departs before returning," Arnold proposed, already searching the map for a suitable hidden route. George shook his head, dismissing his suggestion. "I fear that will not suffice. I have been observing Filch's movements for some time, and he does not appear to be leaving this corridor." Fred gazed at the dark spot, which persistently traversed the corridor, with growing astonishment. "Could it be that Filch is aware of our nocturnal escapade and has come here to intercept us?" Lee Jordan countered. "How could he possibly know? We have been exceedingly cautious, taking detours. Not only have we avoided an encounter with Filch, but we have not even stirred his attention from afar." Fred, harboring his own doubts, feigned a challenging response. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is merely instinct? Otherwise, how does one explain Filch's continuous presence in this corridor?" Instinct. Arnold could not discern a clear reason for the situation. However, he harbored grave suspicions that the twin brothers, after a semester of passionate rivalry with Filch, had perhaps developed an unspoken understanding. What should be done now? Should we retreat into the secret passage and hide until tomorrow morning? Lee Jordan resolved to cease his preoccupation with why he and his companions had been caught off guard by Filch, and instead began to contemplate how to address the predicament at hand. Upon hearing this, Arnold shook his head vehemently. "No. The conditions within the secret passage are far too deplorable. I long for the softness of my comfortable four-poster bed." Although Fred and George asserted that the castle's secret passage was significantly better than the muddy, uneven path they had traversed during their visit to Hogsmeade, Arnold remained resolute in his reluctance to spend the night upon the cold, hard stone floor. He firmly believed that the twins would surely devise a way to handle Filch, which was one of the reasons he had joined them for this nocturnal escapade, to broaden his horizons and enhance his knowledge. Indeed, George chuckled and confidently declared, "Actually, I merely wanted to remind you that Filch is over there. The current situation is not nearly as dire as you might imagine." "Oh," Arnold raised an eyebrow. "Hurry up. What else with the suspense?" "I'm eagerly awaiting your solution," Fred chimed in. "As long as we can find a way to divert Filch from that passage, the problem will be resolved." "How do we do that?" Lee Jordan inquired. With unwavering confidence, George replied, "We simply need to create a ruckus over here to lure Filch, then fabricate some distractions along the way to mislead him, allowing us to slip through that corridor." After pondering George's plan, Lee Jordan thought it theoretically sound, yet he hesitated. Before he could articulate his concerns, Arnold interjected, "I have a question." Noticing the three of them turn their attention toward him, Arnold continued, "George, you mentioned that for some unknown reason, Filch has been loitering in that corridor. What if he disregards the commotion we create and remains there, unyielding?" Considering the scenario, Arnold reasoned that since the corridor was the only route back to the Gryffindor common room, Filch could very well wait there like a predator. "If I were Filch, I would simply set up a chair, sip on some goji berry water, and wait patiently for my prey." However, George immediately countered, "That's impossible." After establishing his conclusion, he elaborated, "Arnold, you must not underestimate Filch. Even if he stands his ground, he wouldn't be able to catch us." Following George's assertion, Fred added, "Exactly. We could easily find a way to outlast him until dawn, perhaps by returning to the previous passage or the trophy room, taking turns monitoring the Marauder's map. Although the conditions may be somewhat challenging, Filch would never be able to nab us. By morning, even if Filch encounters us, He would merely suspect we were out wandering at night, but he would have no evidence to apprehend us, an eventuality he simply cannot endure. Arnold pondered for a moment after listening. Indeed, given Filch's obsession with apprehending misbehaving students, it was likely as the twins had suggested. At that moment, Lee Jordan inquired about the question that had just crossed his mind. The current dilemma was how to divert Filch's attention. Who would take on this task? And once diverted, how would they manage their escape? The plan was sound, but the execution remained a challenge. Naturally, it would be me. Fred immediately chuckled and pointed to himself, then lifted the hem of his wizard robe to reveal a round object. Mischief was afoot, and Fred was always at the forefront. As Fred raised the spherical item, Lee Jordan instantly recognized it and was filled with excitement. Oh, marvelous. Fred, you were prepared all along. Fortunately, he remembered they were not far from Filch's location, so he kept his voice low. With a mischievous chuckle, Fred winked at Arnold and said, "Do you recall the letter we wrote to you during the summer, Arnold? Behold. This is the very thing. We spent our last bit of pocket money on it." George's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, this is the fruit of our meticulous labor. Guaranteed to give Filch a run for his money. This contraption was akin to a biological weapon, wasn't it? Although Arnold had already surmised its nature, he feigned ignorance and asked, "You've been talking for ages, but I still don't know what this is." Fred explained, "A dung bomb. Arnold, have you ever heard of it?" "What? Dung? Is this contraption made from that?" Arnold feigned astonishment, yet he was genuinely curious about the answer to his question. "Listen here, Fred and George. I expect you both to keep your distance from me from now on. Moreover, refrain from touching me, and maintain a gap of at least a meter when conversing with me." As he spoke, Arnold retreated. A look of disdain etched on his face as he warned the twins, resembling a theatrical performer. In Chapter 108, Arnold, in a dramatic display, posed a query. Observing Arnold's exaggerated performance, Fred and George wore expressions of exasperation, as if they had lost the will to speak. It was Lee Jordan who took the initiative to explain. Of course, a dung bomb cannot be made from that substance. It is merely concocted from certain potion ingredients mixed in a specific ratio to produce that odor. Oh, since it is artificially created. Could it not be fashioned to emit different scents, perhaps that of canned herring? If that proves insufficient, why not add a touch of rotting durian? Though equally foul, it at least sounds less repugnant. Fred interjected, his tone suggestive of delight at the prospect. Ugh, that is still utterly disgusting. Arnold shuddered, retreating another step. What do you know? That is precisely what makes it so realistic. Fred shot Arnold a bewildered look. Initially, he had regarded Arnold as a kindred spirit, but now it seemed he lacked the audacity for mischief. Sighing inwardly, Fred lost interest in explaining further. Lee, please enlighten our young companion. With that, Fred tossed a brown sphere into the air. Lee Jordan caught it with enthusiasm and held it aloft before Arnold, explaining, "Arnold, behold, this is a dung bomb. A highly popular prank item among wizards, often chosen for mischief." Unfazed by Arnold's disdainful gaze, Lee continued, "Due to the long-standing history of dung bombs, the recipe has gradually disseminated and is not strictly confidential. However, for young wizards of our age, accessing it remains somewhat challenging. It is truly impressive that Fred and George managed to devise it themselves." Afterward, Lee extended another hand, giving a thumbs up to the Weasley twins, nodding his head in such a manner that Arnold half expected an impromptu rap performance. "We also purchased a few pre-made dung bombs and then conducted extensive research and numerous trials to perfect the recipe," Fred stated modestly, though his tone betrayed a sense of pride. Yet, upon learning that the raw materials for dung bombs did not include any biochemical weapons, Arnold's aversion lessened, albeit slightly. He raised a finger and asked, "I have but one question for you." The twins glanced at him in confusion, awaiting his inquiry, while Lee Jordan too was intrigued. Leaning in closer, Arnold lowered his voice. "When you were at home over the summer, experimenting with the recipe and its effects, how did you resolve the issue of the odor and the mess?" He then burst into laughter, his voice no longer hushed. "Did Mrs. Weasley not give you both a spanking while cleaning up after you?" George and Fred erupted into laughter simultaneously. "Ha! Getting spanked by Mum? How could that be? We are not like that unfortunate Ron." Suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, they hurriedly stifled their laughter. Fred then explained to Arnold, "Dealing with that mess is quite simple. A cleaning spell does the trick." After glancing at Arnold, Fred placed a hand on his shoulder, adding, "With your aptitude for transfiguration, you could surely master that spell by the end of your first year's summer break. Well, if you were to receive a few more spankings, you might even learn it sooner." At that moment, Arnold was eyeing Fred's outstretched hand warily, retreating a step. "Do not come near me. That hand just handled a dung bomb. You may cover your mouth, but please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not touch me." Arnold fixed Fred with a stern gaze, entirely indifferent to the discomfort he displayed upon retracting his hand. Nevertheless, deep within, he held a profound admiration for the twins' abilities, particularly in the realm of transfiguration. During the summer holidays, inspired by Mrs. Weasley's letter, Arnold had learned that the cleaning charm belonged to the branch of transfiguration known as conjuration. According to Mrs. Weasley's correspondence, this was considered a more advanced application of transfiguration. typically imparted to students in their third or fourth year at Hogwarts. Yet, Fred and George had just completed their second year, indeed. They had not even commenced their second year during the summer, and they were already proficient in the use of the cleaning charm. Arnold's personal plan for this semester includes mastering various practical spells, such as the cleaning charm and the heating charm used by Professor McGonagall at the beginning of the term. However, observing the nonchalant Fred and George, Arnold felt somewhat disheartened. If it weren't for his hidden advantages and occasional lapses in judgment, he doubted he could rival the ingenuity of these twins. Yet, those were thoughts for another time, at that moment. Arnold simply wished to know if they could guarantee that Filch would use the cleaning charm to tidy up before their morning classes. He certainly did not want to traverse a corridor reeking of unpleasant odors on his way to breakfast. Although he posed the question, Arnold was confident that Filch would be incapable of such a task, unless Filch sought assistance from a professor he might encounter. He would have to rely solely on physical means for cleaning, which Arnold found rather untrustworthy given the absence of any formidable cleaning force. After pondering Arnold's inquiry, George frowned and replied, "As for Filch, I am uncertain whether he knows the cleaning charm. To clarify, this spell is not particularly difficult. Any adult wizard who wishes to learn it surely could. However, I have never witnessed Filch perform magic. The broom closets scattered throughout the school, however, lead me to doubt his abilities." Fred chimed in. "Filch has always preferred to rely on his physical strength. Arnold, do not be deceived by his frail appearance. He possesses considerable strength, and his grip can be quite painful. It seems you have experienced that firsthand. Yet, have you never questioned whether Filch is entirely devoid of magical abilities? It is understandable, though, squibs, while incapable of casting spells, still possess a degree of magical essence. For instance, the connection between Filch and Mrs. Norris is evidently much closer and more attuned than that of an ordinary person and a cat, which is a manifestation of a unique magical influence. Students, still grappling with their understanding of magic, often overlook such distinctions. Moreover, who would have anticipated that Hogwarts would appoint a squib as its caretaker, had it not been for his robust constitution and Mrs. Norris's assistance? Filch would likely struggle to manage the vast expanse of Hogwarts. Each day, he must contend with the cunning and mischievous young witches and wizards from various houses and year groups. Returning to my earlier question, what if, come tomorrow morning, the corridor still bears an unpleasant aroma? With that, Arnold raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation, urging the twins to contemplate a solution. George glanced at the map and replied, "Well, we could draw Filch over here without resorting to dung bombs. Creating a bit of ruckus should suffice." Arnold inquired, "Well, what about using it to mislead him and create some trouble?" George paused for a moment, then lifted the live map and shook it lightly, saying, "Let us examine the map and identify a location that would not be traversed on the way to the auditorium or during classes. We can lure Filchy there and then launch a dung bomb at him. What do you think, Arnold?" Arnold shook his head and inquired once more, "We will not pass through during class, but what about others? For instance, the divination classroom. All students from the 4 houses who have opted for this course must attend if there is a class tomorrow. We can contend with Filch ourselves. But if our actions disrupt the normal learning or lives of other students, I would feel quite embarrassed." In light of Arnold's words, George and Fred were momentarily taken aback. Their gazes meeting silently, a shared sense of shame washing over their faces. In the past, the brothers had delighted in their pranks, whether at Filch's expense or their own, accepting the outcomes, successful or otherwise, with equanimity. Yet, they had never considered the implications of the props they employed for their mischief, nor the potential repercussions that could adversely affect their fellow students. Although George and Fred possessed a playful nature, they were not inherently malicious nor ignorant. Rather, their youth and exuberance often led them to overlook the broader consequences of their actions. Now, with Arnold's reminder, a wave of contrition washed over the brothers, even softening their resentment towards Filch, who had punished them with detention and janitorial duties the previous year. After all, it was their own folly that had led to their capture while launching dung bombs in the corridor. However, self-reflection and a reconsideration of their pranks would have to wait for another day. Presently, they faced a dilemma. If they did not lure Filch out and create a ruckus with the dung bombs, how would they navigate the corridor back to the Gryffindor common room? Ultimately, after a silent exchange of glances, George decisively stated, "Here is the plan, if all else fails. Arnold, you wake me up early tomorrow. If no one has cleared away the dung bombs, I'll take responsibility for the cleanup. And I too. While I may not know the cleaning charm, I'm more than willing to assist if you need help." Fred and Lee Jordan readily agreed. In truth, it might not be as complicated as they anticipated. Arnold gazed at the 3 companions, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, meeting their expressions of confusion and curiosity. He remarked with a smile, "Why not give a try to the little gadget I have prepared? What do you think?" He then added with emphasis, "I assure you, it is completely non-toxic, harmless, and without side effects. It will certainly not lead to any disastrous consequences." Ignoring Arnold's assurances and unconcerned about being overshadowed, Fred was solely intrigued by the object Arnold mentioned. "What little gadget have you prepared? What does it do? Where is it? Hurry and show us." Arnold replied, "During the summer vacation, I also endeavored to create something. It serves no particular purpose, merely a visual delight, flamboyant in nature. yet exceptionally adept at capturing the attention of others. As he spoke, Arnold reminisced about the arduous journey he undertook to craft his inaugural alchemical masterpiece. Heaven knows his initial ambition was to forge a more extravagant flying sword or a levitating skateboard. However, the assembly mode dictated by the system rendered his plans unfeasible, compelling him to devise an alternative approach. Subsequently, he contemplated the creation of a magical lantern, only to be thwarted by his inability to master the illumination charm for the wand, further dissuaded by the antiquated advice found in Mrs. Weasley's letter. Coupled with his limited grasp of magic, he was burdened with the task of selecting spells that were not only accessible but also conducive to enchanting at a secondary level. Thus, this ostensibly mature and composed figure, akin to an uncle, ultimately resorted to crafting a mere child's toy. He even whimsically considered employing it to engage with Fergie. Arnold was still reflecting inwardly when Fred, upon hearing this, became exceedingly exhilarated. Captivating the attention of others? That is the greatest utility, he exclaimed. Truly. He is a talent that we, as brothers, have recognized. Even before enrolling, he is already aligned with our thoughts. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Arnold's face, his emerald eyes gazing innocently at Fred, as if to convey, "You have led me astray." Yet, internally, he chuckled slyly, for in the realm of Muggle primary school, I was akin to a ruler among children. Bring out that little trinket of yours, Fred urged, disregarding whether Arnold's shyness was genuine or feigned. George and Lee Jordan watched with eager anticipation. Under the trio's expectant gaze, Arnold grinned mischievously, lifting the hem of his robe and retrieving a stick from his pocket. As he brandished the stick, he recalled his earlier actions with George concerning the Marauder's map and suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness. This is merely a flaw in the design of wizarding robes. It is not my fault. Regaining his composure, Arnold presented the stick nonchalantly, declaring, "Here it is." Fred was the first to approach, scrutinizing the small stick with a furrowed brow, but it was Lee Jordan who spoke first. A wooden stick? No, to be precise. It resembles a slightly thick wooden piece, oddly shaped. He then cast a puzzled glance at Arnold. But what purpose does it serve? You're not planning to throw it and hit Filch on the head, are you? Before Arnold could respond, Fred, who had already taken the wooden piece from Arnold's grasp, interjected, "This piece is quite short and lacks weight. It certainly isn't meant for bludgeoning. There is a hole in the middle, though I am uncertain of its purpose, and the ends are painted different colors. I believe it must have some significance." After sharing his speculations, Fred passed the short wooden piece to George for his examination. George and Lee Jordan leaned in, studying the object for a considerable time, yet they could not deduce its function and eventually turned their gaze back to Arnold. "You will soon discover what it can do. Now, follow me, and remember to heed my commands." Arnold offered no explanation, merely urging his companions to proceed down the corridor. After taking just a few steps, he abruptly halted. "Stop. Wait for me." Without heeding the puzzled expressions of the three, Arnold swiftly retraced his steps with a short wooden plank in hand. After traversing a short distance, he successfully located the restroom they had previously passed. "It's my first time using this," he mused. "I ought to add a touch of creativity." Casting a glance at the sign at the entrance, Arnold hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. It was evident that this was a women's restroom, yet it was vacant, providing a perfect opportunity to enhance his exploration of the campus. He reminded himself to thoroughly investigate such places that were inconvenient to enter during the day when he ventured out at night. Moreover, he must avoid any other individuals to evade being misconstrued as a pervert. As he contemplated, Arnold busily twisted the faucet, extending the short wooden plank beneath the water flow, while his other hand wielded a wand, transforming the liquid into ice, encasing one end of the plank. Once he gauged the size of the icy covering to his satisfaction, he switched to the opposite end of the wooden plank and repeated the process. When Arnold finally emerged from the restroom, he rejoined his waiting companions, now possessing a cool, mist-emitting dumbbell in hand. Arnold offered no further explanation, for soon enough, practical application would elucidate everything. Casting a glance at the Marauder's map, which indicated the location of Filch, Arnold beckoned the three curious companions to follow, leading the way. They were headed in the direction of the Gryffindor Common Room. Chapter 110. This was merely a toy, cumulative rewards for additional updates, with the Marauder's map in hand. Although they could not bypass Filch to reach the fat lady's portrait directly, Arnold and his companions could continuously monitor his movements, slowing their pace as they approached his patrolling area. "Filch is just down that corridor. What should we do now? Create a distraction?" whispered Lee Jordan, leaning against the wall, glancing at Filch, who was merely a turn away on the map. "There's no need for that. Provoking him directly will yield better results." Arnold, after speaking, nodded at the three individuals, signaling them to proceed according to their plan. He then instructed George to hold up the live map, meticulously observing Filch's movements. As Filch approached the far end of the corridor, on the verge of turning back as he had countless times before, Arnold suddenly sprang forth. The enchanted communication stick ignited at both ends, radiating vibrant red and green lights, erupting violently within the hollow ice dome, yet unable to breach its confines. The spectacle was a dazzling display of surging colors. Subsequently, Arnold hurled the stick with force. It soared gracefully through the air, akin to a dumbbell, landing on the ground behind Filch with a sharp crack. The end that struck the ground shattered the ice dome, releasing the green sparks that had been restrained, which then splattered against the castle's stone walls and ceiling. Illuminated by the torches on the walls, there lingered an eerie, ghostly ambience. Arnold swiftly dashed back around the corner, a tinge of regret lingering in his heart. If only the ice dome had not shattered, and he had mastered the second-tier blue spark spell. He could have conjured a magical version of a siren light. The red and green hues always seemed a bit incongruous. Oh, and he still needed a fitting sound effect to accompany it. In truth, what Arnold had fashioned was merely a larger version of a bamboo dragonfly, coupled with a fairy wand, adorned with both red and green luminescence. He had left the wooden handle of the dragonfly in his dormitory, yet he had pocketed quite a few pieces of wood that served as the wand's wings. By affixing transparent covers to either end of the wooden pieces, he envisioned creating a warning light for nighttime escapades to attract Felci. An idea that had struck him while awaiting the enchanting potion to infuse the wood. Now, having been tested in the field, Arnold felt that the flickering effect produced by the spark spell was rather satisfactory, resembling its intended purpose. However, merging it with the illumination spell he had derived from the magical lamp would elevate it further. Moreover, the issue of the cover persisted. He could not rely solely on a makeshift ice block to suffice. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the sound drew Felci and Lady Loris's attention, causing them to turn simultaneously. In the quiet corridor, under the dim, flickering torchlight, a wooden piece lay motionless on the ground, continuously emitting ghastly green sparks. At the other end of the wooden piece, a transparent cover shimmered with a blood-red glow. This contraption appeared not only dazzling but also somewhat eerie. However, the seasoned Felci swiftly assessed that it posed no real danger. Perhaps it was due to his extensive experience, or the scant remnants of deathly magic within him, or perhaps the sixth sense that often accompanies age. Yet, he refrained from jumping to conclusions, instead turning his gaze towards his steadfast companion, Lady Loris, relying on an animal's instinctual perception of danger. Lady Loris quickly reached a similar conclusion. They exchanged a silent understanding through a glance laden with unspoken thoughts. Subsequently, Felci lifted his gaze from the short wooden piece, focusing ahead, towards the direction from which it was most likely to come, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then strode forward with purpose, with Lady Loris closely trailing at his side. Their destination was none other than where Arnold and his companions were situated. Run. Felci is coming. As Arnold had just withdrawn around the corner, George, who had been intently monitoring the dynamic map, promptly beckoned him over. Arnold nodded, and thus the four of them swiftly made their way back along the path. Though Felci was no fool, they had all anticipated this maneuver. Leading Felci away from the corridor was merely a tacit understanding between both parties. What followed was the true confrontation. Upon reaching a fork in the corridor, the four halted, and Arnold retrieved a short wooden stick from within his robe. Under the gaze of the other three, Arnold raised his hand, aimed at one direction of the fork, and then forcefully hurled the stick. In that moment, the years of experience he had accrued from various ball sports came to fruition, as if the spirits of countless athletic legends had possessed him. The wooden stick shot forth like a streak of red and green lightning, racing down the corridor before landing. And thanks to inertia, it bounced several times before finally coming to rest precisely at the intersection of that corridor and another. Perfection. Arnold silently praised himself, only to turn around and find three companions giving him a thumbs up in approval. With a sly grin, Arnold swiftly ran with them in the opposite direction of the second short log they had thrown. The four of them paused at the intersection of this corridor and another, where Arnold repeated his earlier tactic, tossing another short log in a specific direction. However, this time they refrained from rushing away. Instead, they hid behind the corner, huddling together while scrutinizing the live point map in George's hands. Felci hurriedly pursued them, but upon reaching the fork, he found himself a step too late. Glancing around, he saw no trace of the nocturnal students. Now, aside from the corridor he had come down, Felci faced two options. To the left, at the end of the corridor, a log was emitting red and green sparks. This was likely a careless or deliberate clue left by the nocturnal students, though the previous log posed no apparent threat. This one appeared distinctly different. Who could say if those mischievous students had set a trap for him? To the right, a quiet, dimly lit corridor lay still, devoid of any sound. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility that the nocturnal students were laying a false trail, lurking in some shadowy corner, silently observing him. The dilemma arose. Which path to choose? Should he and Madame Loris separate? No, that would be unwise. Although Madame Loris was astute, there was no guarantee that those reckless little wizards wouldn't target her. The mere thought of Madame Loris encountering trouble was simply unbearable. Moreover, the left corridor, where the second log was emitting sparks, connected to another corridor. If he were to discover a clue there, how would he continue his pursuit of the nocturnal students while separated from Madame Loris? It would merely rely on sheer luck. Time was of the essence. And without lingering too long in indecision, Felci set off with Madame Loris in a chosen direction. After all, it was a 50-50 chance, a gamble worth taking. Chapter 111. Is someone coming? Felci, accompanied by Madame Loris, hurried towards the short log that was incessantly spraying red and green sparks. His steps were resolute. He was confident in his choice, dismissing any thoughts of which path I had previously blocked for the old man. Those Gryffindor students, with their minds filled with nonsense, only knew how to throw muck. Let them run circles around the castle with me. It would be amusing to see them try to outsmart me. As the four of them observed Filch's movements on the live point map, they noticed he paused briefly by the second short log before inexplicably choosing to turn into another corridor. Arnold and his friends exchanged glances, silently forming words with their mouths. They collectively held up 2 fingers, chuckling at their own silliness. Clearly, Filch had lost this wager. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it a gamble. Filch had made his choice based on his understanding of Gryffindor students, opting for the corridor with more residual information. However, he and T anticipated that the Gryffindor rascals, while reckless, were also quite clever when it came to pranks. Perhaps he had played enough cat-and-mouse games with the twins last semester. Thus, the lesson was clear. Stereotypes can be misleading. In truth, even if Filch had chosen correctly this time, Arnold wouldn't have been concerned. On the other side of the corner where they were hiding, another short log was also spraying sparks against the stone walls. If Filch approached, he would face yet another decision. Ultimately, all they needed to do was continue tossing logs at each intersection as they walked, maintaining this elaborate ruse. Confident that Filch couldn't always guess correctly, the 4 of them quietly emerged one by one from behind the corner, racing towards the common room. Fred lightly nudged Arnold's shoulder as they ran, saying, "Arnold, you're doing great." Arnold smiled as he looked at him. "What?" Fred chuckled softly. "Let's stick together from now on." "No problem," Arnold replied in a low voice, adding, "However, it depends on whether I have other commitments at that time. The House of Wishes need not always keep secrets from you." But as for the girls' restroom, at this moment, Lee Jordan, who was running on his other side, joined the conversation. "By the way, Arnold, what you've created seems quite similar to the arduous task of pulling out fireworks, doesn't it?" Arnold nodded and remarked, "In truth, it should be simpler than that. It involves merely the most commonplace red spark charm and green spark charm, rather monotonous and devoid of any intricate designs. The fireworks of Fairly Ba were purchased by him in Diagon Alley. Yet he refrained from using them out of concern that the peculiarities of magical fireworks might attract unwarranted attention. Consequently, Arnold remains uncertain whether they are conjured through a similar form of magic. However, having perused the original text and viewed the films, he acknowledges that the effects of Fairly Ba's fireworks are likely far more resplendent than his own creations. In due course, when he finds himself with ample time and energy, he harbors a burgeoning interest in dissecting and studying them. Arnold is humble, yet Lee Jordan disagrees. Those matters are trivial. What truly matters is the mindset. You see, such a seemingly simple thing has wielded such significant influence in your hands. Arnold chuckled softly and said, "Indeed, I am quite pleased with myself. After all, if I can make such creative use of the toys, what could possibly be amiss?" Arnold's choice to create a 2-colored spark dragonfly was primarily aimed at completing the system's initial alchemical task. Thus, in selecting the magic, he opted for simplicity and ease of practice. Ultimately, he decided to employ 2 types of spark spells to craft a fairy wand, inspired by his readings that indicated such magic was originally devised by wizards as signal flares. Consequently, although the sparks emitted appeared to be flames, they did not ignite anything nor were they capable of causing a fire. This feature rendered the spell remarkably safe for use in the wilderness, forests, or densely populated areas, alleviating any concerns about potential fire hazards. How splendidly secure this magic proved to be, not to mention its striking visual impact. Furthermore, both the dragonfly and the fairy wand held a nostalgic significance for Arnold, imbuing him with enthusiasm during their creation. Upon completion, he found immense joy in playing with them. However, Nicole often worried that the sparks from the dragonfly might ignite something, despite Arnold's repeated reassurances. Once school commenced, Arnold had little opportunity to play with it. Yet his restless spirit keenly discovered another captivating use for the device. Its effects were particularly impressive at night. As they approached the corridor where Filch was initially stationed, the 4 friends ceased their chatter, slowing their pace and treading lightly to avoid making noise that might alert Filch, who was possibly just a wall or 2 away. Suddenly, George, who was responsible for monitoring their surroundings with the live point map, raised his hand to signal. He lifted the map for the others to see, revealing a dark dot rapidly approaching their location. Indeed, it was a flash, disregarding the walls. It was Peeves the poltergeist who first recognized the name associated with the swiftly moving dot. Almost immediately, a ghost clad in vibrant and eccentric attire, adorned with a hat jingling with bells and a bright orange bow tie, emerged from the stone wall of the corridor. This diminutive male specter floated midair, his mischievous black eyes darting around, mouth agape. "Oh, what a coincidence. I knew that at this hour, instead of sleeping soundly, you 2 Gryffindors would be out causing trouble." The tone suggested that he was already well acquainted with Fred and George. Indeed, it was Peeves. Arnold felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This troublesome individual chose to make an appearance at such an inconvenient moment. Noticing the unfamiliar faces of Lee Jordan and Arnold, Pippi Gouet scrutinized them for a moment before inquiring with keen interest, "Ah, we have 2 newcomers this time. Are they freshers of this cohort?" "Quite promising, indeed." Arnold offered no response, and Lee Jordan showed no interest in clarifying that he was not a first-year student. Their sole desire was to rid themselves of this peculiar ghost and hasten back to the Gryffindor common room. George swiftly stowed away the Marauder's map, greeting with a beaming smile. "Hello, Peeves, how do you do?" Fred chimed in, attempting to strengthen their rapport. "Indeed, Peeves, it's been quite a summer since we last met. And I must admit, I've missed you, especially those times we roamed the castle together." However, Peeves haughtily scoffed, showing no sign of being swayed. "Humph. Don't think that your flattery will prevent me from revealing your antics." Fred chuckled mischievously, continuing to flatter. "We all aim to make Hogwarts a livelier, more entertaining place. Don't be so serious." Peeves retorted. "Oh no, I merely wish to inject some excitement into my own existence, like watching you lot get caught by Filch." With a vigorous shake of his head, the bells on his hat jingled, and he raised his fingers daintily, gleefully tapping the four of them, thoroughly enjoying himself. Was this joy derived from the misfortune of others? Indeed, while Peeves could be amusing at times, at his core, he remained a ghost who cared only for his own amusement, indifferent to all else, a truly unique specter. At this moment, Arnold could no longer contain himself and decided to approach the matter from a different angle. "Papigi, I have heard that your relationship with Filch is rather unfriendly." "Indeed, that old fellow is always trying to drive me out. We are sworn adversaries." Papigi nodded in affirmation. However, he immediately raised his voice, exclaiming, "There are mischievous students here who refuse to sleep. Filch, you old fool, are you so blind that you cannot see? Or have you grown too feeble to move?" Arnold was at a loss, unsure of where to begin his grievances. "Since you are at odds with him, should you not allow us to depart, leaving him to lament and beat his chest in despair, utterly helpless? What provocation is this?" Suddenly, with a loud shout, the mischievous spirit, Pai Gui, caught everyone off guard. No one could ascertain whether it would rouse Furky. Lee Jordan felt a surge of frustration and forcefully shoved Pai Gui. To his astonishment, Pai Gui transformed into a formless entity, his hands passing right through Lee's. Lee nearly lost his balance, managing to steady himself with a bewildered glance at his own hands. He called to the other three, urging them to flee. "Run." Furky must have heard that. "We cannot linger here entangled with Pai Gui." With that, he led the charge towards the end of the corridor, closely followed by Arnold and the twins. Chapter 112. A tenacious adversary. Arnold and his companions wished to flee hastily, yet the mischievous Papigi was determined not to let them escape easily. Boasting his unique ability to materialize unlike other spirits, he relentlessly disrupted the movements of the four. At times, he obstructed their path from the front, and at others, he tugged at their clothes from behind, coupled with his elusive nature, rendering them utterly defenseless. This chaotic interference not only hindered Arnold and his friends from making any progress, but also nearly caused them to stumble several times. A seemingly short corridor now felt interminable. Meanwhile, a mere half-minute earlier, in a parallel corridor devoid of any connecting passage, Felchie was hurrying along. Suddenly, Mrs. Laurie seized his pant leg, forcefully pulling him back. Years of cultivated rapport instantly made Felchie aware that he had fallen prey to a trick. All his experience and sixth sense had proven utterly misguided. Without hesitation, Felchie turned around and hastened back in the direction he had come. He hoped it was not too late. Quickening his pace, he thought he heard a commotion. He was retracing his steps. On the other side, as the night patrol team rushed, George kept an eye on the live map while running. Noticing the ink blot representing Felchie was heading back, he immediately alerted his companions. As Arnold was about to quicken his pace, he suddenly noticed the head of a mischievous spirit, Peppy, protruding awkwardly from the ground. Only half of it was above the surface, yet it made his pointed